Eternal Heart Chapter 828 to Chapter 880. The cold moon hung high in the sky. It was quiet in the Meng family village. Village chief, the outsider's injuries will be completely healed in a few more days, Wang Chong said with a smile. Dr. Meng whispered. During this period, did you find anything suspicious? The chief's eyes were like bottomless pools as he asked. During this period, the one who interacted with Chen Yu the most, other than his granddaughter Xiao Yun, was this doctor. There's nothing particularly suspicious. The doctor thought for a moment and answered. Chen Yu stayed in the village to look for clues about his background. At most, he wandered around and did not do anything suspicious. After the doctor left, the chief went to his room and performed a spell. Whoosh! The floor in front of him caved in and a small passage appeared. The chief went in and came to an underground space of 4 feet in width and length after a few steps. At the top of the space, there was a gem that emitted a white halo, slightly illuminating the space. Under the gem, there was a stone platform. On top of the platform, there was a round bronze mirror. The edges of the mirror were outlined with exquisite and simple patterns. When the village chief arrived, a layer of white light faintly spread out from the mirror. The chief looked up at the wall in front of him. There were portraits hanging there, and every figure in them was vivid and lifelike. Although they were people in the portraits, they all emitted an extraordinary aura. The village chief's gaze was fixated on a portrait in the middle of the room. On it was a tall and imposing middle-aged man dressed in a blue cloud robe. His expression was solemn and his face was tough and angular. His eyes were like the starry night sky, deep and boundless. Patriarch, I hope you can protect the Meng family and keep them safe. The chief bowed. When he raised his head again and looked at the patriarch, the appearance of the outsider suddenly appeared in his mind. This outsider looks similar to the patriarch of the Meng family. The chief murmured. Perhaps it was because of this that he did not chase Chen Yu out forcefully. At this moment, the chief, who was in the secret chamber, heard noises coming from outside. He quickly left the secret chamber. The moment he returned to his room, he heard a series of shouts. Enemy! Enemy attack! The chief's face darkened. He did not expect the enemy to come as soon as he went to pray. It seemed that he could not avoid it. Chen Yu was sitting cross-legged in his room, circulating the heavenly demon's secret patterns. With the advancement of the enigmatic demonic body, my life force has become even stronger. Even if I suppress it with all my might, the injuries on my body will heal in a few days. At that time, Chen Yu would have no reason to stay here to continue investigating. Thus, he shifted his focus to improving his cultivation. In the past few days, the jade pendant on his body would occasionally produce strange phenomena. Just now, the jade pendant flickered faintly. However, half of the jade pendant could only produce a vision, and it could not give Chen Yu a clear path. Right at this moment, the noise outside woke him up with a start. Enemies? However, Chen Yu did not find this situation strange. This village clearly had a secret. The people in the village were all talented, and their cultivation was similarly high. Many of them even had the power of bloodlines. They must be hiding here to avoid their enemies. But now, the enemy was here. This is my chance. Chen Yu nodded and thought. At this moment, the Meng family village was invaded. The people must be busy fighting the enemy and had no time to monitor him. He could take the opportunity to search for clues about his background. Chen Yu walked out of the room and saw the chief flashing out of the house. He exuded an extraordinary aura. It's the Yin tribe. A middle-aged man wearing beast skin said, they are currently setting up a formation outside the village. If the Yin tribe people set up the formation, the consequences will be unimaginable. An old man said agitatedly. The two of you, mobilize some people and follow me to attack from the front to test the enemy's strength. Elder Feng, lead some people and wait for my message. Then, attack from the weak point. As long as we successfully charge out, we can interfere from the outside. We will attack from the inside and the outside, and the possibility of breaking out will be higher. After listening to the narration, the chief immediately gave the order. Then, the entire village began to move. They did not panic because of the enemy's attack. Whoosh, Chen Yu left the room and prepared to take the opportunity to investigate. At this moment, Xiaoyun ran over, followed by Xiao Guang and Xiao Yong. "Brother Chen, you are injured. Come with us," Xiaoyun shouted. Suddenly, 3 spatial palms condensed behind the 3 and slammed down. Instantly, the 3 fainted on the ground. "Sorry, I have something to do. I can't go with you." Qinyu settled the 3 in his room and set up a restriction to prevent them from being killed. Then, he activated the power of the night-winged wolf bloodline in his body. His body turned black and his aura disappeared, completely blending into the darkness. "Yin tribe?" After Qinyu left the room, he heard a lot of words and learned the enemy's identity. At first, he did not pay much attention. But suddenly, Qinyu remembered, among the 6 sovereign clans of the Great Cosmos Realm, isn't there a family called the Yin tribe? The Great Cosmos Realm had 6 powerful clans. They had existed since the Middle Ages and had even produced mysterious Dark Realm sovereigns. They were also known as sovereign clans. Among them, Ho Chen at the God of Cookery feast was from one of the sovereign clans. If this Yin tribe is really one of the 6 sovereign clans, then where did the Meng family village come from? Qinyu was slightly shocked. He had already overestimated the Meng family village. At this moment, he realized that the other party was even more extraordinary than he had imagined. Without thinking too much, Qinyu sneaked into the village chief's room. The layout of the room was very simple. Qinyu wanted to search, but he did not know where to start. Suddenly, rumbling sounds came from the fog not far away. From the power and energy fluctuations of the battle, it seemed that there was a battle between half-step kings. "Looks like the enemy is very strong. I hope they can get through this," Qinyu thought. Not long after, a group of figures flew back. The Meng family village chief's face was pale, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The rest of his followers were also injured. "Village chief." The group was anxious as they went to greet him. At this moment, the power of the array rippled from all directions. A layer of dark purple light patterns quickly intertwined and surrounded the entire village. A gloomy and desolate aura surged over from all directions, causing everyone in the village to involuntarily shiver. "Haha, Meng Jiang, I didn't expect you to be hiding here." Outside the formation, a linen-clothed old man laughed out loud. His cold eyes looked into the formation. "Yin Changshan." The village chief, Meng Jiang, gritted his teeth and said with hatred. "You guys have nowhere to go. Why don't you surrender now? I can give you guys a quick death. I'll let you guys die early." The old man, Yin Changshan, had a mocking smile on his face. "They are all people who are about to die. Why are you talking so much with them? Open the array." Not far away, a lady in red gave the order with a cold face. Yin Changshan shook his head slightly. He felt that the lady in red was too boring. Torturing and toying with the enemy was much more interesting than killing them. However, the lady was also half-step star condensation realm. Her status was the same as his, so he was too lazy to argue. Boom, the array was instantly opened. A cold and desolate aura descended from the sky, plunging the entire village into darkness. Everyone felt their bodies go cold. Their blood turned cold, and their vitality slowly faded. Kill. At a certain moment, in the gloomy and cold mist, a skeletal figure dressed in a black robe charged out. Leave no one alive. On the other side, 2 ghost corpses with mangled faces gave off a torrential ghostly aura as they flew over. In an instant, countless ghost corpses appeared and started fighting with the people in the village. "This is the life-extinguishing soul lock array." The village chief's expression trembled. "This is to kill all of us and enslave our souls to become their ghost servants. I'll kill you all." The Meng village fell into chaos. At this moment, a muscular man came to the village chief's side. "That outsider is gone. Xiaoyun, Xiao Guang, and Xiao Yong are all unconscious in his room." As soon as he said this, angry voices came from all directions. "That kid must be from the Yin tribe. He exposed our tracks. If I knew this would happen, I would have killed him back then." The village chief frowned and asked anxiously, "Are Xiaoyun and the rest all right?" "They're fine. They just fainted." The village chief heaved a sigh of relief. If Qinyu was really from the Yin tribe, he would definitely kill the three of them. At this moment, the Meng village was in grave danger. He couldn't care less about the outsider. At this moment, in the sky above the array, the old man in plain clothes came through the array and floated down. With a wave of his sleeve, a cold ghost chi filled the air. 3 ghost corpses with ghost chi roared and charged out. Meng Jiang, these 3 were once from your Meng tribe. From today onwards, you will also become one of them. Xianxia let out an evil laugh. Whoosh, the village chief, Meng Jiang, shot into the sky. His body emitted a dazzling white light as he fought with the old man in plain clothes. Although he was injured, Xianxia was a half-step star condensation realm expert. Only he could deal with him. Summon the holy relic and kill the enemy. The village chief's voice came from the ghost chi. Summon the holy relic. The people in the village shouted. An old man in plain clothes with a higher seniority in the village immediately returned to the village chief's residence. At this moment, Yu was searching the village chief's room, but to no avail. He was also paying attention to the battle outside. He could see that the Meng village was in a bad situation. Yu had already confirmed that the enemy was the Yin tribe of the 6 Middle Ancient clans. Otherwise, how could they gather 2 half-step star condensation realm experts and so many Konghai elites? Moreover, they specialized in the ancient Soul Dao and had extraordinary strength. Facing such a lineup, even if Yu helped, it would be useless. Suddenly, an old man in plain clothes flew into the village chief's room. Yu immediately blended into the darkness. The old man in plain clothes came to the village chief's room. He formed a seal and opened a secret underground passage. There's a secret passage. Yu dashed out and followed in. The old man in plain clothes entered the secret underground chamber and solemnly took a bronze mirror from the stone platform. Yu hid in the darkness and watched as the old man in plain clothes carried the bronze mirror and walked past him. At this moment, the bronze mirror rippled with a layer of white light. The brightness of the light caused the old man in plain clothes to be slightly stunned. He did not know what was going on. The black-robed old man looked at the holy item that was emitting an intense white light. He was slightly stunned, not understanding what was going on. He did not have much contact with holy artifacts, but he knew that it was impossible for a holy artifact to produce such a phenomenon for no reason. The holy artifact has its own spirit. Perhaps it sensed that the Meng clan is in trouble. The old man did not think too much about it and left the place with the bronze mirror. After the old man left, Yu appeared from the darkness. A jade pendant appeared in his hand, emitting an unusually bright glow as it floated in the air, pointing in the direction of the holy artifact. Could it be that the clue to my identity is related to the bronze mirror? Yu murmured. The bronze mirror was the holy artifact of the Meng clan. As an outsider, Yu could not simply touch it. Secondly, he could not take away the holy artifact when the Meng clan was in danger, as it would be equivalent to harming the entire Meng clan. I wonder if there are any other clues here. Yu glanced at the secret chamber and walked down. The layout of the secret chamber was simple. The most eye-catching thing was the portraits hanging on the walls. Although they were all people in the paintings, the artists were extremely skilled. The people in the paintings were vivid and lifelike. With just a glance, one could feel the artistic conception and the aura of an expert from the people in the paintings. The people in the paintings must be experts with extraordinary strength. From this, one could tell that the Meng clan was not simple. As Yu scanned through the room, his gaze unconsciously stopped on the portrait at the center of the room. It was said that people who looked similar to themselves would have a favorable impression of them. At this moment, when Yu saw the middle-aged man in the portrait, he felt a sense of familiarity. The middle-aged man wore a blue robe and had a stern expression. His facial features were sharp and his eyes were like the night sky, deep and boundless. Yu did not think too much about it. There were many people who looked similar to him in this world. His gaze involuntarily fell on the 4 large words next to the portrait. Royal Sky Ruler. Yu blurted out in astonishment. Who would have thought that there would be a portrait of the Royal Azure Dynasty sovereign in the secret place of the Meng clan's village chief? Could it be that the Meng clan was related to the Royal Azure Dynasty sovereign? His spiritual awareness carefully scanned and did not find anything else, so Yu left the place. Outside, the battle was extremely fierce. Haha, Meng Jiang, how long can you hold on in your current state? The cloth-clothed old man, Xianxia, laughed out loud. A powerful wave of soul power rippled from his body as he controlled the 3 ghost corpses to fight the village chief. Among the 3 ghost corpses, 2 were at the peak late-stage Void Sea realm, while the 3rd was at the late-stage Void Sea realm. However, these 3 ghost corpses' battle prowess had increased in the life-extinguishing soul lock formation. On the other hand, village chief Meng Jiang had been knocked back by Xianxia and the other red-robed lady when he tried to break out of the encirclement. He was severely injured and could only bring out 60 to 70% of his strength. In addition to the effect of the formation on village chief, it caused the life force in his body to continuously flow away, causing his condition to deteriorate. Xianxia did not need to go all out to slowly toy with village chief to death. The village chief's face was gloomy and he kept his mouth shut. He could also see that their chances of winning were low. However, as long as there was hope, he would fight to the end and fight for that slim chance of survival. If he was captured by the Yin race, he would rather die fighting here. The Yin race had a long history, and they even had the ancient cultivation method of the Soul Dao. Their secret techniques were strange and unpredictable. They could summon and refine souls, and they could also attack souls. They would refine the Meng race members into ghost corpses or ghost servants, forever becoming their slaves. At this moment, sacred item, activate. On a stone platform in the village, 6 people formed a formation and poured their power into a circular bronze mirror. The surface of the ordinary bronze mirror suddenly shone with a white luster. The white light spread, and the mirror instantly turned pure white. In an instant, a wave of white light spread out like ripples on water. This pure light caused the power of the life-extinguishing soul lock formation to weaken. Attack! The black-clothed old man shouted. The 6 people activated their bloodline power and poured their true yuan into the bronze mirror, and the light became brighter. A ray of pure white light shot out from the mirror and pierced through the darkness, causing the cold ghost chi to dissipate. Help village chief to kill the enemy. The 6 people controlled the sacred item and helped village chief to deal with Xianxia. The surface of the mirror shone brightly. At a certain moment, whoosh, a blinding light pierced through everything and shot out. Damn it! Xianxia's expression changed slightly. The aura from the white light made him feel disgusted. He immediately controlled the late-stage Void Sea Realm Ghost Corpse to block in front of him. At the same time, he used a secret technique, causing the Ghost Corpse to emit terrifying ghost chi and form a pitch-black whirlpool. Bang bang, a dazzling and pure radiance shone down upon them. In an instant, the pitch-black whirlpool was pierced through, and the white light shot toward Xianxia. Xianxia's expression changed. He took out a talisman paper and activated a layer of dark talisman scripts, forming a wall that blocked the blinding light. Damn it, I lost a ghost corpse, and I still can't block its power. Xianxia cursed angrily. Outside the life extermination soul lock array, the lady in red raised her eyebrows. This item contains the power of the Meng tribe's ancestor. It's a treasure. The lady in red's gaze landed on the pure white mirror, and she revealed a trace of interest. She was originally in charge of the life extermination soul lock array, but now she handed this task over to the other Yin tribe members. Buzz, the lady in red passed through the array and landed. She waved her hand, and 2 white-clothed female ghosts with seductive makeup appeared. They screamed and charged toward the 6 people controlling the holy artifacts. If these people work together, they can make this mirror unleash the attack of a half-step star condensation realm. The lady in red thought of a countermeasure. She was also a half-step star condensation realm, but the mirror's power could suppress her to a certain extent. Moreover, the mirror also emitted the aura of the Meng tribe's ancestor, which made the lady in red not dare to fight it head-on. Ghost, die. The 6 people controlled the sacred item and unleashed round after round of attacks. However, the lady in red hid behind the scenes and used the 2 female ghosts to fight. Hee, the power of a half-step star condensation realm can't be used so easily. Let's see how long the 6 of you can last. The red-clothed woman who was hiding in the dark sneered. At this moment, Jinyu walked out of the village chief's house. This sacred item can unleash the power of a half-step star condensation realm, and it doesn't seem to be its limit. Qinyu looked at the pure white mirror. Given the current situation, the Meng family village still had some hope. If that's the case, I'll give them a hand. If I succeed, I can borrow their sacred item to take a look. Qinyu made up his mind. Moreover, during the 20 days he had been in the village, they had treated him quite well. Qinyu recalled the bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf and put on a cloak. Helping the Meng family village meant going against the Yin tribe, one of the 6 emperor clans. It was better not to let them know his identity. Whoosh, he immediately rushed out and approached the brawny man who was fighting with a skeleton. Bang, he threw a punch as fast as lightning. The skeleton couldn't dodge and was smashed into pieces. The brawny man looked at the mysterious cloaked man in front of him with a dazed expression. He was obviously confused about Qinyu's identity. There are too many ghosts. Qinyu glanced around. It was easy to hurt the people of the Meng family village if he used a wide-range attack. So, Qinyu stabbed the 9-bone demon spirit sword into the ground. He closed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense and the power of the will of space. With Qinyu's current understanding of the will of space, the power of the will of space could cover a radius of 700 zhang. At a certain moment, Qinyu crazily injected his true essence into the bone sword. Suddenly, a pitch-black, sinister-looking bone spike shot out from the ground without any warning and pierced through a fiend ghost. At the same time, pitch-black bone spikes rose from the ground one after another from all directions, killing ghost servants and ghost corpses one after another. In an instant, Qinyu cleared the area of the enemies around him, and the sounds of battle in the vicinity immediately decreased, making the place even more quiet. What's going on? Who did this? Both sides were shocked, and they looked around to find the culprit of the scene. Even the 2 half-step star condensation realm cultivators of the Yin tribe were alarmed. It seems that although the Meng family has been hiding from us all these years, you haven't slacked off. Yin Changshan said coldly. He did not take it to heart. As long as the Meng family did not have any other half-step star condensation realm cultivators, the situation would not change. It's him. The brawny man who had been saved by Qinyu exclaimed. He couldn't imagine that the mysterious cloaked man had killed at least 100 enemies in such a short period of time. At the same time, he had many questions. Who was this mysterious cloaked man? Why did he help the Meng family village? At the same time, Qinyu had also attracted the hatred of many Yin tribe members. Many ghost corpses and ghosts pounced on him. Get lost. As Qinyu waved his fists and legs, a layer of pitch-black demonic light swept out and swept away everything. Ah! Screams filled the air as all the enemies that approached Qinyu were annihilated like dried weeds. The scene caused many of the Yin tribe's people to be greatly shocked, as they felt their hearts aching. Those ghost corpses had been refined and raised for a long time. It was not easy to get them. A man in a blue robe flew out from the Yin tribe. He looked at Qinyu arrogantly. You're not from the Meng family? Why are you helping these traitors? It's none of your business. Qinyu snorted coldly. You're courting death. The man in the blue robe had a cold expression. From what had happened just now, he could tell that Qinyu was extremely powerful. Normal attacks would not be able to do anything to him. Ignorant person, I'll show you the Yin tribes. Soul attack secret technique. The man in the blue robe had a ferocious expression. A powerful soul force surged out from his soul. The souls of the people around him shivered as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. They all moved away. Many ghosts were like mice that had seen a cat. They all ran away in panic. In that instant, the area around the man in the blue robe became empty. This is the Yin tribe's strongest cultivation technique, Ice Thought Ice Soul technique. I didn't expect Yin Wei to have mastered it. As expected of a genius of the Yin tribe. If he were to compete for the Heaven's Pride ranking, he would at least be in the top 5, maybe even the top 3. Many Yin tribe members' gazes landed on the man in the blue robe with envy. Then, they looked at Qinyu with pity. The Yin clan of the 6 sovereign clans had a long history. The clan had ancient soul path cultivation methods. Some of the soul path's secret arts were extremely powerful, making it hard to defend against them. It was an honor for the mysterious cloaked man to die to the Yin tribe's soul attack secret technique. With the man in a blue robe as the center, an invisible cold soul power rippled out. Many members of the Yin tribe in Qinyu, who were far away, felt their souls shiver as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. Yin tribe, ancient soul doctrine? It's indeed extraordinary. Qinyu felt the cold soul power and thought to himself. The next moment, he turned into a dark shadow and dashed toward the man in a blue robe. Haha, this man is really stupid. How can his speed compare to the secret soul attack? I thought he would turn around and run away. That would be a wise move. I didn't expect him to approach Wei. The members of the Yin tribe around all wore mocking expressions, waiting for the man in a blue robe to kill Qinyu instantly. Cold soul stab. The man in a blue robe focused his eyes and the soul power above his head turned into a blue ice thorn. Swish, the void twisted and the blue ice thorn shot out and hit Qinyu in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, a dark purple orb appeared in front of the dark blue icicle. A layer of dark purple ripples surged from it, forming a defensive light membrane. The extreme cold soul power emanating from the dark blue thorn of light was blocked by this layer of dark purple ripples. It's the soul fixation pearl. I didn't expect this man to have such a soul defense treasure. No wonder he is so fearless. The people around exclaimed. The man in a blue robe's face suddenly darkened. His soul attack couldn't kill the mysterious cloaked man in front of him in an instant. However, the soul fixation pearl only had a defensive function. The opponent could only defend passively and couldn't break his soul attack. However, at that moment, inside the soul fixation pearl, a dark purple cold flame soared up. The moment the flame appeared, the dark blue ice thorn was touched by the flame, and its power was weakened a little. How is this possible? How can the soul fixation pearl be offensive? The man in a blue robe's expression changed greatly. He couldn't believe it. Moon sword finger, Qinyu pointed a finger in the air. Inside the soul fixation pearl, purple flames condensed and turned into a ball of dark purple light, shooting out. Now, Qinyu's Taiyin sword finger had reached the advanced level. Combined with the Yin attribute flame in the soul fixation pearl, its power was even greater. Poof, the Taiyin sword finger was released from the soul fixation pearl, penetrating the blue ice thorn and shattering it. This finger technique was a material attack, but the power of the Yin flame hidden in the soul fixation pearl, under the long-term nourishment of the soul fixation pearl, had the ability to hurt the soul. Therefore, the Taiyin sword finger could also affect the soul. In the dark night, a dark purple arc of light suddenly attacked like a cold venomous snake. Wherever it passed, everything would freeze and shatter. Not good. Sensing the power of Qinyu's attack, the blue-robed man was shocked. However, it was difficult for him to determine the trajectory of Qinyu's attack, and he felt that it would be difficult to dodge. At the critical moment, the blue-robed man reacted quickly and mobilized a ghost corpse to block in front of him. Since it was difficult to dodge, he would use a shield to block the opponent's attack. This towering ghost corpse was the strongest ghost corpse he had. Its cultivation had reached the late stage of the empty sea state, and it had practiced some body-refining techniques before its death, so its defense was excellent. Poof, the power of the Taiyin sword finger pierced through the surface of the ghost corpse's body and entered its body. The blue-robed man wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He could clearly sense the state of this ghost corpse. If that finger had landed on him, he would probably have been killed. At this time, Qinyu's figure rapidly approached, and he threw a punch. Block it. The blue-robed man quickly retreated and ordered his ghost corpse to block Qinyu. In the dark night, there seemed to be a huge meteorite falling from the sky with unstoppable power. Bang, the punch landed, and the earth trembled. The tall ghost corpse, which was already heavily injured, had one of its legs and one of its arms broken, lying on the side. The blue-robed man was also affected by the aftershock of the punch and was forced to take a few steps back as the blood in his body boiled. Attack! Attack together! The blue-robed man didn't care about anything else and roared with a vicious expression. His strongest ghost corpse had been destroyed, so he hated Qinyu to the bone. He was determined to kill Qinyu and refine him into his ghost corpse. The other members of the dark race quickly reacted. Who was this mysterious cloaked man? Judging from his voice, he didn't seem old, but he was able to force a genius of the dark race into such a state. However, they had the numbers advantage, and they didn't believe that they couldn't take care of Qinyu. Let's kill him together. A few members of the dark race nearby immediately charged out. I'll use you guys to test out my new bloodline. Qinyu couldn't help but grin. There was a lot of blood stored in the half-step king realm of the blood race. Qinyu picked out 5 different bloodline powers. Desolate Bull bloodline. An ancient bloodline power suddenly burst forth from Qinyu's body, and an invisible gravitational force descended upon the surroundings, causing the ground to tremble. In the next instant, Qinyu's body doubled in size, and the dark yellow bloodline power formed a giant demonic bull shadow. Under the moonlight, his tall body formed a huge shadow of a demon bull. Pung! Qinyu stomped on the ground with his right foot, causing the earth to tremble as a powerful gravitational force descended upon the area. Everything that got close to it was affected by both the gravity and the obstruction of space. Every movement of it slowed down. Die. At the same time, Qinyu dashed forward and sent a kick flying. A member of the dark race couldn't dodge and was kicked in the chest by Qinyu. The terrifying force caused his chest to cave in, and his bones and organs to shatter. Shush! The Ying clansman was sent flying backwards, flying for a long time, until he disappeared. Right at that moment, countless ghost corpses pounced over, and countless attacks descended. Small tricks are only good for scratching an itch for me. Qinyu laughed. After activating the Desolate Bull bloodline, his power and defense increased greatly. Adding on his mysterious pattern demonic body, even a late-stage Void Sea realm couldn't injure him. Boom! 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 Qinyu waved his arms, and a heavy dark yellow storm swept over everything. Kill! Qinyu charged out, and his fists and legs shattered everything. He was unstoppable like a peerless demonic bull. In an instant, 2 members of the dark race died in his hands, and almost 10 ghost corpses were torn apart. Run! This person is a demon. The remaining few lost their will to fight. That mysterious cloaked man was simply too brutal. He had a perfect defense and a peerless physique, sweeping through everything in his path with an absolutely crushing force. The eyes of the blue-robed man, Yin Wei, trembled slightly as he looked at Qinyu. Soul Dao attacks were useless against him, and his strongest ghost corpses were destroyed by Qinyu with one punch. Many members of the dark race surrounded and attacked him, but they were also killed and ran away. Was there any way to stop him? The blue-robed man turned around and flew away. Die. Qinyu stared at the blue-robed man. This time, he had killed the members of the dark race, and the blue-robed man had interacted with him a lot. In the future, the blue-robed man might use other methods to confirm his identity. Boom! Qinyu flew out like a mad demonic bull. The blue-robed man was scared out of his wits when he saw this. There weren't any fancy attacks, it was just a simple punch. The blue-robed man's face turned pale as if he was facing a great enemy. He released 2 ghost corpses again, and they blocked in front of him. He activated his defensive armor, and a talisman barrier appeared around him. Boom! Boom! Qinyu's violent punch, which was as heavy as a mountain, blew away the 2 ghost corpses and landed on the talisman barrier. Buzz! Crack! The talisman barrier shook violently, and cracks appeared and spread rapidly. No! I'm a genius of the dark race, one of the 6 sovereign clans. If you kill me, you'll die. The blue-robed man's scalp tingled, and he screamed in fear. However, Qinyu's punch didn't waver at all, and it landed on his chest. Bang! A hole appeared in the blue-robed man's chest, and all his bones were shattered. He was sent flying, smashing through a few trees, and fell to the ground. Qinyu didn't even turn his head, and he attacked the next person. But suddenly, the situation on the other side changed. Hee hee, you guys can't hold on anymore, can you? The woman in red sneered. The 6 people who controlled the sacred artifacts attacked continuously. Their faces were pale, and they seemed to have no strength left. Suddenly, a female ghost with heavy makeup drifted close. She waved her claws and left 5 cold, pale claw marks on the ground. Pucci, a member of the Meng family village, was killed on the spot. The remaining 5 people who used the sacred artifacts to attack weakened a little. Go to hell, I'm interested in this mirror. The woman in red, who had been hiding in the back, suddenly rushed out and struck with her palm. She suddenly attacked with all her strength. The palm of a half-step star condensation realm cultivator turned into a ghostly cloud, and it came crashing down. The two clashed, and another two members of the Meng family village fell. Hee, the mirror is mine. The woman in red clawed, and a powerful suction force appeared, covering the pure white mirror. No, the old man in black roared, and he tried to resist with the other person. But the two ghosts of the woman in red didn't just stand there. After 2 rounds of attacks, the old man in black was injured. Whoosh, the sacred artifact flew out of the woman's control, and it floated toward her. The sacred artifact can't be given to her. Xianxia saw this and thought. Once the sacred artifact fell into the hands of the dark race, the situation of the Meng family village would become even more dangerous. Moreover, Xianxia was also very curious about the sacred artifact. It might contain the secret of his birth. He didn't think too much, and he immediately rushed out. Hee, you bastard, you just killed so many people of the Yin tribe. Do you think I didn't see it? The woman in red sneered, and her soul-stirring eyes contained infinite killing intent. You're too slow. Once I take this mirror, I'll play with you. She didn't take Xianxia seriously. With his speed, there was no way he could take the sacred artifact. As long as the sacred artifact of the Meng family village fell into her hands, the outcome of this battle would be decided. Faster. The power in Xianxia's body erupted, and with the help of the spatial intent, his speed increased by 2 times. The woman in red sneered. In her eyes, everything Xianxia did was futile. But suddenly, buzz, the pure white mirror suddenly trembled, and a strong white light burst out, causing the woman in red to scream. She waved her sleeves to block the bright light. When she looked at the pure white mirror again, her face instantly froze, and her red lips slightly opened. In the next moment, the pure white mirror broke free from the woman's restraints, turned around, and flew toward Xianxia. This is? Xianxia was also stunned. What was going on? He couldn't help but raise his arm, and the mirror flew into his hand. The sacred artifact was in his hands. Xianxia held the pure white mirror. The holy light enveloped his body, making Xianxia feel warm and comfortable. His entire body was cleansed and cleansed. He stared at the mirror in shock. He did not expect to obtain the holy relic of the Meng family village so easily. Just now, he was prepared to use other trump cards to increase his speed. Perhaps he could snatch the prey from the lady in red. Unexpectedly, before he could use these trump cards, the pure white mirror flew towards him. The Meng family village was in chaos. However, the holy relic played an important role in the battle. It still attracted many people's attention. Many people from the Meng family village, including the black-robed old man, screamed in despair when they saw the holy relic was about to fall into the lady's hands. However, in the blink of an eye, their holy relic had chosen another owner. How is this possible? How could this mysterious person make the holy relic move towards him? The people from the Meng family village were shocked. They did not know what was going on. The mysterious cloaked person who appeared out of nowhere was already a mystery. Now, there were even more mysteries. Only the village chief, who was fighting with Xianxia in the sky, was shocked. Could it be someone from the main bloodline of the Meng family? The imperial lord was the ancestor of the Meng family. The entire Meng family had a large population and countless branches. Only the main bloodline, who inherited the purest bloodline of the Meng family village, would make the holy relic move towards him. The people from the Yin tribe, on the other hand, were all cursing. What kind of demonic technique did this person use to steal the treasure of the Yin tribe? Bastard, hand it over now. Otherwise, you will be buried with the traitors of the Meng family. The holy relic of the Meng family village was about to be taken away by the mysterious cloaked person. This was unacceptable to them. On the other hand, the woman in red was incomparably furious. She glared at Xianxia with a pair of sinister eyes. Her gaze was like a sharp sword that wanted to pierce through Xianxia. She had a smile on her face, but her words were chilling. If you hand it over to me, I can leave your corpse intact. Otherwise, I will refine you into a ghostly corpse and torture you until your soul disappears. You don't have that ability. Xianxia retorted. Even if the Meng village was annihilated today, he was confident that he could escape this place. Qinyu spoke the truth, but the Yin tribe members nearby immediately roared with laughter. I think this kid doesn't know how the word death is written. A mere intermediate stage Void Sea Realm cultivator actually said that half-step King Realm experts aren't capable? What a huge joke. The black-robed elder from Meng village suddenly said to Qinyu, thank you for saving the people of Meng village at such a critical moment. But please return the sacred item to us. Only then can we deal with the female elder of the Yin tribe. The Meng clan's holy relic could only be used by the Meng clan's bloodline power. Although the relic was in Qinyu's hands, with Qinyu's strength, how could he resist a half-step king? Therefore, to the people of Meng village, the situation would only change slightly, unless they could get their hands on the holy item again. Qinyu studied the pure white mirror. He wanted to investigate the relationship between this mirror and him, so he did not want to return it to Meng village immediately. In the process of examining the pure white mirror, Qinyu suddenly realized that something was wrong. Xiaoqian's quintessence flowed through the pure white mirror without any obstruction. The entire mirror shimmered with a dazzling light. Suddenly, die. The lady in red struck like lightning. She did not like to waste words. Since the person in front of her did not know what was good for him, she would let him experience the anger of a half-step king. Boom, she struck out with her palm, and a pitch-black ghostly claw suddenly appeared. There was a twisted ghostly face on the palm, looking ferocious and terrifying. Qinyu, who was studying the pure white mirror, did not expect a half-step star condensation realm expert to suddenly attack. The speed of a half-step star condensation realm expert was extremely fast. The claw descended in an instant. It was as if everyone could already see the scene of Qinyu being smashed into pieces by this claw. At this critical moment, Qinyu crazily mobilized his true yuan and condensed it into the 9-bone demon spirit sword. At the same time, he activated the burning blood secret technique, igniting the wild bull bloodline to increase the power of the bloodline. The third level of the burning blood secret technique could increase the power of the bloodline by 60%. But the price was that the bloodline would be consumed faster. This was a small matter for Qinyu. He could replenish it after using it. This was not the end. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Qinyu's heart also entered an explosive state, and all aspects soared. Although he had fought with a half-step star condensation realm expert a few times, he had always relied on a stronger bloodline or the power of a Xian weapon. The golden-winged phoenix and the holy dragon bloodline had been exhausted. Xian weapons were also trump cards that could not be used continuously. Therefore, this time, Qinyu was prepared and gave it his all. Slash. Qinyu's tall body waved the demon sword, and a huge and heavy pitch-black demon slash suddenly shot out. Boom, two terrifying forces intertwined, forming a pitch-black beam of light that shot into the sky, and even pierced a hole in the life-extinguishing soul lock array. In less than a breath's time, the dark power of the ghost Dao pounced out and splashed onto Qinyu's body. Bang! Bang! Qinyu took a few steps back, and the demon bull shadow on the surface of his body was pierced, leaving several wounds on his body, and a cold ghost Dao aura seeped into his body. Even so, the surrounding spectators were dumbfounded and in disbelief. A mid-stage Void Sea realm could fight with a half-step star condensation realm? Was this a dream? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't a mid-stage Void Sea realm be easily crushed? Could it be that the mysterious cloaked man had concealed his true cultivation? Qinyu was slightly proud. In the past, he had needed to rely on a Xian weapon to fight with a half-step star condensation realm. Now, without using a Xian weapon, he could fight with a half-step star condensation realm with just his foundation and the explosive power of his heart. Although he was at a disadvantage, it was still something to be proud of. Die. The woman in red screamed shrilly, perfectly displaying the madness in her heart. She, a half-step star condensation realm, had actually failed to kill a mid-stage Void Sea realm ant. This was simply an insult to her. Those who did not know might think that she was the weakest of the half-step star condensation realm. As the red-clothed woman screamed, her two ghost servants flew into the sky, creating a monstrous ghost cloud that covered the sky and covered the sun. Swoosh! Swoosh! At a certain moment, the two female ghosts with heavy makeup attacked together. Countless ghosts came crashing down, and the ghostly shadows inside made all sorts of chilling sounds. Let's see if you can survive this time. The woman in red smiled coldly. Just now, she had only attacked casually. As a member of the Yin clan, she was most proficient in controlling ghosts. At this moment, she had used her full strength. The two female ghosts were at the peak of the late-stage Void Sea realm, but in the life-extinguishing soul lock array, their strength had increased. At this moment, the two female ghosts had joined forces to attack. Even a half-step star condensation realm would have to be on guard. Sir, quickly hand over the holy artifact, or your life will be in danger. The black-robed old man shouted. At this moment, they had gathered 6 people again. Although their cultivation and bloodline density were not as high as the previous 6, it was enough to activate the holy artifact. As long as Qinyu returned the holy artifact in time, they could immediately attack and save Qinyu. Damned bitch, a half-step star condensation realm cultivator attacking a mid-stage Void Sea realm. How dare you? Qinyu cursed. However, he had no intention of returning the holy artifact to the people of Ming village. Because of the time he had spent searching, he had already confirmed one thing. He saw Qinyu raise the pure white mirror high and pour his true essence into it. What is this person doing? If he is not a member of the Ming clan, he can't activate the holy artifact. Even if he is a member of our Ming village, it would be difficult for him to activate it alone. How is this possible? The black-robed old man felt that Qinyu was really stupid and stubborn. However, halfway through his sentence, he suddenly screamed. The pure white mirror in Qinyu's hand emitted a strong holy light. The light illuminated the entire Ming village. The bone-chilling ghost qi that could extinguish all life was dispelled slightly. The 2 female ghosts in front of the light had not even been hit by it. They screamed and retreated at the same time. Although they obeyed the orders of the red-robed woman, they reacted instinctively when they felt danger. However, no matter how fast the 2 female ghosts were, they could not compare to the light emitted by the holy artifact. Boom, the strong white light swept past and pierced through the body of one of the female ghosts, leaving a huge hole in her body. The second female ghost was also illuminated by the bright light for a moment, and her body dimmed a little. No, this is impossible. You are a member of the Ming clan? The red-robed woman exclaimed. Of her 2 ghost servants, one was killed by Qinyu, and the other was injured. It should be noted that her 2 ghost servants could hold back a half-step star condensation cultivator for a short period of time. Moreover, the red-robed woman had always thought that the mysterious cloaked man was an outsider. Otherwise, there would be no need for him to hide his identity. Because of this, the red-robed woman was caught off guard when the holy artifact fell into Qinyu's hands. That was why she was hit. Unexpectedly, Qinyu was a member of the Ming clan. As a member of the Ming clan, was there a need for him to wear a cloak to hide his identity? Wasn't this a trap? A member of the Ming clan? Qinyu had a guess about his identity. Now was not the time to think too much. It was more important to defeat the enemy. Shoot. Qinyu poured his true essence into the pure white mirror again and aimed it at the red-robed woman. Suddenly, a dazzling white light shone out, piercing through all the darkness. The consumption of this holy artifact was slightly better than that of a profound artifact. It only used about 20% of the true essence. However, it still used something from Qinyu. It was his blood. He could feel that his own blood was gradually decreasing, and his performance was declining. It can still be used? The red-robed woman was startled. Didn't the 6 people from the Ming village use it at the same time? Why didn't the cloaked man play by the rules? She didn't dare to take the attack head-on, so she could only dodge. Whoosh! The red-robed woman quickly retreated. She waved her sleeves, forming layers of ghost clouds to block Qinyu's attack. Crazy woman, where do you think you're going? Qinyu roared and used the power of the pure white mirror again. A bright light shot out. The crowd was completely dumbfounded, standing on the spot in a daze. A half-step star condensation monarch from the Yin tribe was being chased by a mid-stage Void Sea realm cultivator. Crazy bitch, don't run. Qinyu chased after the woman in red and kept on cursing. If it was in the past, the red-clothed woman would definitely have cursed the person who insulted her, cut him into 1,000 pieces, pulled out his tendons, and skinned him alive. But now, she could only run and hide. Qinyu unleashed his full speed, making it impossible for the woman in red to get rid of him in a short amount of time. She was chased and cursed, not daring to fight back. This scene caused both friend and foe to gasp. Their minds were shaken, and they were dumbfounded. This person is from the Meng tribe? Who is he? The people of the Meng family village were even more curious about Qinyu's identity. In their hearts, they had already regarded Qinyu, who could activate the holy relic, as a member of the main Meng tribe. Thinking about this, they respected Qinyu even more. Haha, this is great. The village chief suddenly saw hope. He let out a laugh and his aura returned. Where did this guy come from? Yin Changshan's expression was dark. At the start of the battle, there was no Qinyu. He had suddenly appeared in the middle of the battle and continuously attacked the Yin clan. Bastard, let's see how many times you can activate it. The woman in red clenched her teeth and cursed. Once Qinyu could no longer activate the Meng family village's holy relic, it would be time for her to fight back. At that time, she would let Qinyu know how pitiful it was to humiliate her. Just as the woman in red was thinking about this, suddenly, Qinyu put away the pure white mirror and returned to the village. Here's my chance. The woman in red was overjoyed. She immediately turned around and attacked like a ghost. Die. Her claws danced in the air as ghostly aura filled the air. Suddenly, two ghostly claws broke out from within, bringing with them a chilling deathly aura. You don't know what's good for you. I let you go, but you still want to die. Qinyu suddenly turned around and smirked. With his previous condition, he could only activate the holy relic 4 times. It would be difficult for him to kill the woman in red. Therefore, after using it 3 times in a row, Qinyu pretended to be unable to continue activating it and retreated. In fact, in the eyes of outsiders, it was unbelievable that Qinyu could activate the holy artifact alone. He pretended that he had reached his limit and could no longer activate it. It could be said that everyone present had been fooled. No. You bastard, how dare you lie to me? When the red-clothed woman saw Qinyu's expression, she had a bad feeling and screamed. At this moment, boom, the pure white mirror in Qinyu's hand shone with a dazzling, pure, and flawless radiance. Rumble, wherever this light passed, all the darkness was dispelled. The 2 ghastly white bone claws collapsed like rotten wood. In the next moment, the beam of light hit the woman in red's chest and sent her flying several dozen feet away. Ah, a miserable and heart-wrenching scream rang out, displaying the woman's pain, as well as the anger and unwillingness in her heart. On her graceful body, her chest was scorched black by the light. It was a ghastly sight. The woman in red's pale face was filled with cold murderous intent. I don't believe that you can use it a 5th time. Just now, she thought that Qinyu had reached his limit and was caught off guard. This time, even if Qinyu could activate the holy relic again, she was confident that she could retreat. At least, she would not be injured like before. Moreover, if Qinyu was really at his limit, he would be at his weakest and most vulnerable. Qinyu could not activate it a 5th time. He was even a little strained by the 4th time, and its power was only 80% of the previous time. However, he could not activate it alone, so he could find help from others. Everyone, lend me a hand. Let's kill this crazy woman. Qinyu shouted. As soon as he said this, many people in the Meng village reacted and rushed over. Quick! The elder in black yelled and dashed out. The formation was instantly formed, and the power of bloodline and true yuan was transferred into Qinyu's body. You're bullying me with numbers. The woman in red froze for a moment. She, who had just charged toward Qinyu, immediately stopped. She was so angry that her entire body was trembling. However, what responded to her was the bright light from the holy relic of the Meng village. With Qinyu as the leader, coupled with the bloodline and true yuan of the Meng clan, the holy relic's power was unprecedentedly strong. Even a star condensation king would be shocked by this attack. Boom, the bright white light was like a giant pillar of light that pierced through the night and headed towards the woman in red. She felt chills all over her body, and her heart raced. She burnt her half-step true yuan and turned into a dark red shadow as she retreated. At the same time, giant white bone claws appeared in front of her, forming a bone wall as a defense. Boom, but wherever that resplendent white light passed through, everything was crushed like dried weeds and rotten wood. Ah! A scream was heard as one of the woman's arms was shattered. The wound was charred black and smoke was coming out of it. As a result, most of the half-step star condensation realm cultivators of the Ing tribe were completely suppressed. Facing the attack of the holy relic, the woman in red had no way of defending herself. If she continued to fight, she might even die. Unless Xianxia could kill the village chief in a short time, the Ing tribe would have lost this battle. Retreat. The woman in red sent a message to Xianxia. Hold them off a little longer. Once I kill Mengjiang, we'll win. Xianxia replied quickly. However, the woman in red ignored Xianxia's words and retreated immediately. She was too aggrieved in this battle. The holy relic that was in her hands was taken away by Qinyu. Then, she was chased by Qinyu, who could use the holy relic's power. Then, she was tricked by Qinyu and was heavily injured. Finally, she was heavily injured again under the combined attack of the main clan. She lost an arm and was left with only 40 to 50% of her strength. Damn it, this crazy woman. Xianxia cursed in his heart. Once the woman in red retreated, Qinyu and the rest would use the holy relic and attack him together with Mengjiang. Xianxia might die here. Retreat! Xianxia shouted angrily. After defeating Mengjiang, he turned around and retreated. The Ing tribe left one by one. The Meng clan had the upper hand and was unwilling to let the enemy leave just like that. Their attitude towards the Ing tribe was to kill as many as they could. Xianxia, why are you running away with your tail between your legs? Village chief Mengjiang mocked. He raised a white cloud and charged over. Qinyu and the rest also chased after the woman in red with the holy relic. Retreat, retreat. Xianxia ordered to restrain Mengjiang for the time being and ordered the others to retreat. The life-extinguishing soul lock array was a treasure and definitely couldn't be left here. But suddenly, Mengjiang left Xianxia and charged towards the woman in red. Xianxia was originally fighting and retreating. Hence, he didn't stop Mengjiang when he suddenly charged to the other side. What? The woman in red did not expect Mengjiang to suddenly charge at her. She instantly panicked. Boom, the pure white mirror in Qinyu's hand attacked again. Facing the Meng family village's holy relic and a half-step star condensation realm cultivator, the heavily injured woman in red could only defend and retreat. At the same time, the rest of the Ing tribe, including Xianxia, came to support. Boom! Boom, the chaotic attacks intertwined and caused explosions. The woman in red dodged the most powerful attack of the holy relic. However, she was hit by Mengjiang's palm technique. Her body flew backwards and she spat out a mouthful of blood. In reality, Mengjiang suddenly attacked the woman in red because of Qinyu's voice transmission. Of the two half-step star condensation realm cultivators, Xianxia was only slightly exhausted. However, the woman in red was heavily injured and there was hope of killing her. Thus, the scene of Mengjiang suddenly abandoning Perpetual Shadow Mountain and assaulting the red-clothed woman occurred. Just a little bit more. Mengjiang sighed. His injuries were rather severe. Otherwise, he might have had some hope of killing the heavily injured red-clothed woman if he had disregarded everything. Now that Xianxia had rushed over and stopped him, he didn't have the chance to continue attacking the woman in red. But almost at the same time he sighed. Swoosh, in the dark night, a sharp explosion sounded. A pitch-black bone spear that was intertwined with black and red shot across the sky like a meteor. No, the woman in red felt a strong sense of danger. However, she was at her weakest and most difficult to dodge. Poof, the bone spear successfully pierced through her chest and pinned her to the ground. At the same time, the bone spear's infection ability was unleashed. Demonic will spread. The blood-glazed flame on the spear followed the wound and burned, devouring her blood and vitality. After struggling for 2 breaths, the woman in red lost all signs of life. Her eyes were wide open and she looked like a ferocious ghost. She was extremely unwilling. Retreat! Seeing this, Xianxia shouted. He didn't even want the life-extinguishing soul lock formation anymore. Swoosh, the Ing tribe fled in all directions. Because of the life-extinguishing soul lock formation, the Meng family village couldn't chase after them in time. But because of this, they obtained a formation of the Ying tribe. We won. Cheers erupted. This battle was full of twists and turns. Being able to survive the Ying clan's well-prepared encirclement was already not bad. But just as they were about to lose, the tables were turned. They defeated the Ying tribe and even killed a half-step star condensation realm cultivator. Thank you for your help. May I know who you are in the Meng family? The village chief walked up to Qinyu and asked nervously with a smile on his face. At this moment, he had already regarded this mysterious cloaked man as a member of the Meng family. Everyone else looked over as well. They were curious and expectant about the cloaked man's identity. It could be said that if the cloaked man didn't suddenly appear, they would have lost the battle. At this moment, Xiaoyun and the other two woke up and walked to the village chief. Grandpa, where's Brother Chen? Xiaoyun didn't see the cloaked man turn the tide of the battle, so she didn't have much expectation. Instead, she was thinking about Qinyu. Don't mention that person. He's a spy from the Ying tribe. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have been surrounded by the Ying tribe. A middle-aged man snorted and said angrily. At this moment, Qinyu took off his cloak. He thought for a while and decided not to hide his identity anymore. The man who scolded Xiaoyun shuddered and took a few steps back. He couldn't believe it. When the surrounding people saw the true appearance of the mysterious cloaked man, they were all shocked, and the sound of breathing could be heard. Under the watchful eyes of the Meng village, the mysterious cloaked man took off his cloak and revealed his face. It's him. How is this possible? Is it that outsider? After a moment of silence, exclamations of surprise were heard. The moment the village chief saw Qinyu's face, he seemed to have seen the portrait of the ancestor in the secret chamber. In just a moment, the village chief recovered and saw the face of the person in front of him. Previously, many people in the Meng village suspected that Qinyu was from the Ying tribe and that he had snuck into the Meng village, causing the Ying tribe to attack the Meng village. That was why they found it hard to accept the identity of the mysterious cloaked man. On the other hand, Xiaoyun and the other two didn't think much of it. During the battle, they were unconscious and didn't know anything. The three of them didn't even know that it was Qinyu who knocked them out. Brother Chen, you're here? Why were you wearing a cloak just now? Xiaoyun looked at Qinyu and asked immediately. Xiaoyun, come back. The village chief said in a deep voice. Xiaoyun put on an innocent look. She knew her grandfather. The tone of the voice indicated that the matter was not simple. She could only obey. May I ask who you are? The village chief asked solemnly. If Qinyu was really from the Meng tribe, why did he call himself Chen and sneak into the Meng village? What was his motive? I want to know that as well. Qinyu laughed dryly. His words caused the surrounding people to be slightly stunned. The village chief's cloudy eyes moved slightly as he carefully pondered the meaning of Qinyu's words. The other party didn't seem to know his identity. If that was the case, then Qinyu's actions could more or less be explained. However, how did Qinyu find the Meng village? Do you have any proof of identity or any other clues? The village chief asked. He believed that Qinyu must have found this place based on a certain reason. That was why he did what he did in the Meng village. I only have this jade pendant. Qinyu flipped his palm and a jade pendant with a faint white glow appeared. What is this? Many people in the Meng family village did not recognize this half of the jade pendant. However, village chief Meng Jiang suddenly thought of something, and his mind trembled, giving rise to enormous waves. When he had gone to the main clan, he had seen the patriarch of the main clan, the Azure Cloud Sovereign Lord. He had seen this jade pendant on him. This old man has seen this jade pendant before. The village chief said excitedly. Village chief, what is the origin of this jade pendant? Qinyu's eyes flickered as he grasped this clue and asked. This belongs to a very important person in the main clan of the main clan. If you have it, then you must be a descendant of that person. The village chief spoke loudly, as if he wasn't speaking to Qinyu, but to everyone present. It's actually someone from the main clan. I never thought that the great cosmos realm would have someone from the main race. Everyone trusted the village chief's words. After confirming Chen Yu's identity, many people revealed looks of respect, while a few had resentment in their eyes. Chen Yu saw all of this and felt puzzled. However, he knew that he would gradually find out everything later. While everyone was cleaning up the battlefield, Chen Yu and the village chief were in a wooden house, having a private discussion. "Village chief, what is the main clan and the main clan that you mentioned?" Chen Yu asked. His identity was more or less confirmed, but there were still many questions that needed the village chief to answer. But suddenly, the village chief got up and knelt on one knee. "Greetings, young ancestor." This scene shocked Chen Yu, but he slowly regained his composure. From the village chief's actions, his identity was probably not as simple as the other party had said. "Please forgive me, young ancestor. Your identity is not suitable to be made public, so I purposely hid it." The village chief's words confirmed Chen Yu's guess. "Stand up and tell me everything," Chen Yu said in a deep voice. In reality, the Great Cosmos realm originally had 7 emperor clans. Chen Yu was greatly surprised by the village chief's first words. As an outsider, Chen Yu did not have a deep understanding of the Great Cosmos realm. His understanding of the 6 sovereign clans was only obtained from some books. But in reality, the Great Cosmos realm originally had 7 emperor clans, and the main clan was the 7th. Among the 7 emperor clans, their overall strength was the strongest. Then why did the main clan fall to such a state? Chen Yu was very puzzled. Now, the people of the Meng family village lived incognito and had to hide from enemies. This was the difference between heaven and earth from the identity of the 7 emperor clans. "I don't know the details, but I know that many forces in the Great Cosmos realm said that the Meng clan colluded with foreign races and betrayed the Great Cosmos realm. Later, the Meng clan's ancestor led the main clan to the main world, and the Meng clan declined. They were swallowed by other emperor clans and hunted." Village chief Meng Jiang was just one of the many branch clans of the Meng clan, so he did not know much about the Meng clan's decline. Even what he was saying now might be wrong. So that's what happened? Then why did the ancient books of the Great Cosmos realm only record the 6 emperor clans, and nothing about the Meng clan? Chen Yu had too many questions. Logically speaking, why was there no record of such a big thing happening to the Meng clan? Maybe this has something to do with the main world. The village chief sighed. This was the second time Chen Yu had heard of the term main world. Just now, Chen Yu's focus was on other things, so he did not ask. This time, he felt that the main world was not simple, so he asked. In the vast universe, there are countless planes. It is said that the main world is the core of the universe, the origin of everything. It is the most ancient and powerful plane, the origin of all things. There are too many legends about the main world. When talking about the main world, the village chief had a solemn expression. However, it was obvious that he did not know much, as he had only heard about it from other places. Even so, with just a few simple words, Chen Yu already had a basic understanding of the main world. The universe was boundless, and there were countless planes. The Great Cosmos realm could be considered an amazing plane, but there should be many others like it. However, the main world was unique, and it was the core of the universe. Main world? What kind of plane is it? Chen Yu could not help but yearn for it. Back to the main topic. Perhaps the powers and almighty experts of the origin world wanted to wipe out the existence of the Meng clan. Because of that, all records of the Meng clan were destroyed. Perhaps 10,000 years from now, no one will even know of their existence. The village chief had a helpless expression as he sighed. This, for a moment, Chen Yu did not know what to say. The powers of the main world, or perhaps someone, wanted to wipe out the existence of the Meng clan, so the entire Great Cosmos realm obeyed their orders and wiped out everything related to the Meng clan. Just how much power was needed to shake the entire Great Cosmos realm? Chen Yu realized that he had previously underestimated the main world. So, I know my identity, but I can't let others know? Chen Yu had a helpless expression. At this moment, he realized how insignificant he was. He could not even reveal his true origin and identity. Who was it? Who wanted to wipe the entire Meng clan from the Great Cosmos realm? That's right. With your identity as the young ancestor of the main family, the moment it is revealed, some powers will go crazy and hunt you down. The village chief solemnly said. Even though this was the main family village, he did not reveal Qianyu's identity. All of this was for Qianyu's sake. Then, my parents, Qianyu slowly said. Now that things had come to this, he had some guesses. Your father is the 9th-generation ancestor of the Ming clan, the Blue Sky Imperial Lord. The village chief respectfully said. The Ming clan was an ancient clan with a long history, and the Blue Sky Imperial Lord was the 9th-generation ancestor. Qianyu's body trembled, and his heart surged with injustice. He had heard of the Blue Sky Imperial Lord a long time ago. The Blue Sky Imperial Lord was a peak genius of an era, a supreme expert that looked down on the entire great cosmos realm. Knowing that the Blue Sky Imperial Lord was his father, a trace of pride flashed in his heart. However, there were records in the books that the Blue Sky Imperial Lord had betrayed the human race and disappeared without a trace. Qianyu found it hard to accept this matter. At this moment, he finally understood why the people in the village complained when they found out that he was from the main family. Because the main family had betrayed the human race, the entire Ming clan was implicated. No, since there is someone in the main world who can influence the entire great cosmos realm and make the Ming clan disappear from the history of the great cosmos realm, they can also tamper with history and slander the Blue Sky Imperial Lord. Qianyu suddenly felt that everything was confusing. If he wanted to understand everything, he would have to find the Blue Sky Imperial Lord himself, who was also his father. At that time, he would know the truth. Oh right, who is my mother? Qianyu suddenly thought of a dream that he often had. In the dream, the eyes of the husband and wife were filled with deep familial love. This was especially so for the mysterious woman who sacrificed herself to help Qianyu become a baby. This kind of selfless motherly love that silently sacrificed everything would make Qianyu's head tremble every time. If the scene in the dream was real, Qianyu wanted to know more about his mother. I'm not sure. Your father is the Ming clan's old ancestor, and your mother might be a heavenly genius from some big family. The village chief shook his head. He had only met the Ming clan's old ancestor once, so he didn't know much about Qianyu's background. Qianyu didn't continue to ask. At this moment, he already knew about his background, but there were even more mysteries in his heart. I must find him and ask him everything. At a certain moment, Qianyu had a resolute expression on his face. After the two of them chatted for a long time, Qianyu returned to his residence. He sat on his bed and looked at the distant moonlight, his thoughts drifting far away. Oh right, I forgot to return the sacred relic to them. Qianyu suddenly remembered that the sacred relic of the Ming village was still in his hands. Although he was now their old ancestor, Qianyu didn't plan to hide with the Ming village. This sacred relic was the trump card of the Ming village. If Qianyu were to take it, the Ming village might not be able to handle the crisis in the future. However, when Qianyu's consciousness entered the interspatial storage, he discovered that half of the jade pendant was lying next to the sacred relic, both glowing faintly. There seems to be something in this mirror? Previously, Qianyu had also observed the sacred relic of the Ming family village, but he didn't find anything. But now, when the jade pendant and the mirror got closer, something that wasn't there before appeared in the mirror. At a glance, there were some lines on the pure white mirror that looked like a map. There was a white dot on the map that was abnormally bright. Could this map be hiding some secret? Qianyu thought to himself as he imprinted the map on the pure white mirror into his mind. As for where the map was, Qianyu had no idea. His understanding of the great cosmos realm was limited to the southern region. He didn't know anything about the other 3 regions. Could the map hidden in the Ming family village's sacred relic be related to the Ming clan, or even the Blue Cloud Imperial Lord? Qianyu made a bold guess. The Blue Cloud Imperial Lord's map, he thought of something else. When he was sorting out the spoils of war from the half-step king of the blood race, there was a hand-drawn map with the Blue Cloud Imperial Lord's inheritance written on it. Although the ink on the map was new, it looked fake. But it couldn't be denied that the Blue Cloud Imperial Lord's inheritance didn't exist in this world. After a night of rest, the next day, Qianyu went to look for the village chief. You guys can leave first. The village chief dismissed everyone and revealed a respectful expression. Young ancestor, is there anything I can help you with? Qianyu returned the Ming family village's sacred relic to the village chief. Thank you for your understanding, young ancestor. The village chief bowed. This was the sacred relic of their branch. If Qinyu wanted to forcefully take it away, he wouldn't be able to do anything. But now that the Meng family village was in a bad situation, losing a trump card would affect them greatly. Thereafter, Qinyu took out another map. This map is a spoil of war that I obtained by chance. Young ancestor, the paper and ink are new. The contents of this map can't be trusted. The village chief took a look at it and said, "That might not be the case. Who knows, someone might have copied it from somewhere." Qinyu replied noncommittally. In the great cosmos realm, there are countless rumors regarding the Azure Sky Emperor Lord's inheritance and treasures. The village chief sighed as he recalled a certain matter. All of this happened because a member of the Meng clan claimed that before the old ancestor left, he left behind a treasure in the great cosmos world. Because of this, there were more and more rumors about it. There were even fake clues, maps, and so on. Qinyu's heart stirred slightly. From the village chief's words, there was a high possibility that the great cosmos world had treasures left behind by the royal Azure Sky Lord. Most of the clues and maps were fake. But what about the map and the relic of the Meng clan? Not even the people of Meng village knew about this. Qinyu did not tell the village chief and the others about his discovery. After all, this concerned the treasures left behind by the Azure Sky Imperial Lord. Who was the Azure Sky Imperial Lord? The Emperor Lord of the mysterious Dark Realm back then, an almighty that shook the world. Even the people from the Meng clan's branch family could not guarantee that they wouldn't have any evil thoughts after knowing this. Moreover, there were still some people in Meng village who held grudges against the Meng family. If the treasures are real, I'll help Meng village solve their current predicament when I become stronger in the future. Qinyu nodded his head. After all, the clues to the map were obtained from the relic of Meng village. After understanding the situation, he returned to his own residence. Next, I need to find the treasures he left behind. If everything was real, Qinyu had a feeling that the treasures were left behind by the Azure Sky Imperial Lord for him. Of course, no one knew if there were treasures or not. However, Qinyu knew that if he could find the location indicated on the map, he would be one step closer to the Azure Sky Imperial Lord. Perhaps he could even solve some of the doubts in his heart. With regards to this, Qinyu was not in too much of a hurry. Regardless of whether there were treasures or not, if he left immediately after asking the village chief about it, anyone with a bit of foresight would feel that there was something wrong. At this moment, the Meng village was being mobilized to prepare to migrate. Qinyu planned to move along with the Meng village, but not in the same direction. While the people of Meng village were gathering resources and preparing to migrate, Qinyu was cultivating in seclusion in his residence. Among the spoils of war from the half-step king of the blood tribe, there were many precious materials and spiritual pills. This allowed Qinyu to not have to worry about cultivation resources. This was especially true for the Void Essence pill, which had a great effect on Qinyu's cultivation. In the room, Qinyu sat with his legs crossed. There were many yuan stones placed around him, and the heaven and earth yuan chi floated out and was absorbed by him. At a certain moment, when all the yuan stones in the room were used up, Qinyu opened his eyes. I'm only one step away from the peak of the mid-stage Void Sea realm. Qinyu breathed out a mouthful of turbid air. In fact, if it wasn't for the 4 years he spent in the Kunyan realm, Qinyu's cultivation would have already reached the peak of the mid-stage Void Sea realm. After consuming the holy dragon's flesh, his talent and potential had been greatly improved. His spiritual physique had also been upgraded to a high-grade spiritual physique, and his path of cultivation was much smoother than before. Since he was about to leave, Qinyu was in no hurry to make a breakthrough. He focused on body tempering, battle techniques, and strengthening his foundation. 3 days later, the people of Meng village had already arranged everything and were ready to leave. At this moment, Qinyu asked for his leave. "Lord, are you not coming with us?" the village chief asked. "Brother Chen, Grandpa said that you're also from the Meng clan. Why aren't you coming with us?" Xiaoyun blinked her eyes and asked. "I still have things to do, so I can't go with you." Qinyu rejected politely. "Then be careful, Lord." The village chief didn't ask him to stay. He knew Qinyu's true identity. As the son of the royal Azure dynasty lord, how could he endure and live with them? There was even a glimmer of hope in the village chief's heart that Qinyu might be able to change the fate of the Meng clan one day. Just like that, Qinyu left the Meng village. With regards to Qinyu's departure, most of the people of Meng village didn't feel much. After all, Qinyu had only stayed in the village for a month, and he was still a member of the Meng clan. If the Meng clan was still around, Qinyu's status would be very different from theirs. The war between the human race, the demon race, and the blood race and the foreign races continued. The Azure Nether realm was the base camp of the foreign races. Dozens of realms nearby were under the control of the Azure Nether realm. The only realm that was an exception was the Blood Sea realm. This realm was the base camp of the Blood race. On this day, the Blood Wave Monarch rushed back to the Blood Sea realm from the Orange Light realm, which was adjacent to the Great Cosmos realm. The Blood Wave Monarch was a king of the blood race on the front lines. His return naturally attracted a lot of attention. There was even a small meeting at the center of the sacred ground of the Blood Sea realm. The Blood Wave Monarch, who knew all of this, rejected it in his heart. As soon as he walked into a magnificent palace that was crystal red, many experts of the blood race looked at him. Blood Wave Monarch, I wonder what good news you brought back this time. A king of the blood race, who had the same status as him, laughed evilly. In the eyes of the blood race, their enemy was destined to fail. Blood Wave Monarch, did you give the humans and demons of the Great Cosmos realm a fright when you borrowed the blood race's holy relic? Another king of the blood race laughed loudly. The holy relic of the blood race was not ordinary. It was stained with the blood of the blood race's progenitor. With the Blood Wave Monarch's ability, he could easily kill a star condensation king of the same realm. When the Blood Wave Monarch heard the two words holy relic, his expression became unnatural. He had returned to the Blood Sea realm this time because of the holy relic. Originally, he had planned to wait for the blood race of the Great Cosmos realm to capture Qinyu and then report this matter to them. But after more than a month, he finally received the news that the half-step star condensation realm expert who attacked Qinyu was dead. As for Qinyu, it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Paper could not cover fire. This matter could not be delayed for too long. The Blood Wave Monarch could only return to the Blood Sea realm personally. At this moment, the words of the blood race on both sides were like sharp knives stabbing into his heart, causing him great pain. The Blood Wave Monarch took a deep breath and looked at the king of the blood race, who had the highest status in the hall. The blood race's holy relic has met with an accident. As soon as these words came out, the hall immediately fell silent. The blood race's holy relic has met with an accident. That was the blood race's holy relic. There was no blood race present who did not desire the power of the holy relic. What was going on? All the blood race participants looked at the Blood Wave Monarch. When I brought the blood race's holy relic and was about to kill the king of the blood race, some of the holy relic's power was suddenly absorbed by a human. Later, I used the half-step king of the blood race hidden in the Great Cosmos realm to capture this person alive. The Blood Wave Monarch did not dare to hide anything regarding the blood race's holy relic. How is this possible? A human at the Void Sea realm could actually absorb the power of the blood race's holy relic from your hands? How could a half-step star condensation realm expert fail? Many voices of doubt could be heard. If not for the fact that everything had really happened to him, the Blood Wave Monarch would also have doubts. At this moment, a taboo aura permeated the air. Blood Wave Monarch, get over here. Then, a cold voice reverberated between heaven and earth. It emitted boundless heavenly might, causing many of the upper echelons of the blood race in the hall to tremble and shut their mouths. The Blood Wave Monarch's body trembled. His mind was in turmoil, and a chill ran through his body. Under everyone's gaze, the Blood Wave Monarch rapidly left. He actually alarmed Sovereign Lord Heartless. The Blood Wave Monarch arrived in front of a cold and gloomy valley. It was extremely quiet, without any sound. The moment he entered the valley, he arrived in another space-time. This place was a vast sea of blood, and blood chi surged into the sky. In the center of the sea of blood, there were several demonic and magnificent blood crystal palaces. The moment he entered the palaces, the Blood Wave Monarch passed through the blood mist and the palaces, and saw a blood-red heart that was hundreds of meters wide. It was surrounded by boundless blood chi, which seemed like the gas it exhaled. A terrifying pressure descended on the Blood Wave Monarch. Greetings, Sovereign Lord Heartless. The Blood Wave Monarch bowed slightly. The huge heart before him was the blood race's mysterious nether Sovereign Lord Heartless. He was a descendant of the blood heart race, a branch of the blood race. The strength of this race was close to the royal blood-devouring race. Where's the holy relic? The huge heart breathed in and out, producing a deafening sound like thunder from the 9 heavens. The blood wave. Monarch immediately took out a silver cup. Compared to before, the blood race's holy relic's power had been weakened by at least 50%, instantly. Sovereign Lord Heartless' body contracted violently, and boundless blood chi scattered in all directions like blood dragons dancing in the air. As the giant heart breathed in and out, it caused huge waves to rise in the entire space of the blood sea. There seemed to be countless red dragon shadows swimming around. Boundless power descended onto Monarch Blood Wave, causing his heart to pound as if it were about to explode. A terrifying sensation of crisis filled him, and he dropped to his knees, trembling. Sovereign Lord, please spare my life. It is my fault that the sacred relic was damaged. However, I believe that the most important thing to do now is to find out the cause. The Blood Wave monarch spoke hurriedly, afraid that Sovereign Lord Heartless Heart would punish him first. Tell me everything in detail, Meng Hao said. Monarch Lord Annihilating Heart's body gradually calmed down, and the terrifying pressure of heaven and earth gradually dissipated. The damage to the sacred object enraged him. However, finding out the cause of the damage to the relic was undoubtedly more important. A holy artifact was a matter of great importance to the Blood clan. Following this, the Emperor of the Blood Wave explained everything he knew. A mere void sea realm human can actually absorb the Saint Artifact's power and even make the Saint Artifact approach him? Sovereign Lord Annihilating Heart's words were filled with deep doubt, causing the Blood Wave monarch's body to tremble. This is absolutely true. The Blood Wave monarch could only say so. If Empyrean Lord Heartless felt that he was lying, the consequences would be dire. Sovereign Lord Annihilating Heart pondered for a long time, but he was unable to analyze anything from the Blood Wave monarch's words. He even felt that it was all a lie. However, he knew that the Blood Wave monarch would not dare to lie in front of him. For the Blood Wave monarch, every day felt like a year. He had already said what he needed to say. Everything now depended on Empyrean Exterminating Heart's decision. Suddenly, in the distance, the world distorted, and a figure walked out. This person was from the Blood Human tribe. He wore a large black robe and held a wooden staff in his hand. His dark red eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Greetings to Empyrean Lord Heartless. The elder of the Blood Humanoid clan said slowly. Greetings, Prophet. The Blood Wave monarch looked at the old man with respect. The Blood Human tribe could only be considered an ordinary branch among the many branches of the Blood tribe, but this Blood Human tribe elder was different. The other party possessed an unfathomable power that allowed him to divine the past and predict the future. Moreover, this prophet had descended from the origin world. Prophet me, divine a person. I want to know everything about him. Sovereign Lord Heartless said slowly. Following this, the Blood Wave monarch simulated a portrait of Qinyu. Immediately afterward, he went through all the information he knew about Qinyu. Since this matter was of great importance, he mobilized all the hidden forces of the blood race in the great cosmos realm and gathered all the information on Qinyu. He only found out later that Qinyu was originally from the southern region and was a prodigy on the prodigy ranking. Monarch Lord, don't worry. With so many clues, I will definitely find out everything about him. The blood race old man, Prophet Mo, spoke calmly. His expression was the same as always, and it was filled with boundless confidence that made others feel extremely at ease and trustworthy. Fumi Xianxia waved his staff, and a dark scarlet starlight floated out. It was as if it had turned into a red sea. There were countless stars in it. Some were bright and resplendent, while others were dim. Moreover, they were constantly changing, as if they contained the secrets of the heavens. The Blood Wave monarch had also heard of Mi Xianxi's methods. In fact, the reason why the blood race could infiltrate the entire great cosmos realm and form an alliance with the foreign races in just a few decades was all because of Mi Xianxi's guidance. Sovereign Lord Heartless also paid attention to Mi Xianxia. This time, Mi Xianxi's divination seemed to take a little longer. In the next moment, Mi Xianxia, who was constantly divining with his eyes closed, frowned slightly. Sovereign Lord Heartless was even more curious about this. Divining a mid-void sea realm human made me Xianxia feel troubled. The Blood Wave Monarch also gradually realized that something was wrong. Time passed slowly. Xianxia suddenly sat down cross-legged and took out a divination artifact. His body shook slightly, as if he had entered a certain state. Suddenly. Xianxia was shocked. He opened his eyes and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he looked shocked and in disbelief. There was even fear in the depths of his eyes. Xianxia. The Blood Wave Monarch was even more shocked. How could this be? Divining a mid-void sea realm human with so many clues actually made Xianxia spit out blood. Xianxia, what did you divine? Sovereign Lord Heartless asked in a deep voice. Xianxia's divination obviously didn't go well. Reporting to Sovereign Lord, this person has an unfathomable heaven's secret. Even I only managed to divine some information after doing my best. This time, Xianxia's attitude changed a lot. After all, he had boasted that he could see everything about Qinyu. Now that his divination had failed, he had to restrain himself in front of Sovereign Lord Mystic Dark. Speak. Sovereign Lord Heartless said lightly, but it made Xianxia's heart sink. This person has a great connection with the ancestors' Blood Wave Monarch. Xianxia's words shocked Sovereign Lord Heartless and the Blood Wave Monarch. A mid-void sea realm human actually had a great connection with the ancestors' Blood Wave Monarch. Even the Blood Wave Monarch, the Star Condensation Monarch of the Blood Skull clan, didn't dare say that he had a great connection with the ancestors' blood. And Qinyu was just a human. However, the two believed what Xianxia had said. At least, there were no problems with Xianxia's divination. This person has a connection with the ancestors' blood? Sovereign Lord Heartless found it hard to believe. The ancestors' blood was the source of the blood race, and Qinyu was just a human. How could he have a connection with the blood race? Xianxia also knew that the results of his divination were unconvincing. Sovereign Lord, do you know the legend of the ancestor? Xianxia asked softly. In ancient times, a chaotic divine demon was born in the origin world. His appearance made all the races of the origin world tremble in fear. There was a legend among the blood race that the ancestor of the blood race was born from the chaotic divine demon's blood. What does Xianxia mean? Sovereign Lord Heartless asked after a long silence. The Blood Wave Monarch was also thinking about this legend. That legend was known by almost all the beings of the blood race. However, even the Blood Wave Monarch didn't know if this legend was true or false. He felt that the chaotic divine demon was too fake. How could there be such a terrifying existence in the world? One must know that the origin world was the center of countless planes, the origin of the world. There were countless races in the origin world, and there were many terrifying beings in myths and legends. Even the blood race, which was feared by all living beings, didn't have a good situation in the origin world. With this legend as the background, if we look further, this child might be related to the blood of the god fiends. Perhaps he is related to the chaos god fiends. Xianxia's heart beat faster as he said slowly. That's impossible. Sovereign Lord Heartless snorted coldly. The boundless blood sea around him surged, and a heavenly might descended. Everything is just my speculation. Xianxia didn't dare to anger Sovereign Lord Heartless. Where is this lad now? Sovereign Lord Heartless asked. No matter what secrets Qinyu was hiding, as long as they captured him, they would be able to find out everything. I'm useless. I can only divine that this lad will appear in the eastern region's heavenly South Sea. Xianxia sighed. The Blood Wave Monarch frowned slightly. The entire southern part of the eastern region was considered the heavenly South Sea. However, compared to the entire eastern region, the heavenly South Sea had shrunk a lot. Sovereign Lord, please capture this lad alive. After all, he is related to the primogenitor's blood, and he might be of great use in reviving our race. Xianxia reminded. In the entire universe, the origin world was the center, and the true stage. The blood race was also a large race in the origin world. However, under the suppression of many races, the current blood race was no longer as glorious as before. Because of this, the blood race extended their claws to more planes, plundering resources, strengthening themselves, and waiting for the day to rise. The great cosmos world was just one of the targets the blood race had set their eyes on. You don't need to remind me of that. I know that as well. Then I shall take my leave. Xianxia turned and left. In fact, there was something he didn't mention in his divination. That was the boundless fear he felt from Qinyu. It was a fear that made him feel powerless and powerless to resist. Because of this, he boldly guessed that Qinyu might be related to the chaotic divine demon. After Qinyu parted ways with the Meng family village, he went to the nearest Cultivation spiritual hall and bought the largest and most detailed map of the eastern region. Of course, he couldn't be sure that the map he obtained from the Meng family village's relic was describing a certain region in the eastern region. The Meng family used to exist in the eastern region, so this was the most likely location. Should I make a trip to the Eight Swords Sacred Gate? Qinyu suddenly thought of Yi Luofeng. Because of the pursuit of the blood race's half-step king, he was forced to separate from her, and then he encountered the Meng family village. Perhaps Yi Luofeng was still worried about him and was searching for him. They should be able to find out that the half-step king of the blood race has fallen. Qinyu murmured. In the end, he decided to report that he was safe so that Yi Luofeng wouldn't worry. What happened next involved the Meng family, so Qinyu didn't want Yi Luofeng to get involved. After all, the Meng family was considered a traitor to the human race in the great cosmos world. Qinyu could only use his previous identity to continue roaming the great cosmos world and investigate this matter in secret. After making up his mind, he took out the map. The eastern region was vast and boundless, and the terrain was complicated. The map Qinyu obtained from the relic was very simple. Therefore, the selection process wasn't smooth. Suddenly, Qinyu abruptly turned around and scanned his surroundings. Just now, he felt as if there was a pair of eyes behind him, and he had the illusion that someone was peeping into his secrets. This was his temporary residence in the Cultivation spiritual hall. Qinyu carefully scanned every corner of the room with his spiritual consciousness, but he didn't find anything strange. Maybe I'm thinking too much. Qinyu looked at the map again. Could it be here? This time, he saw a certain terrain on the map that was very similar to the terrain in his mind. Qinyu couldn't be sure, so he filtered it again and finally made a decision. The eastern region's heavenly South Sea. After resting for a night, he embarked on his journey the next day. Qinyu's previous location was in the northern part of the eastern region, which was extremely far from the southern sky ocean. It would take a long time even if he used the teleportation array in the spiritual cultivation hall. Of course, Qinyu wasn't in a rush. It would be too disappointing if he didn't find any treasures when he arrived at his destination or if someone else found them before him. During this period of time, he sent a letter to the Eight Swords Sacred Gate to inform Yi Luofeng that he was still alive. A month later, Qinyu was already close to the southern sky ocean. It was common to see demonic beasts here, so it was relatively more chaotic. Previously, Qinyu had encountered a group of robbers. However, in the end, Qinyu only robbed them of their money. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. On this day, Qinyu suddenly encountered a bottleneck in his cultivation. Thus, he decided to break through the bottleneck first before continuing his journey. The treasures left behind by the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord weren't things that could be easily obtained. The stronger one was, the safer it would be. Furthermore, Qinyu still had a lot of loot that he could sell in the spiritual cultivation hall. There were many treasures in the interspatial ring of the half-step king of the blood tribe. After that, he killed many experts of the Een tribe in Meng village and gained a lot. Because there were too many treasures, Qinyu set up a stall in the spiritual cultivation hall. Of course, he only took out a portion of the items to prevent others from thinking about them. During this period of time, Qinyu coincidentally saw someone selling the Nine-Tide Sea Origin pill, so he bought it without hesitation. The Nine-Tide Sea Origin pill could help in breaking through bottlenecks with a high success rate. Furthermore, it would stabilize one's cultivation after breaking through. The Nine-Tide Sea Origin pill was definitely one of the best pills for breaking through bottlenecks. With Jinyu's current wealth, it was a piece of cake for him to spend 50,000 mid-grade yuan stones on a Nine-Tide Sea Origin pill. There were over 300,000 mid-grade yuan stones in the interspatial ring of the half-step king of the blood tribe. Over the next few days, Qinyu sold all the useless items in his possession in exchange for a huge sum of mid-grade yuan stones. On the same day, Qinyu arrived at a cultivation ground and rented a secret room, preparing to break through to the next realm. Outside the training area, among the crowd, 4 people stopped. 2 of them were from the demon clan and 2 were from the human clan. "Boss, that kid is probably going to use the 9-Tide Sea origin pill to break through the bottleneck. What should we do?" A man with black fur all over his body and dog ears on his head looked anxious. The reason why they had their eyes on Qinyu was because they had heard that a 9-Tide Sea essence pill had appeared in the market and Qinyu had purchased it. The 9-Tide Sea origin pill that they valued the most was the 9-Tide Sea origin pill. Who would have thought that before Qinyu left the spirit palace, he planned to consume the pill? This made them have the urge to rush up and snatch it. However, this was the Cultivation spiritual palace, and it was said that there were kings overseeing it. No matter how chaotic the outside world was, there were very few people causing trouble here. Humph, even though the 9-Tide Sea origin pills are gone, the things that Kid has been selling these past few days are all high-grade goods. I'm afraid that the middle-grade origin stones that he has accumulated are at least 100 to 200,000. A middle-aged man with a mustache harumphed coldly. He was obviously dissatisfied. The 9-Tide Sea origin pill usually only appeared in auctions, but some idiot had set up a stall and sold it at a low price. Coincidentally, it was bought by Qinyu. If he could obtain the 9-Tide Sea origin pill, the middle-aged man would only need half a year to reach the peak stage of the Void Sea realm. This brat is only at the middle stage of the Void Sea realm, and he's already using a spirit pill like the 9-Tide Sea origin pill. What a waste. The middle-aged man with a mustache harumphed angrily. Inside the training room, Qinyu circulated the Sky Demon's secret pattern record and entered a state of cultivation. Everything went smoothly. He took out the 9-Tide Sea origin pill and swallowed it. Another surge of energy suddenly appeared in Qinyu's body and flowed through his entire body before merging into his true Yuan Sea. Boom! The expansion of the true Yuan Sea started to change. In the past, the true Yuan Sea was in the shape of a vortex, rushing around and expanding. However, after swallowing the 9-Tide Sea origin pill, the true Yuan Sea surged. After condensing to a certain extent, it rushed around in a circular shape like a tide. The first wave was fine, but the second wave was formed, and its momentum was far stronger than the first wave. This way of expanding the true Yuan Sea was more domineering, but after each wave, the slightly unstable true Yuan Sea would be nourished by a stream of water and gradually stabilize. It seems that this pill is for high-level venerables. If they are at the late stage or even the peak stage of the Void Sea realm, their true Yuan Sea will be more stable, and there won't be any accidents. Qinyu speculated in his heart. However, he had been steady along the way, so there shouldn't be any problems. After half a day, the 9-Tide Sea origin pill's medicinal power disappeared, and Qinyu's cultivation successfully reached the peak stage of the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. Qinyu circulated his true yuan and found that it was extremely smooth and unobstructed. This pill is indeed extraordinary. Qinyu smiled slightly. Then, he took out the half of the jade pendant and infused his spiritual sense into it. A layer of white and flawless light emitted a vast and sacred aura, enveloping Qinyu's body and mind. Qinyu felt all the pores on his body relax, and his spiritual sense felt refreshed and comfortable. After a moment, the white light on the half of the jade pendant disappeared, and Qinyu's true yuan demonic pattern became purer, and some small flaws and hidden dangers were eliminated. Just as he was about to put away the jade pendant, it flashed again, and the jade pendant floated slightly as if it was about to float into the distance. Soon, it quieted down again. Recently, there have been a lot of strange phenomena. It seems that there may be a secret near the South Heaven Sea. Qinyu was a little relieved. At least he didn't come for nothing. In the restaurant, the middle-aged man with a mustache and the others were eating and drinking, looking at the Cultivation spiritual hall opposite from time to time. This kid is breaking through the bottleneck. It won't be so fast. I'll go back to sleep first. You 3 keep an eye on him and inform me if there's any news. The middle-aged man with a mustache was going back to sleep. It was too boring to wait. Boss, that kid is out. The man with black hair all over his body suddenly shouted. Lower your voice. Don't let others target our prey too. The middle-aged man with a mustache glared at him. There were many other hunters in the Cultivation spiritual hall. Let's go. With a low growl, he left the restaurant with his 3 subordinates. They rubbed their palms excitedly. Finding a target and waiting for the right time were the most troublesome. They liked the moment when they killed their target. This kid ran out in half a day. Maybe he didn't take the 9 tides sea essence pill. The man with a mustache thought as the others quietly followed. After leaving the Cultivation spiritual hall, the man with a mustache and the others immediately sped up to avoid getting lost. Don't worry, boss. This kid can't escape my nose. The black-haired man pointed at his nose. A moment later, his expression changed. HM? The target suddenly stopped. Perfect. Let's go and kill him. The man with a mustache snorted. He had already found out Xianyu's cultivation level. What was there to worry about, however? Before they could rush out, Xianyu shouted from afar, "Who are you? Hurry up and come out." The man with a mustache and the others were stunned. If they rushed out, wouldn't they be admitting that they were monsters? But if they didn't, that was even more impossible. How could they let go of a duck that was already in their mouths? And so, the 4 monsters charged out. Brat, you have a sharp tongue. I'll teach you a lesson later. Another person shouted. Even the 2 monsters in the team were furious when they were called monsters, let alone humans. Hurry up and attack. I'm busy. Xianyu said casually. As soon as he left the Cultivation spiritual hall, he realized that he was being followed. These people were unwilling to attack, so Xianyu stopped and forced them to show themselves. Bastard, I'll make you kneel on the ground and bark like a dog. The black-haired man was the first to rush out with a cold expression. Among the 4 of them, his cultivation level was at the peak of the middle stage, second only to the mustache man. Even if Xianyu succeeded in breaking through the peak of the middle stage, how could he compare to him? Rumble, the wind was raging and the black blade-like blade danced wildly, instantly cutting down the trees within 100 feet. There were only knife marks on the ground. In the next moment, the black-haired man condensed a pitch-black giant blade and slashed out with great power. The black wind blade, which was more than 500 feet long, slashed at Xianyu's head. Bang! Xianyu raised his arm and gently waved, hitting the black wind blade, making a crisp metallic sound. Immediately, the black blade shattered and the surrounding wind dissipated. An extremely oppressive aura filled the air. You. No, impossible. The black-haired man was dumbfounded and incoherent. Retreat. The mustached man's entire body trembled. With a low shout, he turned around and fled. He felt a sense of crisis from that move just now. He knew that he was no match for Xianyu even if he attacked with all his strength. However, the moment the 4 of them turned around to escape, a giant silver-gray hand appeared out of nowhere and slammed down. Bang! The earth trembled, forming a giant palm print that was filled with flesh and blood. Thud. Thud, the mustache man's face was full of horror. He took a few steps back and the blood in his body churned. In an instant, 3 of his subordinates were crushed into minced meat. He was scared out of his wits and his scalp tingled. He used all his strength to escape again. But Xianyu was faster. In 2 breaths, he appeared in front of the mustache man and threw a punch. The mustache man's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. He gritted his teeth and took out a large blade and slashed out. Clang! The large blade and the pitch-black iron fist collided, causing a violent tremor. The mustache man's hand was torn open and the large blade was sent flying to the side. Then, Xianyu threw a punch at the mustache man's chest. The opponent's true essence defense was like a thin piece of paper and was penetrated by Xianyu. Bang! The punch landed and a bloody hole appeared on the mustache man's chest. He was sent flying and fell to the ground, blood flowing everywhere. Xianyu clapped his hands and prepared to leave. Just then, 2 figures flew over from afar. One was an old man in black and the other was a handsome man. Ominous 4? Dead? The handsome man stared at the mustache man in shock. Then, he looked at Xianyu and was even more shocked. Xianyu looked young, but he killed the ominous 4 alone. He could only flee when he faced the ominous 4 last time. Uncle Cheng, the ominous black gale death is dead. My friends have been avenged. Let's go. The handsome man sighed. However, the black-clad old man beside him walked straight to Qingyu and said with a smile, "You are so skilled at such a young age." This old man is impressed. In reality, the black-clad old man had vaguely seen the scene of Qingyu killing the mustache man. That was why he was so shocked and polite to recruit this genius. "If you have time, would you be willing to visit my clan?" The black-clad old man invited. The southern sky sea was rather chaotic. It would be better to have a place to stay. "May I know where the two of you are from?" Qingyu asked instinctively. "One of the 6 sovereign clans, the Yin clan." The handsome man knew that Uncle Qing wanted to recruit this person. He felt somewhat envious as he raised his chin and spoke proudly. The handsome man knew that Uncle Qing wanted to recruit this person and was slightly envious. The person in front of him might be even more outstanding than him. However, as a member of the Yin race, his noble status was not something that Qingyu could compare to. The handsome man raised his chin and said, "One of the 6 great sovereign clans, the Yin race." The 6 great sovereign clans were the 6 most ancient clans of the great cosmos world. They had a long history and had given birth to mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lords. Even though they had only given birth to mysterious Dark Realm Emperor Lords, the birth of an Emperor Lord was enough to change everything, allowing a small family to develop into a colossus in a short period of time. Even if the Emperor Lords were gone, who could deny that the previous Emperor Lords did not leave behind some tricks for their families? Therefore, the 6 great sovereign clans could be said to be extraordinary in the great cosmos world. The black-robed old man originally felt that the handsome man was too arrogant and had exposed his identity. However, this was also good. He believed that the person in front of him would not reject his invitation. One had to know that many people wanted to join the 6 great sovereign clans but were rejected. Enemies really are on a narrow road. Qingyu thought. He had originally thought that it was nothing to get to know these two, but now he immediately changed his mind. If he really went to the Yin race, whether he could come out or not was still a problem. "I still have important matters to attend to. I will visit when I have time in the future." After resigning, Qingyu turned around to leave. According to village chief Meng Jiang, the Yin race had special methods that could sense people with the Meng race's bloodline. Of course, not everyone had the ability to do so. The two in front of him did not, or else they would have already attacked. The expressions of the black-robed old man and the handsome man changed slightly. They were shocked. They had been rejected. Qingyu did not even ask for the specific location. This meant that he would not visit in the future. The Yin race was a sovereign clan and had many branches. They were just people from one of the branch clans. "You want to leave?" The handsome man was shocked. Qingyu had rejected the Yin race's invitation. This made the handsome man, who thought that he had a noble status, extremely angry because Qingyu did not put the Yin race in his eyes at all. "That's right. You are not giving me any face." The black-robed old man's expression turned cold. This was the first time someone had rejected his personal invitation. Qingyu was speechless. The Meng tribe and the Yin tribe were enemies. Who would go to their enemy's house as a guest? He ignored her and left. "Uncle Qing, don't bother with this person. Someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth doesn't deserve to enter the Yin clan." The handsome man snorted coldly. He had been jealous of Qingyu to begin with. At this moment, he found Qingyu to be an eyesore. If it weren't for the fact that Qingyu had displayed a decent level of strength, he would have definitely taught him a lesson. This person seems to have some prejudice against the Yin clan. The black-robed old man pondered in his heart, but he did not care too much about it. One of the reasons he came here today was to stand up for the younger generation of the clan and eradicate the 4 evils of the Dark Gale. However, they were already dead. On the other hand, the main clan of the Yin clan had come here, and the clan had sent him to receive them. Not long after, the black-robed old man and the handsome man met with the people from the main clan in a guest room. "This old man is Yin Zhongdan." "Greetings, elder." The black-robed old man had a respectful expression on his face. The handsome man beside him, on the other hand, seemed a little reserved. In front of the two of them, there were 3 people. The leader was an old man in a plain robe. He looked ordinary, but his eyes were like a black abyss. He was Yin Changshan. This time, we are here to kill the traitors of the main clan. We need your help. Xianxia said slowly. The traitors of the main clan? The black-robed old man was shocked. Since the beginning, when the few forces surrounded and killed the traitors, there weren't many of them left. The great universe world was huge, and it was too hard to search for them. Today, there were traces of the traitors of the main clan. We will not shirk from this. The black-robed old man agreed. Every time they killed someone from the main clan, they would be rewarded handsomely from the main clan. In addition, there is also a member of the main clan who has escaped. Xianxia revealed a shocking secret. The reward for killing someone from the main clan would be at least 10 times more than killing a normal person from the main clan. Xianxia had just received news of the appearance of the main clan from the main clan. After failing to kill the main family village, they did not leave immediately. Instead, they hid nearby, wanting to make up for their mistake. This was because they knew that the main clan would definitely migrate. At the very least, they needed to know where they would migrate to before they could carry out a second attack. While following them, the main clan discovered their tracks, and both sides fought again. Xianxia's team had already suffered heavy losses, and they were defeated by the main clan. However, Xianxia found out about the main clan from a captive of the main clan. It was the mysterious cloaked man who had turned the tides of the battle that night. This is what he looks like. You might have seen him before. Xianxia joked. Then, he took out a portrait. The black-robed old man and the handsome man stared at the man in the portrait. Their eyes widened. Then, the two of them looked at each other and came to a realization. They had seen him before. Wasn't this the person who rejected Uncle Cheng's invitation? You really saw him before? Xianxia noticed their expressions. He frowned and asked, "Where is he?" He was just joking. He didn't expect that the two of them had really seen Qinyu before. He left. The black-robed old man shook his head. He was furious. The handsome young man didn't dare to speak. He was the one who persuaded Uncle Qing not to waste his breath and let Qinyu leave. Unexpectedly, Qinyu was from the main clan of the main clan. Then, the two of them told him about their encounter with Qinyu. Move out immediately and capture this brat. Xianxia shouted angrily. The relic was still in the hands of the main clan. Qinyu had no trump card. This was the best opportunity to capture him. Once he captured Qinyu, he would be able to make up for his mistakes. In fact, his contributions might even be greater than his mistakes. Return to the clan and gather your men. The black-robed old man looked at the handsome young man. Then, the members of the Yin clan started to move. Before this, the blood kindred had already started to search for Qinyu. However, they couldn't find any clues. Until one day, when the Yin clan was gathering their men, a hidden blood kindred sent the news to the rest of the blood kindred. After encountering the Yin clan, Qinyu had a bad feeling. Therefore, he increased his speed and headed towards his destination. The sooner he finished his search, the sooner he could leave. I've entered the area covered by the map. Qinyu observed the terrain and was overjoyed. Today, he had arrived at the edge of the area covered by the map. He wasn't far from the treasure. Just then, 3 people flew over from his left. In the Tiannan Oceanic region, it was common for people to come and go. However, Qinyu suddenly felt something was wrong. Whoosh, he increased his speed and turned into a black shadow as he dashed far away. At almost the same time that Qinyu moved, the 3 of them unleashed their full speed. They turned into 3 rays of light and headed straight for Qinyu. Stop. Traitor, you can't escape. Angry roars came from behind, but Qinyu was getting further and further away. Among the 3, the strongest was only at the mid-stage of the Void Sea realm. They couldn't catch up to Qinyu at all. However, right at this moment, another team of 3 appeared in front of Qinyu. Hee, your head reward is mine now. The leader was a woman in purple. She had a charming face and a pair of attractive eyes that seemed to be able to steal people's souls. Scram! Qinyu bellowed angrily, and like a berserk demon, he charged forward. His identity had already been exposed. From the current situation, the Yin clan had sent out a large number of people to search him in 3-man teams. Therefore, Qinyu couldn't stay for long. He had to break out of the encirclement as soon as possible. Qinyu's terrifying demonic aura scared the two people beside the purple-clothed woman so much that their faces paled and their hearts trembled. Young people are so impatient. The woman in purple's cultivation was at the late stage of the Void Sea realm. Her soul power was powerful, so she wasn't affected at all. Her frown and smile became even more charming. Her eyes seemed to have hooks, making Qinyu involuntarily stare at them. Seduction technique. Qinyu's eyes narrowed and he blinked violently. He was already prepared and carried the soul fixation pearl with him, but he was still attracted by the woman. This showed how powerful this woman's seduction technique was. Ordinary men wouldn't be able to resist it at all and wouldn't even know they were killed by her. Qinyu immediately activated the soul fixation pearl. A dark light film formed around him, greatly reducing the influence of Madame Xianxia's seduction technique. No wonder you can resist my seduction. You have a Soul Dao defensive spirit weapon. Madame Xianxia's face was full of hidden bitterness, which made people want to dote on her. She suddenly opened her mouth and blew out a light purple mist, which instantly covered a radius of 1,000 zhang. At this moment, the scene in front of Qinyu changed. One moment it was a towering mountain, the next moment it was a lake, and the next moment it was a river. The defense of the soul fixation pearl was rapidly dissipating. The opponent's illusion technique also had a certain degree of offensive power. It wasn't simple. I can only deal with these people. Qinyu originally planned to rely on his speed to force his way out, but the people of the Yin tribe cultivated the ancient Soul Dao. Their secret techniques were amazing, and they could restrain Qinyu to a certain extent. Demonic sound howl, he activated the 7th demonic pattern, and a huge demonic head formed above his head. He opened his mouth and roared. A demonic roar that seemed to come from the distant primordial world suddenly spread out with endless domineering demonic power, forming a distorted dim light wave that shrouded the front. The woman in purple's face froze. She waved her sleeve and formed a barrier. However, when the demonic sound shrouded the area, the purple pattern barrier distorted and was about to shatter. Ah, help! The two people beside her, even though their minds were strong, had low cultivation and weak bodies. When they were shrouded by the demonic sound, their bones and internal organs were destroyed by the strong vibration. Puff! Puff! The two people bled from their 7 orifices. They lost their breath and fell down. At the same time, the defensive barrier of the madam in purple robe shattered with a loud bang. A powerful sound wave came crashing down. Thud! Thud! The woman in purple took a few steps back. Her blood and qi were boiling, and her bones were numb. At the same time, Qinyu, who had used the demonic sound howl, had completely dispelled the influence of the illusion technique, and his mind was clear. You killed the people of the Yin tribe. You're courting death. The woman in purple's face was full of anger. Her 2 subordinates had been roared to death by Qinyu. However, before the woman in purple could make a move. Swoosh, in the hazy purple mist, there was a crazy and sharp sound of explosion. Then, a pitch-black light quickly appeared, and with a frightening dark light, it pierced through. The woman in purple looked at the pitch-black dot. It instantly enlarged and turned into a beam of black light that pierced through the air. At this moment, she felt a sense of pressure and danger. She couldn't help but shiver. In the past, when she used her charm art and illusion art against her enemies, they would be captured. Plus, Qinyu's cultivation level was lower than hers. She originally thought that she would be able to take the head of the Meng family's main family easily. I underestimated this kid. The woman in purple gritted her teeth and quickly retreated. Yin Changshan had mobilized many people from the Yin race's branch families, but he didn't tell them about Qinyu's achievements in the Meng family village battle. From Yin Changshan's point of view, the reason why Qinyu was invincible back then was because of the relic. This time, they had mobilized so many people. Would they be afraid that they couldn't catch one person? The woman in purple quickly retreated, but the bone spear that was flying over was even faster. Seeing that she couldn't dodge it completely, the woman in purple released a layer of true Yuan defense. Pucci, the bone spear descended, instantly pierced through the true Yuan defense, and brushed past the woman's left arm. The bone spear stirred up a terrifying gust of wind and tore off a small piece of flesh on her left arm. There were also several shocking bloody marks. Ah! The purple-clothed woman screamed in pain. Her eyes were cold, and she looked like she wanted to skin Xianxia alive. When I catch you, I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. Then, I'll take your head. She roared, and her soul power fluctuated. But suddenly, Xianxia got close to her. Xianxia didn't think that attack would be able to finish off the woman in purple. The moment he threw out the bone spear, he moved. He decided to use close-range combat to crush the woman in purple. Boom, the woman in purple felt a sense of danger. She instinctively dodged, but in the next instant, she saw a huge pitch-black fist aura crushing over with a violent aura. She hurriedly dodged, but the attack range of a Void Sea Realm Venerable was huge. The woman in purple could only avoid being in the center of the attack. Boom! She activated the defensive armor to protect herself. The moment she resisted the remaining power, her expression changed drastically. She retreated and spat out a mouthful of blood. Such power! The purple-robed woman's entire body was numb and trembling. She was shocked. Xianxu's Enigma demonic body had already reached the peak of the middle stage of the Void Sea Realm. Coupled with his special physique, he could fight against the late stage of the Void Sea Realm with his strength alone. The purple-robed woman had just blocked one attack when Xianxu's second attack swiftly descended. Bang! 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 In the sky, numerous pitch-black and violent fist shadows smashed down like a meteor shower. The attacks were powerful and dense, and it caused the purple-clothed woman to not even have the chance to catch her breath. Under Xianxu's storm-like attacks, she could only try her best to dodge and defend. None of Xianxu's attacks had caused any fatal injuries, but as they accumulated over time, they could no longer be ignored. The violet-clothed woman's clothes had been torn apart a long time ago, and it revealed the white jade-like skin beneath. However, her skin was already riddled with injuries and dripping with blood. No, you, the purple-robed woman's face was filled with terror, and she didn't even have the chance to speak a complete sentence. Only now did she realize how terrifying it was to have a body cultivator get close to her. It was as if she wasn't fighting a human, but a primordial beast. Right at this moment, the three people who were pursuing Xianxia had arrived at this battlefield. However, looking at the humanoid demonic beast fighting the purple-clothed woman, they trembled with fear and did not dare to approach at all. Among these three people, the one with the highest cultivation was at the peak middle stage Void Sea Realm. However, he felt that he couldn't even take a single punch from Xianxia. Quick! Let's attack together! The purple-clothed woman's face was ghastly pale as she screamed. At this moment, she was already in danger. She hoped that the addition of these three people could reduce the pressure on her. The other three gritted their teeth and rushed over. Their attacks that filled the sky enveloped Xianxia. However, Xianxia acted as if he didn't see it. His eyes were fixed on the purple-clothed woman as he attacked frantically. Ding! Bang! In the next instant, all the attacks landed on Xianxu's body, causing a series of explosions and dust to fill the sky. Boom! Xianxu's attacks still did not stop. The pitch-black fist light dispersed all the dust. You, the purple-clothed woman stared at Xianxia. He was actually unharmed. Pong! Xianxu's fist landed on the purple-clothed woman's chest. The terrifying power was like a volcano erupting. No, the purple-clothed woman flew backward like a sandbag. Blood splattered everywhere, and her life aura quickly disappeared. Then, Xianxia turned to kill the other three people. Among these three people, the highest cultivation was only at the middle stage Void Sea Realm. They were easily slaughtered by Xianxia in a few breaths. Swoosh! Xianxia didn't stop at all and quickly went far away. This area was mixed with good and bad people. Many people were attracted over to witness this battle. Who is this person? He actually killed 6 Void Sea Realms in an instant. He even killed a late-stage Void Sea Realm. Too terrifying. He's simply a god of death. Right, these people who were killed seemed to be from the Yin clan. They all stood stiffly on the spot, dumbstruck. At this moment, a shocking fluctuation of heaven and earth essence energy came from afar, accompanied by a strong roar. The aura of a half-step king. Quickly retreat. The Yin clan's people's deaths have nothing to do with us. The spectators all retreated, afraid that they would be involved in the Yin clan's deaths. In an instant, these people flew over. The person in the lead was the black-clothed old man. The handsome man was also in the group. They're all dead. How is this possible? The Ying clan's experts aren't like the Black Wind Four. Is he really that strong? The handsome man sucked in a breath of cold air, unable to believe it. This kid is from the main family of the main clan, and he's so strong. Maybe he has the treasures left behind by the main clan. The black-clothed old man thought. In the eastern region, there were all kinds of clues regarding the inheritance of the Azure Sky Emperor Lord. Quickly chase! The black-clothed old man instantly roared and soared into the sky. A cold black wind blew in the surroundings as he led everyone in pursuit. There are people everywhere in this chaotic land. I can't hide my tracks. There's no way to shake them off. As Qingyu fled, he thought of a strategy. A head-on clash was definitely the worst plan. The Ying clan was one of the 6 sovereign clans. They had many branches and many leaves, and they specialized in soul Dao. I'm almost at the location of the treasures. Qingyu observed the terrain and compared it with the map in his mind to determine his current location. Along the way, Qingyu was intercepted by 2 groups. However, they were all dealt with by him with quick thunder. Suddenly, a huge purple ship flew across the sky from afar. It was 100 zhang long and looked majestic. On the bow of the ship, there was a middle-aged man in an azure robe. He had a smile on his face as if he was admiring the scenery. While Qingyu was flying at high speed, the green-robed middle-aged man looked over with a warm smile, giving off a feeling of a spring breeze. Since you're in such a hurry, you must be being chased by someone. If you don't mind, you can come and hide in my ship. The middle-aged man in an azure robe looked at Qingyu and said in a friendly manner. Qingyu was stunned. He didn't expect to meet such a kind person. At this moment, rumble, the sky in the distance was dark. Amidst the howling of the wind, a few figures flew over with an imposing aura. Brat, I was wondering why you dared to reject my invitation. So, you're a traitor. The handsome man looked at Qingyu with disdain and sneered, however, you're destined to make a trip to my clan today. Previously, he was a little jealous of Qingyu's excellence. Later on, when Qingyu rejected his invitation, he bore a grudge in his heart. But now, Qingyu was destined to die in the hands of the Ying clan. Before Qingyu could speak, the middle-aged man in an azure robe said righteously, there are so many of you bullying a junior. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? I advise you not to be a busybody. The black-robed old man's gaze was gloomy. He couldn't see through the middle-aged man in an azure robe and he even felt a trace of uneasiness. Hee, I heard that the Tiannan Ocean is extremely chaotic. I didn't expect to see you guys robbing a junior when I passed by this place. How shameless. Little brother, get on my ship. I'll guarantee your safety. The middle-aged man in an azure robe looked like he hated evil. This scene infuriated the handsome man. That kid was so lucky that even a passerby was willing to help him. We are one of the 6 sovereign clans, the Ying clan. This person is a traitor that our clan wants to capture. Are you sure you want to protect his life? The black-robed old man revealed the inside story with a gloomy expression. He didn't believe that a passerby would go against the Ying clan for a person he had just met. So that's the case. Looks like I misunderstood you guys. The middle-aged man in an azure robe's expression changed slightly and his lips curled into an evil smile. It's good that you know. The handsome man snorted coldly. Suddenly, rumble, a terrifying energy fluctuation erupted from the ship that the middle-aged man in an azure robe was on. This wasn't an ordinary ship, but a disguised battleship. There were many powerful offensive devices on it. Swoosh, swoosh. Swoosh, in an instant, the surroundings of the purple ship lit up and rays of white light shot out. Boom, a dazzling white pillar of light shot out from a round hole at the top of the ship toward the black-robed old man. The Ying clan was instantly attacked by the battleship. Hee, what bullsh** Ying clan. The middle-aged man in an azure robe's righteous image was instantly overturned. He scolded coldly and disdainfully. Eh? That kid ran away? The middle-aged man in an azure robe realized that the moment the purple battleship attacked, Qingyu had escaped. He was just about to give chase. Bastard, how dare you attack the Ying clan? In the chaotic explosion, the black-robed old man's roar could be heard. Boom, the black-robed old man waved his claws and tore a hole in the white light storm. Two ghost corpses with murderous auras followed him and charged toward the middle-aged man in an azure robe. Scram! The middle-aged man in an azure robe's expression was cold and he was slightly impatient. He waved his arm and a bloody red whirlwind swept out. Bang, the chaotic storm shook heaven and earth. Qinyu, who had escaped during the chaos, couldn't help but curse, "I didn't expect the people of the Blood Clan to make a move. They really know how to act." In fact, the moment Qinyu saw the middle-aged man in an azure robe, he had a strange feeling. Maybe it was because the mysterious heart had absorbed the power of the holy item of the Blood Clan. It was more sensitive to living beings of the Blood Clan and could detect all living beings of the Blood Clan within a certain range. If Qinyu boarded the ship now, he probably wouldn't be able to come out. The green-robed middle-aged man was not the only one on the purple ship. There were many other experts masked to hide their identities. Most of them were blood race beings that had been hiding in the great cosmos realm. They had gathered temporarily and could not reveal their true identities. Swish, swish, 5 figures rushed out of the purple ship. In terms of numbers, the two sides were about the same. However, the green-robed middle-aged man had many experts. The one with the lowest cultivation was at the mid-stage Void Sea realm. After all, the blood race had lost a half-step star condensation expert to Qinyu. This time, Empyrean Lord Heartless had personally given the order. They definitely would not let the weak go and die. Not long after the battle started, the black-robed old man and the others were at a disadvantage. "Save me!" the handsome man shouted. He was being chased by a masked woman. There was a huge wound on his chest, and blood dyed his clothes red. The black-robed old man looked at the battle helplessly. In reality, even he was not the green-robed middle-aged man's match. They were both half-step star condensation experts, but the other party had a deeper foundation and a deeper understanding of the blood Tao. "Are you going to fight to the death with me and watch as that brat escapes?" the black-robed old man asked. "Humph, if not for you meddling in other people's business, that brat would not have escaped." The green-robed middle-aged man's expression was cold, and some kind of bloody light flickered. In his opinion, if not for the black-robed old man's group, Qinyu would definitely have boarded his ship. After all, the black-robed old man had announced his identity as a member of the dark race. Under such circumstances, if he still protected Qinyu, anyone would feel that something was wrong. In reality, the green-robed middle-aged man wanted to get rid of these dark race members so that they would not continue to be a hindrance. However, it was not suitable for them to expose their blood race identities here, and they could not use their full strength. "Our target is that brat. Why don't we stop and rely on our own abilities?" the black-robed old man suggested. If they continued fighting, Qinyu might really escape without a trace. "All right." The green-robed middle-aged man agreed, but in his heart, he remembered the black-robed old man's group. "When my blood race reinforcements arrive, they will definitely suck all your blood dry." The Blood Sea Realm's Empyrean Lord Heartless had personally given the order to capture Qinyu. He naturally would not be the only half-step star condensation expert. "Let's go." The black-robed old man led his men away. "These people are too despicable, actually going against the Yin clan. We must take revenge for this." The handsome man swallowed a healing pill and snorted coldly. "I'll kill Qinyu first. After I meet up with Yincheng Mountain's troops, I'll get rid of these people if there's a chance." The black-robed old man snorted coldly. The Yin clan of the 6 sovereign clans was no pushover. If Xianxia knew that someone was obstructing them from capturing Qinyu, he would definitely not let those people off. Qinyu continued on his way. Now that he had reached the border of the eastern region, it would only be more dangerous for him to retreat. It would be great if the Yin clan could force the Blood clan to reveal themselves. He thought to himself. Once the green-robed middle-aged man and the others revealed their identities as Blood tribe members, the two sides wouldn't be able to stop fighting even if they wanted to. The other humans and outsiders nearby would also join in the battle and encircle the Blood tribe members. However, the vampires weren't stupid and wouldn't expose their identities so easily. Therefore, Qinyu did not dare to be negligent and advanced at full speed. Almost there. Qinyu observed the terrain. However, at this moment, he was slightly hesitant. If there really was a treasure, the Blood clan and the Yin clan would most likely join in. If he fought them alone, would he be able to gain anything from it? However, Qinyu was unwilling to give up on this place. The treasure left behind by the Meng clan's ancestor will definitely not make things difficult for the people of the Meng clan. Qinyu guessed. He even felt that this was left behind by the Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. After a while, Qinyu arrived before a mountain range. Ahead of him was shrouded in azure mist, making it seem exceptionally cold and quiet. Previously, Qinyu had passed by many humans and demons. However, this place was completely empty. I remember that this is the Lost Mountain Range. The mysterious map indicated that this was the Lost Mountain Range. However, the eastern region map indicated that this was a dangerous forbidden ground. Rumor had it that those who entered the Lost Mountain Range would have their 5 senses greatly weakened. Less than 20% of those who entered would be able to walk out safely. Even a half-step star condensation realm cultivator might get lost inside. At this moment, a wave of energy came from behind, accompanied by the powerful will of heaven and earth, crushing towards Qinyu. Traitor, you can't escape. The black-robed old man snorted angrily, setting off a raging black wind as he charged over. He was afraid that the green-robed middle-aged man and the others would also find their way here. Therefore, he decided to take down Qinyu first. They're really fast. Qinyu glanced at them and headed straight for the Lost Mountain Range. Boom, he circulated his physique and his speed burst forth. He even took out the golden phoenix wing and used the will of space to support it. What a shocking speed. The black-robed old man thought. Qinyu's current speed was comparable to a peak late-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator. At the same time, he could also see that Qinyu had mastered the will of space. However, this would only make him take Qinyu even more seriously and go all out when dealing with him. Swoosh, the black-robed old man rapidly approached Qinyu. When Qinyu entered the Lost Mountain Range, the blue mist instantly covered his figure, including his voice and aura. This kid is really bold. In order to avoid being hunted, he actually hid in the Lost Mountain Range. Isn't he afraid that he won't be able to come out? The black-robed old man's expression was stern, but he still immediately chased after him. As a half-step star condensation realm cultivator, his reputation would be ruined if he failed to hunt down a peak mid-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator. Moreover, as a member of the Yin clan, his spiritual energy and 5 senses were superior to ordinary people. He had a certain degree of confidence in himself. Follow me closely. The black-robed old man ordered and led the others into the Lost Mountain Range. Not long after they entered, a large purple ship appeared not far away. Lord, shall we go in? A masked man asked. Nonsense. Emperor Lord Heartless personally gave the order. Even if it's a mountain of knives or a pot of boiling oil, we have to enter. The green-robed middle-aged man snorted angrily. Then, the large purple ship went straight into the Lost Mountain Range. The large ship's performance was good, and it had a certain degree of perception ability. It also had a certain advantage here. After entering the Lost Mountain Range, Qinyu was no different from others. His 5 senses were weakened, and his spiritual sense was no exception. His sense of direction was getting weaker and weaker. He wasn't even sure if he could find the marked point on the mysterious map. Buzz, the jade pendant he wore emitted a pure white light and floated slightly, pointing out a general direction for Qinyu. This way, I won't be afraid of getting lost. Qinyu couldn't help but smile. At this moment, the Yin clan and the others charged over. Traitor, where do you think you're going? This group of fellows, they actually followed us. Qinyu frowned slightly. Since that's the case, I'll give you a big gift. He released the concept of fire. Suddenly, a heavenly halberd appeared in his hand, and a terrifying profound artifact pressure spread out. However, because of the blue mist, this aura was greatly weakened. Qinyu crazily poured true essence into the profound artifact and slashed out along with that angry shout. Even if it's the Lost Mountain Range, you can't escape. The old man in black sneered. His powerful spiritual sense caught a blurry figure. But all of a sudden, his spiritual sense was cleaved open by something and shattered apart. Oh no! The old man in black's expression changed. He waved his arms, and a black wind rolled. Two ferocious corpses blocked in front of him. In the next instant, a violent black light descended. The terrifying and oppressive aura made the Yin clan members pale. Even the black-robed old man was extremely shocked. He even suspected that the one who attacked him was Xianxia. Boom, the black flame light slashed down, and the two ferocious corpses blocked most of the power. The old man in black wasn't injured, but the two ferocious corpses were a little tattered. One of them even lost an arm, and its combat power was greatly reduced. What made him even angrier was that the two Yin clan members beside him were killed by the aftermath of the attack. The handsome man hid behind the old man in black and was only slightly injured. "Traitor, I won't let you off." The old man in black roared and chased after him. Meanwhile, after executing this attack, Xianxia flew away once more. He had used the terrain to launch a sneak attack, so the effect wouldn't be too bad. At the very least, if he faced a half-step star condensation realm head-on, even if he used his profound artifact and the enemy defended with all their might, he would still be able to block it. This was the great cosmos world, and his enemies were the Yin clan members of the 6 emperor clans. The old man in black's cultivation, foundation, and cultivation were all far above the sacred lords. Xianxia didn't go straight to his destination. Instead, he wandered around the Lost Mountain range. He didn't want the Yin clan to discover the secret of the treasure. Furthermore, Xianxia had the jade pendant to guide him, so he didn't have to worry about getting lost. Suddenly, an angry roar sounded from not far away. A large black figure leaped over and let out an angry roar. Xianxia didn't bother with it and ran with all his might. As for the Yin tribe, they ran into this ancient beast and suffered its wrath. "What's that? Damn it, fuck off." Just like that, Xianxia led the Yin clan members around the Lost Mountain range. As long as they didn't bump into king-level beasts, there wouldn't be much of a problem. Every time, the Yin tribe members who chased after them would suffer the wrath of these ferocious beasts. After a period of time, Xianxia successfully shook off the Yin clan members. "It's time to go treasure hunting." Xianxia followed the direction of the jade pendant and sped forward. "I'm almost there." However, suddenly a large purple ship appeared from the left. The array on it activated and beams of white light shot out. "Found you, hee hee." The middle-aged man in green laughed and flew into the air. Blood race. Xianxia's eyebrows furrowed as he unleashed his speed and dodged the attack of the purple ship. "You won't be able to escape." The middle-aged man in green waved his hand and a wave of blood surged in every direction. Pung! Xianxia was hit by the wave of blood and a piece of his flesh seemed to have been torn off. His vitality was quickly fading. He retreated with the force of the wave of blood. Xianxia had been targeted by the old man in black, but there was a certain distance between them. Xianxia had used the terrain to shake him off. At this moment, the middle-aged man in green stared at Xianxia. They were both half-step star condensation realm and he was much stronger than the old man in black. Unless he used the sky-burning demon halberd, he might be able to increase the distance between them and take the chance to escape. But he had already used it once. Unless he had no other choice, he wouldn't use it again. "The smell of blood on your body is not bad." The middle-aged man in green licked his lips and his eyes emitted a terrifying blood light. Xianxia flew with all his might and thought of a plan to go around the treasure. But suddenly, the jade pendant on his body glowed brightly, emitting a pure white holy light that shot toward a mountain peak not far away. Rumble, the mountain shook and a terrifying aura was emitted from it, causing all living beings in a radius of tens of thousands of miles to prostrate and tremble. "What is going on?" The middle-aged man in green felt the aura and his heart trembled with fear. At the foot of the mountain, the rocks cracked and an azure halo appeared. The mountain shook and rocks rolled down. A terrifying aura spread in all directions. At the foot of the mountain, a green halo suddenly appeared. There seemed to be a whirlpool of green water within it, emitting the aura of space energy. It was obviously a space tunnel. The green-robed middle-aged man who was chasing after Xianxia was shocked by this scene and temporarily stopped. What's going on?" The azure-robed middle-aged man was shocked. Why would a space tunnel suddenly appear in the Lost Mountain range? Could it be an inheritance or treasure left behind by a mighty figure? The possibility was high. Otherwise, who would build a space tunnel here for no reason? I'll capture this lad first, then explore the secret realm. The azure-robed middle-aged man immediately made a decision. If he went looking for the treasure, Xianxia would definitely escape. Even if he obtained the treasure in the end, he would be severely punished by the upper echelons of the blood tribe. Moreover, in his opinion, capturing Xianxia would be a piece of cake for him. There's really a treasure. Xianxia looked at the space tunnel at the foot of the mountain. After confirming this, he felt that his trip was not in vain. Unfortunately, the treasure had opened on its own, and the blood tribe experts were nearby. Shit. Xianxia suddenly felt that something was wrong and dashed out. Soon after, a violent blood-colored wave swept over the place where Xianxia was just a moment ago. You're pretty quick. The azure-robed middle-aged man harumphed and approached Xianxia. With a half-step star condensation realm expert closing in on him, Xianxia could not shake him off even if he used his full speed. Moreover, Xianxia did not want to leave this place and give up the treasure. Whoosh, Xianxia made up his mind and headed straight for the trembling mountain. Stay here. The azure-robed middle-aged man's face was cold. The phenomenon on the mountain was caused by Xianxia. Now that Xianxia was heading there, he was even more certain that this was a secret realm with treasures. Boom, the blood sea of heaven and earth surged and the power of the intent realm shrouded Xianxia, hindering his movement. On the other hand, the green-robed middle-aged man's speed doubled as he rapidly closed in. Xianxia burned his true essence and released the power of the concept of space, breaking free from the blue-robed middle-aged man's obstruction. Right at this moment, an enormous blood-colored beast that was 300 meters tall condensed within the sea of blood. It opened its ferocious mouth and pounced madly at Xianxia. Demonic Dragon Wall, the sixth demonic pattern on Xianxia's back surged, and under the infusion of a massive amount of vital energy, it turned into a huge demonic scale wall, blocking in front of him. Boom, the blood-colored beast pounced over and crashed into it. In less than half a breath's time, the demonic scale wall shattered. A violent blood-colored torrent surged out like a flood. Bang, the red torrent slammed into Xianxia's body, tearing off another large chunk of flesh. At the same time, the cold blood path origin energy took the opportunity to seep into Xianxia's body, wreaking havoc. Xianxia's face was cold. He gritted his teeth and used the force of the impact to retreat. Dong dong. Dong dong dong, his heart erupted, and his speed doubled. He was like a pitch-black meteor as he smashed into the azure halo at the foot of the mountain. In an instant, Xianxia's figure disappeared into the halo. Damn it, this brat only suffered light injuries from this seat's full-strength attack. The green-robed middle-aged man cursed. He had used his full strength just now, thinking that this move would be enough to heavily injure Xianxia. Unexpectedly, Xianxia's defensive methods were extraordinary, and his physique's defense was even more unimaginable. Under the full-strength attack of a half-step star condensation realm, he only suffered light injuries and took the opportunity to escape into the spatial passageway. The treasure is mine, and that brat's head is also mine. The green-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly and led his other 5 subordinates into the azure halo. "My lord, should we inform the others?" a masked man hesitated and asked. A junior at the peak of the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. "With so many of us, can't we deal with him?" The green-robed middle-aged man snorted coldly. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up, and he entered the azure halo. This was obviously a secret realm. There must be treasures in it, and Xianxia was also hiding in it. Wouldn't it be better for him to take this double benefit for himself? Why should he inform the others? Not long after the kindred and the others entered. The black-robed old man, the handsome man, and the others also rushed over. However, they were extremely disheveled, with injuries all over their bodies. Their hair was disheveled, and there were only 3 of them left. "There's a secret realm passageway here. That brat must be hiding in it." The black-robed old man's eyes flickered. Even if Xianxia wasn't inside, they couldn't just leave this secret realm unexplored. For them, the benefits of a secret realm were much greater than Xianxia's. The moment Xianxia entered the azure halo, his body continued to fly backward and smashed into a forest. They didn't come over? Xianxia immediately looked around vigilantly. Logically, the kindred wouldn't give up on hunting him, nor would they give up on this secret realm. This could only mean that after entering this place, everyone was transported to different places. This way, Xianxia could rest assured. I'll leave after I find out the secret of this place or obtain some benefits. Xianxia made up his mind. Of course, he wouldn't forget today's pursuit. When he was successful in his cultivation, he would definitely make the kindred pay back tenfold. Since there was no danger, Xianxia first checked his injuries. He forced out the half-step essence force that had seeped into his body. Because half-step essence force was extremely tyrannical and was much stronger than Xianxu's magic inscription's true essence, the process would cause a certain amount of damage to his body. However, to a beginner immortal body, ordinary small injuries were nothing. A moment later, after Xianxia forced the half-step origin energy out of his body, the injuries on his body had completely healed. After recovering from his injuries, Xianxia carefully flew up and looked around. It was like a paradise that entered his eyes. High mountains, flowing rivers, azure clouds, and it was too beautiful to be imagined. With a sweep of his spiritual consciousness, Xianxia found that there were many precious spirit herbs and spirit fruits nearby. Just this mountain forest alone has such high-quality resources. Just how precious are the true treasures here? Xianxia couldn't help but feel excited. In this secret realm, there were many tall mountains, and Xianxia was on one of them at the moment. In the distance, there was a green fog, and only some hazy shadows of the mountains could be seen. Buzz, the jade pendant floated up and flashed with a pure white light, pointing a direction for Xianxia. Great. Xianxia couldn't help but smile. Then, he slowly moved forward in the direction pointed by the jade pendant. He didn't know what dangers there were in this strange place, so it was better to be cautious. However, after moving forward for a while, Xianxia didn't find anything unusual. A gentle breeze blew, birds sang, and the fragrance of flowers bloomed. It was like a paradise. During this period, Xianxu's spiritual consciousness also found many ferocious beasts and even ancient beasts. Perhaps because the essence chi here was rich and the treasures were abundant, their cultivation was not weak. Along the way, Xianxia encountered two late-stage void sea ancient beasts. However, these ferocious beasts were very docile, and none of them attacked Xianxia. Some of the ferocious beasts in front of Xianxia hurriedly moved away when they saw Xianxia coming, as if they were making way. The ferocious beasts here are too friendly. Xianxia felt that something was wrong, but he was very happy. In the past, no matter where they went, the ferocious beasts would think about how to fill their stomachs when they met humans. The ferocious beasts in this secret realm subverted Xianxu's understanding. Especially when compared to the ferocious beasts in the Lost Mountains. Previously in the Lost Mountains, as long as Xianxia entered the territory of any ferocious beast, they would be enraged and chase after him. Therefore, Xianxu's journey was extremely smooth. At a certain moment, he saw an incomparably magnificent palace on top of a huge low mountain. Green clouds lingered around the palace, causing Xianxia to only be able to see its rough outline. However, the majestic aura that the palace emitted still made Xianxu's mind tremble. It must be here. However, the closer I get to the treasure, the more careful I have to be. Xianxia subconsciously became vigilant, lest he failed miserably. On the other side, the blood race and the Yin race had also arrived in this secret realm, but they were all separated. Oh my God, that is? The handsome man looked into the distance and saw a huge palace on a low peak. It was surrounded by azure clouds and emitted bursts of light. This must be the treasure of this secret realm. It is more likely to be the inheritance of an almighty. The handsome man was extremely excited. When he first arrived here, he was separated from the rest of the clan. He was a little scared. If he encountered Xianxia, wouldn't he be dead? However, he didn't expect to be directly teleported to the edge of the treasure. Could it be that this opportunity was given to him by the heavens? When I get the treasure here, I will definitely surpass Xianxia. My future will be bright. The handsome man had a smile on his face as he flew towards the short peak. But suddenly, roar! In the valley below, a ferocious wind came along with a furious roar. Then, a giant black tiger 10 feet long spread a pair of huge wings and flew out. Its eyes were blood-red with bloodthirst. This is a top-tier ferocious beast, the winged tiger. The handsome man's face darkened. This winged tiger's cultivation had reached the peak of the mid-stage void sea state, which was the same as his. The handsome man didn't escape. He fought the winged tiger. Just as he was about to defeat the winged tiger, a giant golden bird suddenly flew down from the sky. It was shining with golden light as if it was made of divine gold. Ancient beast, late-stage void sea state. The handsome man's scalp went numb. Without saying a word, he immediately retreated. However, he didn't run for long when a giant green-spotted snake suddenly rushed out of the forest. Its body was the size of a water tank and more than 20 feet long. It spewed poisonous mist from its mouth. This is too ferocious. I didn't provoke them. The handsome man used a secret technique. A black whirlwind surrounded him, increasing his speed and allowing him to escape from the ferocious beasts. Soon, he saw a figure flying over from afar. It was the black-robed old man. "Elder, this place is too scary." The handsome man was overjoyed and immediately went to meet the old man. However, he suddenly noticed that the black-robed old man's expression was a little strange. "It's indeed scary. Run." The black-robed old man was flustered as he rushed over. Behind him, there was a giant rhinoceros covered in scales and a pack of blue-furred three-eyed wolves. All of them emitted a terrifying ferocious aura. Even the half-step star condensation elder couldn't resist them and could only run away. So, the two of them fled frantically. On the other side, Xianyu's journey was smooth. He arrived in front of the low peak and looked at the huge palace on the peak. On the plaque above, the words "Azure Cloud Secret Treasure" were written. The words were flowing with green light, emitting a boundless power of heaven and earth, which made Xianyu feel intimidated. Just these 4 words gave Xianyu a sense of oppression that surpassed that of a star condensation monarch. At the same time, deep in the palace, inside a secret palace, suddenly, a green light floated around and gathered into a ball. Eventually, it turned into a green figure. He had a middle-aged appearance, a high-nose bridge, and a dignified expression. Just by standing there, he was like a towering mountain that people could only look up to. "Someone finally came?" The green figure sighed. When Xianyu walked up, the massive palace's doors suddenly opened, and an ancient aura, accompanied by dense heaven and earth yuan qi, gushed out. Open by itself? Xianyu had a face of suspicion. The journey had been too smooth, without any danger. When they arrived at the huge palace, it opened by itself. This made Xianyu suspect if there was a trap inside. At this moment, rumble, a loud sound came from behind Xianyu. The black-robed old man and the handsome man ran over in a sorry state. Along the way, they had suffered several hardships and almost lost their lives. "Xianyu." The black-robed old man and the handsome man suddenly saw Xianyu in the distance, and their eyes instantly widened. They discovered that Xianyu was completely unscathed, and he had a relaxed and leisurely attitude. The ferocious beasts here were so cruel, but did they not attack Xianyu? Even the half-step star condensation old man found it troublesome. How could Xianyu come here safely? Look at them, being chased by a group of ferocious beasts, their situation unbearable. At this moment, they wished that they had not met Xianyu, so that they would not be seen by the enemy and suffer such a miserable fate. "Hide in the palace," the black-robed old man shouted. This palace looked extraordinary. It must be the residence of the person who left behind this mystic realm. Those ferocious beasts would not dare to barge in. "Want to come in?" Xianyu grinned. A pitch-black bone sword appeared in his hand, and he stabbed it into the ground. "No, stop. You dare." When the two saw Xianyu's malicious smile, they instantly shuddered, and a bad feeling arose in their hearts. In the next instant, the ground in front of them began to tremble violently. Countless pitch-black bone spikes burst out from the ground and continued to rise, reaching a height of 200 zhang. It was like a wall, blocking the black-robed old man and the handsome man outside. "Damn it, break!" The black-robed old man cursed, burning his half-step essence force and summoning his fiend corpse to attack together. If he was delayed by Xianyu for even a moment, the vicious beasts behind him would catch up and he would be finished. The handsome man also descended into madness. He summoned 4 ghost servants and launched an attack. Pung, the wall of bone spikes was instantly broken by the two of them. "Xianyu, this old man will not forgive you," the black-clad old man angrily rebuked. He no longer had the energy to deal with Xianyu, preparing to hide in the palace. However, he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The huge group of murderers behind him retreated when they got close. The black-robed old man and the handsome man looked at each other awkwardly. Even if they had been stopped by Xianxia, they would have been fine. It was just that they were too panicked and didn't pay attention. They didn't expect the beasts to retreat as soon as they got close. Xianxia, this old man will tear you to pieces. The black-robed old man's face was slightly red as he stared at Xianxia with a sinister look in his eyes. Whoosh, however, Xianxia had already noticed that the beasts had retreated. He immediately entered the palace. At the same time, he was puzzled and felt that it was very strange. He had always felt that the beasts here were very docile and friendly. From the scene just now, he could tell that the beasts here were not to be trifled with. However, these beasts seemed to have changed their attitude when they saw him. They turned around and retreated. After entering the palace, Xianxia seemed to have arrived in another space. He floated in the clouds, surrounded by rolling green clouds, and everything in front of him was hazy. Under his feet, there was a stone path that extended into the distance. At the same time, two people appeared not far away from his left. They were the black-clad old man and the handsome man. In front of them, a stone path slowly formed. This is a test. In that case, this must be the inheritance left behind by a powerful figure. The first to pass the test will be able to inherit everything. The black-clad old man's eyes flickered with excitement. In his opinion, among the three of them here, he would definitely be the first to pass the test. In terms of cultivation, strength, and experience, he far surpassed Xianxia and the handsome man. The black-clad old man immediately moved and stepped onto the stone path, walking slowly. It was forbidden to fly on the flagstone road. At first, there was nothing out of the ordinary. However, after the black-clad old man took 10 steps, a white pillar of light suddenly shot out from the sky and shone down. Whoosh, the black-clad old man immediately dashed forward and narrowly dodged the white pillar of light. Just as I expected, this is a test. The black-clad old man smiled and continued walking. Along the way, the sky would occasionally shoot down pillars of light. The stone path under his feet would occasionally spit out shockingly hot true fire, but the black-clad old man easily dodged them all. With a faint smile on his face, he slowly moved forward as if he was already the winner. At this time, Xianxia and the handsome man also set off. Their situation was exactly the same as the black-clad old man. On this path, there would be some danger without warning. However, the handsome man realized that the danger here was determined by one's cultivation. Therefore, he felt that he might be able to win against the others. At the same time, deep inside the palace, the green figure waved his hand and a green light screen appeared in front of him. There were ripples on it, and an image slowly appeared. He's finally here. The green figure's eyes fell on Xianxia and his face revealed a gratified smile. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that the green figure's appearance was somewhat similar to Xianxia. Logically speaking, he should be able to come here without any obstructions. Why would he start the test? Perhaps it's been too long and the detection mechanism of the formation is faulty. If that's the case, then let me clear the obstacles for you. The green figure mumbled to himself and his eyes were always on Xianxia, completely ignoring the black-clad old man and the handsome man. On the light screen, the stone path that Xianxia was walking on suddenly had a gap, and then a ball of fire spewed out. However, the green figure's eyes flashed and he pointed with his finger. The ball of fire seemed to have been forcibly extinguished and did not spit out. On the stone path, Xianxia saw the true fire that was about to spit out and did not pay much attention at first. With the level of his physique, the true fire could not hurt him at all. However, the true fire did not spit out. It's extinguished? Xianxia felt strange but did not pay much attention to it and continued to move forward. At a certain moment, the sky burst out a bright white light pillar and blasted straight at Xianxia. But suddenly, bang, the white light pillar that had just condensed directly collapsed and turned into starlight spots, disappearing without a trace. What's going on? Xianxia was stunned for a moment. Could it be that there was something wrong with the stone path that he was walking on? His luck was too good. Hence, Xianxia sped up and started running. On the other side, the black-clad old man held his head high and calmly passed through the layers of danger with a proud look on his face. Haha, in terms of strength and experience, how can these two boys compare to me? I don't know how far I've left them behind. The black-clad old man looked back. The handsome man was still 500 feet away from him. For this test, a distance of 500 feet was already considered a big gap. Then, the black-clad old man glanced at Xianxia. What? His eyeballs almost popped out and he had a dull look on his face. He saw Xianxia running on the stone path in a relaxed manner and did not encounter any danger along the way. No, it was not that he did not encounter danger, but the moment the danger appeared, it would disappear. Haha. When Xianxia saw the black-clad old man's appearance, he grinned and overtook him. It was only at this moment that the black-clad old man reacted. He jumped up angrily and scolded, "You brat, you! What method did you use? This is not fair." The black-clad old man yelled in anger and grievance. You're cheating." The handsome man on the other side also noticed the situation over at Xianxia's side and scolded. The two of them had worked hard to pass the test, but Xianxia was advancing with ease as if nothing had happened. "It's none of my business." Xianxia shrugged and moved forward quickly. In fact, he was also very surprised. This journey was too smooth and he really did not encounter any danger so far. "Brat, stop. I want to compete with you fairly." "Cheating, this is not fair." The two Yin tribe members scolded continuously. At this moment, the experts of the blood race also appeared here and gradually caught up. The difficulty of the stone path gradually increased. The Yin tribe actually arrived here before us. Let's work harder and surpass the Yin tribe. The blood race and the others held a grudge against the black-clad old man and communicated with each other. Although they came later, as blood race, they far surpassed ordinary cultivators in all aspects and they were confident that they could surpass the Yin tribe. "Haha, old man, this inheritance is mine." The green-robed middle-aged man from the blood race gradually approached the black-clad old man and sneered. Looking at the black-clad old man's incomparably angry expression, the green-robed middle-aged man thought that all of this was caused by his arrival and felt delighted. "What are you so happy for? That brat cheated and ran ahead long ago." The black-clad old man snorted in disdain with a sullen expression. "What did you say?" The green-robed middle-aged man was shocked and didn't understand what the other party was talking about. The blood race came later and the azure fog was thick in front of them. Xianxia had surpassed them by too much, so they didn't see Xianxia's shadow. Xianxia's journey was smooth and he felt a little bored as he walked. Even he himself felt that this was indeed a little unfair. "Since that's the case, I'll wait for them." Xianxia revealed a smirk and stopped on the spot. In reality, he just wanted to attack the Yin tribe and the blood race to take revenge for chasing him before. After waiting for a while, the Yin tribe and the blood race finally appeared. "You guys are too slow. I almost fell asleep waiting." Xianxia chuckled. "You bastard," the black-clad old man and the handsome man cursed angrily. The blood race and the others didn't know what was going on and guessed that Xianxia might be the first to arrive here. "Arrogant, I'll surpass you soon." The green-robed middle-aged man had a disdainful expression and said with certainty. But then, they all understood. They were all dumbfounded as they watched Xianxia move forward safely as if nothing had happened. "This isn't fair." The green-robed middle-aged man was furious and roared. At this moment, the green-robed middle-aged man finally understood the meaning of the black-robed elder's words. All of them had gone through many difficulties, but Xianxia didn't have to do anything. He didn't encounter any danger and had a carefree journey. Without a doubt, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't surpass Xianxia. Xianxia wasn't in a hurry to pass either. He didn't walk quickly and maintained a certain distance from the others. This was a complete show-off and provocation. He was cheating so brazenly and unscrupulously. There's no justice in this world. The blood race and Yin race thought to themselves. They looked at Xianxia as if they wanted to eat him alive. "Right, I wonder if I can interfere with others in this test." The green-robed middle-aged man suddenly thought of an idea. They followed the rules too well, or rather, they didn't know what the rules of this test were, so they didn't take the risk to do anything. But at this moment, the green-robed middle-aged man was burning with anger and couldn't tolerate it. Boom, the true Yuan in his body burned and waves of blood surged around him. He turned into a terrifying burning blood beast and charged out with a terrifying bloody aura. The green-robed middle-aged man held his breath and carefully observed his attack. He quickly closed in on Xianxia. It seems to be able to interfere with others. The green-robed middle-aged man was overjoyed and laughed wildly. Xianxia, I'll take your life first. That attack just now was an attack filled with anger, a full-powered attack. He believed that even the old man in black at the half-step star condensation stage would not be able to safely block his attack. At the very least, he would be slightly injured. This scene was also seen by the others. It can actually interfere and attack others. The black-robed elder was stunned for a moment. Then, his eyes flashed. Why didn't he think of this in the beginning? If he had known, he would have taken care of Xianxia from the beginning. Haha, you're finished. The handsome man laughed proudly. The green-robed middle-aged man's attack was so powerful that it was enough to kill him dozens of times. At this moment, even Xianxia felt a strong sense of danger. The green-robed middle-aged man's attack was extremely powerful. Other than summoning the sky-burning demon halberd, there seemed to be no other way for him to block it. Just as Xianxia was about to go all out, pung, the huge flaming blood beast suddenly exploded like a ball of flame that had been forcibly extinguished and disappeared without a trace. The unstoppable scene from a moment ago disappeared in an instant, as if nothing had happened at all. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and he even wondered if he was seeing things. When he was sure that he was unscathed, he smiled proudly. The others were all dumbstruck, unable to believe what they were seeing. Xianxia, the cheater, was about to be erased and killed. But in the next moment, they realized that it was just their imagination. Xianxia's cheating was simply endless. There was no justice in this world. This is impossible. The green-robed middle-aged man's body trembled and he almost lost his balance. Right at this moment, a small hole appeared on the stone floor beneath his feet, and hundreds of poisonous green needles shot out, turning into a piercing green aurora that enveloped him. Not good, the green-robed middle-aged man's expression changed. Due to the huge blow, he had neglected the dangerous stone floor. Whoosh, he waved his sleeves, and blood waves surged as he retreated. But there were still a few green auroras that left several small holes on his body. The green needles were poisonous, and a cold poison spread throughout the green-robed middle-aged man's body, forcing him to expend a large amount of half-step origin force to suppress it. That must have been an accident. The black-robed old man couldn't accept this reality. He gathered his half-step origin force and turned it into a 100-foot-long black whirlwind blade that slashed down. Pung, just like before, the black-robed old man's attack shattered when it came within a certain distance of Xianxia, and it turned into ashes. Everyone was dumbfounded, and it was difficult for them to accept this outcome. They were all challengers, but why was there such a huge difference? Your attack just now was cheating, so you were stopped. Xianxia said righteously. Of course, that wasn't what he thought in his heart. He only said that to anger the blood race and the Yin race. Sure enough, when the crowd heard those words, they all stomped their feet in anger. Xianxia was the biggest cheater, and he actually dared to say that their actions were cheating. Because of this, they were furious and neglected the danger of the stone floor. Not good, retreat. A masked man from the blood race shouted and retreated, but a huge blade suddenly fell from the sky and chopped off one of his legs. On the other side, another person was hit by a flaming meteor and fell down the stone floor. After a long time, a miserable cry came from below and stopped. The danger on the stone floor became more difficult the further it went. Xianxia's provocation attracted their attention and angered them, making it hard for them to maintain their rationality. To a certain extent, Xianxia seemed to have become the trial itself, increasing the difficulty of the trial. Seeing the blood race and Yin race constantly injured, heavily injured, and even dead, he felt a wave of joy in his heart. Unfortunately, it's impossible to kill these two half-step star condensation cultivators. Xianxia sighed. In the end, there were only 4 people left. The black-robed elder and the handsome man from the Yin race, the azure-robed middle-aged man from the blood race, and another masked man. These 4 people had firm wills and weren't affected by Xianxia at all, focusing on the unknown danger. Since you're all ignoring me, then I'll leave first. Xianxia yawned and flew into the air, soon disappearing into the azure mist. "No, you brat, this isn't fair. Damn it, I'll cut him into 1,000 pieces." Everyone was extremely sullen and angry, but there was nothing they could do. With Qinyu's current situation, was there any need for them to fight? Thus, the four gave up and returned the way they came. Outside the hall, the two half-step star condensation cultivators stared resentfully at the interior. "Let's go, this opportunity is not ours anymore." The azure-robed middle-aged man snorted. "Why aren't you leaving?" The black-robed elder sneered. Although they had lost the opportunity, it didn't mean they had lost. The black-robed elder didn't believe that Qinyu wouldn't come out. As long as he dared to come out, he would make sure he died without a grave. "Hee, since you have the same plan, then how about we temporarily join forces?" The azure-robed middle-aged man grinned evilly. His plan was the same as the black-robed elder, guarding outside the hall. Once Qinyue appeared, he would cut him into 1,000 pieces. As for the final distribution, the azure-robed middle-aged man didn't think he would lose out. The black-robed elder nodded in agreement. He knew that his side was at a disadvantage. His and the handsome man's strength couldn't compare to the other two. But as long as they could kill Qinyue, it didn't matter if they lost out a little. Then, the four each found a place and sat down cross-legged to treat their injuries. Inside the hall. After running for a while, Qinyue finally reached the end of the trail. It was a giant door that was hundreds of feet tall, emitting an ancient and powerful aura. "I wonder if there's a second test. But even if there is, it shouldn't be a big problem," Qinyue muttered to himself. His journey here was really smooth. He didn't encounter any danger. The Ying clan and Blood clan were so angry that they gave up on trying. Even if there was a second and third test ahead, Qinyue felt that he could pass it smoothly. He walked forward and was about to push open the tall and heavy door. However, just as Qinyue's palm touched the door, boom, the door suddenly opened inwards. An extremely dense wave of yuan qi rolled out from inside, accompanied by various colored lights, like a five-colored mist. When the mist thinned a little, Qinyue saw the situation behind the door. This was a huge mansion. The heaven and earth yuan qi inside was extremely dense, more than 2 times that of the outside world. At the same time, Qinyue discovered that the walls, tables, and chairs in the mansion were all rare refining materials in the outside world. This is simply a celestial residence. Qinyue sighed in his heart. He couldn't help but step in and explore. Although the mansion was luxurious, it couldn't be considered a true treasure. Smelling a faint medicinal fragrance, Qinyue soon arrived at a herb garden. This herb garden was hundreds of feet long and wide. There were all kinds of colorful spirit herbs and fruits planted inside. So many treasures, and they're all old and of excellent quality. Qinyue's heart skipped a beat. Upon closer inspection, he also discovered that the treasures here were separated by grade. The leftmost treasure corresponded to early-stage Void Sea Realm, while the rightmost precious herbs were extremely tempting to early-stage Star Condensation Realm. Not only that, the treasures here were also separated by type. Heaven Fire Spirit Ginseng, Moon Spirit Dark Lotus, and even the main material for refining the Flying Star Pill, Star Spot Grass. Qinyue was pleasantly surprised. The Flying Star Pill could increase the success rate of breaking through to the Star Condensation Realm, and its main material, Star Spot Grass, was extremely precious and difficult to find. In addition, there were several treasures here that were not less valuable than Star Spot Grass. Of course, there were all kinds of treasures here, and only a small portion was really useful to Qinyue. But even so, Qinyue was extremely satisfied. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that the treasures here could support his cultivation until the Star Condensation Realm. Inside the secret palace, the green figure used a special method to watch Qinyue's every move. "Because I didn't know when you would come here, perhaps in the Void Sea Realm, or the Star Condensation Realm, I made so many preparations. I really put a lot of effort into it." The green figure smiled and sighed. Now that Qinyue's cultivation was at the peak of the middle stage Void Sea Realm, many of the things left here were useful to him. "Let's go take a look at other places." Qinyue walked along the small path to the left. After passing through a courtyard, he saw a huge hall. Pushing open the door, an ancient and silent aura wafted out. The light here was dim, and he could see many shelves with all kinds of ancient books on them. They're all cultivation methods, battle skills, and even secret techniques. Xianxia was greatly surprised. The cultivation methods collected here were also of extraordinary grade, no less than the cultivation method pavilion of Black Demon Valley. To comprehend the cultivation methods and battle skills of Black Demon Valley, contribution points were needed. But here, there was an entire pavilion with all kinds of cultivation methods and secret techniques for free, and he could learn whatever he wanted. Xianxia scanned through and found that the cultivation techniques and battle techniques were also arranged according to their grade, from left to right. The herb garden in front is the same. It seems to have been specially arranged, Xianxia pondered for a moment. At this moment, he felt that the treasure was left behind by the Royal Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. If it was just an ordinary inheritance, there was no need to leave behind so many things and arrange them in such a manner. Xianxia carefully browsed through the books. In terms of cultivation techniques, the Heavenly Demon secret marks could only help Xianxia cultivate to the peak of the Void Sea realm. It wouldn't help Xianxia break through to the Star Condensation King realm. On the other hand, the Heavenly Demon secret marks could be considered a top cultivation technique in the Kunyan realm, but it was only considered ordinary in the Great Cosmos realm. The further one progressed, the greater the gap between this cultivation technique and the top cultivation techniques in the Great Cosmos realm. The strength of the cultivation technique would have a great impact on one's cultivation path and future potential. From these aspects, Xianxia would definitely need to change cultivation techniques in the future. If there were suitable choices here, he would choose one or two. Heavenly Light Technique, the top cultivation technique of the Ming clan. It can comprehend the light of heaven and earth and has a certain probability of breaking through to the Star Condensation realm. The condensed Heavenly Light Yuan force can increase one's attack speed. White Feather Illusion Spirit Technique, the top cultivation technique of the Ming clan. When cultivated to the Great Completion stage, one can transform into a white feather divine bird and roam the world. Xianxia found that most of the top cultivation techniques here were from the Ming clan. They needed to be combined with the power of the Ming clan's bloodline in order to bring out the best effect of the cultivation technique. Although he was a member of the main Ming clan, he didn't have the power of the bloodline. As for the reason, the village chief of the Ming village didn't know. What is this? Xianxia found that there was a table next to the wooden shelf with a green jade stone on it. It was sparkling and shiny. When Xianxia touched it, he found that there was a message hidden in it. He used his spiritual sense to explore it and seemed to come to a sea of words. It's actually a cultivation technique. 6 Primordial Heavenly Reverting Art, a Star Condensation Realm level cultivation technique. Upon completion, one will be able to condense 6 elemental energy stars. One will be able to look down on those of the same level and move unhindered across multiple realms. He can actually condense 6 origin power stars. Xianxia could not help but be surprised. The Star Condensation realm was divided into early stage, middle stage, and late stage. At each stage, one could condense an elemental energy star. Xianxia had never heard of the cultivation method of the 6 revolution stars before. Obtaining 3 origin energy stars at once meant that one's strength would definitely be stronger than a cultivator who cultivated in the 3 revolution stellar technique. This cultivation technique also stated that although they were both Star Condensation realm cultivation techniques, the difficulty of the 6 primordial reverting heavenly art far exceeded that of the ordinary 3 stellar revolutions cultivation techniques. Other than that, the 6 revolution star cultivation technique had another benefit, and that was potential. His chances of reaching the higher levels of the mysterious nether realm would be higher. Based on this alone, the value of the heavenly 6-fold energies art surpasses that of the Ming clan's top techniques. Furthermore, this is not a Ming clan cultivation technique. Whether or not one has the Ming clan's bloodline power has no effect on the cultivation technique itself. Xianxia's breathing quickened. If he hadn't come here, he might not have had the chance to come into contact with the 6 revolution stellar cultivation technique. If there were no accidents, in the future, he would switch to this cultivation technique and break through to the Star Condensation realm, cultivating the 6 revolution star cultivation technique. As if sensing Xianxia's desire, the cultivation technique information in the jade stone flowed into his mind. Immediately, a wave of pain and dizziness assaulted him. A moment later, the jade stone in Xianxia's hand dimmed. 6 white balls of light appeared in his mind like stars. This was the cultivation method of the 6 primordial reverting heavenly art. I wonder if there are any body-tempering cultivation techniques here. Xianxia continued to search. The cultivation techniques here were divided by grade and type. He quickly found the area for body-tempering cultivation techniques. Relatively speaking, there weren't many body-tempering cultivation techniques, and none of them were particularly suitable for Xianxia. Starfiend body, moon silver dragon elephant technique. Thus, Xianxia randomly picked a few that looked powerful and slowly studied them in the future. After all, the Heavenly Fiend's secret pattern record fused the Fiend Dao and the Body Dao. If he cultivated both at the same time, the effect would be better. He decided to switch to other body-tempering cultivation techniques when he switched to the 6 primordial reverting heavenly art. After leaving the cultivation technique pavilion, Xianxia came to a quiet secret room. The secret room was very spacious, but it was empty. There were only some simple decorations, a Buddha statue, and a meditation cushion. There's also a token. What's it for? Xianxia walked forward and picked up a green jade token. At this moment, a voice came from the token, refine this token and you can control this secret palace. Who is it? Xianxia immediately put down the token and looked around with a dark gaze. A voice suddenly appeared without any warning. If it was someone who was timid, they would probably be scared out of their wits. However, no one responded to Xianxia. Could it be a message left in the token? Xianxia was a little suspicious. After a moment, he picked up the token again. After careful examination and finding nothing strange, Xianxia began to refine the token. The entire process was extremely smooth. After refining the token, everything in the entire hall seemed to be under Xianxia's control. Including some places that had not been explored, it was clear at a glance. I didn't expect that there would be a primordial stone mine under this cave abode. There's also a high-grade essence gathering formation in this secret room. Once it's activated, it can make cultivation twice the results with half the effort. It turns out that those treasures require the corresponding strength to break through the formation barrier in order to obtain the treasures inside. Previously, Xianxia did not notice this. There's also a hall here with so many spirit weapons and they're arranged according to grade. Oh my god, there are 2 profound weapons here. Xianxia's eyes widened. The 2 profound weapons were a black sword and a green jade gourd. However, these 2 profound weapons were also protected by a corresponding grade formation. He had to break through the formation barrier to obtain the treasures inside. After searching through the entire palace, Xianxia stopped to rest for a moment. Everything here seems to have been arranged. If I cultivate in seclusion here, the resources here should be enough for me to break through to the star condensation realm. Maybe he wants me to concentrate on cultivation, Xianxia muttered to himself. Once one became a celestial condensation king, as long as one did not provoke any major incidents, one could basically live a carefree life. Regarding the betrayal of the human race, and regarding my background, there's no clue left. The harvest this time was very rich, which made him pleasantly surprised. But this made Xianxia feel an inexplicable sense of loss. The doubts in his heart were still unsolved. Currently, he only knew that the main clan's betrayal of the human race involved the origin world. Perhaps the Blue Sky Emperor Lord thought that he was too weak and knowing too much wouldn't do him any good, so he might as well live a peaceful life. But Xianxia knew that he couldn't do that. Since you're not saying anything, then I'll search for it myself. One day, I'll definitely solve all the doubts in my heart. Xianxia's eyes shone brightly as a fighting spirit ignited in his heart. If he couldn't find anything in the great cosmos world, then he would go to the origin world and look for the Blue Sky Emperor Lord. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was strength. As the center of the universe, the origin world was the most ancient and powerful world. It wasn't a place that anyone could enter just because they wanted to. It was rumored that there were tens of thousands of races in the origin world, and the fearsome blood race originated from there. However, even the powerful blood race didn't have a good life in the origin world. Energy gathering array. Controlling the token, Xianxia activated the secret room's array. Instantly, yuan qi filled the air and white mist filled the entire secret room. Xianxia sat on the futon and started cultivating using the heavenly demon's secret marks. At this moment, he realized that the Buddha statue in front of him seemed to be able to help him cultivate. In the secret palace deep within the palace, the green figure was observing Xianyu's every move. So you chose the 6 heavenly origin art? However, this cultivation technique isn't as simple as it looks. If you're lucky enough, you'll be able to remove its veil and see its true face. Seeing Xianyu cultivating on the futon, the green figure sighed. The cultivation resources here are enough for you to reach the star condensation realm. I hope you'll make the right choice. Outside the palace, the 4 from the Yin race and blood race waited for 3 days in the cold wind. Is that kid still not coming out? The handsome man said impatiently. What's the hurry? That kid will definitely guess that we're guarding outside. Who knows, he might hide inside for a year or so. The old man in black sat on a boulder and closed his eyes. Elder, if we tell the clan about this, we'll also get some benefits. By then, even Xianyu won't be able to escape. The handsome man discussed through voice transmission. If that kid doesn't come out in a month, we'll tell the main race about the secret here. The old man in black pondered for a moment and replied. He could hide this matter for a month at most, otherwise, the main clan would be suspicious. On the other side, the 2 from the blood race were also discussing what to do. The other experts of the blood race will also come to this area. We can't disappear for too long, otherwise, they'll definitely be suspicious. It'll be fine if we can capture Xianyu, but if we fail, the consequences will be dire. The masked man transmitted his voice. Let's wait for another month. The middle-aged man in green had a gloomy expression. In the secret room, Xianyu cultivated for 3 days. It was extremely smooth and his cultivation improved a little. I can't waste so many cultivation resources. Xianyu came to the herb garden, broke an array formation, and took away many precious cultivation resources. With these aged, high-quality, top-notch materials, coupled with the void essence pills in Xianyu's possession, and an excellent place to cultivate, the progress of his cultivation could be said to be tremendous. The people of the blood race and the Yin race shouldn't have left yet. Xianyu suddenly thought of something. These people might still be guarding outside. If I don't go out, I'll only attract more enemies. By then, Xianyu realized that he had neglected this huge problem and almost caused a huge mistake. But the enemy had 2 half-step star condensation realm cultivators. With Xianyu's current strength, he was no match for them. Suddenly, Xianyu thought of something and his eyes lit up. Maybe I can use this method to deal with them. Outside the palace, the blood race and the Yin race waited for a few more days. Along with the passage of time, they gradually lost confidence in their hearts, and they became slightly restless. A treasure mountain, but they could only watch others enjoy it. At this moment, the palace door suddenly opened. Xianyu. The azure-robed middle-aged man immediately stood up. A terrifying bloody aura shot into the sky like a dark red pillar of light, causing a layer of bloody clouds to appear. You're finally willing to come out. The old man in black had a fierce expression and a terrifying soul power rippled. You guys are guarding here. Wearing a panicked expression, Xianyu immediately retreated. Whoosh, the blood race and Yin race immediately rushed in. They finally waited for Xianyu to show himself. How could they let him go so easily? This cave abode had already been refined by Xianyu, so entering it again wouldn't trigger a test. I hope this method works. Xianyu nodded. This cave abode didn't have an offensive formation, so he could only take the risk and try another method. At the same time, Xianyu activated his enigmatic demonic body and the magic scale battle armor. A majestic demonic armor appeared on his pitch-black skin. Facing the attacks of the blood race and Yin race, Xianyu selectively took a portion of the attacks. Xianyu remembered that at the beginning of the test, any danger would be eliminated. The attacks of the blood race and Yin race would be ineffective. If it was still like this now, he wouldn't be afraid even if they were at the half-step star condensation realm. Although he couldn't explain that phenomenon, he still had to try. However, he still had to give it a try. If he didn't silence them, this secret realm would be exposed. Go to hell, you bastard. The handsome man saw that his attack was about to hit Xianyu and was extremely excited. Inside the palace, the azure-robed figure smiled helplessly. Kid, you're tricking me. But these people have to be eliminated, and I can't show myself. The azure-robed figure shook his head and pointed in the air. Let these people be your whetstones. Pong, the dark purple palm that attacked Xianxia suddenly collapsed and dissipated, turning into dust. This scene caused the handsome man to freeze on the spot. He knew that he couldn't kill Xianxia, but he wanted to vent his anger. As long as he could beat up Xianxia, that would be enough. However, his attack had actually vanished into thin air. This scene was exactly the same as the previous test. Ha ha ha. Xianxia laughed out loud when he saw this. Since none of the attacks could hurt him, what was there for him to fear? Close the door and kill the dog. Xianxia took out the green jade token and closed the doors of the palace. Then, he turned around and charged forward. The true yuan in the 9-bone demon spirit sword was boiling, emitting the sound of bones rubbing against each other. With a sweep of his sword, pitch-black waves of energy swept out in a frenzy, slashing towards the handsome man. Although Xianxia was currently protected and would not be harmed, he still had to defeat his enemies one by one if he wanted to kill them. Especially the 2 half-step star condensation cultivators, who were extremely powerful. Not good. Seeing Xianxia charging towards him, the handsome man panicked and immediately retreated. At the same time, the black-robed elder struck out a black wind blade that was hundreds of feet long, destroying Xianxia's attack. Green Shadow Bloodline. Xianxia activated the power of the bloodline in the mysterious heart. In addition to the bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf, he had also stored the power of 5 other bloodlines, and the Green Shadow bloodline was one of them. Its ability was somewhat similar to the bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf, but it was inferior in many aspects. In an instant, a layer of green wind patterns appeared on Xianxia's skin, and his hair also showed a faint green glow, making him look slightly demonic. After activating the Green Shadow bloodline, Xianxia's speed increased greatly, like a wisp of elegant cold wind. Then, he used the golden phoenix wings to further increase his speed. Swish, in the dark space, a dark cyan light flashed, and Xianxia rapidly approached the handsome man, killing intent surging from his body. Don't even think about it. The black-robed elder yelled and attacked angrily. On the other side, the middle-aged man and the masked man also attacked. In an instant, a black storm and a blood-red wave descended, as if they were going to crush Xianxia. However, when these attacks came within a certain range of Xianxia, a mysterious power shattered them. This scene shocked them. Apart from feeling that it was unbelievable, they were also a little fearful. Is there a mysterious almighty protecting this kid? The black-robed elder was worried. But in the current situation, Xianxia wouldn't let them go. Both sides were in a life-or-death situation, and they had to fight. I don't believe that this mysterious power can protect you forever. The middle-aged man snorted angrily. He didn't believe that there was a mysterious almighty behind Xianxia, or else he could just kill them directly. Don't even think about killing him. The black-robed elder kept blocking Xianxia's attacks, making it impossible for him to hurt the handsome man. At a certain moment, the black-robed elder performed a storm of black blades to block Xianxia's attack. Instead of retreating, Xianxia charged forward with a burst of speed. In an instant, the storm of black blades collapsed and dissipated. Looking from afar, it seemed that Xianxia had smashed the terrible storm. Die. Xianxia took out the soul fixation pearl and performed the moon sword finger. Swish, a dark purple arc of light swept out at an extremely fast speed. Its aura was so restrained that it was almost undetectable. But if you looked closely, you would be shocked by the amazing power contained in this finger technique. This finger technique was like a venomous snake hiding in the dark. Once it launched a surprise attack, it would be a fatal blow. The handsome man felt the crisis of death. He had a feeling that he was locked on and couldn't dodge. Swish, the moon sword finger hit the handsome man, and the terrifying flame finger power instantly spread all over his body. With the cultivation of the peak of the middle stage empty sea realm, the handsome man couldn't resist at all, and his vitality instantly disappeared. No, I can't accept this. This isn't fair. The handsome man turned into a dried corpse and fell to the ground. Bastard, how dare you kill a genius of my clan? Seeing the handsome man die under his protection, the black-robed elder was furious and attacked crazily. Xianxia felt that it was not a bad thing. Anyway, he was protected and wouldn't be hurt, while the other party's action was a waste of half-step origin force. Next, it's you. Qinyu stared at the masked man of the Blood Clan. Qinyu, don't even think about it. The green-robed middle-aged man roared, and a sea of blood appeared around him. The blood waves were shocking, and many blood beasts rushed out of it. Qinyu wasn't afraid at all. He activated the green shadow bloodline and attacked the masked man at the fastest speed. When the countless blood beasts got close to Qinyu, they were instantly shattered and disappeared without a trace. This scene made the green-robed middle-aged man exasperated, but there was nothing he could do. The masked man's speed was far inferior to Qinyu's, and the distance between them was shrinking. At a certain moment, Qinyu used the tying sword finger again to take his life. Only the two of you are left. Qinyu looked at the half-step star condensation realm of the Ying clan and Blood clan with a playful smile. Previously, he had suspected that there was a mysterious person protecting him in the cave abode. That was why he used this method, hoping to force the mysterious person out. Of course, this was only Qinyu's guess. Apart from that, it could also be the cave abode's special array protecting him. Haha, you're dreaming if you want to kill us. The green-robed middle-aged man sneered. Even if he couldn't hurt Qinyu couldn't hurt him either. Haha, it's not like I haven't killed a half-step star condensation realm before. Qinyu sneered. The green-robed middle-aged man frowned. The Blood clan had once sent a half-step star condensation realm to capture Qinyu, but he died for no reason. The green-robed middle-aged man didn't think that it was Qinyu's doing, but he was already wary and fearful of him. The black-robed elder of the Ying clan looked at the green-robed middle-aged man and thought to himself, did this kid really kill a half-step star condensation realm before? Swoosh, Qinyu suddenly attacked. He didn't dare to be careless against a half-step star condensation realm, so he held nothing back. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Qinyu's heart instantly entered an explosive state. Controlling the nine-bone demon spirit sword, he charged toward the black-clothed old man. Of the two half-step star condensation realm experts, the black-robed elder was weaker, and he had not fully recovered from the injuries he had suffered in the test. Kill. Using melee combat, Qinyu closed in on the black-clad old man. The frenzied attack of the black-robed elder suddenly collapsed and dissipated when it neared Qinyu. Seeing Qinyu approaching, the black-robed elder's expression was ferocious and incomparably furious, but he could only retreat. He roared in his heart, there's no justice in this world. Boom, Qinyu's attack suddenly exploded, and the incomparably violent black light blade slashed out. What a powerful attack. The black-robed elder's heart trembled. He struck out a black palm blade, intertwining with Qinyu's attack. First heaven trampling. Qinyu didn't think that the attack could do anything to a half-step star condensation realm expert, so he instantly used a powerful killing move. The demonic will in the sky surged and turned into a giant pitch-black foot, emitting a terrifying demonic pressure. As Qinyu's foot landed, the giant foot also landed with a loud bang. This is the unique skill of the Black Demon Valley. The black-robed elder didn't know about Qinyu's background. Boom, as the foot landed, a demonic storm rose and engulfed the black-robed elder. You want to hurt me with this? The black-robed elder's roar came from within. Then what about this attack? A pitch-black halberd appeared in Qinyu's hand, and a tyrannical demonic pressure swept out in all directions. Slash, in the void, a violent black golden flame shadow rushed out, like a black dragon of destruction, and slashed down. This is a magical weapon. The black-robed elder's expression changed abruptly, and he was extremely terrified. At this moment, he recalled the surprise attack launched by Qinyu in the Lost Mountains. He previously thought that Qinyu had used some kind of trump card that could only be used once, but he didn't expect it to be the power of a magical weapon. The black-robed elder felt a strong sense of crisis, and could only respond with all his strength. Rumble, the huge black blade storm was split into two by the black golden flame. His two evil corpses were also split into pieces by the slash. Poochie, one of the black-robed elder's arms, was ruthlessly chopped off, and the power of the slash even affected his abdomen, cutting open a large wound, and blood spurted out. Ah, the black-robed elder screamed again and again, frantically retreating. He was angry and unwilling, but there was nothing he could do. Bastard, why did you stop? The black-robed elder roared angrily. The green-robed middle-aged man didn't help just now. But when he looked at the green-robed middle-aged man, he saw that the green-robed middle-aged man was rooted to the ground, trembling all over, staring at Xianxia with deep fear and horror, and murmured, "The aura of this boy's bloodline is so terrifying that it made my bloodline instinctively fear and submit to him." The black-robed old man found it hard to believe that the green-robed middle-aged man, who was slightly stronger than him, was scared to this extent. Xianxia also noticed the strange behavior of the half-step king of the blood race. In fact, the last few times he encountered the blood race, every time his heart exploded, the blood race would be terrified. Especially after the mysterious heart absorbed the power of the blood race's holy artifact, this deterrence seemed to be even stronger. As for why this happened, it was still unclear. "Now, I can make use of this to intimidate this person," Xianxia nodded. If he faced two half-step star condensation experts at the same time, even if he was protected and not injured, once the two half-step star condensation experts joined hands, it would be difficult for Xianxia to injure them. Bright sun sword finger, Xianxia stared at the black-robed old man again and activated his finger technique. Boom, a blood-red pillar of flame burst out, burning everything in its path and arriving in front of the black-robed old man. The black-robed old man waved his sleeves and released 3 fiend corpses to block in front of him, while he quickly retreated. Facing Xianxia's crazy attack just now, the black-robed old man was injured by the profound weapon, and now he was even more vigilant, not daring to act rashly. "Sir, you are a half-step star condensation expert, don't run." Xianxia smiled playfully, closing in on the black-robed old man. The opponent could see that Xianxia's physique was strong, and once he got close, he would fall into a dangerous situation, so he kept distancing himself from Xianxia. Thinking of this, the black-robed old man felt humiliated. To think that he, a half-step star condensation expert, was being chased by a peak void sea realm. If this spread out, how could he face others in the future? The duration of the heart explosion is limited. Xianxia felt his heartbeat gradually slow down. After using the profound weapon's power, plus the consumption in the previous battle, he did not have much true yuan left. Chop. Xianxia suddenly raised the heaven-burning demon halberd and chopped down again. Because he didn't have enough true essence, the power of this strike wasn't as great as before, but it still made the black-clothed old man feel a sense of crisis. Moreover, he was seriously injured at this moment and wasn't in his peak state. The black-robed old man's corpse was nearly destroyed by Xianxia. He could only expend a large amount of half-step essence force to block the might of the profound artifact. Rumble, a loud noise resounded, and a chaotic storm spread out in all directions. A tyrannical demonic light suddenly rushed out from the storm and pushed the black-robed old man back dozens of feet, leaving several bloody marks on his body. "Damn, you bastard." The black-robed old man could only curse and vent the anger and misery in his heart. Suddenly, he remembered that Xianxia had used the profound artifact twice in a row. With the storage of the true essence at the peak of the middle stage of Empty Sea Realm, this should be the limit. But when he thought about how none of his attacks could harm Xianxia, he felt bitter and helpless in his heart. He felt that he had never been so sullen in his entire life. That's right, Soul Dao attacks are extremely quick and thunderous, impossible to defend against. It might be effective. A bright light flashed in the black-clothed old man's deep and cold eyes. However, Xianxia suddenly stepped back and waved his hand. "I'll go recover my essence force first, then I'll play with you guys." Then, he waved the green jade token in his hand and drew a line. In the void, a passage with flowing green light appeared, and Xianxia entered it and disappeared. He ran away? The black-clothed old man was slightly stunned, and then his expression became even more embarrassed. At this moment, the middle-aged man in a green robe returned to normal. He took a deep breath and had a strong shock on his face. "Bastard, why didn't you attack just now?" The black-clothed old man questioned. The middle-aged man in a green robe was silent for a moment. It wasn't that he didn't want to attack just now, but he was completely shocked by the bloodline aura that Xianxia emitted. Deep in his bloodline, there was a sense of fear and subservience, as if attacking Xianxia was a great disrespect. The middle-aged man in a green robe definitely wouldn't say this out loud, it was too embarrassing. "You and I are competitors. Why should I help you?" The middle-aged man in a green robe snorted. Then, he began to observe the surroundings. In the end, he concluded that this was a closed space with no way out. The black-clothed old man sat cross-legged to heal his injuries. Suddenly, he found that the heaven and earth yuan qi in the entire space was dissipating rapidly. A moment later, there was no heaven and earth yuan qi left in the space. It was obvious that this was Qianyu's doing. Under such circumstances, the black-clothed old man couldn't replenish his energy from the outside world, so he could only consume elixirs and heaven and earth treasures. In this way, his recovery ability was greatly reduced. After leaving the hall, Qianyu quickly went to the secret cultivation room and activated the essence gathering formation. In half a cup of tea's time, I can recover to my peak state, and then I'll go and kill the dog. Qianyu grinned and swallowed an elixir, then he absorbed the extremely rich heaven and earth yuan qi around him. In the secret residence, the green-cloaked figure saw everything. I didn't expect him to have such an opportunity to obtain a profound weapon. There were 2 profound weapons in this cave, but they were both sealed. Without the corresponding strength, one couldn't obtain them. It was not a good thing to have a profound weapon when one's strength was too low. It was like a child wielding a big knife, unable to do as he wished and could easily hurt himself. For example, Qianyu didn't dare to use profound weapons too much. Once he didn't kill the enemy, he would only put himself in danger. I have used too much strength, but it's worth it to use the last of my value here. The green-cloaked figure sighed. After half a cup of tea's time, Qianyu immediately rushed out of the secret cultivation room. In the vast palace space, suddenly a green vortex appeared, and immediately a figure rushed out of it. It was Qianyu. I'm here again, this time I'll send you to hell. Qianyu bellowed, his aura soaring. On the other hand, the black-clothed old man looked embarrassed. He had just rested for a while and his injuries had recovered by 40%, but his consumption was less than 30%. The green-clothed middle-aged man had an inexplicable fear and awe for Qianyu. Sky-burning demonic halberd. Qianyu summoned the profound weapon and inserted his qi into it, activating the power of the profound weapon. A terrifying black flame swept across a radius of 1,000 zhang, turning the vast palace space into a hell of black flames. At the same time, dong dong. Dong dong dong, as his heart entered an explosive state, Qianyu's aura rose once again, making him look like a peerless demon god. At this moment, the green-clothed middle-aged man's bloodline trembled once again. A sense of fear and awe surfaced in his heart once again. The black-clothed old man screamed in fear, You used the profound weapon right away. He didn't have time to speak. Facing Qianyu's full-force attack, the black-clothed old man had goosebumps all over his body and a chill ran down his spine. Bang, with a single slash, everything that stood in his way crumbled like dried twigs. The black-clothed old man was sent flying, spurting blood from his mouth. Another wound appeared on his body, extending from his shoulder to his thigh. The wound was shocking, revealing his bones and organs. The Een tribe of the 6 sovereign clans was proficient in the soul path, enslavement, and so on. After losing so many ghost corpses, the black-clothed old man's battle prowess was greatly reduced. Soul-destroying saber. The black-clothed old man snorted. His soul power surged, turning into a black saber of light that flashed out. In the void, there was only a distorted ripple, but Qianyu's soul trembled in fear, feeling an unprecedented danger. This was a soul path attack of a half-step star condensation realm. With the opponent's soul power and attainments, it was enough to obliterate Qianyu's soul. Qianyu immediately activated the soul fixation pearl and defended with all his might. However, before the black saber of light could hit Qianyu, it was destroyed by a powerful soul path power. No. Soul attacks don't work either? The black-clothed old man roared to the sky, venting the boundless unwillingness and grievance in his heart. Puff, the black-clothed old man spurted another mouthful of blood. His face was pale, and he seemed to have aged nearly 100 years. Swoosh, in the quiet space, there was a sharp and rapid explosion. Puff, a pitch-black bone spear instantly pierced through the black-clothed old man's chest, nailing him to the cold ground. A half-step king of the Een clan died with hatred, and his eyes were wide open. It's your turn now. Qianyu looked at the azure-robed middle-aged man. The azure-robed middle-aged man's eyes were filled with fear and he dodged. For some reason, the current Qianyu gave him a feeling that he could not offend him. but if the opponent wanted to kill him, he would die if he did not resist. Ah! The azure-robed middle-aged man roared to the sky. His body exploded, and a bloody figure leaped out, turning into a translucent blood man. Blood human clan, he waved his arms wildly, and in the void, waves of blood surged out as if he wanted to turn the world upside down, but all the attacks that got close to Xianxia were shattered. As Xianxia approached, the azure-robed middle-aged man's fear gradually increased. He retreated, not daring to get too close to Xianxia. This feeling was like seeing a descendant of the devouring blood clan, the royal family of the blood clan. The blood clan had a strong restraining effect on flesh and blood creatures. The devouring blood clan could not only do this, but they were also the nemesis of all blood clans. At this moment, the azure-robed middle-aged man felt like he was facing a descendant of the royal family of the devouring blood clan. "Are you afraid of me?" Xianxia's domineering shout made the azure-robed middle-aged man's body tremble. At the same time, he launched a storm of attacks, using all his strength to attack the enemy. Under such circumstances, the azure-robed middle-aged man's strength was greatly reduced, and he was repeatedly injured. "Why would a member of the blood human clan be so afraid of a human like me?" Xianxia asked again. He was also very curious about this. In other words, he wanted to dig out the secret of the mysterious heart. You can't be a human. You must be a descendant of the devouring blood clan." The azure-robed middle-aged man roared, expressing the fear in his heart. In fact, he really hoped that Xianxia was a descendant of the devouring blood clan, so they wouldn't have to be enemies. "You dare say that I'm a descendant of the devouring blood clan?" Xianxia was very surprised. The devouring blood clan was originally a member of the blood clan. Didn't this mean that he was a member of the blood clan? Xianxia thought it was a bit absurd, but as a member of the blood clan, the azure-robed middle-aged man shouldn't have made a wrong judgment. However, Xianxia didn't care that much. Cut. He raised the heaven-burning demon halberd again and gave the azure-robed middle-aged man a fatal blow. "No!" the azure-robed middle-aged man screamed. He felt a strong killing intent from Xianxia, as if a descendant of the devouring blood clan wanted to kill him. If this happened in the blood clan, he would definitely die. Rumble, the azure-robed middle-aged man's body was cut in two. But as a member of the blood clan, he didn't die. He was just seriously injured and on the verge of death. "I can't do anything to you, so let's die together." The azure-robed middle-aged man roared crazily. His deep fear of Xianxia made him lose his mind. The next moment, the two halves of his body condensed into a huge ball of blood. The ball of blood twisted and spun, releasing a terrifying forbidden aura. "This is self-destruction." Chen Yu was shocked. The self-destruction of a half-step star condensation realm expert could even seriously injure a star condensation king. Swoosh, the ball of blood was preparing to self-destruct and approached Xianxia. At a certain moment, the ball of blood suddenly burst, and a destructive bloody light bloomed. But at this moment, "How dare you!" A majestic voice resounded through the world, shaking everyone's mind. A figure made of azure light had appeared in the dark space at an unknown time. His body was emitting bursts of azure light, dazzling everyone's eyes. The space was extremely oppressive, and a terrifying and dangerous aura was emitted from the green-robed middle-aged man's body. Suddenly, a green-robed figure appeared in front of him. The other party had a dignified expression and a hint of anger. It was like a heavenly might bombarding his soul. The aura emitted from the other party caused the energy gathered in his body to become chaotic. His heart trembled with fear. "You are?" The green-robed middle-aged man's voice trembled as he stared at the green-robed figure. There was someone else here. The aura emitted from the other party was many levels higher than him, causing him to instinctively feel fear. Could it be that this was the mysterious person protecting Xianxia? At this moment, the green-robed middle-aged man was completely disheartened. "Destroy." The green-robed figure stretched out his palm and swiped in the air. This swipe seemed to emit a powerful energy that suppressed all the energy in the green-robed middle-aged man's body. The green-robed middle-aged man who had turned into a huge ball of blood slowly shriveled up. The dangerous aura instantly disappeared. Pung, then, the shriveled ball of blood turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. The half-step king of the blood tribe died just like that. Seeing this scene, Jinyu took several deep breaths consecutively. What level of power was this? He killed a half-step star condensation realm cultivator with a wave of his hand. This is the cave created by the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord. Could it be that this person, with the blood tribe dead? Jinyu's gaze shifted to the green-robed figure. The other party's figure was imposing and his aura was shocking. It was hard to look at him directly. However, Jinyu's eyes were filled with a strong desire as he raised his head to look at the person's face. It's him, the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord. Jinyu's heart trembled as he stared at the green-robed figure. He had seen the portrait of the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord in the secret chamber of the Meng family village. The person in front of him was extremely similar to the person in the portrait. Jinyu did not expect to see the Royal Azure Dynasty Lord under such circumstances. Sigh. The green-robed figure sighed. He did not intend to show himself, but he did not have much energy left. If he did not take action personally, he would not be able to stop the middle-aged man from self-destructing. Jinyu didn't say anything. He didn't know what to say. He was waiting for the Green Cloud Imperial Lord to speak. What was the truth behind the Meng clan's incident? Why did the Green Cloud Imperial Lord give his newborn child to a couple in the Kunyan realm? I'm not the true Azure Sky Sovereign Lord. The green figure spoke. No? Jinyu was stunned. At that moment, he felt that he was about to come into contact with the truth, but he suddenly realized that everything was just his imagination. This is a cave created by the Royal Azure Dynasty Sovereign. As for me, I'm a remnant of his will that was condensed from the spiritual aura he left behind when he lived here. The green figure faced Jinyu. Although he wasn't the real Royal Sky Dynasty Overlord and was only a remnant of his consciousness contained the thoughts and emotions of the Royal Sky Dynasty Overlord. Because of this, when he saw Jinyu, he also treated him as his own child. It's not him. When he found out about this, Jinyu felt an inexplicable sense of loss. My energy has been exhausted and I'll disappear soon. You should inherit the Royal Azure Dynasty Overlord's hopes and use the resources here to become a monarch. The green figure stared at Jinyu. This was what he thought in his heart. Therefore, he was sure that the Royal Azure Dynasty Overlord had the same thoughts. The real Royal Azure Dynasty Overlord went to the main world? Jinyu asked, hoping to get a definite answer. Village Chief Meng Jiang was only a member of the branch clan. There were many things he couldn't be sure about. His words could only be used as a reference. That's right. The green figure nodded. Why did he betray the human race? Jinyu asked the biggest doubt in his heart. He found it hard to believe. The green figure's expression changed slightly. It seemed like he knew some inside information, but he wasn't willing to say it. When his eyes met Jinyu's resolute gaze, he sighed. I can only say that the Royal Azure Dynasty Overlord didn't betray the human race. This is just a misunderstanding by others. Jinyu heaved a sigh of relief. He was truly worried that his biological father was someone who betrayed the human race. It seems like it's as I expected. There's a secret behind this. The mysterious existence in the main world can make the Meng clan disappear from the great cosmos world. Naturally, they can also tamper with history and slander the Royal Azure Dynasty Overlord. Jinyu thought in his heart. He guessed that the Royal Azure Dynasty Overlord was being slandered. The Meng clan's destruction might have been because they offended some terrifying power in the main world. When the green figure saw Jinyu's expression, he could guess what he was thinking. He shook his head. All of a sudden, his figure became slightly translucent, and the entire space around him became much dimmer. His energy was gradually dissipating, and he was about to die. My biological mother, who is she? Jinyu asked again. He had entered a strange dream many times, and he saw the blurry image of a loving couple. In the dream, he turned into an infant, and the woman in front of him disappeared bit by bit, activating the mysterious Deathword's blessing. Under the holy radiance, his blood fused into the mysterious heart called the Heart of Eternity. This dream was the only thing that Jinyu knew about his biological parents. Comparatively speaking, his impression of his biological mother was much deeper. If you know the identity of your biological mother, your doubts would be more or less resolved. The green figure knew a lot, but he was a remnant of the royal Azure Dynasty overlord's spiritual aura. It was also a manifestation of the royal Azure Dynasty overlord's spiritual thoughts. There were some things that he wouldn't say easily. Chen Yu's eyes widened. From the green figure's words, he could determine that his biological mother wasn't simple either. She was involved in the entire incident. This was something that Chen Yu had overlooked before. Thinking about it, he already knew the identity of his biological father, but he knew nothing about his biological mother. His biological mother seemed to be even more mysterious than the royal Azure Dynasty overlord. I'm leaving now. The green figure became fainter and fainter, like a flickering candlelight in the night, about to be extinguished at any time. Chen Yu clenched his fists. If there was a way, he hoped that he could make this green figure stay and learn more things from him. However, he wasn't strong enough to do this. As if a gentle breeze had blown past, the green figure turned into countless green specks of light and drifted away. Actually, your greatest secret isn't the mystery of your birth, but the heart of eternity that exists in your body. Remember not to expose it. At the same time, his last words echoed in the space. I'm naturally aware of that. Chen Yu sighed. The fortune that the mysterious heart brought him could be said to be heaven-defying. It gave Chen Yu a powerful physique, survivability, and talent in body cultivation. It contained endless energy, and when it entered its explosive state, it could instantly double Chen Yu's strength. It also had the ability to absorb bloodlines for its own use. This ability even surpassed the royal family of the Blood Clan, the blood-devouring clan. Chen Yu had encountered many fortuitous encounters since he started cultivating, but none of them could compare to the mysterious heart. I will personally unravel all these secrets. He took out the green jade token and left this place. All the outsiders that entered this place had died. Only Chen Yu was left, and he could peacefully cultivate and increase his strength. However, I won't stay here forever. Chen Yu nodded his head with certainty. If he listened to what the green figure said, he would stay here until he broke through to the star condensation realm. That would take too long. In the past 1,000 years, the youngest king in the great cosmos realm broke through to the star condensation realm at the age of 101. Could it be that Chen Yu would stay here for more than 60 years? That was even longer than what he had experienced so far. Moreover, Chen Yu might not be able to smoothly become a star condensation king by the age of 100. Right now, Chen Yu didn't care so much. At this stage, he could use the superior conditions and resources here to increase his strength. After collecting some rare treasures, Chen Yu came to the secret cultivation chamber and began a long seclusion. 1 day of cultivation here was equivalent to 5 days of hard work in the Black Demon Valley. One should know that the Black Demon Valley was a 3.5-star force, a cultivation holy land that many people dreamed of, but it was crushed by the secret cultivation chamber. While Chen Yu was cultivating in seclusion, the outside world was in turmoil. The alliance of the foreign races and the blood race made the human race and the demon race feel troubled. The blood race's ability to hide was too strong. Many powerful geniuses and some important figures were frequently assassinated. At the same time, there was also the leakage of military intelligence, which led to the great cosmos realm's consecutive losses. In response, the upper echelons of the human race and the demon race established a blood slaughter organization to study the blood race and specifically target them. This was a major upheaval. As for the minor ones, there was the Yin race. Yin Changshan had failed twice, and 2 half-step king warriors of the Yin race had been killed along with many elite warriors of the Yin race, which had enraged the leaders of the Yin race. They hated the people of the main family of the Meng race to the core, and wanted to capture them no matter what. Otherwise, the Yin race would lose face. Following the clues, the Yin race found that the black-robed old man had gone to the Lost Mountains. Therefore, in recent times, the Yin race frequently sent out teams to explore the Lost Mountains, but they all returned without any results. There were even many who never returned. On the other hand, the blood race also mobilized as many people as possible to find the whereabouts of Chen Yu, as well as the missing half-step king of the blood race. As time passed, according to all kinds of clues, the blood race speculated that the half-step king had most likely died. In response, the blood race's heartless Emperor Lord was furious. When the Emperor Lord was angry, everyone was frightened. On this day, outside the Lost Mountains, a dozen mysterious masked people arrived. According to the clues, they were sure that the green-robed middle-aged man and the others had entered the Lost Mountains and never returned. Gather people and hide around the Lost Mountains. Anyone who comes out of the Lost Mountains, immediately capture them. A mysterious man wearing a purple mask said in an old and deep voice. Yes, Cold Blood King. Swoosh swoosh, the crowd dispersed in all directions. Xianxia, what kind of secret are you hiding? How did you kill 2 half-step kings of the blood race? The purple-masked Cold Blood King said faintly before stepping into the Lost Mountains. 2 years had passed. Inside the azure cloud cave abode in the mystic realm. Xianxia arrived at the herb garden. The herbs were categorized according to their grades and were protected by a formation. Without the corresponding strength, it would be difficult to obtain the natural treasures inside. But the surface of his body emitted a dark glow and the inscriptions lit up. A powerful demonic physique force spread out. Break! Xianxia threw a punch at the formation. A black demonic rune danced wildly with Xianxia's fist at the center. The entire blue formation trembled, but there were no cracks on it. I didn't expect my arcane pattern demonic body to be able to break this layer of formation even though it's at the late-stage Void Sea realm. Xianxia was slightly surprised. After 2 years of cultivation, his physique was still ahead of his cultivation. He was the first to advance to the late-stage Void Sea realm. With his current physique, the power of a punch was enough to shatter a small mountain. The herbs inside the formation corresponded to the peak late-stage Void Sea realm natural treasures. The defensive power of the formation was extraordinary. If I can't solve it with 1 punch, then I'll use 2 punches, 3 punches. Bellowing, Xianxia clenched his other hand into a fist and punched. Demonic runes surged on both of his arms, and the shadows of fists and claws flashed. At his current level, he could already fuse the demonic destruction claw and the cloud-devouring demonic fist into his moves to strengthen his attacks. Crack! A crack suddenly appeared on the blue formation. Break! Xianxia's punch landed on the crack and instantly penetrated it. Bang! The entire blue formation shattered into countless glass shards before it completely dissipated. A thick fragrance of plants wafted out. Not bad. Frost blood grass contains the blood chi of extreme mean. It's useless for me, but it's the best nourishment for the blood-glazed flame. There's also the cloud-gathering fruit, a spirit fruit that strengthens the physique and improves the quality of life. Xianxia had already picked a few of the herbs he needed. He didn't hesitate and picked them one by one. 1 month later, Xianxia walked out of the cultivation chamber. Now, his mental strength, realm, cultivation, and vitality had all reached an extremely high level. In a short period of time, it would be difficult to break through any one of them. Therefore, he set his sights on combat skills and secret techniques. Xianxia arrived at a dark and vast hall. Back then, he had fought fiercely against the blood race and the Yin race here, but this place wasn't damaged at all. At that time, he understood the use of this spacious hall. It was a place for practicing battle skills. In the following days, Xianxia practiced his combat skills here. This included the combat skill corresponding to the 8th Mageweth of the Sky Demon's secret pattern. He could already start cultivating it. Apart from that, there was also the secret technique 6 Flame Finger Sword, the spatial palm technique Black Void Palm, and the ultimate technique Demon Descends to the 6th Heaven. Aside from cultivating, Xianxia would look through some information related to the Soul Dao. Some of them were the spoils of war obtained from the Yin race, and some were from the library within the cave abode. As for the Soul Dao, it took him a long time to get started. This proved that he didn't have talent in this area. But there was no harm in understanding more. Unknowingly, a year passed. On this day, Xianxia came to the herb garden again and took away one herb after another. In the past, he took as much as he used. But this time, as long as it was useful to him, Xianxia took it all. He was prepared to leave. After 3 years of seclusion here, the effects were outstanding. Xianxia's cultivation was already extremely close to the late-stage Void Sea realm. Apart from that, many of his combat skills and secret techniques had made considerable progress. After tidying up, Xianxia left this celestial residence. This token can open a spatial tunnel at any time and let me return to this place. This is too convenient. Qinyu placed the token of the entire cave abode into the light silver crystal space. Although this token was equivalent to a life-saving trump card, there was still a certain amount of risk. If the enemy was too strong, he could completely kill them before Qinyu opened a spatial tunnel. Apart from that, every time a spatial tunnel was opened, it would consume a lot of energy. The more spatial tunnels were opened, the faster the primordial stone mine below the cave abode would be consumed. This had a greater impact on the entire secret realm. In the Lost Mountain range, below an ordinary low peak, a blue whirlpool of water and light suddenly appeared. Buzz, Qinyu passed through it and looked around. He didn't find anything strange. But then, Qinyu didn't walk far before he encountered a three-man team. At first, he didn't care. After all, there were people who entered the Lost Mountain range to adventure, so he pretended to be a wandering cultivator and quickly left. However, the instant the three of them saw Qinyu, they were greatly alarmed. They quickly fled and sent out a message. "It's an enemy." Qinyu's eyes turned cold. He pointed his finger twice and used the bright sun sword finger and the moon sword finger at the same time. Boom! Swoosh, a beam of crimson flame penetrated one person's body, leaving a big hole. Another beam of dark purple light pierced another person's body, turning him into a cold, dry corpse. Ah! The third person saw this scene and screamed in horror. Two of his companions were killed by Qinyu with a wave of his hand. Air capture hand. Qinyu exerted the power of the concept of space, condensing a large dark silver spatial hand, grabbing it and pulling it back. "Qinyu, Senior Chen, please spare me." Qinyu ignored this person's begging. Buzz, a dark mist burst out of his body, rolling and twisting in the void. It was soul power. This dark soul power eventually condensed into a ball of black light fist, which instantly smashed the mind of the person in front of him, causing him to fall unconscious. Whoosh, after grabbing this person, Qinyu returned to the Qingyun secret realm again. Not long after he left, more than a dozen people rushed over from the Lost Mountain range. There were 3 peak late-stage Void Sea Realm experts and 1 half-step king. That kid has already run away. But this is a good thing. After all, we can be sure that he is still in the Lost Mountains. After returning to the Qingyun secret realm, Qinyu continued to practice his combat skills. Until one day, the captive woke up. "Where is this?" The Ying clan's Lord Konghai screamed in fear. He had searched the Lost Mountains for a year and had never seen a building. At this moment, he was in a luxurious palace. How could he not be shocked and terrified? Could it be that he was already in heaven? But suddenly, whoosh, a pitch-black shadow appeared in front of him. Black demonic mist was emitted from his body, and a pair of deep black eyes flickered with a frightening light. "Tell me everything you know," said Gu Shenwei. The soul power in Qinyu's body fluctuated. Accompanied by a powerful demonic will, it turned into a ferocious pitch-black shadow of a giant demon. Before cultivating the soul path, the demonic will on Qinyu's body was enough to scare early Void Sea State cultivators to tears. And after cultivating the soul path, Qinyu also mastered some simple soul path secret techniques. The person in front of him was in the middle stage of Void Sea State. Under Qinyu's intimidation, his consciousness was in chaos, and he fell into a hell of endless fear. As for Qinyu's question, he stammered a little. 3 years ago, the Ying clan sent a large number of people and mobilized the power of various branches, swearing to capture you and wash away the sovereign clan's face. Later, we locked the Lost Mountains and searched everywhere. From this person's mouth, Qinyu roughly learned the situation. The entire Lost Mountains are filled with Ying clan people. Even if you leave the mountains, you may not be safe. Qinyu frowned and fell into deep thought. And according to this person, during this period, they even found traces of the Blood clan. I have to think of a way to sneak out. Qinyu walked into the library. Soon, he found an ancient book, 1000 Transformations Art. This was a transformation art that also involved sealing aura. When cultivated to the great success level, one could even imitate the aura of others. This was just some unorthodox secret technique, so it was not difficult. In just half a month, Qinyu had successfully crossed the threshold. From now on, I am you. Qinyu came in front of the Ying clan captive. You, the other party stared at Qinyu in fear, his voice trembling. At this moment, Jinyu looked exactly like him. Moreover, he also knew what Jinyu wanted to do, which was why he was so afraid. After killing them, Jinyu left this place again. Although there are still risks, there is a high chance of sneaking out. Jinyu flew carefully. But this time, he didn't meet anyone from the Yin clan along the way until he left the Lost Mountain Range. This made Jinyu speechless. The first time he left, he met an enemy within a few steps, but this time, he walked out smoothly. However, Jinyu still didn't relax. Until he flew over a low hill. Whoosh, the ground exploded and a black figure flew out. "Don't attack, I am from the Yin clan." Jinyu smiled and said calmly. At the same time, he took out an identity token. "Yin clan?" That person snorted in a low voice and snorted coldly in disdain. "Even the Yin clan's people must die." After saying this, the masked black-clothed man quickly made his move, unleashing the power of his state, causing a bloody mist to spread out in a frenzy. Boom, the masked black-robed man struck out with his palm. A blood crystal palm shrouded in a thick layer of bloody mist bombarded toward Lin Yun. "It's someone from the Blood Clan." Jinyu instantly guessed this person's identity. He couldn't help but feel that his luck was really bad. The first time he went out, he met someone from the Yin clan. This time, he disguised himself as one of the Yin clan and met someone from the Blood Clan. "But you came at the right time. I have something that I need your help with." Jinyu couldn't help but grin. He had fought with the Blood Clan many times. Every time his heart entered the explosive state, the experts of the Blood Clan would be extremely afraid. Even those at the half-step star condensation realm were no exception. All this time, Jinyu didn't have a chance to figure this out. Now, he had a test subject in front of him. "You need my help? You want me to send you to hell?" Haha. The masked man in black was a little confused, but his attacks didn't stop. At this moment, Jinyu took a deep breath and gathered power in his heart. In an instant, the masked man's attack stopped and he said in surprise, You are also from the Blood Clan?" Looking at the masked man's reaction, Jinyu was a little surprised. Previously, he had discovered this suspicious point because every time his heart exploded, the enemies of the Blood Tribe would be terrified. This time, Jinyu tried to accumulate power in his heart. Under such circumstances, the Blood Clan didn't panic. Instead, they mistook Jinyu for a Blood Clan member. As for how the masked man had determined this, Jinyu wasn't sure. "Haha, what do you think?" Jinyu asked with a playful smile. "Are you out of your mind? If you're an undead Blood Clan member, why do you say you're from the Yin clan?" The masked man in black snorted coldly and grumbled. He had almost killed one of his own. Right at this moment. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, Jinyu's heart entered the eruption technique. A vigorous vitality flowed into his body. You are," the masked man stiffened. His body trembled involuntarily and he took a few steps back, his face pale. At this moment, he felt an incomparably terrifying Blood Tribe bloodline aura from Jinyu. It made him instinctively fear and revere Jinyu, and he wanted to worship him. He had felt this before, when he saw a descendant of the Devouring Blood Clan. "You're a descendant of the Devouring Blood Clan?" The masked man's voice trembled. According to his bloodline, this was definitely true. Thinking of this, he was even more afraid and regretful. He had attacked a descendant of the Devouring Blood Clan. The Devouring Blood Clan was the royal family of the Blood Clan. Its status stood at the top of all the branch families. According to the laws of the Blood Clan, his insubordination just now was punishable by death. The masked man wasn't surprised to see a descendant of the Devouring Blood Clan here. He knew some inside information. Since the descendants of the Devouring Blood Clan were very good at camouflage, they could hide among humans and were almost impossible to see through. Thus, many descendants of the Devouring Blood Clan from the origin world came to the Great Cosmos realm to hide. It was a Blood Clan earlier, and now it's a descendant of the Devouring Blood Clan? Jinyu muttered inwardly. He guessed that it might be because the mysterious heart had absorbed the power of the Blood Tribe's holy artifact last time, so it could simulate the aura of the Blood Tribe's bloodline. The bloodline aura emitted when the heart was accumulating power was extremely weak, similar to the bloodline aura of an ordinary vampire descendant. Once the heart exploded, it would release a bloodline aura that was close to that of a descendant of the devouring blood race. You have offended your superiors. I shall bestow death upon you. Xianxia sneered. When the masked man in black heard this, he trembled in fear and knelt down to beg for mercy. Young ancestor, please have mercy. At the same time, he activated the communication token to send a message to the Cold Blood King. He believed that as long as the Cold Blood King pleaded for him, he would have a chance to live. Boom, Xianxia punched out. At such a close distance, coupled with the fact that his heart was in a berserk state, the might of this punch was astonishing. Even a peak late-stage Void Sea Realm expert would not dare to take it head-on. The masked man in black didn't expect Xianxia to be so decisive and want to execute him immediately. His eyes were wide open, and they were filled with terror, as well as a trace of deeply hidden unwillingness. He was a descendant of the devouring blood race, but he had pretended to be a member of the Yin tribe and made him misunderstand. In the end, he was the one who died. Bang, Xianxia punched through the man's chest. The terrifying power directly destroyed all the vitality in his body. There are blood breeds approaching. Xianxia's mysterious heart sensed a mysterious energy approaching from afar. He didn't expect the mysterious heart to be able to sense it from so far away. Perhaps the sensing ability was only applicable to the blood tribe. However, the next moment, Xianxia's expression changed. The vampire's speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it was close to Xianxia. This speed far surpassed that of a half-step king. It must be a king of the blood tribe. Xianxia was shocked. In order to capture him, the blood tribe had used a star condensation king. A king was about to arrive. No matter how fast Xianxia was, he couldn't be faster than a star condensation king. There was another way in front of him, which was to use the green jade token to open a space tunnel and return to the Qingyan secret realm. However, Xianxia felt a little sullen. This was the second time he had gone out. Did he have to go back again? Oh right, there's another way. Xianxia suddenly had an idea. He put on the black robe and mask from the vampire's corpse and changed his appearance slightly. Then, he hid the corpses of the dead blood tribe creatures. The next second. Swish, a black-robed figure suddenly appeared not far behind Xianxia. The other party wore a purple mask, and an astonishing blood pressure spread out from his body, causing the surroundings to become oppressive and silent. What's the matter? The Cold Blood King looked at Xianxia and asked in a low voice. When Xianxia looked at this person, his body couldn't help but tense up. He felt like he was looking up at a higher being. This was a star condensation king, able to comprehend the profound meaning of heaven and earth. I just bumped into Xianxia, but I wasn't his match. He managed to escape, which was why I sent a message to the king. Xianxia rolled his eyes and immediately explained. Xianxia appeared? The Cold Blood King's expression changed slightly. A terrifying aura was emitted, causing Xianxia's body to sink as he felt a great pressure. With the cultivation of that vampire, he would have knelt on the spot. It seems like my disguise wasn't good enough. This king did not believe me. Xianxia thought to himself. After all, he knew very little about the blood tribe. He didn't even know the title of this king. That's right. I'm sure that the person who injured me was Xianxia. Xianxia knelt on one knee, a terrified expression appearing on his face. All right, we'll retreat now and capture this person alive. The Cold Blood King nodded. After that, all the blood tribe beings gathered around the Lost Mountain range gathered together. There were more than 40 of them. So many people are here just to capture me. Xianxia was inwardly shocked. Luckily, these blood tribe were hiding in different parts of the great cosmos world. They didn't know each other well. Otherwise, someone would have discovered that Xianxia's identity wasn't right. Now that Xianxia had entered the tiger's den, once his identity was exposed, he wouldn't be able to escape. I can only follow them for now and find a chance to leave this place. Xianxia had his own plans. Lord Cold Blood King, why did you summon us? A man in a bamboo hat asked. Lord Cold Blood must have found something. Perhaps he has already captured Xianxia. Another man said flatteringly. He personally witnessed Xianxia escaping from the Lost Mountain range. We'll depart now. The Cold Blood King said calmly. Immediately, all the gazes of the blood tribe gathered on Xianxia. Some were curious, some doubtful, and some were hostile. Capturing Qinyu alive was an order from Monarch Heartless himself, and he had promised a great reward. Even if it was just a clue to Qinyu's whereabouts, they would still be rewarded handsomely. This made them somewhat envious of Qinyu. With so many Blood Tribe members watching him, Qinyu was worried that he would be exposed. Thus, he took a deep breath and gathered power in his heart. Heartburst could only last for a limited time, while Heartburst could last for a long time. On the other hand, we went overboard in order to capture Qinyu. The forces of the Eastern Domain should have sensed it. We can't stay here for long. The Cold Blood King said again. The Blood Tribe members finally understood. If they had really found Qinyu's tracks, the Cold Blood King could have chased him alone. There was no need to gather all of them. So it turned out that their tracks had been leaked. They couldn't stay here any longer, and they even needed to change their identities. This time, let's capture Qinyu and go back to claim credit. The Cold Blood King ordered. All the Blood Tribe members scattered and left the Lost Mountain Range. This scattered method could reduce the attention of others, and at the same time, expand the search area. Let's find a chance to leave. Qinyu was vigilant of his surroundings as he slowed down. But suddenly, a loud sound of battle came from the right. Then, he saw several blood race beings fighting with a few Yin race beings. Don't let these Blood Tribe members escape. You blood monsters wearing human skin, die. Because this was the great cosmos world, once their identity as a Blood Tribe member was exposed, they would be surrounded and attacked. Thus, the Blood Tribe members were at a disadvantage. Save us! The Blood Tribe members sought help from Qinyu. At this time, a blood-colored cloud floated over, and a black light flashed past. The Cold Blood King had suddenly arrived. Qinyu only saw the Cold Blood King wave his hand, and a purple-red sharp light flashed through the void. Bang! 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 The bodies of a few Yin tribe members exploded and turned into a mist of blood. The injured Blood Tribe members immediately absorbed all the blood. Shrink the formation and follow me. The Cold Blood King shouted. In just a few breaths, all the Blood Tribe members regrouped and flew away. Our identity has been exposed. We must leave the great cosmos world. We still haven't caught Qinyu, damn it. Along the way, they occasionally met people who tried to stop them, but the Cold Blood King killed them with lightning. So cruel, Qinyu's expression was cold. Every time the Cold Blood King attacked, a human would explode and turn into a bloody mist that was absorbed by the other Blood Tribe members. Suddenly, a purple light appeared in the distance, and within that dreamy light, there was a purple figure. Blood Tribe monster, where do you think you're going? A crisp voice of anger rang out. The next instant, endless light surged over, covering a radius of 1,000 zhang. A terrifying heaven and earth aura pressed down. F***ck off, B***tch. The Cold Blood King roared and instantly charged out. A red and purple light shot out, turning into a huge red and purple blade that slashed horizontally, shattering all the light. The battle between kings could be said to be devastating. Qinyu watched from afar and was shocked. The Cold Blood King has already stalled the human kings. You guys, follow me. A Blood Tribe half-step king ordered. Right now, all the members of the Blood Tribe had gathered together. If Qinyu retreated, he would be attacked immediately. Therefore, he could only follow them. Soon, the group arrived at a mountain range. The half-step king took out an array flag and formed a spell. In the next instant, the ground shook, and a huge hole appeared. When he looked over, he saw a square platform in the ground. There's a teleportation array inside. Qinyu couldn't help but be shocked. The Blood Tribe had built a private teleportation array in the East Realm. He just didn't know where it led to. The kindred only waited for a while before the Cold Blood King arrived. From the looks of it, he seemed to be fine. This meant that the human king had been defeated. As expected of the kindred, the bane of all flesh and blood beings. At the same level, the kindred are usually stronger than humans. Qinyu thought. Activate the array. The Cold Blood King yelled. There were more than 30 people present. They split into two groups and left using the teleportation array. After a tremor, Qinyu's feet landed on the teleportation array. Where are we? Qinyu looked around. The feeling of teleportation only confirmed that the distance was very far. Qinyu, who didn't know much about the eastern region, couldn't tell where he was just from the scenery around him. Rest here and wait for orders. The Cold Blood King took off his purple mask, revealing the face of an old-fashioned old man. Seeing that the Cold Blood King didn't hide his identity, the other kindred also took off their masks or cloaks. Many unfamiliar faces were sizing each other up. Although they were kindred, they didn't have much contact with each other and didn't know each other's true identity. It was safer this way. Otherwise, if a kindred was captured and interrogated, it was very likely that he would confess to the other spies. Qinyu also calmly took off his mask. His current appearance was that of the Yin tribe's disciple. He observed the others and found that one of them was a top genius on the prodigy ranking of the eastern region. From this, it could be seen how powerful the kindred were. Maybe there were kindred on the prodigy ranking of the southern region, but no one knew about them. Wouldn't it be a great merit to remember these people and tell the forces of the eastern region? Qinyu laughed in his mind. You're the one who found Qinyu? A tall man walked over to them. He was at the late stage of the Void Sea realm. He was Hua Qinghui, ranked 5th on the prodigy ranking of the eastern region. That's right. Qinyu looked straight at him with a cold attitude. The kindred were bloodthirsty and cruel. If Qinyu appeared to be too nervous, or looked like he didn't want to cause trouble, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. With your cultivation, you were actually only injured by Qinyu and not killed by him. It's truly surprising. Hua Qinghui smirked. The others did not think that Hua Qinghui was deliberately targeting Qinyu. Instead, they felt that what he said was very reasonable. It was said that the Yin tribe's people were also hunting Qinyu this time, but they all died at Qinyu's hands. 2 half-step king warriors of the blood race had also died because of Qinyu. There was even information that stated that Qinyu had once killed a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan. Because of this, the Blood clan had mobilized so many people, even the Celestial Condensation King himself. If you were to encounter Qinyu, would you be killed by him? Qinyu asked. Hee hee. Hua Qinghui smiled disdainfully. He felt that Qinyu was changing the topic, but he still replied coldly, he can't kill me. The blood race's survival ability was very strong, and each of them was very confident in themselves. Then that's it. You're just a bit weaker than me. If he can't kill you, then he naturally can't kill me. Qinyu smirked. His words were very arrogant, making him look more like a blood race. As soon as he said this, Hua Qinghui's expression froze. Then, his face turned ferocious. The rest of the blood race also looked at Qinyu, curious about his identity. They were all hiding in the East Domain, so they knew Hua Qinghui's strength. He had entered the Heaven's Pride ranking before. Alright, then I want to see how strong you are. Hua Qinghui yelled angrily. Qinyu, of course, was not afraid. At least, his current performance did not make anyone suspect his identity. Right at that moment. Quiet. The Cold Blood King's words carried the pressure of a king, causing everyone to hold their breaths and shiver. Seeing the blood race quiet down, the Cold Blood King nodded in satisfaction and said, he immediately notified me when he found Qinyu. That's why Qinyu didn't have time to kill him. Since the Cold Blood King had spoken, Hua Qinghui naturally didn't dare to argue with Qinyu or attack. However, Hua Qinghui could also see that the Cold Blood King wasn't protecting Qinyu. He just didn't want them to cause a commotion. Several days later, the Cold Blood King suddenly flew up. Let's go. With doubts in his mind, Qinyu followed the vampire. He wanted to ask where they were and where they were going, but his identity would be exposed if he did. After flying for a while, Qinyu felt that the surrounding terrain was somewhat familiar. At the same time, the deafening sounds of battle came from the distance. It was a battlefield. When Qinyu returned to the Great Cosmos realm, he had come through the East Domain spatial passage. That was why he had some impression of the surroundings. And now, he was here once again. Not good. Qinyu sensed that something was amiss. It turned out that the Cold Blood King had been waiting for the battle to start here. Then, he would attack the humans from the inside and occupy the spatial passage. Lord Cold Blood King, let us attack first. Qinyu immediately requested. The other blood race frowned. Although they were bloodthirsty and cruel, this was a battlefield. Wouldn't they be cannon fodder if they charged first? Okay. The Cold Blood King nodded. He would first let these people charge forward to attract the firepower while he waited for an opportunity to leave a deep impression on the humans. The crowd of bloodlings glared at Xianxia, their gazes containing complaints, warnings, and killing intent. Cowards can stay here and let Lord Cold Blood King protect you. Xianxia didn't mind at all. He mocked them and flew over. Although the other blood race members didn't want to be cannon fodder, they didn't want to be looked down upon by Xianxia. Moreover, the Cold Blood King had already agreed. Thus, other than the Cold Blood King, the remaining 30-plus blood race members quickly approached the human camp. However, when they were a certain distance away from the human camp, Xianxia randomly found a human and secretly transmitted his voice. Blood race ambushers are attacking. The leader is a star condensation king. This sentence suddenly resounded in the mind of a patrol guard, causing his body to go limp. Blood race ambushes, and there's even a blood race king, he immediately shouted, alerting many people. At the same time, Xianxia and the rest approached. Many humans immediately looked at them with hostility. How could this be? They actually discovered our identities? One of the blood race members was shocked. They were originally planning to approach as humans and launch a surprise attack. Surround them. A human general gave the order. At the same time, the experts in charge of the military camp all flew out. This scene caused the blood race members to tremble in fear. Bastard, you've harmed us. Hua Qinghui cursed Xianxia. Suddenly, a huge pressure of heaven and earth came crashing down like a tsunami, causing everyone's body and soul to feel an indescribable sense of unease and fear. Kiki, humans, offer your blood to this old man. The Cold Blood King swept up a vast blood-purple cloud and descended from the sky. With a wave of his hand, 100 zhang-long blood-purple blade formed and slashed towards the human camp. The attack of a king was extremely terrifying. If this attack landed, at least a few hundred or even 1,000 people would die. Bang! The moment the attack landed, the human race activated their defensive array formation. Kill! The Cold Blood King roared. Behind him, tens of thousands of blood-purple lights descended. The terrifying attack caused people to tremble. The appearance of the Cold Blood King instantly turned the situation around. This is the strength of a star condensation king. How terrifying! Xianxia sighed in his heart. At this moment, the human and blood race armies were killing each other in the spatial passage. There was no king here, so the Cold Blood King was unstoppable. A moment later, all the humans hid inside the array and operated it together to block the Cold Blood King's attack. Kill your way into the spatial passage. The Cold Blood King ordered again. The humans guarding the camp weren't his target. The Cold Blood King just wanted to kill some humans along the way. With that, everyone charged into the spatial passage. This is a battlefield, and the situation is chaotic. The Cold Blood King doesn't have time to care about me. This is my chance to leave. Xianxia thought in his heart. When everyone charged into the spatial passage, the humans inside were already prepared. They immediately split up a portion of their forces to face the enemy while the rest of the army retreated. Burning Sword King, leave your head behind. The Cold Blood King yelled as he charged at the Burning Sword King. On the other side, the Blood Wave King also attacked with all his strength. 2 Blood Race Kings surrounded the human king. In this situation, the Burning Sword King might even die. However, at the crucial moment, the Burning Sword King took out an ancient bronze shield and activated it. Instantly, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise appeared and turned into a shield of azure light that protected the Burning Sword King. It's the 4-direction shield. I didn't think that you would bring the only mid-tier defensive weapon of the 8 Swords Sacred Gate. The expressions of the 2 Blood Race Kings darkened. The 4-direction shield was one of the best mid-tier mystic weapons. Its defense was outstanding, and even the combined forces of 2 kings wouldn't be able to break through it in a short amount of time. I can leave the blood race now. Xianxia pulled away from the other blood race beings. Right at this moment, a voice sounded in his mind, you must be Xianxia. You managed to hide among the blood race. Not bad, not bad. The speaker was the Burning Sword King. Xianxia was shocked. He didn't expect to be found out by a king. Don't be too surprised. After all, I've seen you before and remember your sole presence. The Burning Sword King explained. Of course, not everyone could be remembered by the Burning Sword King. At the time, Xianxu's identity was the Tao partner of the prodigy of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate, Yi Luofeng. It was because of this that the Burning Sword King observed Xianxia a bit more. Senior's eyes are sharp. I had no choice but to disguise myself as a blood race. I didn't do anything to betray the human race. I even sent a message to inform you in advance, so the damage to the camp wasn't too serious. Xianxia immediately explained, afraid that the Burning Sword King would misunderstand him. Once the Burning Sword King pointed out his identity, the Blood Race Kings would probably kill him in an instant. Haha, as expected of a genius of the great cosmos realm and Yi Luofeng's Tao partner. I believe in you. The Burning Sword King couldn't help but smile. Xianxia wasn't used to being praised like this by a king, and he suddenly had a bad feeling. I have high hopes for you. Are you willing to disguise yourself as a blood race and infiltrate the blood race? The Burning Sword King continued. As expected, Xianxu's feeling came true. This monarch thinks highly of you. Are you willing to disguise yourself as a vampire and infiltrate our ranks for the sake of the human race? The Incineration Sword Monarch's words caused Xianxu's figure to stiffen. He had already separated himself from the rest of the vampires and was even prepared to reveal his identity and launch a sneak attack. Monarch, infiltrating the vampires is a matter of life and death. It would be a great misfortune for the great cosmos realm if a genius like me were to fall. Xianxia refused without much thought. The vampires could infiltrate the great cosmos realm because of their special talents. It was too difficult for a human to infiltrate the vampires. It was also for this reason that the great cosmos realm was at a disadvantage against the vampires and foreign races. The Incineration Sword Monarch rolled his eyes at Xianxia. He had just praised Xianxia and then entrusted him with an important task. In the end, Xianxia had used the monarch's praise as a reason to refute him without batting an eyelid. In truth, the Incineration Sword Monarch didn't want Xianxia to infiltrate the vampires. If anything happened to Xianxia, Yi Luofeng would definitely blame him, and it would be hard to explain to the southern region's Black Demon Valley. In recent years, the Great Cosmos Realm had sent out many spies. It was relatively easy to infiltrate the foreign races, but it was extremely difficult to infiltrate the vampires. Going deep into their ranks was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Just now, when he saw Xianxia mingling with the blood tribe, he was shocked and brought up this matter. However, he wouldn't force Xianxia. Fine, I won't force you if you don't want to. But if you really have the ability to infiltrate the vampires, it'll be a good thing for you. Some of the living beings of the blood race came from the main world. The cultivation methods and inheritances of the blood race are powerful, and there are countless treasures. If you can complete the mission and return safely, the Great Cosmos Alliance will reward you handsomely. There are even some miraculous pills that can increase your chances of breaking through to the star condensation realm. The Incineration Sword Monarch no longer forced Xianxia, but tempted him. As for the Great Cosmos Alliance, it was a powerful alliance formed by the upper echelons of the four regions and the Endless Sea to maintain the balance of the Great Cosmos realm. Pills that increase the chances of breaking through to the star condensation realm can be obtained? Xianxia was a little surprised. This kind of pill could help one become a celestial condensation king. Its value was self-evident. In this great realm war, this kind of elixir was used as a reward. From this, it could be seen that there must be other treasures that were close in value to this type of pill. That's right. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can exchange for a meteor pill from the Great U Alliance. The Burning Sword Monarch was delighted to see that Xianxia seemed to be shaken. In fact, Xianxia was indeed shaken. The main reason why he didn't want to go to the vampire's territory was that it was too dangerous. But in reality, he had a trump card that could help him escape. It was the central token of the Green Cloud secret art. It could open up a space tunnel and return to the secret realm. Other than that, Xianxia also had his own motives. The mysterious heart was clearly related to the blood breeds. Xianxia believed that the more he understood about the mysterious heart, the more potential he could unearth. Venturing into the depths of the blood race was a good opportunity to uncover the secrets of the heart. Other than that, some of the vampires came from the origin world. Xianxia wanted to use this opportunity to understand more about the origin world. Other than the meteor pill, you can even exchange for profound weapons. In short, the Great Yu realm will not mistreat anyone who makes a great contribution. This old man guarantees that you will be rewarded according to the amount of contribution you make. The Burning Sword Monarch continued to tempt him. On the space tunnel battlefield, the humans were fighting and retreating. The vampires and the foreign races were closing in. The Blood Wave Monarch and the Cold Blood Monarch attacked the Burning Sword Monarch in a frenzy, exhausting his strength as much as possible. Maybe they could break through the Square Shield's defense and kill the Burning Sword Monarch. Kill. Kill the demons and humans. Occupy this place. Suck their blood dry. The battlefield was filled with roars. Because Xianxia was talking to the Burning Sword Monarch, he didn't reveal his identity in time and was surrounded by the humans and demons. At this moment, a snow-white, fairy-like figure descended from the sky with an ice-cold sword intent. It's the Ice Lotus Fairy. She hates the vampires to the bone. Let her deal with this person. The human race and the demon race made way for him. The Ice Lotus Fairy Yi Luofeng was powerful. She didn't need to do anything to deal with the peak mid-stage Void Sea realm. Die. Yi Luofeng's cold eyes seemed to shoot out endless cold sword light, piercing the enemy's heart. In the next moment, the icy cold sword chi that covered the sky transformed into a tempest that slashed down with a shocking impetus. She's really merciless. Smiling awkwardly, Xianxia quickly retreated. At the same time, a pitch-black true essence emerged and covered Xianxu's body. Ding! Bang, bang! A few wisps of cold sword chi slashed his body and instantly shattered. This person's defense is so strong. The surrounding people exclaimed. In the past, among those of the same rank, even the blood race wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in the hands of the Ice Lotus Fairy. This true essence, Yi Luofeng saw the true essence on Xianxia and felt it was very familiar. Hee, the Ice Lotus Fairy is just SOSO. Xianxia smiled evilly and retreated. In the sky, the Burning Sword Monarch saw this scene and couldn't help but smile. Xianxu's actions had already shown his answer. Is that so? Yi Luofeng's eyes turned cold. The invisible cold sword chi roared around her, biting cold. As she waved the ice sword in her hand, all the cold wind instantly condensed and turned into a giant ice crystal sword, slashing down from the sky. Before the sword descended, Xianxia was surrounded by cold, and his movement was hindered. It was difficult for him to dodge the sword. However, to Xianxia, this was not a big deal. He suddenly stepped forward, and a powerful force, accompanied by the demonic intent, spread in all directions, shattering the binding of the ice intent. As the huge sword of ice descended, a gust of extreme ice sword aura exploded. A portion of the frigid sword energy storm that was sweeping toward Xianxia was blocked. It seems that Luofeng's strength has also improved a lot these years. Xianxia laughed inwardly. He had been in seclusion in the Qingyun secret realm for 3 years. The cultivation environment there was excellent, and there were a lot of cultivation treasures, so his overall improvement was relatively large. His cultivation was already very close to the late-stage Void Sea realm, and the secret pattern demonic body had already reached the late-stage Void Sea realm. In addition, his soul power and realm, with the help of many natural treasures, as well as the Bloodstar sacred pill and the Moon Spirit mineral, had also reached the late-stage Void Sea realm. In general, except for the slightly slower cultivation, Xianxia had reached the standard of the late-stage Void Sea realm in other aspects. Ordinary late-stage Void Sea realm cultivators could no longer pose any threat to Xianxia. But if Xianxia didn't use some means, it would be a bit difficult to deal with Yi Luofeng, who was in the late-stage Void Sea realm. Who are you? Yi Luofeng asked. The true essence that Xianxia displayed before, the demonic intent, and the powerful defense all reminded her of a person. But the person in front of her was clearly a blood clan. How could the two be so similar? I'm your husband, Xianxia said with a smirk. In the eyes of many people around, Xianxu's words were provocative and insulting. However, in Yi Luofeng's ears, there was a different kind of message in his words. At this moment, in the sky, The Burning Sword monarch roared, "Bastard blood clan, don't you dare insult the genius of the Eight Swords Sacred Gate." After saying that, the Burning Sword monarch gently waved the flame sword in his hand. Whoosh, a huge wave of fiery sword chi rained down like a sky full of swords, covering an area of 1,000 feet. Don't even think about it. Seeing this, the Blood Wave monarch looked displeased. He waved his hand, and a blood-colored wave rushed out like a wave to meet the sky full of swords. Boom! Bang, bang! The battle between king-level experts was terrifying. Just the explosion alone caused many people to die tragically. Why did the Burning Sword monarch attack me? Qianyu was shocked. Yi Luofeng's face was also filled with panic. She had already guessed Qianyu's true identity from his previous words. However, she found it hard to believe that Qianyu would join the Blood Clan's side. What if the Burning Sword monarch attacked and accidentally killed Qianyu? Rumble, the chaotic explosion continued to spread, forcing the people from both sides to retreat. Yi Luofeng did not dare to charge in. On the other side, Qianyu also retreated. However, at this moment, whoosh, in the midst of the chaos, a fiery sword ray approached Qianyu at an incredible speed and shot into his forehead. Qianyu's figure flew backward and fell to the ground. This is a trump card I'm giving you. It can save your life in times of danger. The Burning Sword monarch's voice rang in Qianyu's mind. I see. Qianyu understood the Burning Sword monarch's intention. The Burning Sword monarch had attacked him just to give this trump card to Qianyu without anyone noticing. In fact, the Great Yu Alliance expected this defeat. We've also used this opportunity to send many spies into the Blood Clan and the foreign races. You're not alone. The Burning Sword monarch added. Retreat. Then, he ordered the humans and the foreign races to leave. Yi Luofeng's bright eyes were wide open as she looked into the distance, searching for Qianyu's figure. She was very agitated and a little confused. But since the humans and demons were retreating, she could only leave with the group. Ha ha ha. The Blood Wave monarch laughed. He had finally turned the tables after losing the last time. Well done, Cold Blood monarch. The Blood Wave monarch flew over and asked, have you caught Qianyu? If the Cold Blood monarch succeeded, it would be a great victory. The commotion this time was too big and alarmed them. Even the monarchs took action. If I had been a bit late, I might not have been able to return. The Cold Blood monarch shook his head. Although he had a good reason, failure was still a failure. The joy on the Blood Wave monarch's face lessened. Compared to the battlefield, Monarch Heartless was undoubtedly more concerned about Qianyu. Go and report this to Monarch Heartless. The Blood Wave monarch's attitude turned cold. He didn't want to see Monarch Heartless, or he would be punished. You guys, follow me. The Cold Blood monarch glanced at Qianyu, Hua Qinghui, and the others. As Blood Clan spies, they would be rewarded for their successful return. Secondly, their identities had been exposed. If they stayed on the battlefield, they would be treated with more hostility and be in more danger. None of the 30 Blood Clan spies were willing to stay on the battlefield. They all followed the Cold Blood monarch and left the spatial passage, arriving at the Orange Light Realm. The Orange Light Realm had a large number of demons and a small number of vampires. This was only the starting point of the Cold Blood King's group. They had to pass through several realms to reach the main camp of the vampires, the Blood Sea Realm. Along the way, Qianyu carefully observed the surroundings. This was his first time coming to the enemy's realm. He would be living here in the future, so he naturally had to be careful. Along the way, Qianyu found many patrol teams. They were either vampires or demons. It was rare to see vampires and demons mingling in other places. Although the vampires and demons are allies, they are not on good terms. This was mainly due to the fear of flesh and blood beings towards the vampires. Even if they had formed an alliance, the demons would not dare to accept the vampires completely. 10 days later, the group passed through several realms and finally reached the Blood Sea Realm. Blood-red mist floated in the air of the Blood Sea Realm, while the ground was dark purple. There's blood chi floating in the air. Qianyu frowned slightly. The entire realm was filled with the smell of slaughter and blood. We're finally back. The Blood Sea Realm is still the most comfortable. That's right. The other realms are filled with foul air, but this smell of blood is the most alluring. The other vampires spoke up, enjoying the thick smell of blood in the air. In order not to let others discover anything, Jinyu did the same. Fortunately, he had strong endurance and did not show any discomfort. He even pretended to be very comfortable. This race is indeed terrifying. Jinyu now had a deeper understanding of the situation. The vampires were bloodthirsty. To them, slaughter and blood were the most beautiful things. Therefore, it was destined that the places they passed would not be peaceful. After returning to the Blood Sea realm, the Cold Blood King did not say a word and left. After all, they might not even know each other. Moreover, with the Cold Blood King's status, there was no need to waste words with them. Whoosh, whoosh, the other vampires left as well. Jinyu did not know where to go. He observed the others and found that most were running in a certain direction, so he followed. Hee, I killed 2 geniuses of the great cosmos realm this time. I should be able to obtain many war points. One of the Blood Tribe members said in delight. Brother Hua, how did it go? Someone asked Hua Qinghui. A total of 4 geniuses. Among them, 3 were at the peak of the middle stage of Void Sea Realm, and 1 was at the late stage of Void Sea Realm. Apart from that, there was also an outer sect elder who died at my hands. Hua Qinghui raised his head and said coldly. His words were filled with strong confidence. He believed that with so many people present, there weren't many who could surpass him. How about this brother? The man smiled and asked Jinyu. Previously, Jinyu and Hua Qinghui had some conflicts. Now that this vampire was inquiring about their results, they had no choice but to compete. Once they competed, there would be a winner and a loser. It was obvious that this person had nothing better to do and was deliberately intensifying the conflict between Jinyu and Hua Qinghui. Jinyu didn't reply immediately. This time, he had killed many geniuses and higher-ups of the Yin race. In total, there were more than 20 of them. The results were shocking. However, he had just entered the Blood Sea realm and was not familiar with anything. If he acted too high profile, he would easily attract attention. It would not be good if he gave himself away. He had to keep a low profile first. Once he was familiar with them, he would keep a high profile. None. Jinyu's reply was simple. The moment these words were said, everyone was startled. Then, they revealed different smiles. Hee, I thought your results would be on par with mine. I didn't expect it to be none. An undead vampire like you is a complete waste of blood. Hua Qinghui attacked Jinyu without holding back. He hadn't caused any trouble with the cold-blood monarch around. Now that he knew Jinyu was so useless, he felt even more disdain. Jinyu didn't say anything, but he had already put Hua Qinghui on his death list. Once he completed his mission and was ready to return to the Great Cosmos realm, he would definitely eliminate this person. Hua Qinghui became even more proud when he saw that Jinyu didn't speak. He said mockingly, "You have no results at all. I don't think you need to come to the War Service Hall to collect your contributions. You can only stay in the 3rd ring for the rest of your life." The 3rd ring? Jinyu knew where he wanted to go. However, he still followed the others to the War Service Hall. Jinyu looked around and found that most of the vampires outside weren't in their true bodies. Instead, they were living in the bodies of other creatures. For example, the person in charge of the War Service Hall was a fat middle-aged man with bloodshot eyes and an indifferent and lazy expression. The vampires like blood. Compared to being exposed to the outside world, they prefer to live in places with blood. Living creatures of flesh and blood are the best choice. Jinyu guessed the reason. But then again, it made sense. If all the vampires appeared in their true bodies, no one from the human race would be able to infiltrate the vampires. On the other hand, this also showed the vampires' arrogance. As natural-born lurkers, they weren't afraid of people from the Great Cosmos realm sneaking in. Inside the War Service Hall, all the vampires reported their results in turn and produced proof to receive the corresponding contributions. Soon, it was Jinyu's turn. The fat middle-aged man glanced at Jinyu and said casually, "Report your results." "No results," Jinyu said calmly. Immediately, the fat middle-aged man's expression froze. A disdainful smile appeared on his face as he said coldly, "No results, only 100 contribution points." "What's your name?" the other party asked, wanting to record the contribution points for Qinyu. Qinyu was already prepared. When he left the Lost Mountains, he killed a vampire. On his way back, he rummaged through the vampire's interspatial storage and found his proof of identity. Jin Yudong. This was Qinyu's new identity among the vampires. Coincidentally, the name of this new identity also had the word "you" in it. The fat middle-aged man lowered his head and flipped through a thick book. As time passed, he didn't speak. "What's going on? Don't tell me there's no such name?" "That's impossible." Qinyu didn't know what to make of it. "Found it. So it's 0 contribution points." "Brat, you should have said so earlier. This daddy here has been looking for you until now." The fat middle-aged man cursed in dissatisfaction. The law of the jungle was even more prominent among the vampires. After the fat middle-aged man found out about Qinyu's incompetence, his attitude became even worse. Qinyu was a little embarrassed. It seemed that the vampire he killed was really a tragedy. He had led such a miserable life in the Blood Sea realm and went out to carry out an undercover mission. In the end, he was executed by Qinyu as a descendant of the blood-devouring clan. "Alright, now that you have 100 contribution points, you can get lost." The fat middle-aged man waved his hand impatiently. "Ha ha ha, I'm impressed. You're not ashamed to brag about your meager contribution points." Hua Qinghui laughed. In the great cosmos realm, the two of them had a conflict. At that time, Qinyu's arrogant attitude had shocked him, making Hua Qinghui think that Qinyu should be a great figure. Qinyu ignored the man and left. "Humph, he's so incompetent that he dares to look down on me. It seems that I have to teach him a lesson." Hua Qinghui was very dissatisfied with Qinyu's attitude. Looking at the departing figure, he secretly calculated in his heart. After leaving this place, Qinyu was about to inquire about the location of the third ring. Suddenly, boom, an explosion rang out from afar, and a member of the outsider race with a bull's horn on his head was sent flying. Of course, even if it looked like a foreign being on the outside, it was definitely a blood race living inside. In the courtyard, a person covered in blood walked out and snorted coldly, "Get lost. This is my cave abode. If you come to challenge me again in the future, I'll kill you." The bull-horned foreign being gritted his teeth, as if he was unwilling to leave. Boom, the blood person's gaze turned cold, and a crimson eye opened on his forehead. A violent crimson light spread out, and the murderous aura of blood shook a radius of several hundred feet. Pooh, the bull-horned foreign being, who was already heavily injured, was suppressed by this pressure, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Blood race, third eye. You are Elder Zhong's grandson." The three-eyed blood man Zhong Long. The bull-horned foreign being's eyes widened, and his hair stood on end as his body trembled. This residence originally belonged to him, but when he returned from a mission, he discovered that it had been robbed by someone else. Hence, the bull-horned foreign being issued a challenge. Although they were both at the mid-stage Void Sea realm, he was defeated in 3 moves. When the bull-horned foreign being saw the third eye on his opponent's forehead, he immediately guessed his opponent's identity, and cold sweat broke out all over his body. "So, I can obtain a residence through challenges." Qinyu's eyes lit up slightly. He, who was running around like a headless fly, found his target in an instant. "Humph, looks like I have to be more careful in the future. Otherwise, there will always be reckless people coming to challenge me." The three-eyed blood man Zhong Long snorted coldly and returned to the courtyard. Suddenly, a cold and loud voice sounded, "Wait, I want to challenge you." Zhong Long's body froze, and he stopped in his tracks, wondering if he had heard wrongly. He turned around with a surprised expression, and his gaze landed on Qinyu. The bull-horned foreign being, who was running away, also froze, and his face was filled with disbelief. He had noticed Qinyu just now, and he thought that he was just a passerby. However, this passerby had witnessed his battle with Zhong Long, and he knew Zhong Long's identity. Yet, he still dared to issue a challenge to Zhong Long. Just how gutsy did he have to be? Zhong Long's 3 eyes glared at Qinyu, and 3 terrifying blood-colored rays of light burst forth, suppressing Qinyu with a terrifying might. "Say that again," Zhong Long said coldly. The surroundings seemed to have frozen. The blood mist was still, and it was extremely stifling. Obviously, Zhonglong was angry. He was very impatient to be challenged by someone who didn't know his identity. But now, a passerby had come to challenge him. More importantly, he had already revealed his identity. "I say, are you deaf?" Jinyu rolled his eyes at him and didn't repeat himself. "Good, good, very good." Zhonglong's expression froze for a moment before his face contorted into a maniacal grin. Although there are rules in the third ring that say you can only accept one challenge in 10 days, it's impossible. However, if you are willing to pay the corresponding price, I will accept your challenge. What price? Since he had already issued a challenge, Jinyu did not plan to change his target at the last minute. If you lose, hand over 10 drops of blood essence. Zhonglong stuck out his bright red tongue and licked his lips. I agree. Can we start now? Jinyu answered immediately. From Zhonglong's point of view, Jinyu seemed to have absolute confidence. He didn't even think about it before accepting his proposal. This stimulated his heart again, and his killing intent boiled. Fine, I accept your challenge. The three-eyed man, Zhonglong, said with a ferocious smile, Fine, I accept your challenge. The bullhorned foreign being who was about to leave stopped and sized up Jinyu in shock. Is this person also a ruthless person from the third ring? Why have I never heard of him? The entire Blood Sea realm was divided into 5 rings, and the residents lived according to their cultivation level. The kindred in the third ring were mostly at the mid-stage or peak mid-stage of the Void Sea realm. Apart from that, they could also move to the second ring or even the first ring by spending a certain amount of merit points. The third ring of the Blood Sea realm was considered the high-end combat power of the Blood Sea realm. There were many conflicts between them and fights were common. As such, many of the kindred had made a name for themselves here, and no one dared to provoke them. The bullhorned foreign didn't pay much attention to them, but he was unfamiliar with Jinyu's appearance. Don't tell me he's new here. The bullhorned foreign thought to himself. If that was the case, Jinyu had kicked an iron plate. The three-eyed man, Zhonglong, had a certain background, and his strength and talent were extraordinary. Eh? Why hasn't the fight started yet? The bullhorned foreign was watching Jinyu and Zhonglong. Zhonglong frowned slightly. Why wasn't this passerby challenging him making a move? He was about to ask when Jinyu beat him to it. Hurry up and make a move, or you won't even have a chance to do so. Jinyu wasn't being arrogant. With his current strength, the peak mid-stage Void Sea realm was nothing in his eyes. No one in the entire third ring dares to be so arrogant in front of me. Zhonglong roared. His 3 blood-red eyes glowed with an intense blood-red light, and a wave of blood-red aura spread out in all directions in a ring. All of a sudden, swoosh, his 3 blood-red eyes shot out 3 beams of blood-red light that pierced toward Jinyu. Under Zhonglong's control, the 3 beams of blood-red light nimbly sealed off all of Jinyu's escape routes. What strength! If Zhonglong had used this move just now, I probably wouldn't have been able to block even one move. The bullhorned foreign man gasped. However, when he looked at Jinyu, his jaw dropped and his eyes almost popped out. Jinyu did not dodge. He stretched out a pitch-black palm and blocked one of the blood-red beams. It was only when Jinyu made his move that he remembered that he had many methods that he couldn't use. Otherwise, it would be easy for others to suspect him. Whoosh, he quickly approached Zhonglong, and the blood-colored light was shattered inch by his palm. He actually used a single hand to block Zhonglong's attack. The bullhorned being couldn't help but cry out. This is impossible. Zhonglong was also extremely shocked and found it hard to accept. The power in his body surged wildly, and the bloody light that shot out of his 3 eyes became even brighter and thicker. Even so, the crimson light did not pierce through Jinyu's palm. No. It didn't even hurt Jinyu's palm. Boom, as Jinyu approached Zhonglong, his legs turned pitch black like a black iron pillar. With a ferocious swing, he created an incomparably violent black storm that sent Zhonglong flying. Thump, Zhonglong fell to the ground with a dumbfounded expression. He was actually so easily defeated with a single move. Jinyu was also a little surprised. Because he couldn't use some methods, he used his full strength in that kick just now. Even so, he didn't use any true origin energy in that kick, and it didn't directly hit Zhonglong. Just the storm that was created was enough to send Zhonglong flying. Sending Zhonglong flying with a kick, oh my god! The bullhorned being shouted in excitement. Zhonglong's voice trembled slightly. Qin Yu defeated him with a single move. His strength was too terrifying. Looking at him now, fear appeared in the depths of his heart. Whoosh, Zhonglong got up and quickly left this place to avoid embarrassing himself. However, when he was a certain distance away, the fear in his heart gradually disappeared. Unwillingness and anger erupted as he roared toward the sky. How dare you steal my cave abode? This matter definitely isn't over. Zhonglong's expression was cold and grim. Now that I have a place to stay, I'll slowly familiarize myself with this place. Qin Yu walked into the cave abode safely. I'm Tong Guang. May I know your name? The bullhorned being asked nervously. Qin Yu's strength had completely intimidated him. In addition, Qin Yu had even dared to steal Zhonglong's cave abode, so he must have a powerful background. The bullhorned being was thinking about whether he could climb up to this great Buddha and work for Qin Yu in the future. Jin Yudong. Qin Yu glanced at the bullhorned being. Judging from the situation just now, this seems to be your cave abode. There might be some of your belongings inside. You can come in and take them away. He had just arrived here and was unfamiliar with this place. He didn't know anything and could only obtain some information from others. Hence, he had to take the initiative to befriend some blood tribe members. They're all small items. If Brother Jean likes them, I can give them to you. If there's anything you don't like, I can help you throw them away. The bullhorned being smiled and followed Qin Yu into the cave abode. I've just completed an undercover mission and am not too clear about the situation here. I'll have to trouble you to briefly explain the situation to me. Qin Yu said casually as they walked. So Brother Jean has been carrying out an undercover mission. No wonder I've never heard of you before. One of Tong Guang's questions was answered. Undercover missions were equivalent to changing one's appearance and living under a different identity. It was understandable that he didn't have a sense of existence before. Actually, the Blood Sea realm hasn't changed much. The main thing is that moving to the inner ring requires more battle merit points. To a certain extent, it's to encourage the blood tribe to actively complete missions in exchange for a better cultivation environment. There's one more thing. The blood brew we have to hand in every month is 20% more than 5 years ago. But Brother Jean, since you've just completed an undercover mission, you don't have to hand in the blood brew for the first month. Tong Guang said one sentence after another. Although it was just bits and pieces of information, Qin Yu still gained a lot. The entire Blood Sea realm was divided into 5 rings, and the one he was in was the 3rd ring. The further one went, the worse the environment, the lower the yuan qi and blood concentration in the air. The other privileges one enjoyed were also completely different. For example, in the 5th ring, deaths were a common occurrence. The blood tribe would also spend a lot of effort to search for them. In comparison, the 3rd ring was relatively stable and peaceful. And the cave abode that Qin Yu occupied was considered a superior cave abode in the 3rd ring. The cultivation environment was excellent. But to Qin Yu, the cultivation effect of this cave abode was not even 1/10 of the secret cultivation room in the Qingyun mystic realm. Blood brew? Qin Yu didn't know what it was, but he didn't ask. Tong Guang only left when the curtains fell. Brother Jean, rest early. If you have any small matters in the future, you can let me take care of them for you. For the next month, Qin Yu wandered around the 3rd ring. He went wherever there were many people, and through the conversations of others, he gained knowledge and information. Gradually, he gained a certain understanding of the entire Blood Sea realm. On this day, when Qin Yu returned to the cave abode, he saw a black 2-headed lion at the entrance. From the emblem on the lion's clothes, Qin Yu instantly recognized that the lion was a deacon of the 3rd ring. You're Jin Yudong? The other party glanced at Qin Yu coldly. Deacon, why are you looking for me? Qin Yu felt that he hadn't done anything wrong in the Blood Sea realm. At most, he had robbed Zhonglong's cave abode. That was because he had just arrived and didn't know anything. Naturally, he didn't know Zhonglong otherwise, he would definitely have picked a weaker one. Since you've just returned from a mission, you don't have to hand in the first month's blood brew. But for the second month's blood brew, you have to increase it by 60%. If you can't reach the target, your battle merits will be deducted. If you don't have enough battle merits, scram back to the fourth ring. With that, the two-headed lion deacon flew away with his head held high. He didn't even look at Xianxia. I thought I didn't have to hand in the blood brew for the first month. Xianxia frowned slightly. It was obvious that the deacon was deliberately making things difficult for him. Before long, Xianxia arrived before a mountain peak. From afar, there seemed to be a huge ball of blood at the top of the mountain. That's the blood pool. The blood pool was heavily guarded and protected by a barrier. Upon entering, it was as though one had arrived in a world of blood. The air was filled with a thick blood-red mist, so from afar, it looked like a huge ball of blood. Before him was a huge lake filled with tainted blood. The stench of blood wafted from it, making one feel nauseous. This is the blood collected by the blood race after conquering the realms. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly. He picked up a huge water jar from the side and filled it with tainted blood. After registering it, he left the place. Blood brew referred to the removal of impurities from the tainted blood and refining it into blood of high purity. The purer the blood, the better. The blood race was bloodthirsty. Blood brew was even more popular among them than keystones and some natural treasures. As a result, the blood race gave birth to a profession called blood brewer. Within the blood sea realm, every blood race member had to refine their blood to a certain quality every month and hand in a certain amount. There were many records regarding the method of blood brew in the storage space of the dead blood race member. Every blood brew method produced different tastes of blood. Xianxia had never done such a thing before. Even if he were to learn the method of blood brew now, he would only be able to achieve his goal in a month. But on top of that, the deacon gave Xianxia an additional 60%. It's hard being a spy. Xianxia sighed as he flipped through the books related to blood brew. However, he was not a blood race member and had no interest in this matter. Thus, his progress was slow, and there were often problems in the process of refining the tainted blood. I can give this flame refinement method a try. The flame refinement method was one of the more difficult of the many methods recorded in the book. It required a powerful true fire spirit flame. It would be best if it was of the yang attribute and suitable for expelling impurities. Xianxia had the innate spirit flame, blood-glazed flame. Although it was not of the yang attribute, its characteristics were special. Perhaps he could give it a try. Whoosh whoosh, a ball of blood-glazed flame appeared on Xianxu's finger. The blood-glazed flame turned into threads and wrapped around the ball of tainted blood, slowly seeping into it. Blood-glazed flame could burn the vitality of blood. Xianxia had to control it precisely, or the entire ball of tainted blood would be devoured by it. After a while, the ball of tainted blood had shrunk to 5 times its original size, and it shone with a bright red luster. It should have reached the standard. Xianxia did not care too much. He put the ball of refined blood into a glass bottle. Next, he delved deeper into the flame refinement method, and his refining speed increased by quite a bit. Blood-glazed flame seems to have grown stronger. Xianxia was overjoyed. Blood-glazed flame was not picky. The waste blood in the blood became nourishment for blood-glazed flame, and as it accumulated, its quality gradually increased. Knowing that the blood-glazed flame could also benefit from the blood refinement process, Xianxia became even more attentive. The 6-flame finger sword had an extremely high requirement for controlling flames. This allowed Xianxu's control over the blood-glazed flame to reach the point of perfection. Thus, Xianxia became serious and quickly learned the flame refinement technique. This increased the speed of blood refinement once again. If I want to infiltrate the inner circle of the blood kindred and obtain information, I must enter the first ring. Xianxia did not forget his goal. The first ring was the core of the blood ocean realm. The blood kindred who lived there were either of high status, powerful, or powerful. There were 2 ways to enter the first ring. First, he had to be at the half-step king level. Second, he had to have enough battle points. Making the blood brew could be exchanged for a certain amount of battle points. However, making the blood brew was the most basic mission, and the amount of battle points that could be exchanged for was not much. I heard that the higher the quality of the blood brew, the more battle points I can get. Thinking of this, Xianxia became even more serious about the flame refinement technique, striving to make the blood brew of higher quality. 10 days later, an entire vat of tainted blood was consumed by Xianxia, and he finally made 5 liters of blood brew. Doesn't seem too difficult. Xianxia smiled. 5 liters of blood brew had already reached the standard set by the deacon. Making blood brew was not difficult for Xianxia, but it was extremely difficult for the blood kindred. After all, Xianxia was not bloodthirsty, and could focus on brewing without any distractions. To the blood kindred, brewing blood brew was like a bandit who had a naked beauty lying in front of him, but could only watch and not touch. Many blood kindred could not help but taste the blood brew as they brewed. It would be good if there was even a fifth of it left. That day, Xianxia went to the blood cellar and handed in the blood brew. Please wait for the blood brewer to evaluate it. If it does not pass, we will have to brew it again. A blood kindred servant carried Xianxia's blood brew into the hall. Merit points are extremely hard to come by. Many simple missions only give a few merit points. If I hand in 3 caddies of blood brew, I'll get at least 10 merit points. Xianxia pondered. However, if he wanted to enter the second ring, he would have to spend 2,000 points. Xianxia couldn't help but feel that his undercover career might be very long. Within a dark hall, there was a woman in a blood-colored dress with cicada wings. She had an elegant air about her. She gently dipped her finger into a drop of blood and tasted it. 5 battle merits. Then, she said indifferently. Soon, it was Xianxia's turn to drink the blood brew. The cicada-winged woman repeated the same action. Her warm, crimson tongue swept up a drop of blood and brought it back to her mouth to taste. Not bad. With such quality, it looks like the brewer is about to reach the standards of a blood brewer. 40 battle merit points. The cicada-winged woman gave her evaluation. 40 battle merit points. The servant was shocked. Merit points were extremely hard to come by among the blood kindred. Some blood kindred risked their lives to carry out missions and only earned a few merit points. If he remembered correctly, Xianxia's blood brew had received the highest evaluation among all the blood brews today. Venerable Icebite has come to buy blood brew again. He has a high demand, so send this batch over first. The cicada-winged woman added. Xianxia stared for a while before a servant came out and said with a smile, Congratulations, sir. 40 battle merit points. There's actually 40. Xianxia was somewhat surprised. He had thought that he would get 10 battle merit points at most. It seems that even if I only brew blood brew, it won't take long before I can enter the second ring. As Xianxia thought about it, he felt that this was a good idea. As far as he knew, blood brewer masters were highly respected among the blood kindred. Some blood kindred experts were willing to pay a huge price to buy high-quality blood brew. In a blood crystal palace in the first ring. Sire, your blood brew is here. The butler brought over several jade bottles. In the depths of the palace, there was a frozen blood pool that emitted a bone-piercing chill. Boom, cracks appeared on the blood clot and it suddenly exploded. A dark blue blood man rushed out and emitted a chill that caused the temperature of the entire palace to plummet. The butler immediately shivered from the cold. Humph, those guys from the blood cellar previously sent me blood brew that was slightly lower than what I paid. If they scam me again, I'll definitely find trouble with them. Venerable Icebite glared at the jade bottle with a furious expression. The seal on it was undone and a tiny crimson stream of blood gushed out and entered Venerable Icebite's mouth. He took a deep breath and the chill emitted from his body weakened significantly. At least they still have some conscience. After saying that, Supremacy Icelike took a deep breath and sucked dry all the blood brew in the jade bottle. He revealed a look of enjoyment. After drinking the blood brew, the chill on his body completely disappeared and his body regained its color. The temperature in the palace returned to normal. Venerable Icebite's cultivation had reached half-step king, but due to his special cultivation technique, he needed to consume blood every month. Otherwise, his body would be extremely cold and he might even turn into an ice sculpture. Sire, the blood brew is precious, please conserve it. The servant persuaded. I know, Venerable Icebite glared at the servant and said with a conflicted expression, drink a little more. Thus, he unsealed the second bottle and sucked a small stream. Eh? Something's not right. Venerable Icebite tasted it carefully and revealed a surprised expression. What's wrong? Sire, did those people from the blood cellar sneak in low-quality blood brew for you? The butler asked. Let me try again. Venerable Icebite immediately unsealed all the jade bottles and tasted each bottle of blood brew. The butler suspected that Venerable Icebite said this on purpose to find an excuse to drink more. Suddenly, Venerable Icebite laughed loudly, ha ha ha, the quality of each bottle of blood brew is higher than the previous one. The total value of these blood brew far exceeds the battle merit points that this venerable paid. Regarding this, both of them felt that it was strange. Logically speaking, the blood cellar would not do such a good thing. Could it be that these blood brew were brewed by a single person and during the brewing process, his technique was constantly improving? Venerable Icebite guessed boldly. If this was the case, everything would make sense. Could it be a blood brewer? Perhaps it is a blood brewer trying out a new brewing technique, the butler guessed. Go investigate and find out who this person is. The blood brew he brewed has a special fire Dao aura that this venerable likes. Venerable Icebite shouted. After Qinyu handed over the blood brew, he went to the tainted blood pool and took away a vat of tainted blood. He felt that brewing blood brew to earn battle merit points was a good method. Oh right, the half-step king of the blood race that I once killed had a lot of blood in his storage space. Qinyu suddenly thought of this matter. Only an extremely small portion of it had been refined, and the majority could only be considered raw materials. But even so, the quality of the blood brew produced from different ingredients was vastly different. Using this low-grade tainted blood to brew blood brew can earn me 40 battle merit points. What if I use blood of good quality? Qinyu felt that a path to riches had appeared in front of him. He finally understood why that half-step king had preserved the blood like a treasure. To the blood race, the value of blood was even higher than ordinary treasures. In the following month, Qinyu brewed another 5 kilograms of blood brew. Half of the blood brew was tainted blood, while the other half was high-quality blood. The former could be exchanged for 60 battle merit points, while the latter could be exchanged for 120 battle merit points. This way, Qinyu had a total of 320 battle merit points. On the way back to his residence, Qinyu saw that the blood race had issued challenges for the cave abode. There are many methods that I can't use in the blood race. I have to exchange for some blood arts as a disguise. Thus, Qinyu went to the blood treasury palace of the blood race. However, he cultivated the demonic path, and some blood arts were difficult to learn. Even after using them, the effects were not good. After searching for a long time, Qinyu finally found a secret technique that was suitable for him: blood transformation demonic body. Blood transformation demonic body was a body Dao secret technique. It consumed one's blood and vitality to temporarily strengthen one's body and explode with extremely terrifying power. 1,000 battle merit points. Qinyu was shocked. He didn't expect this secret technique to be so expensive. The first few techniques he saw were around 200 to 300 battle merit points. However, there were too few that were suitable for Qinyu. Didn't the higher the price, the more powerful the secret technique was. Thus, Qinyu spent 300 battle merit points to exchange for the first part of blood transformation demonic body. A black two-headed lion flew into a cave abode. So it's black attendant. How is the matter, I asked of you? Has that brat already gone to the fourth ring? A three-eyed crimson person walked out of a blood pool and chuckled. Little Long, that brat isn't simple. He completed this month's blood brew mission and obtained quite a bit of battle merit points. The two-headed lion lowered his head and said gloomily. He had purposely made things difficult for Qinyu in hopes of dealing with him. From the looks of it, Qinyu wasn't simple. He had unknowingly found himself an enemy. How is that possible? The amount of blood brew was increased by 60%, and he still completed it? Zhonglong found it hard to believe. He had refined blood brew before, and the process was extremely painful. It was difficult to concentrate, and he couldn't help but want to drink the refined blood brew. I suspect that he might be a blood brewer. It's best if you don't go against him in the future. The two-headed lion said solemnly, and then quickly left after it finished speaking. As soon as he left the cave, the two-headed lion cursed, "This bastard, he made this deacon offend a blood brewer. If it weren't for your grandfather's sake, I would have crippled you today." "No, that's impossible. I've investigated him, and he can't be a blood brewer. Black attendant must have made a mistake." Zhonglong muttered to himself in frustration. Regardless of whether it was right or wrong, Jinyu had completed the mission and obtained enough battle merit points. It was impossible to chase him away. At that moment, a loud laugh came from outside. "Brother Zhong, why did you change cave abode again? The cultivation environment here doesn't seem to be that great." "So it's Brother Tao. Didn't you go to conquer the universe? Why are you back?" Zhonglong went out to welcome him with a smile. A 10-meter-tall foreign male with black fur all over his body walked in with a frightening baleful aura. "Hee hee, I dug out too many people's hearts and angered everyone, so I came back to hide." The black-furred male laughed sinisterly and threw out a blood-red heart. "Here, have a taste." This heart came from a pretty human girl. As expected of the heart-digging demon. "Tao Weiba." Zhonglong caught the bloody heart with one hand. "What's wrong? Brother Zhong, you don't look happy." The black-furred male could see that his brother's expression wasn't right. "Brother Tao, I can't take this lying down." Zhonglong's expression was cold and filled with intense hatred. In the secret chamber, Jinyu flipped through the contents of the first half of the blood transformation fiend body. This secret technique focused on using blood to refine one's body and absorb the essence of blood. When activating the secret technique, one would burn one's vitality to strengthen one's body and burst forth with power far beyond normal. This was only the first half. Jinyu had already skimmed through the brief introduction of the second half. If one cultivated the second half of the blood transformation fiend body to greater mastery, a blood transformation would occur when one used the secret technique. One's vitality would take form and form the shadow of a blood demon. The secret technique of the blood race is indeed not simple. Jinyu sighed. The blood race had powerful bodies and there was no lack of body cultivators. If one cultivated this body Dao secret technique with the body of a blood race, it would be extremely smooth and powerful. Of course, Jinyu's elementary level indestructible body was not bad either. In fact, it was even stronger than the average blood race body. Next, Jinyu began to cultivate. The cultivation method of the blood transformation fiend body required one to smear the blood of other creatures on one's body and circulate a special mental cultivation method to absorb it. He had obtained many different types of blood from the half-step king of the blood race that he had killed previously. It came in handy at this moment. A moment later, the dark red blood formed a strange and terrifying image on Jinyu's body. True essence circulated and entered the special acupoints. It stimulated the blood on the surface of his body and was absorbed into his body in an extremely domineering manner. 5 days later. "Huh!" Jinyu bellowed, and a layer of simple blood-colored patterns appeared all over his body. A dense aura of blood chi emanated from his body. He reached out and poked the ground with a finger. Boom, a mass of dark red chi and blood force shot out, leaving a 2-inch wide hole in the ground, deep into the ground. Immediately after, with the hole as the center, the ground around it cracked and formed a huge pit. This was a special martial arts room. Logically speaking, it would be difficult for a peak mid-stage Void Sea realm to cause damage in the third ring. However, Jinyu's physical strength was too powerful. Coupled with the blood transformation fiend body, he could easily destroy the martial arts room. "I've used up a lot of vitality, but I can still last for a long time." Jinyu sensed his current state. What the blood transformation demon body consumed was the blood essence absorbed during cultivation, as well as one's own life force. It did not have much demand on veritable essence. Just as Jinyu was cultivating, a shout came from outside the cave. "Brother Jin, are you there? Something big has happened." Jinyu walked out of the cave and saw the bull-horned alien race. "Something terrible has happened, Brother Jin." Seeing Jinyu come out, Tong Guang shouted repeatedly, his face full of anxiety and panic. Jinyu immediately asked. When he first came to the Blood Sea realm, the first person he befriended was Tong Guang. He learned some basic information from Tong Guang and then slowly established himself. You robbed Zhonglong's cave abode last time. This time, he brought a ruthless person to make trouble for you. Tong Guang said anxiously. In his eyes, Qinyu was a ruthless character in the third ring. That was why he was trying to befriend Qinyu, hoping that when he made it big in the future, he would look out for him. However, the helper Zhonglong found this time was an expert in the second ring. That three-eyed person from last time? Qinyu thought of the three-eyed kindred he had defeated in one move. Brother Tong, don't worry. It's just a small matter. Qinyu did not mind. When he first came to the kindred, he did not know anything. He was afraid that others would see through him, so he kept a low profile. Now that he had lived here for more than a month, he was completely familiar with the kindred. It was time for him to be high profile. Brother Chen, you're strong, even stronger than Zhonglong. However, the person he brought with him this time is extraordinary. He's a level 2 ring Dolua, and he's also known as the Heart Digger. When he fights with others, he likes to dig out their hearts. Tong Guang was even more worried when he saw that Qinyu did not take this matter to heart. If Qinyu was prepared, he might have a chance of winning. Brother Chen, you don't know. The other party is a kindred in the second ring. Even if you accidentally kill a kindred in the third ring, you will only be punished lightly. That's why you should leave now. I believe they won't bully you too much. Tong Guang gritted his teeth and said in a low voice. This was the world of the kindred, where the strong controlled the weak. The reason Tong Guang came here this time was to persuade Zhonglong to move out of this place as soon as possible. Then, he would apologize to Zhonglong and turn a big problem into a small one. At this moment, two figures flew over from afar. One of them wore a blood-red robe and exuded a thick blood aura. It was the three-eyed kindred. Zhonglong beside him was a 10-meter-tall black-furred giant. He had a ferocious gaze and a murderous aura. It was obvious that he was a bloodthirsty person who had killed countless people. You want to leave now? Too late. Zhonglong's face was cold and his eyes were filled with smugness. Brother Zhong, is this the kid who robbed your cave abode? The heart-digging demon, Tao Weiba, glanced at Qinyu coldly. Heart-digging demon, Tong Guang also felt Tao Weiba's gaze. His body trembled and his heart pounded. He felt immense fear and took a few steps back. At the same time, many kindred were attracted over. They had heard of the name of the heart-digging demon. Back in the third ring, Tao Weiba was also an overlord. In less than 3 years, he entered the second ring. Who is this kid? Is he new? How dare he offend Zhonglong and Tao Weiba? He must be tired of living. Zhonglong has an elder grandfather, and this Tao Weiba is even more infamous for digging out hearts. I heard that this time, Tao Weiba had returned from the battlefield because he had dug out too many human hearts, and attracted too much hatred. In fact, Zhonglong had purposely spread the news that he was here to cause trouble for Qinyu. His goal was to attract more kindred and let them witness Qinyu's tragic end. Kid, give up the cave abode now, kowtow to Brother Zhong, and hand over all your blood collection. I, Tao Weiba, will not make things difficult for you. Tao Weiba stared at Qinyu and said coldly. The kindred were bloodthirsty and would store some blood. It was also one of their hobbies. Since Brother Tao has said so, then let's do it. Zhonglong had a benevolent and righteous look on his face, and the ridicule in his eyes when he looked at Qinyu grew even more intense, revealing a strong sense of pride. The surrounding people couldn't help but laugh, as if they could already foresee the scene of Qinyu kneeling and begging for mercy. Qinyu's expression was cold as he chuckled. How dare you two act so presumptuously in front of my cave abode? Do you really think I'm a pushover? As soon as he said this, the surroundings fell into silence. This kid is done for. How dare he be so arrogant in front of the heart-digging demon? Bastard, Jin Yudong, how dare you? Speak to us like this? Zhonglong cursed with a humiliated expression. Initially, he thought that Qinyu would greet him with a smile, bow, and beg for mercy this time. Unexpectedly, the other party's attitude was even worse. I don't know if you're easy to deal with, but you only need to know that those who provoke my heart-digging demon will not have a good ending. Tao Weiba's expression became ferocious as a dark red aura burst out and spread in all directions, forcing some blood race beings to retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, a black light flashed in the air. Tao Weiba actually made his move and charged at Qinyu. Boom! Tao Weiba's giant claw was surrounded by a layer of crimson light runes. It tore out 5 dark red storms and grabbed at Qinyu's head. Boom! A loud sound was heard and a violent gust of wind blew in all directions. Could he have been killed by Brother Tao? Zhonglong thought. However, Tao Weiba killed for him this time. Even if he used his connections, he had to reduce Tao Weiba's punishment. But when the gust of wind dissipated, he saw Qinyu blocking Tao Weiba's claw with a single hand. You are also a body cultivator? Tao Weiba's face was filled with surprise. He was also a body cultivator, but the person in front of him was only at the peak of the mid-stage Void Sea state, yet he was able to take an attack from him. It's my turn to attack. Qinyu said coldly. Bring it on. I, Tao Weiba, will beat you down within 10 moves. Tao Weiba said fiercely. He originally wanted to say that he would beat Qinyu within 3 moves, but the exchange just now proved that Qinyu's physique was extremely strong. In the next moment, a blood-colored rune appeared on the surface of Qinyu's body and rapidly extended, forming a ferocious blood-colored rune diagram. This is the blood transformation demonic body. You used a secret technique right from the start. Tao Weiba was slightly surprised. A secret technique consumed a lot of energy. If Qinyu used it right from the start and didn't achieve any results, he would be at a disadvantage. Qinyu sighed. He had no choice. This was the only blood path battle technique he knew. Pung, he struck out with lightning speed and a palm strike set off a terrifying gust of wind. Not good. When Qinyu attacked, Tao Weiba only felt his opponent's physique and immediately blocked. Pung. Crack, Qinyu's palm strike landed on Tao Weiba's arm. In the next moment, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Pung pung, Tao Weiba's body flew back tens of feet. He stabilized his body and gritted his teeth with a face full of shock. His arm had been broken by Qinyu's palm. Just how much strength did Qinyu possess? The surrounding people were also dumbfounded, unable to believe the scene in front of them. Not good, this person used the blood transformation demonic body and is actually so strong. Looks like I can only defend with all my strength. Once the time limit of the secret technique is over, it will be my time to win. Tao Weiba thought of a strategy. Right at this moment, Qinyu flew out with lightning speed. A terrifying pressure enveloped Tao Weiba's body. Qinyu didn't plan to tangle with Tao Weiba for too long. Only by ending the battle quickly would he be able to obtain greater deterrence. At this moment, the secret pattern demonic body was already activated. On the dark demonic body, the blood-red runes were extremely eye-catching, exuding a demonic aura. Boom, Qinyu punched out, merging the profound of the cloud-swallowing demonic fist. Pung, a huge sound was heard, and a huge crater was left on the ground. Tao Weiba was lying inside, his alien body shattered, revealing his blood race body. He lay on the ground on his last breath. How is this possible, Brother Tao? Zhonglong's voice was trembling. It was hard to imagine that the heart-gouging demon, a late-stage Void Sea expert, had been easily defeated by Qinyu and ended up in such a miserable state. The one who was impudent in front of my cave abode just now was you, a 3-eyed person. Qinyu's cold voice sounded in Zhonglong's ears. His body trembled, and he turned to run. But to Qinyu, his speed was too slow. Whoosh, Qinyu instantly approached him and kicked him in the buttocks. Pung, Zhonglong smashed into the ground face down, forming another huge crater. There was an even deeper human-shaped hole in the crater. Hiss, looking at the 2 large craters in the ground, the surrounding people sucked in breaths, and all the spectators immediately retreated dozens of feet. Even Zhonglong and Tao Weiba had been humiliated by this ruthless person. Just now, they had also said many bad things about Qinyu. At this moment, all of them were trembling in fear. At this moment, a blood race member walked over from afar. He had a human body and looked like an old man. Zhonglong, who was just about to beg for mercy from Qinyu, saw this old man and immediately cried, "Butler Wang, save me." This person was the butler of his grandfather's residence, and he was also his grandfather's right-hand man. He was very powerful. This person is arrogant and despotic. He humiliated me several times and even threatened to kill me. Zhonglong's miserable cries could be heard. Steward Wang heard Zhonglong's cries from afar. The other party was the grandson of ice-like supremacy. He had great talent and potential, but he was arrogant and often caused trouble. A year ago, Zhonglong enjoyed himself in the second ring. Not only did he not hand over the blood brew every month, but he even owed a lot of it, causing ice-like supremacy to lose face. Thus, he was demoted to the third ring. The third ring was relatively low class. Even if Zhonglong caused trouble, the impact would be smaller. It was just that Steward Wang did not expect to hear Zhonglong's cries for help the moment he came to the third ring. It was obvious that Zhonglong was causing trouble again. However, there weren't many things that could make Zhonglong suffer in the third ring, let alone making him cry for help. Steward Wang is here. He's the steward of Ice-like Supremacy's residence and also his right-hand man. That kid beat up Ice-like Supremacy's grandson so badly. He's definitely finished. Discussions broke out in the surroundings. Zhonglong, what's going on? Steward Wang walked over and saw Zhonglong lying in a huge pit in a miserable state. On the other side, there was another pit and Tao Weibo was lying in it. He looked even more miserable than Zhonglong. Zhonglong's grandfather was an elder in the first ring and Tao Weibo was a blood clan member in the second ring. In the end, the two of them were bullied badly in the third ring. It's this person who snatched my cave abode and humiliated me several times. He even threatened to kill me. Steward Wang, you must help me. Zhonglong climbed out of the pit and came to Steward Wang's side, pointing at Qinyu. He did not dare to beg Ice-like Supremacy. However, it would be different if his grandfather heard of this through Steward Wang. Oh? I also want to know who in the third ring has such ability. Steward Wang's gaze followed Zhonglong's finger and landed on Qinyu. This person looked familiar. Suddenly, Steward Wang came to a realization. Didn't he come to the third ring to invite that mysterious blood brewer? Ice-like Supremacy had repeatedly reminded him to be polite and not be arrogant just because the other party lived in the third ring. After investigating, Steward Wang confirmed that Jin Yudong was the person and came to the third ring. You're done for. Zhonglong glared venomously at Qinyu, a sinister smile on his face. But suddenly, Zhonglong, what nonsense are you talking about? Butler Wang reprimanded. Zhonglong was a little confused. Butler Wang, what did you say? What did you do? Otherwise, why would he attack you? Steward Wang berated again. After that, he smiled as he walked over to Qinyu and said, Master Jin, my master is Exalt Ice-like, and this person is his grandson. If he did anything wrong earlier, then please don't take it to heart. As soon as he said that, everyone present was dumbfounded. Instead of helping Zhonglong, the butler of the Iced Du Venerable reprimanded him for fawning over Qinyu. What was going on? Tong Guang looked at Qinyu in a daze as he thought to himself, could it be that Jin Yudong also has a powerful background? Even if he humiliates Zhonglong, Supremacy Ice revealing won't do anything to him? No. This is impossible. Zhonglong was stunned on the spot as he screamed in his heart. From the current situation, it seemed like his grandfather, Exalt Ice-like, valued Qinyu a lot. And he had offended Qinyu, and ruined his grandfather's plans. At the thought of this, Zhonglong shuddered and immediately ran over to Qinyu. Brother Jin, everything was a misunderstanding. Since you know my grandfather, then we're family, may I know why you're looking for me? In reality, Qinyu didn't know anything, nor did he know this butler Wang. He didn't expect the other party to suddenly reprimand Zhonglong and fawn over him. It's like this. My master really likes Master Jin's blood brew and wants to meet you. Butler Wang stated his intentions. This person is actually a blood brewer. Zhonglong gasped in shock. Blood brewer were extremely rare in the blood race and their status was higher than ordinary blood race members. Everyone else's expressions changed drastically. They couldn't believe that Qinyu was actually a blood brewer. As a member of the blood race, there was no one who didn't drink blood. The importance of a blood brewer was self-evident. This was especially so for some important figures. They liked to drink unique blood brew that only blood brewer could brew. When the Blood Sea realm was first formed, a low-level blood brewer was killed. Later on, the blood race's king in the first ring made a move and killed the murderer. The reason was that the king had a special liking for the blood brew of that blood brewer. Blood brew? Xianxia finally understood. So his blood brew was so coveted by the king, it made sense. The amount of contribution points that blood brew could be exchanged for was a little ridiculous. But I have some conflict with Zhonglong, so it's not convenient for me to go to Exalt Icelike's residence. Xianxia looked at Zhonglong with his lips curled up. However, a look of hesitation soon appeared on his face. Butler Wang immediately glared at Zhonglong and transmitted his voice. This is an esteemed guest that your grandfather wants to invite. That simple sentence scared Zhonglong out of his wits. Grandmaster Jean, it's just a small misunderstanding between us. Please don't take it to heart. If you need anything in the future, feel free to let me know. I'll do anything for you, even if it's a mountain of blades or a sea of flames. Just make a trip to my grandfather's residence, Zhonglong kept pleading until his lips were sore. In the end, Xianxia finally agreed. First ring? Xianxia was also very curious about that place. The first ring was the core of the Blood Sea realm. Only by reaching there could he steal confidential information. Afterward, Xianxia and Zhonglong followed Butler Wang and left the place. Soon, they arrived at the second ring. As long as someone vouched for them, the blood race in the third ring could temporarily enter the second ring. It was the same principle for entering the first ring, except that they could only stay for a shorter time. Using the teleportation formation, the three soon arrived at the border of the first ring. This is the first ring? Xianxia looked ahead. Relatively speaking, the third and second rings were flat lands, while the first ring was a deep pit. From all directions, there were countless rivers of blood that flowed towards the first ring like a waterfall. The density of the blood chi in the first ring was at least twice that of the second ring. To the blood race, the first ring was the true sacred cultivation ground, a paradise. However, Xianxia hated the thick stench of blood. After using the ancient teleportation formation to enter the first ring, the three of them arrived at Supremacy Icelike's residence. Master, Grandmaster Jean is here. Butler Wang stood outside the hall and said. Invite him in. A deep voice came from within, filled with a chill that spread out, causing Zhonglong to shiver involuntarily. Greetings, Elder Zhong. Xianxia looked at Supremacy Icelike in the blood pool and bowed slightly. Grandmaster Jean, please take a seat. Supremacy Icelike stood up from the blood pool and said with a smile. In the next moment, his gaze descended onto Zhonglong, and he frowned slightly as he said, Kid, what are you doing here? Zhonglong shrunk his neck and did not dare to speak. Elder Zhong, it's like this. I had a small conflict with Zhonglong previously, but we got to know each other through a fight. Brother Zhong came with me after learning that I was coming to your place. Xianxia said with a smile. Those words would definitely displease Supremacy Icelike. However, this was the world of the blood race and one could not be too weak. Furthermore, in the eyes of Supremacy Icelike, Xianxia was a blood brewer and it was only right for him to be arrogant. At the side, Zhonglong nearly cried out when he heard Xianxia's words. Supremacy Icelike's expression darkened as he hollered coldly, You troublemaker. Hurry up and apologize to Grandmaster Jean. A gust of cold air was spat out from his mouth, causing Zhonglong to shiver and form a layer of frost on his body. Grandmaster Jean, I was in the wrong previously. Please don't take it to heart. Zhonglong said with a tragic expression. He had never felt so aggrieved in his life. Not only was he beaten up twice, he even had to apologize repeatedly. Grandmaster Jean, I'll definitely punish him severely later. Let's talk about something happy today. Supremacy Icelike smiled. Zhonglong was his grandson after all and represented his face. It was enough for him to apologize in person. I'll be straightforward. I wonder if Grandmaster Jean is willing to be my personal blood brewer. I'll definitely not mistreat Grandmaster Jean in terms of remuneration. Supremacy Icelike went straight to the point. Although it was a request, it gave off a domineering aura that could not be rejected. Grandmaster Jean, as Supremacy Icelike's personal blood brewer, you can stay in the first ring for half a month every month. Housekeeper Wang reminded. The first ring of the Blood Sea realm was a blessed cultivation ground for the blood race. Xianxia's expression changed slightly. It was indeed a good thing to be able to stay in the first ring for half a month every month. However, because he was Supremacy Ice-Like's personal blood brewer, he could only stay in Supremacy Ice-Like's residence. After all, he had disguised himself as a blood race member to sneak into the Blood Sea realm. It was not safe for him to stay with a half-step star condensation realm blood race member. Please forgive me, Elder Zhong. There are many lords who like my blood brew. If I provide it to Elder Zhong alone, I'm afraid the other lords will be unhappy. Furthermore, with my blood brew skills, it's not difficult to enter the second ring. It's only a matter of time before I enter the first ring. Qinyu appeared extremely confident. He actually rejected me. Zhonglong was stunned. He did not expect Qinyu to reject his grandfather's kind intentions. Could it be because of him? Because he had a conflict with Qinyu, suddenly, his body turned cold as he realized that Supremacy Ice-Like was staring at him coldly. However, since Elder Zhong thinks so highly of me, I can sell my blood brew to Elder Zhong first in the future. Qinyu smiled. Alright, I'll set the blood brew for 1,000 battle points first. Housekeeper, send Grandmaster Jean back. Supremacy Ice-Like said slowly, 1,000 battle points. Qinyu could not help but exclaim. This blood race elder was truly rich and overbearing. I didn't expect it to be so easy to earn battle points as a blood brewer. Entering the second ring is just around the corner. Looks like I'll have to spend more effort in this area in the future. Qinyu was one step closer to his goal. After Qinyu left, Zhonglong immediately said, Grandfather, listen to me. It was Grandmaster Jean who provoked me first. Moreover, I didn't know he was a blood brewer. Supremacy Ice-Like's failure to recruit Qinyu might very well be blamed on Zhonglong. Boom. Supremacy Ice-Like roared as an ice storm swept out, passing through Zhonglong and turning him into a popsicle. Within the hall, Venerable Ice-Slide had a gloomy expression. Blood brewers had a high status in the blood race, but as an elder of the blood race and a half-step star condensation realm, it was a huge loss of face for him to be rejected by a peak mid-stage void sea realm. Grandpa, I'm telling the truth. This matter doesn't have much to do with me. Zhonglong said weakly. I know. Venerable Ice-Slide said indifferently. He could tell that Qinyu had rejected him very calmly, and not because of his conflict with Zhonglong, but because of a moment of anger. Then why? Zhonglong had a wronged expression as he slowly shattered the ice on his body. This old man has a bad temper. I'm just venting. Zhonglong was speechless. Even if you're a blood brewer, you can forget about rejecting this elder. Venerable Ice-Slide snorted coldly. He liked to drink blood, but he also cared about his face. He was conceited and held grudges. Hearing this, Zhonglong was delighted. Grandfather, how do you want to deal with him? He feared his grandfather from the bottom of his heart because of Venerable Ice-Slide's ruthlessness. Even if he was his grandson, once he crossed his bottom line, he wouldn't have a good ending. This person will enter the second ring region soon. At that time, find some trouble for him. When he has nowhere else to go, he will naturally come and beg me. Venerable Ice-Slide's lips curled into a sinister smile. Let me handle this matter. Zhonglong requested. He couldn't wait to see the scene of Qinyu being humiliated. Don't embarrass me. If you accidentally leak the news, that kid will hold a grudge against me and won't come and beg me. Venerable Ice-Slide said coldly. Zhonglong obediently retreated. Master, rest assured. I will definitely get it done. Housekeeper Wang smiled. Also, this person's smell is a little weird, Venerable Ice-Slide pondered. As a half-step star condensation realm blood race, he had drunk countless amounts of blood. He felt that something was wrong the moment he saw Qinyu. At the same time, check his information. If there's anything suspicious, report to me immediately. Venerable Ice-Slide thought for a moment before instructing. After returning to his residence, Qinyu began to research the method of blood brewing. With the blood-glazed flame and the thoroughly meticulous technique of controlling flames, as well as the fact that he was a human and could calmly refine blood, Qinyu had a very promising future as a blood brewer. In the Blood Sea realm, blood brewer masters could quickly earn battle merit points. For example, Supremacy Icebro had reserved 1,000 contribution points worth of blood brew today. Before long, Xianxia would be able to enter the second ring, and the first ring wouldn't be too far away. On normal days. Apart from refining the blood brew, Xianxia spent the rest of his time cultivating the blood transformation fiend body and the sky fiend secret pattern. There was no need to rush the blood transformation demon body. He just had to take it step by step. My cultivation is already very close to the late-stage Void Sea realm. I can prepare to break through to the next realm. Xianxia felt the movement of his true essence see. Within the blood race, blood and precious materials of the blood path were the most precious. The price of other natural treasures was generally lower than the price of goods in the great cosmos world. This was a good thing for Xianxia. In addition, before leaving the Qingyun secret realm, Xianxia had taken away many natural treasures from the herb garden. Many of them were useful for breaking through to the next realm. As for breaking through to the next realm, Xianxia wasn't in a hurry. The higher the realm, the more cautious he had to be with every small breakthrough. Breaking through to the next realm was even more prudent. I'll first enter the second ring, then break through to the next realm. Xianxia made up his mind. For the blood race, the blood energy in the second ring was more than doubled out of the third ring. Apart from that, the concentration of the heaven-earth yuan qi was also quite different. With Xianxia's current blood brew technique, he would be able to enter the second ring in no time. With an order of 1,000 battle merit points, Xianxia could be said to have worked tirelessly. In a month's time, he brewed enough blood brew and successfully obtained 1,000 battle merit points. Compared to breaking through to the next realm and making blood brew, the latter was much easier for Xianxia. Thus, he spent more time on making blood brew, using it to earn battle merit points and obtain the qualifications to enter the second ring. During the process of making blood brew, the quality of the blood-glazed flame continued to grow, and Xianxia's flame control technique became more and more proficient. The improvement of these two also sped up the process of making blood brew to a certain extent. With the current quality of the blood-glazed flame, I can even burn a late-stage Void Sea blood race cultivator to death. Xianxia felt the bright, glass-like flame in his palm. However, he couldn't easily reveal the blood-glazed flame in front of the blood race. The blood race had long since infiltrated the great cosmos realm and knew Xianxia's information like the back of their hands. Once the blood-glazed flame appeared, his identity would definitely be suspected. It was precisely because of this that Xianxia cultivated the blood transformation demonic body. Just this secret technique alone was enough to temporarily ensure his safety. Another month or so passed. Xianxia saved up 2,000 contribution points and moved to the second ring. Every region had a limited number of cave abodes. Even if there were empty ones, the environment would be the worst. I don't need to be as low-key as before. Xianxia walked through the second ring. Soon, he saw a cave abode. The blood qi here was relatively weak, but the yuan qi here was high, which made him feel good. Blood race cultivator inside, come out. I've taken a liking to this cave abode. Xianxia shouted coldly. Buzz, the cave abode's barrier opened. Swoosh, a dark light flashed in the dark night, bringing with it a cold sharpness, and headed straight for Xianxia. It was obvious that the owner of this cave abode couldn't be bothered to waste words when faced with a challenger. Scram. Without another word, Xianxia activated the secret pattern demonic body slightly and then used the blood transformation demonic body. Blood-colored patterns appeared on his dark body. In the second ring, most of the blood race cultivators were at the late-stage Void Sea realm. Only a small number of peak mid-stage Void Sea realm cultivators used their contribution points to stay here. Kiki, you used a secret technique? Now you know that I'm not to be trifled with. A huge purple bat appeared in the dark night and laughed sinisterly. In his opinion, Xianxia must have felt a great threat from his sneak attack, which was why Xianxia chose to execute the secret technique. However, in reality, Xianxia only knew one blood path combat technique. Noisy. Snorting coldly, Xianxia charged forward, creating a black storm in his wake. He punched out, and a violent black-red energy burst out. The purple bat frowned slightly and retreated, dodging the attack. He's a body cultivator. The terrifying strength of Xianxia's punch made the purple bat judge Xianxia's advantage and decisively pull away. However, Xianxia's speed wasn't slow at all. He stabbed forward like a black bolt of lightning. Bang! Bang! Bang, explosions sounded in the void, and the demonic wind and blood chi surged in all directions. The purple bat dodged everywhere, not daring to fight Qinyu head-on. What's going on? His secret technique isn't up yet? The purple bat was a little embarrassed. After using the secret technique, the power that Qinyu's punches and kicks erupted was enough to injure a late-stage Void Sea Realm cultivator. Even a blood race cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it. A huge wound was torn open on its body, and the wound kept splitting open. Swoosh, a bloodlight bat flew out from within. This was its true form. You're quite good at hiding. Qinyu snorted coldly. Although the secret technique could still be used, it was better to end the battle as soon as possible. Buzz, a spatial ripple spread out, and a huge silver-gray hand suddenly appeared above the bloodlight bat's head, grabbing at it. The power of space intent. The bloodlight bat was shocked. Now, it finally realized that Qinyu's use of the secret technique didn't mean that he had gone all out. The bloodlight bat that was bound by the spatial hand turned into streams of blood, trying to break free. At this moment, Qinyu rapidly approached, combining the secret pattern devil body with the blood transformation devil body, and punched out. Bang, a huge black fist with a hazy red glow shot out, smashing the bloodlight bat away. Was that the concept of blood just now? Qinyu murmured softly. During his time with the blood race, he had long sensed that his understanding of blood was getting deeper and deeper. That punch just now contained the power of the concept of blood. When it came to comprehending the power of concepts, being proficient in one wasn't necessarily good. There were thousands of concepts, and they all originated from heaven and earth, and they all had similarities. The deeper one's understanding of the concept, the easier it would be to comprehend a deeper level of profundity when breaking through to the star condensation realm. The mark of a star condensation king was powerful star origin energy, and a deeper level of profundity power. After entering the new cave abode, Qinyu casually cleaned up and settled in. Damn it, where did this guy come from? He's so strong. The bloodlight bat flew back, its wings slightly tattered. It lingered outside the cave abode for a while, not daring to approach. In the end, the bloodlight bat shook its head, preparing to find a place to stay and recover before looking for a better cave abode. But suddenly. Sir, you are at the late-stage Void Sea Realm, but you lost to a peak mid-stage Void Sea Realm. You can swallow this? Not far away, a figure in blood-red clothes appeared, his face indistinguishable. Who are you? I don't need you to care about my business. The bloodlight bat snorted coldly. Don't you want to know why you lost despite having a higher cultivation than him? The blood-red man asked. The bloodlight bat frowned slightly. The winner was king, and the loser was a thief. Wasn't the reason he lost because he was weak? But how could he say such a thing? The reason, what is it? The bloodlight bat asked. The reason is that this person once obtained the blood of a king, so his foundation is stable and deep, and his strength far surpasses ordinary blood race like you. The blood-red man smiled. The blood of a king. Saliva dripped from the corner of the bat's mouth when it heard those words. That was the blood of a star condensation king. The energy contained in it must be astonishing. In the world of the blood race, if a Void Sea Realm blood race could devour all the blood of a king, their chances of becoming a king would increase by more than 50%. If their cultivation reached half-step king, they could almost immediately break through to the star condensation realm. Why are you telling me this? The bloodlight bat revealed a vigilant expression. It's simple. I also want the blood of a king, but this person is not only strong, but also a blood brewer, so I need some allies. The blood-red man said slowly. The bloodlight bat was even more cautious this time. From the other party's voice, he should be older. The blood-red man could see that the bloodlight bat was observing him, but he didn't care. I fell for it so easily. The blood-red man sighed in his heart. He was Supremacy Ice-Like's butler. He had done this many times and was very experienced. Since I'm telling you this secret, shouldn't you tell me some useful information? The blood-red man said. What do you want to know? The bat felt that it didn't have any important secrets. How did you lose in the battle just now? In the beginning, Steward Wang also felt that it was very surprising that Qinyu could defeat Zhong Long and the heart-gouging demon with his cultivation. Coupled with Qinyu's identity as a blood brewer, Butler Wang felt that Qinyu might be extraordinary himself. But after a few days of investigation, Butler Wang found that Jin Yudong could be said to be an ordinary kindred in the past, even a little useless. What was it that caused such a huge change in him? If Butler Wang's lies were true, it could explain everything. The blood light bat hesitated for a moment before it slowly recounted the process of how it was beaten. During the entire process, it had been hiding all over the place, allowing Qinyu to crush it head-on. Intent of blood? Did he just comprehend the intent of blood? Butler Wang was startled and found it unbelievable. As a kindred, comprehending the intent of blood at the peak of the mid-stage Void Sea realm was a terrible talent. But it was obvious that this wasn't the case. There must be some unknown reason. After moving into the new house, Jinyu's daily life went on as usual. Apart from the blood brew, he cultivated the blood transformation fiend body and the sky demon secret pattern record in preparation for the late-stage Void Sea realm. On the third day, a kindred came to challenge Qinyu. This was the rule of the kindred. Qinyu couldn't refuse and could only accept the challenge. Unexpectedly, the other party raised other conditions. Jin Yudong, if I win, hand over 10 drops of monarch blood. A blood-red iron horn bug said with an imposing manner. The blood bug race was the most common race among the kindred. The 8-eyed blood spider that Qinyu had encountered on the battlefield was also from the blood bug race. Monarch blood? I don't have it. Qinyu found it strange that the other party would make such a request. How could the blood of a monarch be so easily obtained? Any monarch's corpse would be collected once they died. Every piece of flesh and bone of a monarch was a treasure, not to mention blood. Even among the kindred, monarch blood was very rare. Don't argue. The crimson iron hornworm snorted coldly. As for Qinyu's concealment, it was completely within its expectations. Who would take the initiative to admit it after obtaining the king's blood? Don't worry, this is our bet. I won't fight you for nothing. If I lose, I'll give you 200 battle merit worth. A blood brew. The crimson iron horn bud gritted its teeth. Not interested. Qinyu's expression did not change. He was a human, so he naturally had no interest in the blood brew. Even if he wanted to exchange it for battle merit points, he could refine it himself. 300 battle merit points worth of blood brew. I can't go any higher. The blood-red iron horn bug thought that Qinyu thought it was too little, so it added another 100 merit points. Since you're in a hurry to give me a gift, I'll agree to it. Qinyu agreed, although he still thought it was too little. He really didn't have the king's blood, but he wouldn't lose. So what if he agreed? Even if Qinyu rejected this bet, he still had to accept challenges from other blood tribe members. This was the rule of the blood tribe. However, in the eyes of the blood-red iron horn bug, Qinyu had admitted that he had the king's blood. Kill. The blood-red iron horn bug's body shone with a bloody light as if it was wearing a layer of blood-red armor. Its iron horns shone with a red light, emitting shocking blood chi. Boom, a massive pillar of blood suddenly burst out, traversing the heavens and earth as it charged toward Qinyu. With the stimulation of the king's blood, the blood-red iron horn bug was incomparably excited. However, to Qinyu, this battle was not difficult at all. After using the blood transformation demonic body, every punch and kick from his body had the power to injure late-stage Void Sea elites. Even the blood tribe members with strong survivability and the blood-red iron horn bug with strong defense couldn't handle it. After a few punches, the blood-red iron horn bug vomited blood. It cried for help. Stop fighting, I admit defeat. After obtaining the blood brew worth 300 battle merit points, Qinyu returned to his cave abode. However, on that night, another blood tribe member came to challenge him. This time, Qinyu pretended not to hear it. The blood tribe had a rule that after accepting a challenge, they could reject any other challenges for 10 days. Jin Yudong, come out and accept my challenge. Use your king's blood as the wager, a shout came from outside. King's blood? Qinyu heard this term again. Even he was very tempted by the king's blood, let alone the blood tribe members who were bloodthirsty. In the next few days, more people came to challenge him, shouting that they wanted Qinyu to use his king's blood as the wager. It seems like someone is purposely spreading such rumors against me. Qinyu finally figured out the truth of this matter. Who was the person behind this? 10 days passed. During these 10 days, more and more people came to challenge him. On this day, after Qinyu came out of seclusion, he accepted a challenge from a blood tribe member. After defeating him, he obtained the blood brew worth 400 battle merit points. This is also a way to earn battle merit points. Qinyu smiled and went to the blood cellar to exchange the blood brew for battle merit points. In the next few days, Qinyu would occasionally accept challenges. He treated it as training his body and cultivating the blood transformation demonic body. Of course, the challenges he accepted were those who weren't strong. A month later, Qinyu accepted 6 challenges in succession and didn't lose a single one. Moreover, his blood transformation demonic body had entered the 3rd level. In the eyes of outsiders, his strength was gradually increasing. Gradually, his reputation also spread. A blood tribe body cultivator who only knew the blood transformation demonic body, he had the king's blood, he defeated 6 blood tribe members at the same level in a row. As his reputation spread, the number of challengers gradually decreased, especially those who didn't have much confidence in their own strength. This also caused Qinyu's next opponents to become stronger and stronger. For example, today, Qinyu encountered a blood tribe prodigy. The king's blood is mine. A blood-colored head floated in front of Qinyu and said with extreme confidence. Mental energy surged within the blood skull, turning into a huge blood-colored mountain that descended from the sky. It was a shocking sight. Qinyu had the soul fixation pearl, a defensive spirit artifact, but this was something he couldn't expose. Thus, he could only rely on his powerful mental energy to resist the opponent's mental attack and finish off his opponent as soon as possible. Heaven and Earth Skull Explosion. The prodigy of the blood skull race roared and spat out balls of blood that twisted into a sinister blood-colored head. Whoosh! Bang! One of the blood-colored heads approached Qinyu with the speed of quick thunder and suddenly exploded. A blood-colored light surged into the sky and devoured all life. Qinyu was extremely fast and escaped the center of the explosion. But immediately after, bang! 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 All the blood-colored heads flew over. Once they got within a certain range of Qinyu, they would immediately self-destruct with shocking power. Of course, the most important thing was that Qinyu had too many methods that he couldn't expose. Otherwise, this blood skull prodigy wouldn't even put him in his eyes. So powerful. This is the core blood skull melting art of the blood skull. Even if you have battle merit, you can't exchange for it. Only geniuses of the blood skull race can cultivate it. Supremacy Qi Shuang has at least cultivated the blood skull melting art to the 4th level. Otherwise, how could he have such power? The spectators exclaimed. It looked like Jin Yudong was going to be defeated today and hand over the king's blood. However, the result exceeded everyone's expectations. The duration of Qinyu's blood transformation demonic body exceeded the blood skull prodigy's expectations. With his defense, he wasn't afraid of the blood skull prodigy's attacks. Oh my god, Jin Yudong actually won. He defeated Supremacy Qi Shuang. This battle caused Qinyu's fame to rise once again. It took so much effort to finish off a late-stage Void Sea. Only Qinyu was slightly dissatisfied with this battle. If the blood skull prodigy heard this, he would probably vomit blood from anger. The core cultivation technique of the blood skull clan, the baleful skull melting art? It's indeed impressive. If it was another late-stage Void Sea human who cultivated the Sky Demon's secret pattern record, they might not be a match for Supremacy Qi Shuang at all. But no matter how great the baleful blood skull melting technique is, can it compare to the 6 elements heavenly conversion technique, which is a cultivation method of the 6 stars? Qinyu felt smug. According to his understanding, even in the Blood Sea realm, the 6 origins heavenly return art was unheard of. Its value was immeasurable. Moreover, the 6 origins heavenly return art was left behind by the mystic Dark Realm Emperor Lord, the Blue Cloud Emperor Lord. However, Qinyu was currently at the bottleneck of the late-stage Void Sea realm, so he couldn't switch to other cultivation techniques. In the following days, there were endless challengers, and they were getting stronger and stronger. This couldn't go on. Don't let me know who's behind this, or else you'll regret it for the rest of your life. Qinyu hollered coldly. On this day, his identity token sent him a message, ordering him to head to the War Service Hall. What's going on? Qinyu arrived at the war service hall. Jin Yudong, the blood race has chosen you for a compulsory mission. Get ready, the mission will be carried out in 3 days. A blood race deacon said. His vessel was a bald alien, and his cold blue eyes swept past Qinyu. Compulsory mission. Qinyu pondered for a moment and recalled the relevant content. The Blood Sea realm issued many missions, but there were always some that were too dangerous, or the rewards were not proportional to the rewards, so no one accepted them. Under such circumstances, the blood race would carry out compulsory missions and randomly choose blood race members who met the requirements. Of course, compulsory missions could also be rejected, but they would have to pay a large number of battle points, 3 times the amount of battle points obtained from the mission. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Could it be the mastermind? Qinyu guessed. I'll accept it. He agreed immediately. Nowadays, there were challengers every day, and the enemies were getting stronger and stronger. It was a good time for him to lie low. The blood race was bloodthirsty, but they weren't stupid. They wouldn't target Qinyu just because of a rumor. For example, in the second ring, only a few blood race members at the peak late-stage Void Sea realm came to challenge him. Most of them were just observing. Unless they were sure that Qinyu had the king's blood, they wouldn't act rashly. They wouldn't allow themselves to be used by others easily. On the other hand, Qinyu felt that there was definitely something wrong with this compulsory mission. But this was a good thing for him. This was a chance for him to uncover the mastermind. 3 days later, Qinyu came to the war service hall again and saw his teammates who were going to carry out the mission with him. There was a familiar face among them. This acquaintance was none other than Hua Qinghui, who had returned to the Blood Sea realm with Qinyu. He had once been a spy in the eastern region of the Great Cosmos realm. Hua Qinghui glanced coldly at Qinyu but didn't reply. After returning to the Blood Sea realm, he went into seclusion for a few months. However, he hadn't forgotten about the matter of dealing with Qinyu. He lived in the second ring and couldn't lower himself to go to the third ring to deal with Qinyu. He only wanted to give the other party some trouble. Unexpectedly, he had just come out of seclusion when he heard that Qinyu was living in the second ring. Qinyu's subsequent accomplishments shocked him again and again. When Hua Qinghui recalled how Qinyu had 0 battle credits and achievements when he had first entered the Blood Sea realm, as well as how he had mocked Qinyu, Hua Qinghui felt extremely unbalanced. Hua Qinghui used his connections to bribe a law enforcer to apply for a compulsory mission and assume the position of captain. No one would touch such a mission. Since someone had applied for it, the enforcer gladly agreed. As a result, the current scene was born. Apart from Qinyu and Hua Qinghui, there were 2 other kindred, 1 male and 1 female, at the late stage and mid-stage respectively. The purple-haired vampire looked at Qinyu with faint disdain and greed in his eyes, while the red-clothed woman looked at Qinyu with a pitiful expression. Hua Qinghui and the other 2 are going to deal with this brat, the bald enforcer thought to himself. The bald deacon thought to himself. He had seen this kind of thing many times. Most of the time, he turned a blind eye to it. Hua Qinghui was a kindred genius with tyrannical strength and the ability to challenge those above his level. When he was hiding in the eastern region, he had participated in the Heaven's Chosen rankings and was ranked 5th. Of course, if he exposed his kindred abilities, his strength would be comparable to the top 3, perhaps even stronger. Isn't this brother Jin Yudong? If we work together, we will definitely be able to complete this mission. Hua Qinghui walked toward Qinyu with a smile and said in a friendly manner. He was really worried that Qinyu would shrink back at the last minute and hand over 3 times the amount of contribution points to refuse the compulsory mission. I hope so. Qinyu grinned. Regardless of whether the mastermind was Hua Qinghui or not, this person had long been on his blacklist and was someone he had to kill. This compulsory mission was an opportunity. Depart. Seeing that Qinyu did not go back on his words, Hua Qinghui revealed a faint smile. After learning of Qinyu's strength, Hua Qinghui had also analyzed the outcome of his battle with Qinyu. He had a 90% chance of winning. This time, he had brought 2 helpers with him. How could he not be able to kill Qinyu? Hua Qinghui summoned a warship, and after the 4 boarded it, it sailed into the distance. Their mission this time was to head to the Soul Firmament realm and investigate the cause of death of several undead blood clan members. If the culprit was killed, the reward would be 300 points. If the culprit was killed, the reward would be 300 points. That's all? Jinyu was very dissatisfied with the mission reward. Haha, as expected of Master Jean. These battle merit points are indeed nothing in your eyes, but for us, it's enough to exchange for more than half a year's worth of blood brew. The red-cloaked girl beside Hua Qinghui said with a smile. As a blood brewer, Jinyu had entered the second ring in a few months, so he did not know the hardships of the other blood clan members. In the world of the blood clan, blood brew was a treasure. In Jinyu's eyes, blood brew was only an ordinary treasure. This made his view of battle merit points different from that of ordinary blood clan members. In addition, the reward of this mission was indeed small, which was why no one had touched it. The warship carried the four to the Blood Sea Realm's interface passage. There was a certain distance between the Soul Firmament Realm and the Blood Sea Realm. There were many races in the Soul Firmament Realm and it was relatively chaotic. The overall strength of the realm far surpassed the Kunyan Realm and could be considered a mid-tier realm. When the Blue Nether Realm was expanding, they successfully invaded and controlled the Soul Firmament Realm. But not long after, the native forces of the Soul Firmament Realm launched a counterattack. Now that the Blue Nether Realm was at war with the Great Cosmos Realm, they had no time to care about the Soul Firmament Realm. Thus, they were evenly matched, and the Blue Nether Realm was even weaker. The Undead Blood Clan had sent members to infiltrate the native forces of the Soul Firmament Realm, but a few days ago, a few of them had disappeared for no reason and were later found dead. Among these Blood Clan members, the one with the highest cultivation was at the late stage of the Void Sea Realm. From this, it could be seen that the culprit was not weak. Coupled with the chaotic situation in the Soul Firmament Realm and the low reward, no one had accepted this mission. This mission is a bit difficult, but with Brother Hua here, we should be able to complete it. If it goes well, we can even get additional rewards. The purple-haired man of the Blood Clan smiled. In fact, Hua Qinghui had made a heavy promise for this mission. As long as he could get rid of Jinyu, it was fine even if the mission failed. Moreover, it was rumored that Jinyu had the blood of a king. If this was true, then he would be rich this time. Half a day later, Jinyu, Hua Qinghui, and the others arrived at the border of the Blood Sea Realm. There was a blood-colored mist in front of them. It was dark red, and it was a spatial passage. This place was heavily guarded, and one had to pass many tests before they could enter the spatial passage. Jinyu took a deep breath, gathered strength in his heart, and emitted the aura of the Blood Clan to prevent any accidents. Moments later, the four successfully passed through the spatial passage. The journey to the Soul Firmament Realm was long, and Jinyu usually cultivated in the ship. He had plenty of natural treasures, and he even had the Void Essence Pill, a spirit pill that could boost his cultivation. Jinyu's cultivation gradually reached the peak of the mid-stage, and he was only one step away from the late stage. After everything settles down, I can advance to the late stage. Jinyu opened his bright eyes. Master Jean, we've arrived at the Soul Firmament Realm. A woman's shout suddenly came from outside. After leaving the cabin, Jinyu saw the vast world outside. An unfamiliar aura came from all directions, but Jinyu felt that this place was much more comfortable than the Blood Sea Realm. There are two major forces in the Soul Firmament Realm now, the indigenous forces, and the forces of the Blue Underworld Realm and the Blood Sea Realm. The killers who killed the Blood Clan spies are most suspected to be the indigenous forces, but we can't completely rule out the foreign races, so we split up to investigate in secret. As the captain, Hua Qinghui analyzed the strategy. Jinyu didn't care too much. He didn't believe that Hua Qinghui's goal was to complete the mission. He definitely wanted his life. But this was no longer the Blood Sea Realm. He wanted to see what Hua Qinghui was up to. 10 days later, the group came to a chaotic place in the Soul Firmament Realm. There were many races here, and conflicts often occurred. The few Blood Clan spies had suddenly disappeared among the indigenous forces. Brother Liu and I will investigate the internal affairs of the Blue Underworld Realm. The two of you will investigate the indigenous forces. Hua Qinghui assigned the mission. Brother Jean, do you have any objections? Hua Qinghui asked. The three of them were together, so even if Jinyu had objections, it would be useless. I'm just curious as to why Captain Hua isn't investigating with me. Qinyu smiled embarrassedly. Hua Qinghui's expression immediately darkened. Qinyu's words seemed to be mocking him. Moreover, Qinyu's relaxed and calm demeanor made him very displeased. Since there are no objections, let's begin. With that, Hua Qinghui and the purple-haired man flew away. Master Jean, we're the only ones left. Please take care of us along the way. The red-clothed woman said with a smile, looking like a pitiful and weak woman. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two of them quickly approached the territory of the indigenous forces. Master Jean, let's not talk too much about the investigation. Just kill a random person, store him in your body, and blend into the indigenous force Red Fire Hall. The red-clothed woman still had an adorable smile on her face. But Qinyu knew that this was just a human shell. The Blood Clan's true form inside must be extremely ugly. That's fine. Qinyu agreed casually, but his heart was already filled with killing intent. After all, he couldn't store himself in someone else's body like the Blood Clan. But then, the red-clothed woman suggested to split up. Without waiting for Qinyu's reply, she quickly left. At this moment, whoosh, the sound of something tearing through the air was heard. A chaotic and heavy aura pressed down on Qinyu like a mountain or an ocean. Then, several figures surrounded Qinyu. Among them, there were 3 demons and 2 humans. The person in the lead was a strong alien with yellow fur and a pair of dog ears on his head. His cultivation was at the peak late-stage Void Sea state, and he gave off a ferocious demonic aura. Take him down. I smelled the scent of the Blood Clan just now. This person must be a Blood Clan being. The yellow-haired alien looked down at Qinyu coldly and shouted. Qinyu's cultivation was only at the peak mid-stage Void Sea state, so he didn't take him seriously. This is your plan? Using the indigenous forces to get rid of me? Qinyu murmured. To be honest, this was somewhat unexpected. He had thought that Hua Qinghui would do it himself. It seemed that the other party was afraid of his identity as a blood brewer, so he used this plan to avoid unnecessary trouble. Hee, these damned Blood Clan. Hand him over to Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame and let them have a taste of life worse than death. Brothers, do it. A few aliens shouted. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame? Qinyu was slightly taken aback. Wasn't that the name used by the Scarlet Flame Sovereign? Back then, after the feast of the god of cookery, the Scarlet Flame Sovereign had disappeared without a trace. Qinyu knew that the Scarlet Flame Sovereign had his own matters to deal with, so he didn't pay much attention to it. Could the Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame that this alien mentioned be the Scarlet Flame Sovereign? Wait, I know your Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame. Qinyu suddenly said. Kid, do you think we'll let you go by saying that? An alien sneered. You know Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame? Hee, stupid lie. The yellow-haired alien had a look of disdain, but his eyes were fixed on Qinyu. Not only that, I'm also Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame's benefactor. If you dare to harm a single hair of mine, you'll have to bear the consequences. Qinyu smiled and said calmly. Hearing this, the others were even more shocked. At the same time, they felt a little uncertain. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame's benefactor, although it was a little ridiculous, what if it was true? Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame's temper was terrible. If he was unhappy, the consequences would be unimaginable. Take him back. The leader of the yellow-haired alien hesitated for a moment before giving the order. If what you said is false, I'll make you wish you were dead. Thus, Qinyu left the place while being surrounded by the others. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, on a hill not far away, 3 figures appeared. It was Hua Qinghui and the other 2. Damn it, that kid said such big words, but those idiots actually believed him. Hua Qinghui cursed. Everything had gone according to plan. The next step should have been Qinyu getting killed by the indigenous forces. Yet, Qinyu had actually managed to hoodwink these natives. Brother Hua, why are you so angry? That kid will definitely die after entering the Scarlet Fire Temple. The red-clothed woman revealed an evil smile. The Red Fire Temple was one of the rising forces in the Divine Firmament realm. In a secret chamber in the Forbidden Area, a strong alien man sat cross-legged, surrounded by red flames. His red hair danced wildly as if it had become one with the flames. Boom! Suddenly, the flames around him became violent and kept spreading outwards, hitting the walls and making loud noises. The temperature in the secret chamber rose sharply, enough to burn gold and melt rocks. The alien man frowned and kept making hand seals. It was obvious that this was a critical moment and he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. At this moment, Lord of Heaven Red Flame, Lord of Heaven Red Flame, I have something to report. A loud roar came from the outside. The person who roared was the alien man with yellow hair who had invited Xianxia back. Before Heavenly Red Flame went into seclusion, he had said not to disturb him unless it was important. However, the alien man with yellow hair thought that the kindred was very important, and the kindred said that he was Heavenly Red Flame's benefactor. The alien man with yellow hair was a roaring celestial hound. He believed that his voice must have penetrated the secret chamber and reached Heavenly Red Flame's ears. Boom, the door opened. Reporting to Heavenly Red Flame, the alien man with yellow hair was about to speak when a wave of fire turned into a fire chelan that was 100 feet tall and charged at him. He was dumbfounded and didn't know what was going on. Boom! Bang! Loud noises rang out, and explosions rang out continuously. A moment later, the fire and smoke dissipated. The alien man with yellow hair was scorched black and was stepped on by Heavenly Red Flame. Didn't I say not to disturb me unless it's important? Heavenly Red Flame yelled. His eyes were almost spitting fire. What he meant was not to disturb him. After all, how could something as important as happen? Here, just now, he was at a crucial moment in his cultivation. He was suddenly interrupted and suffered a backlash, causing him to fall short of success. Heavenly Red Flame felt that he was an erupting volcano that could continue to erupt. But a kindred said he's your benefactor. The alien man with yellow hair had a swollen face and was full of grievance. He didn't know that he would be beaten up when he sent a message. Is there something wrong with your brain? The kindred is my benefactor? Heavenly Red Flame was furious and there seemed to be fire burning in his eyes. Whoosh, the next moment, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame turned into a ball of fire and left quickly. This king wants to see who dares to call himself my benefactor. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame roared. Ever since he was reborn, he had no benefactors, only enemies. Bastard, that kid really lied to me. The yellow-haired alien followed closely behind Heavenly Monarch Scarlet Flame. He was filled with resentment and decided to vent it on Xianxia later. He felt that he had been fooled. He had actually believed Xianxu's words. As a result, he had been beaten up. Inside a spacious and strict hall, Xianxia stood at the center of the hall. The dozen or so human and demon powerhouses around Xianxia stared at him. This kid is Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame's benefactor? How is this possible? His cultivation is only at the peak of the middle stage of the Void Sea realm. I don't believe that the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord has such a relationship with the Blood Clan. They conversed in a low voice, not bothering to hide anything. A few days ago, they had even captured a few Blood Clansmen. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame had even personally burned them into thin air. I hope that the Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame they are talking about is the Scarlet Flame King. Xianxia muttered in his heart. At this moment, an earth-shattering roar was heard. This king has no benefactors, only enemies. Damn Blood Clan, how dare you call yourself my benefactor? I will let you know that there is a kind of pain that is worse than death. Whoosh, the next moment, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame appeared in the hall. His body was burning with red flames and he looked extremely dangerous. His seclusion was interrupted at a critical moment because a Blood Clan claimed to be his benefactor. Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame was furious and he wanted to vent all his anger on this Blood Clan. However, the moment Heavenly Lord Scarlet Blaze saw Xianxia, he was stunned. Xianxia had changed his appearance. Although Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame didn't recognize him, there was a strange feeling in his soul. This was the feeling of the soul contract. Previously, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame was in seclusion and was furious after being interrupted, so he didn't pay much attention. But now that he was face to face with Xianxia, he immediately felt the fluctuation of this feeling. Could it be that kid? Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame was stunned. Hee, it really is that guy. Xianxia recognized the Scarlet Flame King at a glance. Suddenly. Bastard Blood Clan, how dare you lie to me? Today, I will skin you alive and tear you into pieces. The yellow-haired foreign being rushed out. He had already confirmed from Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame that the other party had no benefactors. Roar, the yellow-haired foreign being roared into the sky. His body expanded and his hair stood on end. He turned into a huge, hideous yellow dog and let out a deafening roar. This was his true form, the roaring celestial hound. Whoosh, the yellow-haired foreign being instantly charged out, creating a sonic boom. His golden claws slashed towards Xianyu's head. After being beaten up by Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame, he felt wronged and wanted to vent all his anger on Xianyu. The sharp claws were about to cut off Xianyu's head. Bastard, what are you doing? The Crimson Flame King let out a thunderous roar as he lashed out with a kick. Boom, the yellow-haired foreign being was sent flying and smashed into the wall, wailing. Lord, why did you hit? The yellow-haired foreign being wanted to cry but had no tears. The grievances in his heart were like a torrential river. Why am I always the one who gets hurt? He is my benefactor. Do you think you should hit him? The Scarlet Flame King said with an unnatural expression. In reality, Xianyu had forced him to sign a spiritual pet contract. Moreover, the yellow-haired foreign being was no match for Xianyu. If he didn't stop him and angered Xianyu, he would tell the truth. The Scarlet Flame King didn't dare to imagine the consequences. He was afraid that his reputation would be ruined. Luckily, he was agile and stopped this idiot. The yellow-haired foreign being felt that the world in front of him had collapsed. He cried helplessly. Woof. Haha, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame, how have you been? Xianyu said with a smile. I really didn't expect that I would run into you after coming here. The Scarlet Flame King sighed. The conversation between the two enlightened everyone present. This person really knows Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame. Is he really Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame's benefactor? But isn't he a creature of the kindred? There were exclamations all around. The yellow-haired foreign being held back his anger. He walked up and asked in a low voice, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame, this person is a creature of the kindred. Even if he is your benefactor, you can't. How can you be sure that he is a creature of the kindred? The Scarlet Flame King asked coldly. In fact, he really suspected that Xianyu was a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan. But the possibility was small. Back in the ancient Blood Orchid village of Blue Water Bay, Xianyu had caused a huge commotion and exposed the entire kindred stronghold. The creatures of the kindred were furious and searched everywhere for Xianyu. The yellow-haired foreign being was stunned. Now that he thought about it, he really couldn't be sure that Xianyu was a foreign being. So you're saying that I misjudged him and misunderstood him? The yellow-haired foreign being shuddered. Heavens, I actually wrongly accused Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame's benefactor. The yellow-haired foreign being immediately retreated, afraid that he would be beaten up by the Scarlet Flame King. But I clearly smelled the aura of a kindred. If he isn't a kindred, then where is the real one? Could he have already infiltrated the Scarlet Fire Temple? The yellow-haired foreign being guessed and felt that things were getting worse. It was too difficult to find a kindred hiding in the Scarlet Fire Temple. Outside the temple, among the guards, 3 people looked at each other from time to time, carefully listening to the conversation in the temple. These 3 people were Hua Qinghui and the others. They were really worried. If Xianyu escaped and returned to the Blood Sea realm, he would report the 3 of them. That would be bad. At the very least, they had to see him, dead or alive. If worse came to worst, the 3 of them would personally kill Xianyu. In fact, they didn't think that infiltrating the Scarlet Fire Temple was dangerous. This was because the kindred were extremely confident in their own abilities. The 3 of them quietly listened to the conversation in the temple. Jin Yudong actually knows Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame. How is that possible? The 3 of them were secretly shocked. At that moment, they heard Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame say, how can you be sure that he is a kindred? It was obvious that Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame was saying that Jin Yudong wasn't a kindred. The 3 of them were shocked and couldn't believe it. How can Jin Yudong not be a kindred? Unless Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame is also a kindred, then he wouldn't say such a thing. Hua Qinghui was extremely shocked. Could he really not be an undead kindred, suddenly? Hua Qinghui recalled the scene in the Great Cosmos Realm's eastern region. At that time, he had doubted that Qinyu's true strength could instantly kill Jin Yudong. How could he only injure Jin Yudong? Perhaps Jin Yudong was Qinyu. I have to return to the kindred immediately. This is a great merit, a great merit. Hua Qinghui was extremely excited. Although he didn't kill Qinyu, his harvest was even greater. Once Qinyu's identity was exposed, only death awaited him. However, at that moment, a playful laughter came from the temple. Kindred, how long do you plan to hide? The moment this was said, everyone present was shocked. The Scarlet Flame King also looked at Qinyu with interest. Outside the temple, Hua Qinghui and the other two had goosebumps all over their bodies. Surround the three of them. Qinyu waved his hand and pointed at the three guards outside the temple. Swoosh! 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 Hua Qinghui and the other two's quintessential essence instantly erupted from their bodies and shot into the sky, preparing to escape. They had infiltrated this place without any scruples because they believed in their own abilities. However, once their identities were exposed, they could only run for their lives unless they were strong enough. Hee, this is my territory. You can't just leave as you wish. The Scarlet Flame King grinned coldly. A dazzling flame burst out from his palm and seeped into the ground. Immediately, a layer of scarlet array patterns flashed on the ground. The next moment, a huge energy fluctuation arose. A layer of smooth flame patterns rose outside the temple, covering a radius of 1,000 feet. Bang bang bang, Hua Qinghui and the other two crashed into the array barrier. Their bodies were ignited by the scarlet flames, and they let out wails as they fell. Are they really kindred? The yellow-haired foreign being was extremely shocked. He immediately looked at Qinyu. The other party actually saw through the kindred hiding in the Scarlet Flame Temple so easily. Hua Qinghui and the other two fell from the sky and were immediately surrounded by the experts of the Scarlet Fire Temple. Qinyu had said that these three were Blood Clan members and surrounded them, but the higher-ups of the Scarlet Fire Temple did not take action immediately. No matter what, Qinyu was an outsider, and they were the higher-ups of the Scarlet Fire Temple. How could they attack their own people just because of an outsider's words? However, the actions of Hua Qinghui and the other two proved that Qinyu was speaking the truth. If they did not have a guilty conscience, why would they run away immediately? Moreover, their sudden burst of speed proved that their cultivation was extremely high, and it was impossible for ordinary guards to have this kind of cultivation. Hua Qinghui and the other two's faces were filled with panic and fear. They had never expected that things would develop like this. Big Brother Jean, why did you attack us? When I learned that you were captured, I immediately called Big Brother Liu and Big Brother Hua to sneak into this place to save you. The lady in red had a lovely expression. Hua Qinghui and the purple-haired man were silent. They did not know what to do and could not think of a better way. Save me? Didn't the three of you come to kill me on this mission? Qinyu sneered. The lady in red was still putting on an act at this point. Jin Yudong, how dare you betray the Undying Blood Clan? You will die a horrible death. The Undying Blood Clan will never forgive you. The purple-haired man roared. In his opinion, Qinyu had colluded with Heavenly Monarch Scarlet Blaze of the Divine Firmament Realm and betrayed the Undying Blood Clan. The Undying Blood Clan members who had disappeared previously might have been Qinyu's informant. Betray the Undying Blood Clan? Qinyu revealed a mocking expression and laughed. Ha ha ha, when did I ever betray the Undying Blood Clan? The purple-haired man and the lady in red were dumbfounded. I'm not a Blood Clan member. Qinyu revealed the answer. Are you a spy from the Great Cosmos Realm? The purple-haired man and the lady in red opened their mouths in shock, and their hearts fell to the bottom of an abyss. Hua Qinghui was not shocked. He had already guessed it in his heart, but he was still surprised. How did Qinyu hide among the vampires for so long without being discovered? When he left the Blood Sea realm, didn't Qinyu go through layers of checks to ensure that there were no problems? That's right, I'm a human. Qinyu admitted it frankly. Although the purple-haired man and the red-clothed woman were mentally prepared, they still found it hard to accept. The higher-ups of the Red Fire Temple gradually believed in Qinyu's identity. After all, Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame had said so before. Also, my name is Qinyu. The corners of Qinyu's mouth curled up into a thick smile. Using the 1,000 transformations art, his appearance slowly returned to normal. When the purple-haired man and the red-clothed woman saw Qianyu's true identity, they were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Qianyu, it was actually Qianyu, the blood race's mysterious Nether Emperor Lord had personally issued a bounty and even mobilized star condensation monarchs to personally capture Qianyu, but Qianyu was right beside them, hiding in the Blood Sea realm. The scene was so shocking that it felt like endless lightning had struck their minds, causing them to go blank. It's really him. Hua Qinghui laughed foolishly. This time, the three of them had completely fallen into the hands of Qianyu. This was the Red Fire Temple's territory, and Qianyu was acquainted with Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame. At this moment, they were surrounded with no way out. How should we deal with these three blood race members? The Scarlet Flame monarch asked. The higher-ups of the Red Fire Temple were shocked. This was the Red Fire Temple, and Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame was the boss here. At this moment, he was actually asking Qianyu how to deal with the blood race. These three are here to kill me, so let me kill them. Qianyu had long found Hua Qinghui an eyesore. Before coming to the Blood Sea realm, Hua Qinghui had targeted Qianyu, who was disguised as a blood race member. After coming to the Blood Sea realm, Hua Qinghui had mocked Qianyu repeatedly. This time, he even planned to kill Qianyu. Qianyu, you cunning bastard, you will die a horrible death. I'm not resigned to this. Hua Qinghui roared at the sky. As a genius of the blood race, he had cultivated to the late-stage Void Sea realm and had hopes of becoming a star condensation monarch in the future. How could he be resigned to dying here? It's too boring to take your lives directly. How about this, I'll give you a chance. If you can beat me, I'll let you live. Qianyu shrugged and smiled. The higher-ups of the Red Fire Temple frowned, slightly worried. However, the three blood race members did not look happy at all. The woman in red shouted somewhat crazily, I'm only at the mid-stage Void Sea realm. How can I be a match for you? Why don't you just give me a quick death and kill me? No, you misunderstood. I mean, the three of you, come at me together. Qianyu shook his head slightly and then grinned. The battle would only be slightly more interesting if the three of them attacked together. What? Hua Qinghui and the other two were shocked. Qianyu's words were completely contemptuous of them, but they had to seize this opportunity. Originally, even Hua Qinghui was not confident that he could defeat Qianyu. But Qianyu was so arrogant that he wanted the three of them to attack together. The higher-ups of the Red Fire Temple were all dumbfounded. They tried to stop him, Lord Chen, this is not a child's play. The blood race is powerful and far surpasses cultivators of the same level. If the three of them join forces, it will be even more difficult to deal with. The yellow-haired foreign being was also dumbfounded. His cultivation was at the late-stage Void Sea realm, but the blood race was extraordinary. Even he had no chance of winning against the three of them. This kid was too arrogant. But this was the Red Fire Temple. Let Qianyu play. Even if they lost, the Red Fire Temple would come out and kill the three blood race. Qianyu, remember what you said. If we win, can you guarantee that the Red Fire Temple won't attack us? Hua Qinghui and the other two seemed to have grasped onto a life-saving straw. All of them were excited and treated it seriously. I promise. The Red Fire King immediately said. The higher-ups of the Red Fire Temple were dumbfounded. Qianyu had gone crazy. Why was the Red Fire Heavenly Lord going crazy with Qianyu? Go! Hua Qinghui shouted coldly and was the first to attack. The battle was about to begin. The three of them formed a triangular formation and charged toward Qianyu. Hua Qinghui waved his hand, and a blood sword appeared with a flash. It emitted a terrifying blood light and went straight for Qianyu's head. The purple-haired man and the woman in red also attacked. A 700-foot-long blood-colored ribbon and a mountain-like blood-red fist descended at the same time. In order to survive, the three blood race powerhouses went all out and unleashed their strongest combat strength. Boom! A violent blood-colored explosion rang out as a blood-red tornado of light shot into the sky, constantly stirring and shattering everything. Qianyu, you'll pay a heavy price for your carelessness. Hua Qinghui said coldly. But suddenly, laughter came from the blood-colored storm. Is that all your attacks can do? The blood-colored light slowly dissipated. Qinyu stood in the center of the explosion, unscathed. A blurry image of a black dragon surrounded Qinyu, forming a powerful shield that protected him within. This was the corresponding combat skill of the 8th demonic pattern of the Heavenly Demon Secret Pattern Record, Black Demon Shield. He blocked it. Hua Qinghui's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. Even a peak late-stage Void Sea powerhouse wouldn't dare to take their attacks head-on. Now it's my turn to take your lives. The black dragon's shadow around Qinyu quickly dissipated, and he instantly soared into the air, dragging a pitch-black dragon tail behind him as he approached the woman in red. No. Save me. The woman in red screamed in fear. Bang, Qinyu punched out with his pitch-black fist. The huge fist shadow pierced through her chest and created a huge hole. Puff, the blood-colored flame suddenly erupted and ignited her entire body. The blood race's main body that was hidden inside screamed and screamed. Finally, it fell silent under the burning of the blood-colored flames. The first one. Qinyu raised a finger and dashed toward the purple-haired man. No. The purple-haired man trembled and retreated frantically, trying to meet up with Hua Qinghui to resist together. Qinyu stretched out the ring finger of his right hand. The blood-colored flames gathered at one point and suddenly burst out. Has this kid mastered the third finger of the 6-flamed finger sword? The Crimson Flame King narrowed his eyes. Swoosh, a straight beam of blood-colored flames shot out from the ring finger. It was like a 300-meter-long blood-colored flame light sword that pierced through the purple-haired man's chest. This was the third finger of the 6-flamed finger sword, Xiaoyang Sword Finger. When Qinyu was in seclusion in the Qingyun secret realm for 3 years, he had already started cultivating and reached the Xiaoqing stage. After being hit by the Xiaoyang Sword Finger, a bloody hole was left in the purple-haired man's chest. His body trembled and fell. Qinyu's attack was indeed powerful. It pierced through his defense and body, but it wasn't fatal. Right at this moment, a dark silver spatial hand condensed in the void. It grabbed the purple-haired man and gripped him tightly. Puff, blood splattered everywhere. The dark silver hand disappeared, and a bloody mess fell to the ground. You're the second one. Qinyu looked at Hua Qinghui. Just now, Hua Qinghui saw the light and attacked with all his strength. But in the blink of an eye, 2 of his companions were killed. He shivered uncontrollably. I'll kill you. Hua Qinghui's body suddenly split open, and a humanoid monster covered in blood rushed out. It was a blood human. He waved his arm, and the blood sword instantly split into hundreds of blood-colored sword shadows. They seemed to transform into a sea of sword light and blood as they stabbed out together. Qinyu's eyes flashed. Hua Qinghui was indeed a blood race genius. His combat strength was indeed extraordinary. He was far stronger than the purple-haired man who was also in the late-stage Void Sea realm. But this didn't change the outcome. Blood-colored patterns appeared on Qinyu's body and quickly formed a layer of blood-colored patterns. With just the mystic pattern devil body, Qinyu could fight with a late-stage Void Sea realm. After using the blood transformation devil body, his physical strength rose again. Boom, he punched with all his strength, and heaven and earth rumbled. A terrifying power poured out like a tsunami or an avalanche. Crack. Rumble. The hundreds of blood-colored sword shadows shattered under Qinyu's punch and turned into dust. Bang, a dark red fist imprinted on Hua Qinghui's chest and sent him flying hundreds of feet away. He spat out several mouthfuls of blood. Lesser Sun Sword Finger, Qinyu used the 6-flame sword finger again, and a blood-red sword light pierced through Hua Qinghui's head. The power of the blood-glazed flame was released and burned furiously, ending Hua Qinghui's life in a few breaths. The surroundings were completely silent. The scene just now was simply a one-sided massacre. In the blink of an eye, 3 blood race members died on the spot. The yellow-haired foreign being's hair stood on end. Qinyu's ferocity had scared him. Now that he thought about it, if they had fought with Qinyu back then, they probably wouldn't be able to see the sun tomorrow. It was silent outside the hall. The higher-ups of the Red Fire Temple who had tried to persuade Qinyu were all stunned. As the benefactor of Heavenly Lord Scarlet Flame, the other party's strength must be extraordinary. It seemed that it wasn't that Qinyu was too arrogant, but that they had looked down on him. However, the Scarlet Flame King didn't think there was a problem. Otherwise, he wouldn't have guaranteed it. Several years ago, at the God of Cookery feast, Xianyu's strength had defeated Dongmen Jingyu, who ranked third on the genius list of the eastern region. After so many years, it was impossible that he hadn't changed. Xianyu walked forward and looted the spoils of war from the three kindred. Disperse. No one is allowed to tell anyone about what happened today, the Scarlet Flame King ordered. In fact, except for traitors, no one would spread the news. Xianyu was the center of attention in the kindred world. But in the Divine Sky Realm, except for the kindred and the Scarlet Flame King, no one knew Xianyu. The enemies of the natives of the Divine Sky Realm were the Blue Nether Realm and the kindred, so they naturally wouldn't spread the news. How did you get involved with the kindred? The Scarlet Flame King's eyes darkened. The kindred was a very dangerous race. They were greedy and bloodthirsty, so wherever they went, there would be slaughter and disaster. Lurking. Xianyu gave a simple answer. He believed that the Scarlet Flame King had guessed something. You're quite daring. You even dared to sneak into the kindred. The Scarlet Flame King teased. But he felt a little unbalanced. Even he didn't dare to sneak into the kindred. Just now, he hadn't found the kindred who had sneaked into the Red Fire Temple, but Xianyu had pointed it out. Why did you come to the Divine Sky Realm? Xianyu asked. He was also a little surprised to meet the Scarlet Flame King here. He didn't expect that the Scarlet Flame King had established his own force in the Divine Sky Realm. I came from the Divine Sky Realm. The Scarlet Flame King answered Xianyu's question very simply. This was something that he was slightly surprised by. Although the Scarlet Flame King had followed Xianyu for a long time, he didn't know his background. After killing the three vampires, Xianyu didn't leave immediately. He planned to break through to the late stage of Void Sea Realm in the Divine Sky Realm. Therefore, Xianyu decided to stay in the Soul Firmament Realm for a while. At the same time, he also learned about the Scarlet Flame King. There were many races in the Lingxiao realm, and there were endless wars. Every race wanted to dominate the Lingxiao realm. Back then, the human race had also occupied a place and was extremely powerful. Among them, the Scarlet Flame King was a peak king on the human side. However, he was betrayed in the end. The three monarchs worked together but failed to kill him. They could only seal him in a small world and toss him into the chaotic space. As time passed, the Crimson Flame King would naturally disappear from history. However, they still underestimated the Crimson Flame King's ability. After a long period of time, the Crimson Flame King secretly plotted and finally broke the seal. Later on, it became Xianyu's spirit pet. The Red Flame King returned to the Divine Sky Realm to prepare for revenge. However, the current Spirit Sky Realm had even more powerful enemies, the Blue Nether Realm and the Blood Sea Realm. Of the three kings who had been his enemies, only one remained. As for the Crimson Flame King's matter, Xianyu only learned about it and did not plan to get involved. 5 days later, Xianyu entered seclusion to break through to the late Void Sea Realm. In response, the Crimson Flame King gave up his exclusive seclusion place and ordered a heavy guard. Hee, kid, work harder and try to catch up to me soon. The Crimson Flame King grinned and looked very proud. Previously, he had suffered consecutive setbacks at Xianyu's hands. Having a higher cultivation base than Xianyu was the only thing he could show off now. Back when the Crimson Flame King followed Xianyu, Xianyu had always restricted the Crimson Flame King's resources just in case. Ever since they parted at Clearwater Bay, the Crimson Flame King's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. At the Feast of Delicacies, his cultivation base had reached the peak of the Mid-Void Sea Realm. After eating the Holy Dragon's flesh, the fortune he had obtained was also extremely shocking. 3 months later, he had broken through to the late stage. And now, the Crimson Flame King's cultivation base had risen to the Half-Step King. This was the advantage of recultivating. There were almost no bottlenecks, and his cultivation base had soared all the way. As for the Crimson Flame King's flaunting, Xianyu did not take it to heart. Now, the relationship between the two was not as stiff as before. Along the way, they had also established a certain level of friendship. At this moment, Xianyu hoped that the Crimson Flame King's cultivation base would improve faster. That way, he could also obtain more benefits. Inside the secret land, Xianyu sat cross-legged, operated his cultivation technique, and adjusted his state. Half a day later, he had reached the peak in all aspects. Jinyu immediately took out many treasures of heaven and earth and consumed them one by one. As for breaking through to the late Void Sea realm, he had long been prepared. This time, it could be said to be in the bag, rumble. Inside the secret land, Jinyu crazily absorbed the heaven and earth essence chi. The true essence chi in his body operated with a special mental technique, methodically expanding. 3 days later. Buzz, the true essence chi suddenly expanded, and the ocean-like true essence revolved at a slightly slower speed. Immediately afterward, the amount of true essence in the true essence chi continued to rise. When it reached a certain peak, no matter how Jinyu operated his mental technique to absorb the heaven and earth essence chi, the amount of true essence would no longer increase. Success! Jinyu opened his eyes, which flashed with flowing light, and a powerful aura emanated from his body. This was the situation where he had just broken through a bottleneck and could not completely control his aura. After the advancement, the true essence chi expanded a lot, and the quality of true essence improved a lot. Relatively speaking, breaking through to the late Void Sea did not bring much improvement to Jinyu's strength. But after the improvement in cultivation base, the room for improvement in other aspects also increased. It's much smoother than expected. Jinyu could not help but smile. There could be 2 reasons. First, his spirit physique had long reached the high-grade spirit physique, and his cultivation was much smoother than before. Second, the fortune brought to him by the sacred dragon's flesh from the god of cookery feast had not ended. That opportunity would continue to affect Jinyu, even until he broke through to the star condensation realm. In the next few days, Jinyu consolidated his cultivation base and familiarized himself with the late-stage Void Sea realm true essence. A few days later, he came out of seclusion. Congratulations to Lord Chen for successfully advancing and coming out of seclusion. When the guards saw Jinyu, they all bowed. As the benefactor of the Scarlet Flame Heavenly Lord, Jinyu's status in the Scarlet Fire Hall was extraordinary. After the successful advancement, Jinyu prepared to return to the Blood Sea realm. His undercover journey was not over yet. You're finally leaving. The Scarlet Flame King looked like he was sending away a plague. Why don't I stay here and say that I was kidnapped by the Scarlet Fire Hall and wait for the Blood Race's reinforcements? Jinyu rolled his eyes at the Scarlet Flame King. These words scared the Scarlet Flame King. His faction had just been established and could not withstand too much wind and waves. Seeing that you did not cause trouble for me this time, I will give you a big gift. The Scarlet Flame King smiled proudly. What is it? Jinyu could not help but be curious. The Scarlet Flame King's vision was not ordinary. Since he said that it was a big gift, it naturally would not be too shabby. The Scarlet Flame King was originally waiting for Jinyu to beg him, but after thinking about it, he gave up. This is a recipe that I obtained by accident. The Scarlet Flame King waved his hand, and a beast skin flew toward Jinyu. Jinyu stared at the contents of the beast skin. There was a formula recorded on it. By collecting several precious treasures, one could concoct an extremely precious treasure, the Heavenly Moon Blood Marrow. Most of the treasures in this recipe were very precious, but if one paid a certain price, they could be collected. There were only 2 treasures that were extremely rare and hard to come by. One of them was called Blood King Marrow. The second was the Moon Spirit Ore. And Jinyu already had the Moon Spirit Organ. To him, the difficulty of collecting the treasures in the recipe was reduced by a lot. Blood King Marrow. King Marrow. Jinyu could not help but be stunned. The rarity of this item was even higher than the Moon Spirit Organ. Even so. But if he collected all the materials and concocted the Heavenly Moon Blood Marrow, it would be completely worth it. The Heavenly Moon Blood Marrow could not only improve one's physique, but its greatest effect was to greatly increase the aptitude of one's spirit body. To Jinyu, these 2 effects were very useful. At least, you still have some conscience. At least I did not waste the kindness of raising you and saving you, Jinyu laughed. But suddenly, he felt a burning sensation all over his body, and a dangerous aura came from behind him. Goodbye. Jinyu immediately left. Rumble, a loud sound came from behind him, as if a volcano had erupted. Bastard, don't let me see you again. Jinyu took out a broken boat and embarked on his journey. Looking at his flying equipment, Jinyu could not help but frown. Brother Clown's skills are great, but your aesthetic standards are not good. Chinyu decided that if he had the chance, he would change to a beautiful flying equipment. Not long later, he came to the Blood Sea Realm and Blue Nether Realm sphere of influence. At this moment, Chinyu had changed his appearance. With Jin Yudong's identity, he successfully entered and then left the Spirit Sky Realm, Blood Sea Realm, Venerable Ice-Like's residence. Master, Jin Yudong's situation has been investigated, Housekeeper Wang reported. During the period of Chinyu's disappearance, Housekeeper Wang had investigated. He needed to grasp Chinyu's situation at all times and control the situation so that things would develop according to Venerable Ice-Like's expectations. It seems that he offended that person called Hua Qinghui. Venerable Ice-Like listened to the housekeeper's report and said, "It is just that we are not clear how the two became enemies. We only know that they hid in the Great Cosmos Realm and then returned to the Blood Sea Realm with Cold Blood King." Housekeeper Wang continued. "Great Cosmos Realm?" Venerable Ice-Like's deep eyes flickered. "Investigate the conflict between the two of them in the Great Cosmos Realm." Through the housekeeper's reports, Venerable Ice-Like felt that there was something wrong with Chinyu and was very curious about this person. He felt that Chinyu seemed to be hiding some huge secret. Yes. Housekeeper Wang retreated. 1 month later, Chinyu returned to the Blood Sea Realm. Not long after he returned, the news spread. He is finally back. I heard that Jin Yudong went on a mission during this period of time. I think he went out to hide. Within the second ring, many experts were alarmed. Jin Yudong, come out and fight with me. Use your king's blood as the wager. When Chinyu returned to his cave abode, someone came looking for him and shouted. This was the rule of the Blood Sea Realm and it was unavoidable. Come on then. Chinyu walked out of his cave abode. This was a place where the strong preyed on the weak. Without sufficient strength, one could only be bullied by others. And now, Chinyu wanted to establish his might and make people fear him. Jin Yudong, get the hell out here. A black tiger roared. Its pupils and claws were both golden. The golden claws slammed onto the ground like tofu, easily crushing it. As it roared, spectators gradually gathered around. Jin Yudong suddenly disappeared for a period of time and has just returned. If he's challenged, there's no way he can refuse. Iron King's timing is really accurate. His strength is definitely top-notch among late-stage Void Sea Realm cultivators in the Blood Sea Realm. At this moment, Chinyu walked out. The discussions became much quieter as everyone looked forward to this battle. If I win, I don't want your cave abode. Give me 20 drops of king's blood. The Black Tiger, Iron King, shouted. 20 drops of king's blood. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect the Iron King to ask for such an exorbitant price. If I lose, I'll give you blood brew that's worth 1,000 battle merit points. Then, the Iron King stated his conditions. Advancing from the third ring to the second ring required 2,000 battle merit points. Thus, blood brew that was worth 1,000 battle merit points was extremely precious. Black Tiger, who could take out such items, was definitely not simple. How about I raise another condition? Chinyu smiled faintly. Speak. The Iron King frowned slightly and spat out a word. As long as Chinyu's request wasn't too excessive, it didn't matter. After all, the possibility of him losing was extremely low. Don't admit defeat later. Chinyu revealed a wild smile. Hearing those words, the hair on the Iron King's body stood on end. Golden light shot out from his eyes, and a berserk might spread out in all directions. From the Iron King's point of view, Chinyu wasn't making a request. Instead, he was provoking him. Roar, a tiger's roar shook the sky. The Iron King turned into a bolt of black lightning and charged out. Before he got close, he slashed out with his claw. Boom, 3 golden-red claw marks suddenly appeared on top of Chinyu's head. They tore through the air and landed with a shocking sound. At this moment, he raised his arm, and a dark light appeared on it. It swept up a wave of demonic True Yuan and waved. Hu Qi, the 3 enormous golden-red light scars were struck by a jet-black light and instantly shattered. What? The Iron King was stunned. He clearly hadn't expected that his attack would be so easily broken by Chinyu. Your cultivation? the Iron King suddenly realized that Qinyu's cultivation base seemed to have reached the late stage of Void Sea. All of a sudden, Qinyu rushed out at an astonishing speed. He set off a sonic boom as he rapidly approached the Iron King. Ding! Qinyu's pitch-black iron fist collided with the black tiger's golden claws, causing a burst of black and golden light to erupt. The next moment. Ah! Venerable Iron King screamed miserably. His claws were fine, but the bones in his legs were shattered. Pung! 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 Qinyu showed no mercy. He used the power of the concept of space to support himself as he closed in on Venerable Iron King and attacked with his fists and legs. Wow! Iron King was punched in the chest by Qinyu, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and crash to the ground. He's so strong. I didn't expect that I wouldn't be able to resist him even though we're both at the late stage of Void Sea. The Iron King lay in the giant pit with a look of shock and fear. Right at this moment. Boom! A pitch-black shadow of a foot descended from the sky. It was like a thick and sturdy pillar as it smashed down. Stop, I concede, the Iron King screamed miserably. Didn't we agree that you can't concede? Qinyu interrupted the Iron King's words and punched out. Bang! The Iron King's body was torn apart, revealing a blood-colored centipede. This was the Iron King's blood tribe true form. I can't concede, the Iron King recalled Qinyu's request before the battle. At that time, he thought that Qinyu was just provoking him. Now, it seemed that Qinyu was very serious about the conditions. Conceding was a very humiliating thing to do. Moreover, Qinyu had mentioned before the battle that he couldn't concede. Under such circumstances, it would be even more humiliating for the Iron King to concede. Next, everyone could only hear the Iron King's miserable screams. I can't concede. I'll just run. The Iron King gritted his teeth and flew into the distance. You can run and I'll fight. It doesn't matter. Qinyu chased after him and continued to beat the Iron King until he was crying for his parents. It was only after Qinyu and the Iron King had gone far away that the onlookers finally snapped out of their daze. I thought it was going to be an intense battle, but it turned out to be a one-sided defeat. This Jin Yudong is too cruel. He didn't allow his opponent to concede and kept chasing after him, just as everyone was about to leave. Qinyu returned with an additional item in his hand. It was a blood-red centipede's body. It was obvious that the Iron King was not only defeated, but he was also crippled. This scene stimulated the eyes of many of the Blood Tribe members, causing them to quickly leave this place. Qinyu returned to his cave. Aboden took the centipede's body to make blood wine. The blood wine made by a late-stage Void Sea cultivator was of higher quality. The next day, news of Qinyu beating up the Iron King and crippling the Venerable spread. Many kindred who were about to challenge Qinyu ran back in fear when they heard the news. Jin Yudong has broken through to the late-stage Void Sea realm. Ordinary late-stage Void Sea cultivators are courting death if they challenge him. More and more kindred were afraid. Compared to before, Qinyu could be a little quieter at this moment. But there were exceptions to everything. What he did the day before shocked some kindred, but it also attracted the attention of others. This person is too despicable. He actually split the Iron King in half. If it were any other race, I'm afraid they would be dead. I also heard that he took half of the Iron King's body to make blood wine. Humph, he's too arrogant. I, Qinglong, will personally teach him a lesson in 10 days. The kindred called Qinglong said ruthlessly. His cultivation was at the peak late-stage Void Sea realm, and he said he would punish Qinyu. Actually, Qinglong doesn't need to fight at all. Did you forget that the Iron King has a cousin? Could it be the Iron Blood Supremacy? I heard that he was chosen by young Ancestor Gu as one of the followers of the blood-sucking trial. His strength is at the peak late-stage Void Sea realm. Otherwise, young Ancestor Gu wouldn't have chosen him. On the third day, Qinyu came to the Blood Treasury Palace. His cultivation had increased, but he had too few tricks up his sleeves. It was fine against ordinary kindred, but the situation was not optimistic if he fought against those top experts. This time, Qinyu exchanged for a Blood Path combat skill, Vampiric Demon Hand. The Vampiric Demon Hand was far less valuable than the Blood Transformation Demonic Body. The Vampiric Demon Hand was a close-range combat skill that could absorb the blood of enemies within a certain range. Most of the blood race's life forms could suck blood. However, Xianxia wasn't a kindred and didn't know how to suck blood. This combat skill was very good for him. Combined with his powerful physical defense, he was like a tiger that had grown wings. After exchanging for the combat skill, Xianxia returned to his cave abode and started cultivating. He had already comprehended the concept of blood, and cultivating the corresponding cultivation technique was much faster. In just half a day, he had grasped the basics of the vampiric demon hand. Whoosh, Xianxia waved his arm, and his blood and true yuan surged out, turning into a huge dark red palm. Immediately, the blood floating in the air was absorbed by the dark red palm and entered Qinyu's body. A warm feeling spread through his body. 10 days later. As expected, Qinglong, who had threatened Xinyu, came. Because the news had already spread, the number of spectators this battle was more than 3 times that of the previous ones. Qinglong was a kindred residing in a human's body. He was tall, and his muscles were bulging. He gave off a fierce and bloodthirsty aura. Jin Yudong, what are you waiting for? Qinglong shouted coldly. You're in such a hurry to get beaten up. A light laugh came from within the cave abode. Hee, you're as arrogant as the rumors say. I'll cut to the chase. If you win, you'll give me 20 drops of king's blood. If I lose, I'll give you blood brew worth 1,500 battle merit. Qinglong laughed evilly as he spoke quickly. No problem. But, remember, don't admit defeat. Qinyu raised his eyebrows as his lips curled up. You're courting death. Qinglong roared as his body doubled in size and turned blood-red. Layers of blood-red waves surged with him as the center, gathering the heaven-earth yuan qi in a radius of 1,000 meters. A blood-red light surged from Qinglong's body as he turned into a 100-meter-tall blood-red giant. The surroundings instantly became extremely heavy. Jin Yudong really doesn't know what's good for him. He dares to say such arrogant words to Qinglong, who's at the peak late-stage Void Sea realm. Tell him not to admit defeat. I think the one who will admit defeat will definitely be Jin Yudong. Disdainful discussion sounded in the surroundings. Boom, right at this moment, Qinyu and Qinglong clashed. The sound of an explosion shook the surroundings, and a fierce blood-red storm surged in all directions. Boom. Boom. Boom, at the center of the battle, the blood-red giant that was dozens of meters tall kept punching out fiercely. The outcome will probably be decided in less than 20 moves. A blood tribe member said with a smile. Suddenly, boom, with a loud explosion, a red figure was sent flying and smashed into a hill in the distance, raising it to the ground. Impossible, Qinglong's trembling voice came from the dust. This voice stunned all the surrounding blood tribe members. Why was Qinglong the one who lost? Boom, Qinyu charged out and punched Qinglong in the deep pit. An explosion sounded. In the next moment, Qinglong fled in a sorry state, and Qinyu immediately gave chase, punching and kicking him. Why do I feel that this scene is somewhat familiar? It's exactly the same as the scene where Iron King was beaten 10 days ago. Too terrifying. A peak late-stage Void Sea realm is being bullied by Jin Yudong. Looks like only Iron King's cousin can restrain him. After a while, Qinyu returned to the cave abode with a bloody thigh in his hand. Supremacy Icelight's residence. Housekeeper Wang reported everything that had happened after Qinyu returned. How is this possible? This brat is actually so strong. Supremacy Icelight found it hard to believe. He suddenly felt a trace of regret in his heart. Perhaps his initial decision was wrong. Housekeeper, have you investigated the conflict between Jin Yudong and Hua Qinghui? Supremacy Icelight suddenly asked. Hua Qinghui and Jin Yudong were carrying out a mission together and died, so we haven't investigated clearly, Housekeeper Wang said in a low voice. What? Supremacy Icelight's brows furrowed. Lord, we have indeed underestimated Jin Yudong. But now that things have come to this, we can only continue. The Iron King has been crippled by Jin Yudong, and his foundation has been damaged. His cousin, the Iron Blood Venerable, will definitely not ignore this. Housekeeper Wang said slowly. Iron Blood Supremacy? One of the followers chosen by young Ancestor Gu? Supremacy Icelight had some impression of Iron Blood Supremacy. After knowing this, he was slightly relieved. 10 days later. Iron Blood Supremacy walked out of the cave abode and turned into a blood-colored rainbow, heading straight for Jin Yudong's cave abode. The moment the Iron Blood Venerable flew out of the cave, the Iron King also walked out with a cold smile on his face. Jin Yudong, I'll make you pay with your blood today. His cousin, Iron Blood Venerable, had promised him that he would take Qinyu's legs today. At the same time, the other kindred in the second ring also moved. Jin Yudong is too arrogant. Let's see how arrogant he is this time. I'm even more curious about how strong Iron Blood Venerable is. He must have obtained a lot of precious resources after following young Patriarch Gu. The second ring was in an uproar. On one of the blood-colored peaks, a 20-meter-long snake suddenly flew out. The snake's dark green body was covered in blood-colored patterns, and a cold and dangerous aura filled the air. Whoosh, a blood-colored mist filled the air, and the snake twisted and turned into a beautiful woman in a green dress. She had green hair and fair skin, but her eyes were blood-red. Her appearance was bewitching and charming, and her every frown and smile seemed to be able to steal people's souls. However, her lower body was a snake's tail, which made people shiver involuntarily. It was obvious that she was a poisonous beauty. Fu Shuame. A kindred felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the woman, and he immediately retreated dozens of steps. It's really Fu Shuame? I heard that she's the follower of another young patriarch. She's extremely powerful, and one of the strongest below half-step kings. Fu Shuame probably came to see Iron Blood Venerable's strength. After all, they're both young patriarch's followers, and they'll be enemies in the blood-sucking trial in a month. Apart from the top experts in the second ring, many people in the third ring paid a high price to enter the second ring to watch the battle. Among them were Qinyu's bull-horned outsider, Tong Guang, and the three-eyed kindred, Zhong Long inside the cave abode. Since the last battle, Qinyu had been cultivating the vampiric demon hand. The vampiric demon hand wasn't the best among the many vampiric combat skills. It was precisely because of this that it was easier to master. If it was the top-notch blood-sucking combat skill, it would take an extremely long time to master it. When he fought Qinlong, Qinyu's vampiric demonic hand had just reached basic mastery, so it wasn't very powerful. Therefore, he didn't use it and used blood transformation fiend body to crush Qinlong head-on. Boom, Qinyu waved his arm, and his blood chi and true essence gushed out, turning into a giant dark red hand that was 100 feet in size. This dark red hand was like a black hole, devouring the blood around it and transporting it to Qinyu's body. After a while, bzzz, the giant dark red hand suddenly became a bit more solid, and its size also increased a bit. It was now 200 feet in size. I've reached the Xiaoqing realm. Qinyu was overjoyed. It wasn't easy for him to cultivate a battle technique to Xiaoqing realm in such a short period of time. The reason might have something to do with the power of the blood race's holy item that he devoured. After all, Qinyu could release the aura of the blood race's bloodline and perfectly hide among the blood race. No one would believe that he wasn't related to the blood race. It's so noisy outside, and there's even killing intent. At this moment, Qinyu realized that something was wrong outside the cave abode, so he walked out. There were hundreds of blood race gathered outside his cave abode. In the sky in front of him, a giant tiger covered in golden fur looked down at Qinyu coldly and arrogantly. Its eyes and claws were blood red, and it emitted a bloodthirsty intent. Jin Yudong, kneel down and apologize to my cousin. Break one of your legs, and I won't make things difficult for you. The giant golden tiger said coldly. Qinyu looked at the giant golden tiger and couldn't help but think of the black tiger, Iron King. It was obvious that these cousins had the same taste, and they both liked tiger-type containers. However, the feeling that this giant golden tiger gave Qinyu was completely different from that of Iron King. This person is very strong, Qinyu thought to himself. But wasn't this perfect? The stronger the opponent, the more he could establish his dominance. You cousins are such a joke. If I defeat you, I wonder if your cousins will come knocking on my door. Qinyu sneered. Originally, many people thought that Qinyu would restrain himself when facing Iron Blood Lord, and some even thought that Qinyu would break one of his legs. However, Qinyu shocked everyone when he opened his mouth. He was still so arrogant and domineering that he even dared to insult Iron Blood Lord. How dare you? The giant golden tiger, Iron Blood Lord, glared, and a blood-red radiance burst out. It raised its red metal claws, and a blood-red flame rose from it, emitting a palpitating pressure. However, before Iron Blood Lord made his move, Qinyu had already rushed out with a black iron fist. Clang! Qinyu's black demonic fist collided with Iron Blood Lord's red metal claws, causing an ear-piercing explosion. A layer of blood-red flame surged over, forcing Qinyu to take 4 to 5 steps back. He felt a stinging pain on his fist, and 3 shallow scratches were left on it. On the other side, Iron Blood Lord, who was like a small mountain, also took a big step back. The claw that collided with Qinyu felt numb. He's so strong. I didn't even gain the upper hand when I occupied the ancient beast's body. Iron Blood Lord was slightly shocked, and he became even more solemn. At that moment, a layer of blood-red patterns appeared on Qinyu's black body. Just like the rumors, he used a secret skill right from the start, and it lasts for a long time. Iron Blood Lord murmured to himself, not taking it to heart. Roar! He roared, and a deafening tiger's roar turned into a blood-red tornado that charged out. Thereafter, Iron Blood Lord raised his front claws and pounced. 6 golden-red cracks extended from the void towards Qinyu, as though they were going to tear everything apart. Child's play! Qinyu roared and charged over. After using the blood change fiend body, his defense was strengthened and his strength increased. After all, it was a secret skill that could only be used for a limited time. Therefore, Qinyu decided to end the battle quickly. Bang! Rip! As Qinyu punched out, he shattered the 6 golden-red cracks and tore apart the blood-red tornado. He turned into a bolt of black-red lightning that shot towards Iron Blood Lord. Right then, Iron Blood Lord opened his mouth once more, as though he was about to launch the same attack as before. But suddenly, swoosh, a beam of blood-red light burst forth and a bloody hook that was covered in barbs flew towards Qinyu. Spirit weapon. Qinyu sighed. He also had a spirit weapon and a mystic weapon, but he couldn't show them. Seeing that the blood hook was heading towards Qinyu, Iron Blood Lord sneered. However, Qinyu's reaction was out of his expectations. Instead of dodging, Qinyu circulated the power of the spatial intent realm and used the air-seizing hand. A dark silver spatial hand instantly condensed behind the Iron Blood Venerable and grabbed at it fiercely. Swoosh! Venerable Ironblood teleported and dodged the attack. At the same time, his control over his spirit weapon weakened, but the blood hook could still hit Qinyu. Buzz! A dark soul power burst forth from Qinyu's body and condensed into a black fist that charged out. That was a soul attack. It was faster than a physical attack and struck Iron Blood Lord's soul first, causing his consciousness to be in chaos for a moment. As a result, the attack speed of the blood hook slowed down for a moment. Qinyu took a deep breath and accumulated power in his heart, increasing his speed and dodging the blood hook's attack. Swoosh! He rapidly closed in on Iron Blood Lord. Because he couldn't use many methods, close combat was the key to victory. Qinyu was like a dark black cannonball that smashed towards Iron Blood Lord. Ding! The two separated after a single exchange. Qinyu relied on the power of Spatial Intent Realm and Blood Intent Realm to affect Iron Blood Lord's speed and closely followed him. Bang! Bang! After taking 2 blows, Iron Blood Lord realized Qinyu's terrifying strength and wanted to increase the distance between him and Qinyu but couldn't do so. Blood-sucking demonic hand. Right at this moment, Qinyu used his blood-sucking technique. A dark red hand that was over 60 feet wide grabbed towards Iron Blood Lord. Just as the iron-blooded Venerable was about to dodge, a dark silver spatial palm formed in another direction. The blood-sucking demonic hand had a powerful suction force and the air-capturing hand had a spatial binding force. The two powers were a huge obstacle for Iron Blood Lord. At a certain moment, the blood-sucking demonic hand grabbed onto Iron Blood Lord's thigh and sucked quite a bit of blood for Qinyu. However, at the same time, Iron Blood Lord's spirit weapon injured Qinyu from behind, slicing through his skin and removing a small piece of flesh. Fufu, you suck some of my blood and I'll scrape off a small piece of your flesh. Iron Blood Lord sneered, feeling that he had profited. Is that so? Qinyu sneered and punched out. Affected by the blood-sucking demonic hand, Iron Blood Lord's agility was greatly reduced and Qinyu closed in with ease. Bang! 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 He swung his fists rapidly and bombarded in a frenzy tirelessly. A few dents appeared on Iron Blood Lord's body as blood spewed from his mouth. Qin Yu's motive was only to close in, and it didn't matter if he suffered some injuries. However, once he closed in, he would be able to make his enemy pay an even more painful price. The surrounding onlookers were shocked. I didn't expect Jin Yudong to be able to fight Iron Blood Lord to this extent. Even if Jin Yudong loses, this battle will make him famous. Iron King was even more dumbfounded. He didn't expect that even his cousin couldn't finish off Jin Yudong quickly. Interesting. This person has so few tricks up his sleeves, but he's able to fight Iron Blood Lord to this extent. Looks like I'll have to report this to the young patriarch. In the crowd, Fu Xueme, who had a human head and snake body, smiled wickedly. This battle lasted for a long time. As a blood race member, Iron Blood Lord's cultivation was higher than Qin Yu's. He was one of the strongest among his peers and had a strong vitality. On the other hand, Qin Yu had too many tricks that he couldn't use. The two fought for a long time. In the end, Iron Blood Lord suddenly fell after taking a punch from Qin Yu. Iron Blood Lord had lost. In terms of defense, he was far inferior to Qin Yu. In terms of offense, Qin Yu was a nightmare for Iron Blood Lord once he got close. Iron Blood Lord's vessel had been destroyed, and there was no part of his body that was unscathed. Iron Blood Lord has lost. After a moment of silence, someone murmured in surprise. This battle had established Qin Yu's reputation. Without absolute confidence, no one would be willing to offend an enemy with potential like Qin Yu. Suddenly, the crowd parted to form a path. Very good. This battle was very exciting. A man with skin as white as snow and an incomparably handsome face walked out from the crowd. Behind him were two blood race members at the peak of the late-stage Void Sea state, exuding an extremely dangerous aura. This person, the moment Qin Yu saw the handsome man, his pupils constricted, and he immediately suppressed the mysterious heart's power. Greetings, young patriarch. The surrounding blood race members shouted and knelt down, their expressions either respectful or fearful. You're Jin Yudong, right? Let's talk. The handsome man had a faint smile on his face. He glanced at Qin Yu, then walked into his cave abode. Yes, young patriarch. Qin Yu replied. Only descendants of the blood-devouring clan could have the status of young patriarch in the Blood Sea realm. Fu Xueme stared at the fair-skinned man in shock. Oh no, it's young patriarch Wei. There was more than one descendant of the devouring blood race in the Blood Sea realm. Currently, there were 3 descendants of the devouring blood race in the Blood Sea realm. They were young patriarch Gu, who was with Iron Blood Supremacy, young patriarch Long, who was with Fu Xueme, and young patriarch Wei. Fu Xueme was about to report to young patriarch Long about Qin Yu, but young patriarch Wei beat her to it. Jin Yudong, if you're recruited by young patriarch Wei, we'll be enemies in the future. Fu Xueme licked her lips with her cold, blood-red tongue. Swoosh, her body twisted and turned into a crystalline green snake, instantly disappearing. Inside the cave abode, the fair-skinned and handsome young patriarch Wei sat calmly in the master's seat as if he had returned to his own residence. His 2 followers stood on either side of him. The 3 of them sized up Qin Yu at the same time, and an invisible pressure descended upon him. This young patriarch Wei was at the half-step star condensation realm, and his 2 followers were at the peak of the late-stage Void Sea realm. What's a descendant of the devouring blood race doing here? Qin Yu was startled. He did want to establish his might and make a name for himself. It would be easier for him to catch the attention of the upper echelons once he entered the first ring. Only by infiltrating the blood race would he be able to steal their secrets. But Qin Yu hadn't expected to attract the attention of a descendant of the devouring blood race so quickly. He did his best to suppress the affection and desire from the mysterious heart, pretending to be fearful and respectful, and occasionally glanced at the young patriarch Wei. I like you. From now on, you'll be my follower. The young patriarch Wei said confidently, baring his white teeth. The 2 followers next to him were stunned. They hadn't expected the young patriarch Wei to make a decision without even talking. So far, only the strongest of the 4 followers had been recruited by the young patriarch Wei in this way. Could it be that Jin Yudong was also such a person? The 2 followers firmly rejected the idea. Although Qin Yu had defeated the Iron Blood Venerable, he had yet to reach such a level. Both of them were at the peak of late-stage Void Sea state, which was higher than Qinyu's. Therefore, they believed that they were stronger than Qianyu. What follower? Qianyu froze for a moment and asked. If Qianyu stayed with the Devouring Blood clan's descendant, there was a high chance that his identity would be exposed. Anyone who follows you will be a follower of the junior patriarch. This is your honor, and also your opportunity. One of the two attendants, a slender female attendant, said coldly. You don't know what it means to be a follower, but you should know about the blood-sucking trial, right? Young Master Wei's expression didn't change much as he asked with a smile. Qianyu nodded. In truth, he didn't know what the blood-sucking trial was, but he couldn't show it, lest he arouse suspicion. Every 5 years in the Blood Sea realm, there's a blood-sucking trial. Of course, it has nothing to do with you. The main characters of the blood-sucking trial are the fights between the junior patriarchs. Young Master Wei suddenly stood up and slowly walked toward Qianyu. At the same time, he began to explain. However, the rules of the blood-sucking trial state that every junior patriarch can choose 5 followers to participate in the competition. I happen to have one last spot left. I'll give it to you. Young Master Wei walked up to Qianyu, his smile growing wider. The two attendants behind him frowned slightly and looked at Qianyu with unfriendly expressions. In their opinion, young Master Wei was too friendly to Qianyu. He had personally explained so much about it. In truth, young Master Wei found it strange as well. He felt that there was something about Qianyu that attracted him. For some inexplicable reason, he had a very favorable impression of Qianyu. Similarly, Qianyu felt the same way about young Master Wei. It was exactly the same as when he had met the other late-stage blood-devouring clan member in the Blood Orchid village. At that time, the junior patriarch who had descended upon the Blood Orchid village had wanted to take Qianyu as a vessel. That was why Qianyu was worried that young Master Wei would also plot against him. That was why he had suppressed the power of the mysterious heart. If I can suppress the power of the mysterious heart, this strange connection seems to be a good thing. This young Master Wei seems to have a good impression of me. Qianyu thought to himself. On the surface, he put on an extremely excited expression. Thank you for your reward, young master. I will go through fire and water for you. Good. Young Master Wei nodded in satisfaction. He was inexplicably happy that he had successfully recruited Qianyu. Swear loyalty to me, and I will not mistreat you. After the blood-sucking trial is over, I can use my own power to find out who spread such rumors against you. Young Master Wei smiled confidently. He had been paying attention to Qianyu for a long time and had sent people to investigate. The king's blood was a rare treasure for the descendants of the blood-devouring clan. With young Master Wei's connections, he quickly found out that it was just a rumor. Thank you, young master. Qianyu smiled. This was a good thing. As for the other 2 followers, they widened their eyes in shock. Following young Master Wei to participate in the blood-sucking trial was an opportunity and a gift in itself. Young Master Wei didn't promise any other benefits to the other 4 followers, but Qianyu was the only one he had promised. They felt that the Wei family's young ancestor was too biased towards Qianyu. Brother Jean, young Master Wei thinks so highly of you. Don't disappoint him. The slender woman said with a smile. There was a hint of jealousy in her tone. Jin Yudong, make your preparations. In a month, follow this young ancestor into the blood-sucking trial. With these words, young Master Wei left with his 2 followers. In truth, Qianyu wasn't interested in the blood-sucking trial. He had too many methods that he couldn't use, and participating in the trial would be dangerous. Secondly, he was only young Master Wei's follower. The main character was the fight between the 3 young masters. In other words, the benefits Qianyu would receive would be limited. But in the blood race, becoming the young master's follower and participating in the blood-sucking trial was a great honor. Thus, Qianyu couldn't refuse. Fortunately, young Master Wei had promised to help Qianyu find the rumor monger after the trial. After sending off the 3, Qianyu happened to see Tong Guang and called out, Brother Tong, why don't you come in and have a seat? Tong Guang of the cow-horned race ran over in fear and trepidation. Back then, both he and Qianyu were at the 3rd ring. But now, Qianyu was already an elite among the 2nd ring. Even young Master Long's follower, iron-blooded venerable, had lost to Qinyu. And just now, young Master Wei had appeared and entered Qinyu's cave abode. Now that he was facing Qinyu, he was extremely excited and decided to befriend this great god. Brother Jin, you're so powerful that even iron-blooded venerable lost to you. I'm impressed. May I know what young Master Wei discussed with Brother Jin when he came? Tong Guang first flattered him and then asked. But he immediately felt that he had said the wrong thing. This matter was related to the young master, and it wasn't something an ordinary blood race like him should know. It's nothing big. He just wanted me to become his follower and participate in the blood-sucking trial. Qinyu didn't say anything and went straight to the point. He had called Tong Guanyan to get some information. What? Brother Jin, you became young Master Wei's follower? Tong Guang's expression was one of shock and envy. Once he became the young master's follower, Qinyu would also receive great benefits when the young master became famous in the future. It could be said that as long as nothing unexpected happened to young Master Wei, Qinyu's status in the blood race would far surpass that of ordinary blood race members. I've heard of the blood-sucking trial, but I know very little about it. How much does Brother Tong know? You flatter me. I only have a general idea. Tong Guang lowered his head and smiled. Then, he told them everything he knew. The blood-sucking trial was a trial prepared for the descendants of the blood-sucking race. The other participants were only supporting characters. A total of 3 descendants of the Devouring Blood clan were participating in the blood-sucking trial. They were young Ancestor Gu, who was a follower of Iron Blood Venerable, young Ancestor Long, who was a follower of Fu Xueme, and young Ancestor Wei, who was trying to recruit Qinyu. The blood-sucking trial had a certain level of danger. The 3 young masters were all half a step into the star condensation realm, while their followers were all lower than that. Furthermore, the descendants of the blood-sucking race had a strong restraining effect on other blood race beings, so the danger to the young masters was greatly reduced. It was almost impossible for anything to happen to them, and the ones who died were usually the followers. Qinyu once again felt the status of the blood-sucking race among the blood race. The entire trial was prepared for the young masters. The other blood race members could only become followers and go through fire and water for them. This trial is a great opportunity for the junior patriarchs. Tong Guang didn't know what exactly they would gain. After all, only the descendants of the blood-sucking race could enjoy such benefits. I also heard that the trial grounds are filled with the corpses of king-level descendants of the blood-sucking race. Tong Guang said in a low voice. King-level descendants of the blood-sucking race. Qinyu's head trembled slightly. The mysterious heart suddenly beat faster, sending him a sense of desire. He had another purpose in coming to the blood race, to investigate the secret of the mysterious heart. According to Qinyu's guess, the mysterious heart was closely related to the blood-sucking race of the blood race. Every time the blood-sucking trial is held, the young master who wins will become a star condensation king in a very short period of time and suppress the other young masters. Tong Guang continued. It was obvious that the young masters who won the blood-sucking trial would definitely receive a lot of benefits. However, as followers, they also have a chance to obtain some benefits in the trial. Tong Guang didn't know anything else. At dusk, Tong Guang left. Qinyu immediately entered seclusion. The blood-sucking trial was definitely dangerous. It was a trial prepared for the young masters. They had a great advantage and could bring 5 followers with them. Moreover, their own cultivation was higher than all the other followers. Qinyu had too many methods that he couldn't use. After entering the trial, he would be greatly restricted. Thus, he had to make full use of this month's time to increase his strength. 5 days later, Qinyu cultivated the 3rd level of the blood transformation demon body to perfection. This secret skill of the blood Tao contained the profundities of the body Tao. Thus, Qinyu cultivated it very smoothly. A few days later, Qinyu brought the blood brew and exchanged it for battle merit points. He went to the blood burial point and exchanged it for the second part of the blood transformation demon body. After obtaining the second half of the blood transformation demon body, Qinyu focused on cultivating. He didn't neglect the blood-sucking demon hand either. At the same time, news of him becoming a follower of the Wei Junior Patriarch gradually spread. Amazing! He was a nobody before, but he defeated everyone as soon as he entered the second ring. His fame soared, and he caught the eye of the Wei Junior Patriarch and obtained the opportunity to participate in the blood-devouring trial. For some of the blood race, Qin Yu's achievements were an inspirational story of rapid rise. Most of the blood race paid more attention to the blood-devouring trial itself. Which of the three junior patriarchs will win? The Wei Junior Patriarch gave the last spot to Jin Yudong, but his cultivation is low and he can only use the blood transformation demon body. He has too few tricks up his sleeves. In short, the Wei Junior Patriarch's chances of winning are the lowest among the three junior patriarchs. After the Iron Blood Venerable lost to Qin Yu, young ancestor Gu took back his follower slot and chose someone else. I think that the Long Junior Patriarch's team is the strongest, especially Fu Xuemei. It's said that she can reach the half-step star condensation realm at any time, but she hasn't broken through in order to fight for this opportunity. The Wei Junior Patriarch's residence. Young Patriarch, I heard that you gave the last spot to a late Void Sea blood race? A dark-skinned middle-aged man asked with a slightly displeased expression. He had heard this from his other followers. It was said that the Wei Junior Patriarch had promised Qin Yu other benefits, which made him feel a little unfair. As the strongest follower of the Wei Junior Patriarch, even he didn't receive such treatment. What did Qin Yu have to deserve it? That's right. Although this person's cultivation is slightly weaker, his foundation is solid and his strength is extraordinary. Even Ironblood lost to him. The Wei Junior Patriarch said calmly. I believe this person has some ability, but isn't he a little too arrogant? He actually wanted the young patriarch to promise him benefits before agreeing. The dark-skinned middle-aged man said coldly. He knew that the young patriarch had promised benefits, but he couldn't ask directly. Thus, he pushed the responsibility onto Qin Yu. He wanted to know what benefits the young patriarch had promised Qin Yu. He also wanted to use this as an excuse to get some benefits for himself. There's no need to pursue this matter. The blood-devouring trial is about to begin. You'll be teammates then. You must work together to help me win. The Wei Junior Patriarch said calmly. In fact, now that he thought about it, he also found it strange that he had been too friendly with Qin Yu. He had actually promised Qin Yu other benefits. It was obvious that this would make the other followers feel uneasy. For example, the black-faced middle-aged man in front of him was clearly dissatisfied and seemed to be blaming him, but he didn't dare to say it out loud. Humph. If I didn't need you right now, I wouldn't have let you off just because of your attitude just now. Young Ancestor Wei snorted coldly as he watched the black-faced man leave. He closed the door and began cultivating. Patriarch's residence. After finding out about the outcome of the battle between Qin Yu and the Ironblood Venerable, Icebro Venerable felt extremely agitated. Grandpa, that brat Qin Yu has already become the young ancestor's attendant. On this day, Zhong Long ran over. Back then, when Venerable Icelike said that he wanted to deal with Qin Yu, he didn't let him interfere. But after a few months, Qin Yu was doing very well. I know. Icelike Sage bellowed furiously. He opened his mouth and spat out a dark red icy storm. The entire hall turned into an ice palace and Zhong Long turned into a popsicle once again. Zhong Long realized that he shouldn't have come. Ice-like supremacy was extremely anxious. Qin Yu was now the young ancestor's follower and he was also a blood brewer. In the future, he might even surpass ice-like supremacy. Once Qin Yu found out that he was the one behind all this, he would definitely seek revenge in the future. Unless Venerable Icefall reached the Celestial Condensation King realm, his future days would not be easy. Grandpa, the death rate in the blood-sucking trial is not low. Jin Yudong's strength is at the bottom of all the followers. Zhong Long whispered. Then, he suggested, why don't we bribe the other powerhouses and eliminate Jin Yudong during the trial? Idiot, shut up. Ice-like Sage roared once again. This was the blood-sucking trial and it concerned the three young ancestors. If he really did that, wouldn't he offend young Ancestor Wei? That was 100 times worse than offending Qin Yu. This grandson was indeed all brawn and no brains. I hope that the butler can bring good news to me. Ice-like Sage hoped that he could grab hold of Qin Yu's weakness. That way, he wouldn't have to fear Qin Yu in the future. Wouldn't it be even better if he could control him? In Qin Yu's residence, he made use of the time to cultivate the blood transformation fiend body and blood-sucking demon hand. Cultivating the blood transformation fiend body required a large amount of blood. Thankfully, this was the blood race, so it was easier to obtain. Xianxia had accepted challenges previously and earned quite a bit of blood brew, so he could squander it to his heart's content. In a short 20 days, Xianxia reached the 4th level of the blood transformation fiend body. Buzz, he circulated a secret technique and a layer of blood-colored patterns appeared on the surface of his body. Compared to before, these patterns were much more complicated. They were brightly colored and emitted intense blood energy. Boom, Xianxia fiercely punched, causing a violent sound that caused the entire secret room to tremble. About 50% increase in strength. Xianxia nodded slightly. His physical strength was already extremely terrifying. With another 50% increase, he could easily shatter the true Yuan defense of a peak late-stage Void Sea realm with his bare hands. If it landed on a body, even the body of a blood race would be smashed through. After testing the power of the blood transformation fiend body, he continued to cultivate the blood transformation fiend body and blood-sucking demon hand to increase his strength. The blood-devouring trial had a certain level of danger, and the 3 half-step star condensation realm young ancestors were even more extraordinary. At the same half-step star condensation realm, the blood race was stronger than ordinary humans and demons, and the descendants of the blood-devouring race were even stronger. On this day, young ancestor Wei sent someone to deliver a name list. It recorded the information of the 3 young ancestors and their followers, both enemies and allies. Xianxia paid close attention to the 3 strongest attendants in the 3 young ancestors' camps. Those 3 were the strongest under half-step king, and their strength could not be underestimated. The day before the blood-devouring trial, Xianxia ended his cultivation and closed his eyes to rest. Tomorrow is the blood-devouring trial. After the trial ends, I have to quickly earn enough battle merit points to enter the first ring. Xianxia already had a plan. He was a spy, and there was no danger at the moment, but he could not relax. It was best to leave as soon as possible. Entering the first ring required 10,000 battle merit points. For some blood race, this was an astronomical number. Even though Xianxia was a blood brewer, he felt it was too far. Unless his mastery of blood brewing increased by another level. But Xianxia was not a blood race, and he had only been here for a short time. The reason he could become a blood brewer was because of the blood-glazed flame. It was too difficult to raise his mastery of blood brewing to another level. He would need to spend a long time studying it. Right, the mysterious heart can refine blood and condense it into pure bloodline power. Xianxia's eyes suddenly lit up, and a bold idea popped into his mind. At this thought, he took out a jar of blood and prepared to give it a try. The process of blood brewing is actually to expel impurities, refine the blood, and use a special method to make it taste the blood race likes. In terms of refining blood, the mysterious heart is the best. A hint of excitement appeared on Xianxu's face. In fact, he should have thought of this a long time ago. However, Xianxia had always felt that blood brewing was not that valuable, and he did not think much of a blood brewer. Therefore, Xianxia had never thought of using the mysterious heart to make blood brewing. It felt like he was using a peerless treasure knife as a kitchen knife. Without thinking too much, Xianxia placed the jar of blood in front of him. Thump. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, a strange suction force came from the center of the heart. The blood in the jar immediately boiled, forming a vortex, and a blood-red crystal stream condensed in the center. Pop, the blood-red crystal stream flickered faintly, and in a flash, it darted toward Xianxu's heart. At this moment, swoosh, at lightning speed, Xianxia used a jade bottle to intercept the blood-red crystal stream. It's done. Xianxia immediately sealed the jade bottle to prevent the power of the blood-red crystal stream from dissipating. He shook the jade bottle and carefully looked at the small pool of blood-red crystal liquid at the lower end. Such a big jar of blood, but I only managed to condense this little bit. If it was ordinary blood brewing, it would at least fill this jade bottle to the brim. Next, Xianxia followed the normal blood brewing steps and completed the process. I wonder how many war merit points I can exchange for this little bit. If it was too little, Xianxia would not use the mysterious heart for this kind of thing. It felt like a waste of talent. Early in the morning, Xianxia left his cave abode. Today was the day of the blood-sucking trial, which was held in the first ring. On the way, Xianxia came to the blood cellar and delivered the blood brew. As it was early, it was the blood brewer's turn to appraise Xianxia's blood brew. So little? One of the blood brewers shook the jade bottle in his hand with a frown. However, the moment the seal on the jade bottle was undone, his nose smelled a refreshing fragrance, causing his entire body to tremble. This smell, he dipped his long fingernail into the bottle, dipped it into a drop of blood, and placed it on the tip of his tongue. Wonderful! Delicious! The male blood brewer cried out twice, causing the surrounding blood clan members to be incomparably shocked. Then, he couldn't help but stretch out his finger again. Grandmaster Yu, what are you doing? According to the rules, you can only taste one drop of blood brew each time you appraise it. If you need a second drop to appraise it, it means that you're too inexperienced to take this position. A nearby blood brewer sneered. They were all in the same position, so it was impossible for them to get along. Humph, the male blood brewer stopped and snorted. In truth, he only wanted to taste it again. This bottle of blood brew needs to be appraised by a blood brewer grandmaster. The surrounding blood brewers were astonished. Outside the blood cellar, Xianxia waited and waited, but no one came to report to him. A long time later, a servant ran over and said respectfully, Grandmaster Jean, your blood brew needs to be appraised by a blood brewer grandmaster. Please wait a moment. Does that mean that my blood brew is extremely valuable? Xianxia was overjoyed. That should be the case. The servant didn't dare to guarantee it. I still have to participate in the blood-sucking trial. As for the contribution points I can exchange for the blood brew, just put it under my name. After leaving behind these words, Xianxia quickly left. Knowing that the blood brew was valuable was enough. He still had to rush to the first ring to participate in the blood-sucking trial. The second ring was huge, so it took a lot of time to get from there to the first ring. By the time Xianxia arrived at the venue of the bloodsucker trial, the 3 junior patriarchs and their entourage had already arrived. It seemed they were waiting for him. This made Xianxia feel a bit awkward, but he didn't think much of it. They were all in the first ring, and Xianxia was the only one in the second ring. It was normal for him to arrive late. The 3 junior patriarchs' camps had been sizing each other up, trying to figure out each other's strength. Now that Xianxia had arrived, they couldn't help but look at him. It was rare for a late Void Sea cultivator from the second ring to participate in the blood-devouring trial. So this is the guy who defeated Ironblood Warlord? In young ancestor Gu's camp, a man covered in black scales and emitting a sinister aura glanced over. Xianxia had defeated Ironblood Warlord and joined the Wei Junior Patriarch's camp. It felt like the Junior Patriarch's entourage had defeated the Junior Patriarch's entourage, and the Junior Patriarch's side was stronger. Because of that, the Junior Patriarch's entourage looked at Xianxia with undisguised hostility. Boss Fu Xueme, you were there during the battle. How strong is this guy? A man covered in blood in young ancestor Long's group asked. He's only a bit stronger than Ironblood Warlord. If I were to attack, I could take his head in 10 moves. Fu Xueme swung her emerald snake tail, a devilish smile on her face. Haha, of course. Boss Fu's name isn't just for show. Another man laughed. Of the 5 followers of the Junior Patriarch, 4 were men and 1 was a woman. The 4 men all referred to Fu Xueme as Boss Fu. Brother Jean, hurry over. The trial is about to begin. Young Ancestor Wei spoke, giving off a much gentler vibe than usual. Humph. How dare you be late for the blood-devouring trial? You're really looking down on the 3 junior patriarchs. A dark-skinned middle-aged man snorted. Xianxia remembered this man. According to the information he had received, he was the strongest follower on the junior patriarch's side. Xianxia was baffled by this man's hostility. Weren't they all from the same team? Jin Yudong, this is your token. After entering the trial, it will serve as a guide. In the first stage of the blood-sucking trial, everyone will be separated. We need to gather in the shortest time possible and enter the second stage. Young Ancestor Wei took out a circular token and explained. At this moment, blood-sucking trial, begin. It was unknown when a hazy blood figure had appeared on a blood mountain in the distance, but his voice reverberated throughout the world. Meanwhile, A huge plaza in front of them suddenly trembled, and the patterns on it flickered with bloody light. A circular hole appeared at the center of the plaza, and a dense blood energy assailed the nostrils. Many vampires inhaled deeply and revealed comfortable expressions. The hole grew larger and larger, eventually expanding to a size of 5 zhang. Within it was a blood-colored ripple that surged like waves. It was like a bottomless sea of blood. Enter. Young Patriarch Gu's group of 6 immediately moved toward the blood-colored ripples. Only the 2 young patriarchs and their followers will be able to pass through the second stage. All of you need to meet up with me as soon as possible. Young Ancestor Wei looked at the black-faced middle-aged man, slender woman, Qinyu, and the rest and said solemnly. With that, he charged out first and the rest followed closely behind, entering the blood-colored ripples. On the waist of a mountain far away. Seeing Qinyu's figure disappear, Ice-like Supremacy sighed inwardly, it'll be best if that lad dies inside. Swoosh, a figure flew over and headed straight for Ice-like Supremacy. Sir, I've found some clues. Housekeeper Wang sent a voice transmission to Ice-like Supremacy. I heard that Jin Yudong participated in the encirclement of Qinyu and encountered Qinyu, allowing the latter to escape. Housekeeper Wang reported everything that he had found out recently. Based on this matter alone, there was only something wrong with it, but there was nothing suspicious about it. However, looking wider and combining Jin Yudong's changes, one could not help but think of a possibility. Could it be that this Jin Yudong is no longer the Jin Yudong from back then? Ice-like Supremacy's pupils constricted. This was a bold guess of his, and he did not have any concrete evidence. However, he felt that the possibility was extremely high. There was a high chance that Jin Yudong had been replaced by Qinyu. Otherwise, how could one explain such a huge change in an ordinary blood race cultivator? It was as though he had broken out of a cocoon and rose rapidly within a few months, making it difficult for Ice-like Supremacy to deal with him. This was the only way to explain why Jin Yudong was only injured when he encountered Qinyu and even allowed Qinyu to escape. That was because the real Jin Yudong was already dead and everything was just a lie made up by Qinyu. Sir, should we inform the other upper echelons of this matter? Housekeeper Wang asked. This matter was of great importance and there was no concrete evidence. It was best to report it and investigate Jin Yudong to find evidence. No need, this Supremacy has already confirmed that he is Qinyu. When he comes out of the blood-sucking trial, I will personally capture him. Ice-like Supremacy's eyes flickered and the corners of his lips curled up. He had been vexed for a long time because of Qinyu and even felt regret. That was why he needed to vent. He wanted to personally deal with Qinyu and settle this matter once and for all. On the other hand, if he reported this matter and captured Qinyu, the credit would definitely be split among the other upper echelons and the benefits he could obtain would be limited. If he were to personally capture Qinyu, the sky-high bounty Emperor Heartless would be his. Ice-like Supremacy did not understand why Emperor Heartless would pay so much attention to a human brat and even personally issue a bounty. That bounty was enough for Ice-like Supremacy to successfully advance to the Monarch realm and increase his battle strength by a large margin. Sir, we don't have concrete evidence. Jin Yudong is currently Young Ancestor's man. I'm afraid it's not good. The housekeeper was slightly worried. After all, he was the one who investigated this matter. If something happened, he would not be able to escape responsibility. When this Supremacy captures him, the evidence will naturally be there. Ice-like Supremacy snorted coldly. Compared to Housekeeper Wang's cowardice, he was more decisive and unyielding. Ice-like Supremacy was already certain that Jin Yudong had been replaced by Qinyu. Jin Yudong, I hope you can come out alive. Ice-like Supremacy smiled faintly and felt that the affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. Just now, he was still hoping that Qinyu would die in the trial. The moment he entered the blood-sucking trial, Qinyu's mysterious heart started beating faster and transmitted a sense of familiarity and desire. This feeling was like meeting a descendant of the blood-sucking race, just more intense. When the scene in front of him became clear, Qinyu arrived in an unfamiliar space. In front of him was a distorted blood-red wall that was the same as the red soil under his feet. This was a wide passageway. After Qinyu walked for a distance, he found that this place extended in all directions like a maze. The walls here were connected to the ground and were made of the same materials. Occasionally, he could find some plants that were all rare blood path materials. Jinyu only picked the more valuable ones. Is this really the interior of a king-level blood-sucking race descendant's corpse? Jinyu was slightly doubtful. This place was too big. If it was really so, then this corpse must have been modified. Jinyu took out a circular token. This was given to him by young ancestor Wei before entering the trial. Buzz, the token gave off a faint blood-red light and floated in a certain direction. If young ancestor Wei wins, it will be beneficial to me. Jinyu said in his heart and decided to do his job diligently. Blood-sucking race descendants had an extraordinary status in the Blood Clan. If Jinyu wanted to enter the first ring, he would need a large amount of battle merit points. If young ancestor Wei helped, it might be easier. After entering the first ring, he could also obtain a core position through young ancestor Wei. Swoosh, Jinyu flew out and followed the direction of the token, preparing to meet up with young ancestor Wei. Of course, he would also pick up some precious resources along the way. At a certain moment, Jinyu found a thick blood aura coming from the left corner of the wall. Boom, he flicked his finger, and a strong gust of wind tore open the blood-red soil. A blood-red stone half a meter wide was revealed. There seemed to be a blood light flowing in it, reflecting a blurry blood-red radiance. Blood essence crystal? Jinyu recognized this treasure. The blood essence crystal was a crystal formed by condensing blood. It could also contain other blood or minerals. The mysterious heart's desire increased when it sensed the thick blood aura from the blood essence crystal that Jinyu found. This blood essence crystal might contain the blood of a descendant of the blood-sucking race. Jinyu was overjoyed and prepared to dig it out. At this moment, a cold voice came. Stop. This stone is mine. If you leave now, you might be able to live. A blue lizard appeared on the other side of the blood-red passage. It was embedded in the wall and slightly opened its mouth, spitting out a cold blue mist that froze everything around it. I'll return the same words to you. If you leave now, you might be able to live. Jinyu glanced at the blue lizard and then ignored it. He dug with his hand and picked up the blood essence crystal. You're courting death. Don't you know who I am? How dare you take away a treasure right under my nose? The blue lizard shouted with a savage expression. I don't know you. Jinyu didn't have an impression of him. He had taken note of the 3 junior patriarchs and the strongest followers of the 3 factions when he first saw the name list. This blue lizard wasn't one of them. I've heard rumors about you. They say you're extremely arrogant, but you've made the biggest mistake of your life by acting so arrogantly in front of me. It didn't take Jinyu seriously at all. After all, it was an average follower of young Patriarch Long's faction. On the other hand, Jinyu's strength was ranked at the bottom of the 3 great camps' entourage. Roar, it roared and a shocking blue cold air burst out of its body, turning into a turbulent cold current that surged forward. The cold current froze everything in its path and the space around it was filled with ice. Humph, you don't know what's good for you. Jinyu grunted and waved his arm, stirring up a violent black wind. Boundless blood-colored flames burst forth from the black wind, transforming into a terrifying tornado as it charged forward. Jinyu was worried that he might run into trouble and danger if he couldn't use many of his skills. But there was only him and one enemy here. As long as he killed the enemy, it didn't matter if he revealed his true identity. Boom. Boom, the black and red tornado of flame swept out and instantly crushed the cold current, pushing forward toward the blue lizard. Impossible, how can you be so strong? This flame is the blood-glazed flame. The blue lizard screamed. A layer of black and red flame swept past, accompanied by a blood-curdling screech. Bastard, you're dead. An enormous blue lizard charged out from the black and red flames. Its body was covered in burns, revealing dark red flesh. The information it had received did not mention that Jinyu possessed the blood-glazed flame, thus it was at a disadvantage right from the start. The blue lizard opened its mouth, and a blue current of cold air and a stream of cold blood fused together. Boom, a dark red pillar of blood shot out, bringing with it a coldness that could freeze everything. Even the surrounding air froze into ice. Lesser Sun Sword Finger, swoosh, from Jinyu's ring finger, a straight blood flame sword finger shot out and clashed with the dark red pillar of blood. The Lesser Sun Sword Finger was also a young attributed sword finger. It was ferocious and domineering. Boom, the moment the two forces clashed, a shocking explosion occurred. Then, a blood flame sword finger shot out and shattered the icy blood pillar. In the second clash, Xianxia still had the upper hand. This lad's strength is not ordinary. The blue lizard exclaimed helplessly. Didn't they say that Xianxia's strength was the weakest among all the followers? Swoosh, seeing that Xianxia's attack was about to completely shatter the icy blood pillar, the blue lizard leaped and dodged. But at this moment, Xianxia stretched out another finger. Lesser Sun Sword Finger, boom, a beam of scarlet flame shot out with an imposing aura. With the help of the space intent, it charged forward at an unparalleled speed. Not good. The blue lizard's expression changed. He did not expect Xianxia to execute a second finger technique before the first one was over. The 6 finger techniques of the 6-flamed finger sword were executed by different fingers. If one's cultivation reached a certain level, they could execute 2, 3, or even 4 fingers at the same time. The power would be unstoppable. Poof, the blood flame sword finger pierced through the blue lizard's head, causing a large amount of blood to spurt out. Damn it, since you destroyed my vessel, I'll take yours. A blood-red bat flew out of the blue lizard's body and opened its mouth to roar. Try it. Xianxia smiled disdainfully. When the bat saw this expression, it was instantly infuriated, and it was unable to restrain its rage. But suddenly, the bat sensed that something was wrong and flapped its wings to move. But it was too late. Poof, a dark purple arc of cold light flashed past and pierced through the wings of the blood-colored bat. This was the greater moon sword finger. The lesser sun sword finger was the bait to attract the bat's attention. Yang Ming sword finger continued to attack, injuring the bat. At this moment, the other party would definitely think that this was Xianxia's limit. They might even think that Xianxia's finger techniques were the direct and fierce type. In addition, Xianxia had deliberately provoked the blood-red bat to lower its guard. At this moment, the real killing move, the greater moon sword finger, descended. A hole the size of an arm appeared on the blood-colored bat's wing. A dark purple flame pattern spread out, instantly covering the entire wing. At this moment, the blood-colored bat's face was filled with shock and fear. It finally realized that it had been deceived by the rumors and greatly underestimated Xianxia. Boom, its injured wing had completely stiffened. Countless cracks had appeared on it, and several pieces of it had fallen off. Swoosh, after suffering a heavy blow, the blood-colored bat realized just how powerful Xianxia was and immediately retreated. After I recover, I will definitely kill you with my own hands. The bat said while gnashing its teeth. Do you think you still have a chance? Xianxia sneered. He had just exposed the blood-glazed flame and the 6-flamed finger sword. The blood race would find out his true identity if they investigated. Boom, the true essence in Xianxia's body exploded and a black dragon tail shot towards the bat. A pair of golden wings spread out from his back and the space intent power was activated. In the next moment, Xianxia transformed into a streak of black and gold light and rapidly approached the blood-colored bat. Slash! He held the 9-bone demon spirit sword and slashed down. At this moment, Xianxia could use all his skills and attack with all his might. This made him, who had been suppressed for a long time, extremely happy. Whoosh, the demon sword swung again and again, chopping off a chunk of the blood-colored bat's other wing, greatly reducing its speed. You're not Jin Yudong, the bat then realized that the person in front of it was definitely not Jin Yudong. The opponent's skills were extremely powerful and had nothing to do with the blood Dao. When the sword appeared, the bat suddenly thought of something and its pupils constricted in disbelief. Die. Xianxia sent out a palm strike, and the 9-bone demon spirit sword drew a dark and violent arc of light that pierced through the blood-colored bat's head. Chen. You. The bat's body fell to the ground, completely dead. Xianxia was very willing to kill kindred beings. If he met them alone, even if they didn't attack Xianxia would kill them if there was a suitable opportunity. On the other hand, killing the follower of the enemy's young patriarch would increase the Wei young patriarch's chances of winning, which was in line with Xianxia's goal and would be beneficial for his future operations. Next, Xianxia followed the token and continued on his way, hoping to meet up with the Wei young patriarch as soon as possible. But at this moment, his mysterious heart sensed something. Kindred approaching. Xianxia frowned. It seemed that the bloodthirsty trial wasn't big. He had just met a young patriarch's follower and now there was an enemy approaching. I'll take the initiative. Qinyu used the 1,000 transformations art to hide his cultivation and aura. A layer of dark red strange patterns gradually appeared on the surface of his body, which looked exactly the same as the walls and ground around him. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't even notice that there was a person here. Whoosh! A gust of cold black wind blew over. In the next moment, a tall figure appeared. He was covered in black scales and exuded an extremely dangerous aura. The smell of blood. He took a deep breath and murmured. His dark red eyes looked at the corpse below and murmured, Supremacy Xuelan. He and Supremacy Xuelan were both followers of the Gu young patriarch. It's this person. Qinyu's heart sank. He had received a list of names before the bloodthirsty trial. Qinyu paid special attention to the 3 young patriarchs and their 3 strongest followers. This black-scaled man was the strongest follower of the Gu young patriarch, Supremacy Xuelan. If it were an ordinary kindred, Qinyu would have launched a surprise attack the moment he appeared. But this person's strength was extraordinary. He was definitely a peak expert below the half-step star condensation realm. I've even killed a half-step king before. Why should I be afraid of this person? Qinyu made up his mind. Furthermore, his cultivation had broken through while he was in hiding, and his overall strength had greatly increased. Even Supremacy Xuelan might not be invincible. Furthermore, Qinyu knew that he couldn't hide from Supremacy Xuelan's senses with his 1,000 transformations art, so he might as well make the first move. Venerable Bloodscale let out a cry of surprise as he shifted his gaze toward Qinyu's location. Boom! Qinyu suddenly appeared and used his mysterious rune demonic body and blood change demonic body. He turned into a ferocious demon and charged forward. Interesting. You dare to sneak up on me? Supremacy Xuelan's lips curled into a disdainful smile. He immediately attacked. His thick black-scaled arm created a black-red stream of light as he threw out a punch. Boom! Qinyu's full-powered punch collided with Supremacy Xuelan's fist. A terrifying energy exploded and spread to both sides. Thump, thump. Thump! Venerable Bloodscale took a few steps back. He looked at the crushed scales on his fist and the blood seeping out. He was stunned for a moment. He was actually injured. Right at this moment, a black figure charged out from the chaotic storm and stabbed out with his sword. Supremacy Xuelan's eyes turned cold as he took out a 10-meter-long axe and swung it. Due to his injury, he was furious and didn't hold back this time. Clang! Metal clanged continuously as Qinyu and Supremacy Xuelan took 3 steps back at the same time. Supremacy Xuelan's eyes emitted a terrifying blood-red light as he unleashed his half-step origin energy, causing the surroundings to instantly become oppressive. Right at this moment, he was shocked when he saw Qinyu's lineup. His aura froze for a moment. He originally thought that his opponent would be the strongest from the other 2 factions, or at least peak experts. However, his opponent was actually Qinyu. Could Qinyu kill his teammate, Supremacy Xuelan, in the battle with Supremacy Iron Blood? No, the previous exchange was enough to prove that the other party had the ability to do so. Jin Yudong, to dare to make a move against this sovereign, your guts are not ordinary. Supremacy Xuelan shouted coldly. You're right, I'm bold. Qinyu grinned. How would he sneak into the blood race if he wasn't bold? Without further ado, Qinyu waved the 9-bone demon spirit sword and slashed out dozens of times. Supremacy Xuelan's face was dark and furious as he waved his axe. Boom! 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 The clash between the 2 shattered the surrounding blood-colored walls and left the ground in ruins. His strength is actually on par with mine. Supremacy Xuelan was shocked. How was this possible? He was a peak expert below the half-step king realm, yet Qinyu was able to fight on par with him. Looks like under normal circumstances, my strength is comparable to peak experts below the half-step star condensation realm. Qinyu had an idea of his strength. However, his current goal was to kill Supremacy Xuelan, so he had to use his trump card, the mysterious heart. This was the first thing that came to Qinyu's mind. After all, the mysterious heart was related to the blood race and was the nemesis of the blood race. Dong. 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 His heart immediately entered an explosive state, and a surge of vitality surged through his body. Venerable Bloodscale, who was on the other side, suddenly froze. His axe stopped in midair. This bloodline aura. His eyes widened as he stared at Qinyu. At this moment, he felt an incomparably terrifying blood tribe bloodline aura from Qinyu. It made him instinctively fear and revere Qinyu, and he wanted to worship him. Supremacy Shuelan was sure that this aura belonged to a descendant of the devouring blood race. The power of the bloodline in his body trembled, and his aura instantly dropped. His face turned pale. This is my chance. Qinyu was overjoyed. In the Qingyun secret realm, he had relied on the mysterious heart to kill the half-step king realm of the blood race. However, just as Qinyu was about to make his move, rumble, the surrounding walls and ground trembled, and the entire space seemed to be shaking. In a certain part of the secret realm, a terrifying bloodline aura exploded, causing all the blood race present to feel fear and danger. A strong desire came from Qinyu's mysterious heart, and it felt as if it wanted to run out. At the same time, the entire space shook even more violently, as if it was about to collapse. This scene gave Qinyu quite a fright. His heart had actually caused such a huge commotion just by entering the berserk technique. Just what was hidden in this secret realm? Somewhere in the blood-devouring secret realm, the three young patriarchs had gathered. Behind them, there was a huge and unadorned stone door. Above the stone door, blood flowed down the stone door and seeped into the ground. The three young patriarchs stood in the four corners, not speaking to each other. This was the entrance to the second trial. Only the two young patriarchs and their followers were allowed to enter. The three young patriarchs were waiting for their followers to arrive and fight for the two spots. It could be said that whoever's follower arrived first would have an advantage and be able to pass through the stone door first. At this moment, the space trembled and a huge sound rang out. Even the simple stone door in front of him was trembling, and the blood on it splattered in all directions. The entire trial space was filled with a terrifying bloodline pressure. Even the bloodline power of the three junior patriarchs was trembling slightly at this moment. What's going on? Young Patriarch Gu frowned and then sized up the other two young patriarchs. It's only the first stage, yet there's already such a huge commotion. It's a little unusual. Young Patriarch Long said. Is there something wrong with the progenitor's blood? Young Patriarch Wei looked at the stone door. Impossible. Young Patriarch Gu immediately denied it. The progenitor's blood was the final reward of the blood-devouring trial. Although it was extremely rare, any drop of the progenitor's blood could greatly increase the bloodline of a descendant of the blood-devouring race, allowing them to suppress descendants of the same level. It was even possible for the descendant's blood to regress and become a true descendant of the blood-devouring race. If something happened to the progenitor's blood, what was the point of this trial? But that bloodline pressure just now was clearly the aura of the progenitor's blood. Young Patriarch Wei sighed inwardly. Blood Ocean Realm. Blood chi spewed out from the opening of the blood-devouring trial like a spring, covering the surroundings in a layer of bloody mist. The trembling of the blood-devouring secret realm alarmed all the upper echelons. What's happening in the secret realm? Is the battle between the three young patriarchs reaching the final moment? Isn't this too fast? Many of the upper echelons of the blood race speculated. The blood-devouring trial was of great importance. Even the half-step kings and kings gathered here were alarmed. In the past trials, only the final moments of the competition would cause a phenomenon. But this time around, an unusual phenomenon had occurred not long after the blood-devouring trial had begun. It was truly inconceivable. However, they couldn't check the situation inside the trial, nor could they interfere. On the other hand, Ice-like Supremacy wasn't too bothered. He was just waiting for the trial to end so that he could capture Qinyu. What's going on? Venerable Bloodscale sensed the terrifying aura that was suddenly released by the mystic realm. His bloodline trembled as he felt an even greater suppression. Although Qinyu was right in front of him, Venerable Bloodscale could never imagine that the blood-sucking space's abnormalities were caused by Qinyu. Why do I have the aura of a descendant of the devouring blood clan? Venerable Bloodscale stared at Qinyu in disbelief. Could it be that the Qinyu in front of him was actually a junior ancestor in disguise? All members of the blood race had an instinctive fear toward the descendants of the blood-devouring clan. Because I am your young ancestor. Qinyu grinned and deliberately interfered with the venerable Bloodscale. Impossible. That's impossible. Venerable Bloodscale shook his head with a panicked expression. He immediately denied it. He could only deny Qinyu's identity as a descendant of the blood-devouring clan. Only then could he find a reason to attack Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu executed the bright sun sword finger. Boom, a pillar of crimson flame shot out and headed straight for Venerable Bloodscale. Boom, Venerable Bloodscale placed his axe in front of him and blocked the attack. But suddenly, a second beam of crimson flame sword chi came from a higher position and headed straight for his head. Venerable Bloodscale freed a hand and condensed his quintessential yuan into a black-red claw that slapped out. Boom, a crimson light exploded and one of Venerable Bloodscale's fingers was blown off. His palm was covered in crimson flames that devoured his blood and life force. Slash. Right at this moment, Qinyu descended from above and slashed down with his demonic sword. Clang. Boom, Venerable Bloodscale waved his axe and faced the attack. The two weapons clashed and a violent energy spread out in all directions, destroying everything in its path. Venerable Bloodscale was suppressed by Qinyu's descendant aura of the blood-devouring clan, so he could only use about 70% of his strength. Apart from that, the phenomenon of the blood-devouring secret realm also affected him to a certain extent. But Qinyu wasn't affected, and his strength had increased by several times under the heartburst state. Therefore, Qinyu had the absolute advantage in this clash. Venerable Bloodscale's figure kept retreating and smashed through two walls before sinking into the ground. The ground around him cracked. Scram. Venerable Bloodscale felt a strong sense of danger and Qinyu's killing intent. He roared and countless cracks appeared on his body. A crimson light blossomed and a shocking amount of blood energy flowed into the axe in his hand. Boom, bang, the power of both sides collided violently, turning into a black and red ball of light that devoured everything and continued to expand. Whoosh, Qinyu retreated dozens of steps. All the minor injuries on his body were quickly healed under the effect of the primary grade immortal body. Venerable Bloodscale's arms were completely broken and he lay in a huge pit in the distance. Venerable Bloodscale, do you know your crime for offending this young ancestor? Qinyu roared. No, you're not a descendant of the blood-devouring clan. Venerable Bloodscale's face was filled with madness. As the strongest follower of young ancestor Gu, he wasn't willing to stop at this step. He still had ambitions in his heart. He still wanted to become a star condensation monarch. No, you're not Jin Yudong. Venerable Bloodscale suddenly realized something. Previously, he was too nervous and panicked and neglected too many details. Now that he thought about it carefully, there were many things wrong with Qinyu. The method you used just now, it's the same as Qinyu. Venerable Bloodscale thought of a bounty that could even tempt a star condensation monarch. The Qinyu on the bounty had many similarities with the Jin Yudong in front of him. Offending the young ancestor and slandering this young ancestor's identity, I'll grant you death. Qinyu grinned and continued to act as the young ancestor to disturb and anger Venerable Bloodscale. In the next moment, he mobilized the bloodline stored in the mysterious heart. An ancient bloodline power burst forth from his body, and an invisible gravity descended upon the surroundings, causing the ground to tremble. Qinyu's figure doubled in size, and the dark yellow bloodline power around him formed a massive phantom of a demonic bull. This was the desolate bull bloodline, which could increase strength and physique defense. Boom, Qinyu suddenly charged out like an ancient demonic bull. Swish, a crimson figure charged out from the Bloodscale Venerable's body and fled into the distance. Venerable Bloodscale chose to escape. He was afraid of Qinyu's identity as a descendant of the blood-devouring clan. Coupled with his heavy injuries, he wasn't a match for Qinyu. On the other hand, he was starting to suspect Qinyu's identity. No matter what, he had to meet up with the young ancestor first. He believed that the other young ancestors wouldn't allow a fourth descendant of the blood-devouring clan to appear. However, there was no way Qinyu would let Venerable Bloodscale leave. Bloodline power spread out from his body once again, and a layer of azure wind tattoos appeared on his skin. His hair also turned azure. This was the azure shadow bloodline, which could increase speed and explosive power. Die. When Qinyu could no longer defend himself, he charged forward and stabbed his sword forward. Two bloodline powers. Could you be a member of the blood-devouring clan? Venerable Bloodscale was scared out of his wits when he saw this. The descendants of the blood-devouring clan could devour the bloodline of others and use it for themselves, but they could only use one bloodline at the same time. Only a true member of the blood-devouring clan could use two bloodline powers at the same time. At this moment, Venerable Bloodscale's mind turned blank as if it had been struck by 10,000 lightning bolts. When he regained consciousness, Xianyu's sword had already arrived. Bang! Venerable Bloodscale did his best to block, but he was still half a step too late. Xianyu's demonic sword pierced through everything, including his body. I don't want to die, who are you? Venerable Bloodscale's body fell to the ground, his expression weak and exhausted. His thoughts were in complete chaos, and he couldn't understand the enemy in front of him. Die. Xianyu didn't answer the other's question. He swept his sword across Venerable Bloodscale's head and reaped his life. In the next instant, the explosive state of his heart ended, and the Desolate Bull and Azure Shadow bloodlines were completely exhausted. Young Ancestor Gu's strongest follower is dead, and Young Ancestor Wei has one less competitor. His chances of victory have greatly increased. Xianyu murmured. If he told Young Ancestor Wei about his battle results, he would be able to obtain more rewards, but it would also come with a lot of risk. Therefore, Xianyu decided to keep this a secret. He took out the token and followed his senses, continuing on his way. After traveling a dozen or so kilometers, Xianyu left the maze and arrived at a vast blood-colored wasteland. In the distance, rumble, the sound of explosions rang out continuously. The battle was extremely intense. The three young ancestors didn't make a move. Their followers were engaged in a fierce battle. Among them, Young Ancestor Long had 2 followers, while Young Ancestor Gu and Young Ancestor Wei only had 1 follower. The two sides worked together to deal with Young Ancestor Long's follower. Jin Yudong, come and lend me a hand. Young Ancestor Wei was overjoyed when he saw Xianyu and immediately shouted. The other 2 young ancestors' expressions darkened slightly. In the first round, whoever's follower arrived first had the advantage. With Xianyu's participation, the battle of followers also changed. Young Ancestor Gu only had 1 follower, while the other 2 young ancestors had 2 followers. Kill. Young Ancestor Wei immediately attacked. A slender blood sword flew out at an incredible speed, as if nothing could stop it. The sword pierced through Young Ancestor Gu's follower's throat, killing him on the spot. This was the young ancestor's strength. A sudden attack killed a peak late-stage Void Sea kindred. You're courting death. Young Ancestor Gu roared, choosing to kill Young Ancestor Wei's follower and attack Xianyu. But at this moment, Young Ancestor Long appeared in front of Xianyu and punched out. An enormous blood chi shook the surroundings, forming a blood pillar that blasted out. Damn it, those bastards, why are they so slow? Young Ancestor Gu cursed and retreated. He didn't know that 2 of his 5 followers had died in Xianyu's hands, including the strongest among them, Venerable Bloodscales. The situation of the battle changed in an instant. More and more followers appeared in all directions. The blood-sucking secret realm wasn't big. As long as they didn't purposely delay, they could reach the young forefather's side in a short time. However, only one of young forefather Gu's followers appeared, and it was the weakest of them all. If everything went according to plan, it would be young forefather Wei and young forefather Long's teams that passed the first trial. But there were always surprises. Even at this moment, young forefather Wei and young forefather Long didn't let their guard down. Brother Gu, if you promise me some benefits, I'll team up with you to defeat young forefather Wei. What do you think? Young forefather Long sent a voice transmission with a smile. Young forefather Gu's face darkened, but he didn't give an answer. At the same time, young forefather Wei also sent a voice transmission. Venerable Bloodscale still hasn't shown up. I've already lost my chance, young forefather Gu sighed inwardly. If Venerable Bloodscale had appeared, he might have had a fighting chance. But now, he was at a complete disadvantage and had been forced to flee by the 2 young forefathers. Young forefather Gu didn't agree to join forces with young forefather Long or young forefather Wei. Given his situation, even if he joined forces with one of the teams to enter the second trial, would his team have the strength to compete with the remaining team? In fact, allying with either team was equivalent to handing the final victory to the other. You two go ahead. It's best if you die together. Young forefather Gu cursed. There had been similar cases in the past, where all the young forefathers had died in the second trial. In the end, he was blocked outside the second trial. The young patriarch, who had already lost, ended up winning without doing anything. Damn Venerable Bloodscale, why isn't he here yet? Young forefather Gu's heart was filled with rage. He would accept defeat if he lost in the fight for the right to enter. But the problem was that his strongest follower hadn't arrived yet, so he couldn't compete with the other two young forefathers. Is Venerable Bloodscale already? Young forefather Gu suddenly thought of a possibility, but he immediately rejected it. Even the strongest follower of the other young forefathers would have a hard time killing Venerable Bloodscale. Young forefather Gu left the place to search for his follower who hadn't arrived yet and collect some treasures. Looks like we're the only ones who passed the first trial. Young Ancestor Long chuckled at Young Ancestor Wei. Young Patriarch Long's vessel was a demon in the form of a true dragon. It was tall and muscular, with dragon horns on its head and a thick dragon tail behind it. Just now, when he had forced young Ancestor Gu back with a punch, the terrifying power contained in that punch originated from this powerful vessel. Big Brother Long, we'll be enemies in the second stage. This is really putting us in a difficult position. The chances of us winning against Big Brother Long are simply too low. Young Master Wei let out a handsome smile and sighed. He pretended to be weak in hopes that his opponent would lower their guard and increase his chances of winning. At the same time, the attendants of both sides were also sizing each other up. Both sides had 4 followers left, and their strongest followers were also here. Young Ancestor Wei doesn't have an obvious advantage against young Ancestor Long's team, but he might not necessarily lose. Qinyu thought to himself after observing the enemy. Now that he was siding with young Ancestor Wei, he naturally hoped that young Ancestor Wei would win. Since Brother Wei knows his limits, why don't you just admit defeat and avoid unnecessary casualties? Young Ancestor Long grinned. Haha, it's only interesting because the enemy is strong. Young Ancestor Wei chuckled. Without another word, both sides entered the ancient stone door first. You're not descendants of the blood-devouring tribe. You'll need to show your tokens to pass. Young Ancestor Wei turned around and said. The two young patriarchs passed through the stone door without any hindrance. Their followers, however, had to rely on the power of their tokens to pass. Qinyu noticed that when the other attendants passed through the stone door, the token would flicker with a faint light, and a mysterious energy would flow out of it, protecting the attendants as they passed through the stone door. Soon, only one of young Ancestor Long's followers and Qinyu were left. Just as Qinyu was about to pass through the stone door, the follower suddenly attacked Qinyu. A cold and domineering beam of blood light surged toward Qinyu as if it was going to cut him into ashes. Young Ancestor Long, young Ancestor Wei, and the others passed through the stone door and arrived in another space. The space wasn't large. At the bottom was a sea of blood, and at the center was an ancient stone platform with a spatial passage on it. Young Ancestor Wei and young Ancestor Long stood on either side of the stone platform, at the edge of the space. The two young patriarchs' followers were also next to them. Where's Jin Yudong? Young Ancestor Wei frowned slightly. Jin Yudong hadn't arrived even after a dozen breaths. I think he's most likely been bribed to betray you. The dark-skinned man said coldly. Wait a minute. Young Ancestor Wei murmured. Qinyu wasn't the only one who hadn't arrived. Someone from young Ancestor Long's side hadn't arrived either. The answer was obvious. Jin Yudong must have been ambushed by the enemy's followers and was currently fighting in the first trial. Haha. Young Ancestor Long chuckled, revealing his white, sharp teeth. He had indeed arranged for someone to ambush the last person to pass through the stone door. Once they succeeded, they would have the advantage in numbers. Bang bang bang, right at that moment, the sea of blood below churned, and blood waves shook the sky. In an instant, many blood-colored corpses rushed out. There were humans, outsiders, and demons. The corpses' eyes were blood-red, and there was only madness and slaughter in them. Roar, roar. Countless corpses appeared in the space in an instant. Their strength couldn't be underestimated. Most of them exuded the aura of late-stage void sea, some at the peak of late-stage void sea, and some even at the half-step star condensation realm. The moment these corpses appeared, they charged at the two camps. Everyone, bring out your full strength and help me reach the stone platform. If I win, everyone will be rewarded with 5,000 war credits. Follow me and rise to the top in the future. Young Ancestor Wei said solemnly. The second trial was the deciding round. Whoever reached the stone platform first and entered the third trial would be the winner. Everyone, this trial is the time to show your value. Sweep away all obstacles for me and reach the finish line. Young Ancestor Long's eyes shone with excitement. He shouted and released a ferocious aura. Kill. The two teams immediately moved and killed their enemies in a frenzy, heading toward the stone platform at the center of the space. All the followers protected the young ancestor as they moved forward. At the first trial, Xianxia was also fighting. Facing the sovereign's sneak attack, you actually only suffered such a minor injury. An old man in a green robe exclaimed softly. He had attacked Xianxia just now. Although Xianxia had reacted immediately, it was still a little too late. 30% of the old man's attack hit Xianxia. However, Xianxia only had some faint wounds on his arms and shoulders. Old man, you're digging your own grave. Xianxia's expression turned cold as he laughed. Ha ha ha, I'll kill you in 20 breaths. The old man in a green robe laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. However, at that moment, he realized that the wounds on Xianxia's body had healed. This gave him a shock. What had happened just now? He was not paying attention and Xianxia's injuries were all healed. Xianxia waved his hand and a pitch-black demonic sword flew out towards the old man in a green robe. Bang! A huge saber with golden patterns appeared in the old man's hand. He swung it gently and slashed out a layer of blood-chi saber slash. In an attempt to neutralize Xianxia's attack. However, the moment Xianxia launched his attack, he also moved. His speed was no slower than the attack of the 9-bone demon spirit sword. Bang! Xianxia caught up with the demonic sword and struck out with his palm, causing the power of the sword to increase greatly. A terrifying pitch-black storm surged out. Attacking first was to catch the enemy off guard. At that moment, Xianxia's palm strike increased the speed of the demonic sword and it dodged the old man's saber slash. At the same time, the power of Xianxia's sword was far stronger than before. Poof! The sword flew out and pierced the old man's shoulder. It exploded and his entire arm was blown off, blood splattering everywhere. You bastard! The old man roared angrily at the same time. His eyes were filled with madness and killing intent. He was determined to cut Xianxia into 8 pieces. Die, old man! Xianxia's loud roar suddenly sounded. The old man in a green robe looked up. At that moment, Xianxia's body was incomparably black, flashing with black demonic patterns and strange blood-red patterns, emitting an astonishing physical pressure. This pressure made it difficult for the old man in a green robe to breathe, and he felt a sense of danger. Impossible, how can you be so strong? The old man in a green robe could not believe it, and his pupils trembled slightly. Bang! Xianxia punched out, and his whole body was like a meteorite, falling from the sky, unstoppable. Rumble, the earth shook, and a black and red storm swept across a radius of thousands of feet. After the storm, the place suddenly quieted down. Swoosh! In the dark dust cloud, Xianxia flew out and headed straight for the stone door. There was a huge sinkhole in the ground, and a badly mutilated corpse lay in it. When Xianxia passed through the stone door, he noticed that the badge in his hand was normal. He clearly remembered that when others passed through the stone door, the badge would emit a mysterious force to protect their followers. However, Xianxia was the last to pass through the stone door, so no one else saw it. The second trial, the space of the Blood Sea, was filled with intense battles. The 2 young progenitors and their 6 followers fought against countless blood corpses. Blood splattered everywhere, and the air was filled with a thick blood-red mist. Ha ha ha, Brother Wei, I'll be going first. Laughing heartily, young Ancestor Long threw a punch at the 3 blood corpses in front of him, crushing them into countless pieces of meat. Bastard! Young Progenitor Wei clenched his teeth and yelled, kill them, and surpass them. The black-faced man and the others were unwilling to give up. In terms of killing speed, they were indeed slower than young Progenitor Long and the others. Once Jin Yudong is killed, the enemy will have 1 more person, and we won't be able to beat them. The black-faced man was infuriated. He felt that Xianxia was a burden to them, and he was unwilling to give up. Young progenitor Long's lips curled upward, as if victory was already in the bag. That old man is too slow. It took him so long to finish off Jin Yudong. Fu Xuemei swung her tail and sent 2 blood corpses flying. She wore a displeased look. All of a sudden, they saw a red pillar of light descending from the distance. When the light dissipated, Xianxu's figure appeared in the space. Young progenitor Long and the others were dumbfounded. Why was it Jin Yudong who just walked in? Young ancestor Long, Fu Xuemei, and company stared blankly at Xianxia, who had suddenly appeared. Young ancestor Wei, the black-skinned middle-aged man, and company were a little slower to notice that there was someone behind them. Jin Yudong. Young ancestor Wei's eyes lit up with joy. Even the black-skinned middle-aged man, the slender woman, and the others who hated Xianxia couldn't help but reveal a hint of joy. They didn't expect Xianxia to defeat young ancestor Long's subordinates and come here. Although they were curious about how Xianxia did it, this wasn't the time to talk. Jin Yudong, hurry up and lend me a hand. The Wei family's young master yelled with an overjoyed expression. He didn't have high hopes for Xianxia before the trial, but Xianxia surprised him several times during the trial. They were at a disadvantage just now, but young ancestor Long's team didn't pull too far away. Now that Xianxia had arrived, they had the advantage in numbers. They might be able to overtake young ancestor Long's team. This is the second trial? Xianxia looked around before his gaze landed on the stone platform at the center of the Sea of Blood. There was a spatial tunnel on it. It was obvious that only one young ancestor could pass this stage and obtain victory in the blood-sucking trial. What a pity. I can't use my other methods in this situation. Xianxia sighed in his heart. His goal was to help young ancestor Wei win. In the first trial, Xianxia killed a total of 3 blood race cultivators. However, in the second stage, Xianxia could only fight as Jin Yudong. Xianxia activated his secret pattern demonic body and blood-sucking demonic hand before charging out. He caught up to young ancestor Wei's team in just a short while and fought alongside them, killing the blood corpses that kept coming. Olding isn't here yet. It looks like that brat took care of him. Fu Xuemei cursed. The other subordinates, including young ancestor Long, were furious. They were supposed to win, but now Xianxia was in danger. Time passed, and the slaughter did not stop. Young ancestor Wei's team gradually caught up to young ancestor Long's team. Both teams were now at the same distance from the central stone platform. Seeing that the enemy had closed the distance between them, young ancestor Long roared furiously, and a ferocious ancient dragon might burst forth from him. Kill. Kill for me. Burn your Jing and take out all your trump cards. He threw a punch. Roar, a blood-red dragon shadow burst out, blasting away the 2 blood corpses in front of it. Their bodies exploded in midair. At this moment, his entire body was bathed in blood, and he was incomparably ferocious as he crushed the blood corpses that appeared before him one by one. He stared at Xianxia, his eyes blazing with anger. If not for this person, victory would have been in his bag. Young ancestor Long's 3 subordinates also went on a killing spree with bloodshot eyes. They were angry, unwilling, and desperate to kill. Blood scale 8 claws. Fu Xuemei performed an incantation gesture, causing her qi and blood to erupt and condense into 8 blood-colored arms that were 30 meters long. The 8 arms waved wildly, tearing the blood corpses into pieces. Kill. 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 Everyone went all out, killing the blood corpses in a frenzy as they rapidly approached the central stone platform. Jin Yudong's participation has only allowed us to tie with a slight advantage. It's not enough for us to crush them. Young ancestor Wei sighed inwardly. After all, Xianxu's strength was obvious. He had too few tricks up his sleeves, and his killing ability was far inferior to the other subordinates. However, young ancestor Wei was already satisfied. At least they had the strength to fight against young ancestor Long, and they even had a slight advantage. They were about to reach the central stone platform. Young ancestor Wei opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto the blood sword in front of him. Buzz, the blood sword vibrated, rippling with a shocking blood-colored sword intent. Slash. Young ancestor Wei swung his sword, and a slender blood-colored sword ray with a monstrous sword chi instantly pierced out, piercing through everything and killing all the blood corpses in front of him. Swoosh, with a burst of speed, he turned into a blood-red shadow and flew toward the central stone platform. Don't even think about it. Young Ancestor Long bellowed, and a surge of chi and blood surged out of him. His body expanded, and a layer of golden-red dragon shadow surrounded him, emitting a terrifying aura that could intimidate all things. Roar, he let out a dragon's roar, and his body shot out with an extremely ferocious aura. Along the way, all the blood corpses attacked young Ancestor Long in a frenzy, breaking through his true essence defense. Their attacks landed on young Ancestor Long's body, tearing out bloody wounds, scales, and even pieces of flesh. Boom, young Ancestor Long broke through all obstacles and landed on the central stone platform, his body covered in blood. The two young ancestors clashed in an instant. Sword chi and fist radiance crisscrossed, killing all the blood corpses that pounced at them. At the same time, the subordinates of both sides also approached the central stone platform. However, young Ancestor Long's subordinates seemed to be a little slower, which made the black-faced middle-aged man and the others happy. Not good. But young Ancestor Wei suddenly realized that something was wrong, and immediately yelled, "Retreat!" Young Ancestor Long's body expanded rapidly, and like a rubber ball, he suddenly exploded. Self-destruction? No, it's just a self-destruction container. Qinyu took a deep breath, gathered power in his heart, and quickly retreated. Even if it was just a self-destruction container, its destructive power was not to be underestimated. Young Ancestor Long's container was the body of a dragon-sacred beast, and its life force was extremely strong. Boom, a golden-red ball of destruction expanded rapidly, destroying everything it came into contact with. When the explosion dissipated, there was nothing within a radius of 100 zhang. One of young Ancestor Wei's subordinates was killed by the explosion, and the others suffered varying degrees of injuries. Even young Ancestor Wei, who was a half-step star condensation cultivator, suffered minor injuries. Kill him. A roar rang out. In the air not far away, a crimson figure floated in the air. It looked like a snake or a dragon, with scales on its body and 2 claws on its side. The crimson creature swam in the air, and there was a crimson crystal pearl on its head that emitted a violent and terrifying red light. It was young Ancestor Long's true form. Swoosh, he turned into a crimson shadow and charged toward young Ancestor Wei's side. Since both sides were close to the center of the stone platform, the only way to safely use the spatial passage was to eliminate the other side. Kill! Young Ancestor Wei bellowed, his eyes flashing coldly as the crimson sword in his hand shot out. Clang! After exchanging a blow with young Ancestor Long actually abandoned young Ancestor Wei and charged toward his subordinates. His target was none other than Qinyu. Qinyu's hair stood on end. Since he couldn't use many of his trump cards, there was no way he could contend against a half-step star condensation descendant of the Devouring Blood clan. Swoosh, without a word, Qinyu flew away. Young Ancestor Wei wanted to stop him, but Fu Xuemei and another powerful subordinate blocked his path. Give me 5 breaths of time to kill a few of your subordinates, and victory will be mine. Young Ancestor Long spat out a bloody mist as he chased after Qinyu. The strength of a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan was definitely among the strongest among his peers. Young Ancestor Long's speed was faster than Qinyu's, and he rapidly closed the distance between them. Boom, at a certain moment, the blood-colored crystal bead on his head shot out a beam of dazzling, blood-red light that swept toward Qinyu. At the critical moment, Qinyu circulated his domain power to block it while activating his inner armor to protect himself. Boom! Boom, boom! The beam of blood-red light shattered Qinyu's domain, pierced through his inner armor, and struck Qinyu's chest. A large hole appeared in Qinyu's chest, and blood spurted out. He's not dead. Young Ancestor Long's face darkened. Time was limited, and he couldn't keep chasing after Qinyu. If he did, all of his subordinates would be killed, and he would lose without a doubt. After that, young Ancestor Long charged toward the dark-faced man and the rest of young Ancestor Wei's followers. He launched 2 attacks in a row, one on the dark-faced man and the other on the slender woman. The slender woman, who had been injured by the explosion, was killed by young Ancestor Long. The dark-faced man was strong, but his injuries had worsened. bastard, you want to kill me? Qinyu cursed, not wanting young Ancestor Long to win. His injuries weren't serious, so he immediately joined the battle. On the other side, young Ancestor Wei killed one of his subordinates and engaged in a fierce battle with young Ancestor Long again. Die. Young Ancestor Wei's fair and handsome face looked somewhat ferocious. The blood sword danced wildly around him, interweaving into a bloodthirsty net. The two half-step kings fought fiercely, fighting to the death for the victory. Perhaps the self-destruction from before had affected young Ancestor Long, but the two of them were equally matched right now. Both sides had two subordinates left. The dark-faced man was at a disadvantage against Fu Xuemei. Qinyu had too many tricks he couldn't use. Facing a peak late-stage Void Sea expert, he could only ensure that he wouldn't lose, but he couldn't win quickly. The battle entered a stalemate. At some point, Fu Xuemei sent the dark-faced man flying hundreds of meters away, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood. Young Ancestor, let me help you. Fu Xuemei helped young Ancestor Long at the first moment. In the air, the shadow of a giant blood-colored snake charged toward the young ancestor. Fu Xuemei's strength was definitely among the strongest under the half-step star condensation realm. Now that she joined forces with young Ancestor Long, she instantly gained the upper hand and repelled young Ancestor Wei. Young Ancestor Long didn't waste time. He immediately turned around and ran toward the spatial passage on the stone platform. With Fu Xuemei's strength, she could stop young Ancestor Wei for at least 2 breaths of time. No! Young Ancestor Wei roared and rushed out. Qinyu, who was closer to the central stone platform, rushed out as soon as he saw the scene. I can't let that bastard young Ancestor Long win. The power of space intent spread out, trying to stop young Ancestor Long vampiric demon hand. The blood in Qinyu's body erupted, turning into a giant dark red hand that emitted an astonishing suction force and pulled young Ancestor Long. However, an ordinary vampiric combat skill like the vampiric demon hand couldn't stop young Ancestor Long. Qinyu had too many tricks he couldn't use. The moment he got close to young Ancestor Long, he couldn't think of a way to stop him, so he grabbed young Ancestor Long's tail with both hands. Bastard, how dare you sully my body? Young Ancestor Long flew into a rage. It was an insult to him to have his body touched by a lowly blood clan member. But he was in a hurry to pass the second trial, so he could only suppress his anger and rush out. The body of a blood-sucking clan descendant was very strange. No matter how hard Qinyu tried, he couldn't catch it. He could only watch as young Ancestor Long's tail slipped out of his grasp. In the end, he used the power of space intent to catch young Ancestor Long's tail. But by this time, young Ancestor Long had already reached the spatial passage. Jin Yudong, only descendants of the blood-sucking clan can enter the spatial passage. Get out of my way, ha ha ha. With a loud laugh, he dashed in. Victory is still mine. But I almost failed miserably this time. Jin Yudong, I won't let you get away with this. Young Ancestor Long was overjoyed. But when he entered the spatial passage, he was shocked to find that Qinyu was still holding onto his tail. The next moment, young Ancestor Long and Qinyu entered another space. In the second trial, the battle was over the moment Junior Ancestor Long rushed into the spatial tunnel. According to the previous rules, as long as one descendant of the Devouring Blood clan entered the third trial, the outcome would be decided, and the blood-sucking trial would be over. Junior Ancestor Wei threw his head back and roared, his eyes bulging with rage. He glared at the dark-faced man, his eyes filled with intense resentment. The heavily injured man trembled and a chill spread through his body. If he hadn't been defeated by Fu Xuemei, he wouldn't have lost. We've lost. Junior Ancestor Wei could only accept the reality. Junior Ancestor Long's 2 followers burst into laughter. But suddenly, everyone realized that Qinyu, who had stopped Junior Ancestor Long, had also disappeared into the spatial tunnel. Everyone's eyes widened as they wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Only one descendant of the Devouring Blood clan was allowed to enter the third trial, and Junior Ancestor Long was one of them. Logically speaking, Qinyu should have been stopped outside the spatial tunnel. But how had he been dragged in? Had the blood-sucking trial gone out of control? Had an accident occurred? Swoosh, young Ancestor Wei immediately rushed over. If he could enter as well, then it would be hard to say who would win. Bang! When the Wei Junior ancestor approached the spatial passage, a mysterious and powerful energy formed an invisible wall that blocked his way. What's going on? Young ancestor Wei roared. Jin Yudong was dragged in by junior ancestor. Maybe it was just an accident, Fu Xuemei said after a moment of thought. What had just happened was inexplicable. As a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan, even junior ancestor Wei couldn't enter, but Qinyu had been dragged in by junior ancestor Long. Haha, he'd be fine if he stayed here, but now that he's entered the third trial, he'll probably be killed by the junior ancestor. One of the Blood clan members fighting Qinyu snickered. Just now, he had asked Qinyu to escape and stop young Patriarch Long. He was really afraid that Qinyu would succeed. If that happened, young Patriarch Long would definitely kill him. That's right, he's dead meat. Junior ancestor Wei sighed, accepting the reality of his failure. Qinyu, who had been dragged into the third trial by junior ancestor Long, would die without a doubt. Qinyu followed young Patriarch Long through the spatial passageway and arrived at a circular space that was 10,000 zhang in diameter, surrounded by a layer of crystal red walls. Bastard, why are you here? As soon as junior Patriarch Long arrived, he howled and twisted his body, causing his blood tail to slip out of Qinyu's grasp. His eyes widened as he stared at Qinyu. A blood-red light shone from his eyes, as if it wanted to pierce through Qinyu. Only a descendant of the blood-devouring clan could pass this last trial, and only one person was allowed to pass. But now, Qinyu, an outsider, had come in. Junior ancestor Long studied Qinyu for a few breaths of time, and found that there was indeed a unique aura on him that was familiar. But other than that, there was nothing special about him. This is the third stage? Qinyu was taken aback. He had not expected himself to run in here. After thinking for a while, he found the reason. He remembered that when he passed through the stone door of the second trial, the other followers had to rely on the power of the token to pass through. But Qinyu was different from the others. He had passed through directly. Perhaps the entrance to the third trial was similar to the entrance to the second trial. Thus, Qinyu passed through smoothly. Bzzz. Bzzz. In the center of this space was a huge blood-colored crystal ball. It was blooming with a dazzling blood-red light and exuding a supreme pressure that spread out in all directions like waves. As the two of them arrived, the aura coming from the blood-colored crystal ball became even more intense. Boom, blood-colored light shot out in all directions, and the entire space trembled as if it were excited and longing. Junior Patriarch Long's eyes shone with even more blood-red light. He stared fixedly at the blood-colored crystal ball, his blood boiling. The progenitor's blood. The blood of the progenitor of the blood-devouring clan from the origin world is mine. Junior Patriarch Long was extremely excited. Qinyu's mysterious heart was also beating rapidly at this moment, transmitting a strong desire as if it were about to break out of his body. This feeling was similar to the desire the mysterious heart had felt for the blood tribe's sacred relic on the battlefield. The sacred relic of the blood tribe was also stained with the progenitor's blood, but it was even older. The progenitor's blood in the blood-devouring trial was more recent, but also fresher. This thing is also very useful to me, Qinyu thought to himself. At this moment, he had more or less figured out the meaning of the blood-devouring trial. The competition among the blood tribe was cruel, and so were the descendants of the blood-devouring clan. The purpose of the blood-devouring trial was to cultivate stronger descendants of the blood-devouring clan, or even to give birth to a true blood-devouring clan. This was of great significance to the entire blood tribe. The blood-devouring clan was the royal clan of the blood tribe. If the blood-devouring clan grew stronger, the entire blood tribe would also become incomparably powerful. Jin Yudong, you deserve to be here. Junior Patriarch Long shot a disdainful glance at Qinyu, as if he were looking at an ant. Die. Boom, he opened his mouth wide, and a ball of blood-colored light shot out, sweeping toward Qinyu with a scorching heat. At this moment, if Qinyu didn't expose his identity, he would be dead when facing the half-step star condensation realm Junior Patriarch Long, and if his identity was exposed, he had to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, he would also die. In a flash, Qinyu made a decision. Huh. He let out a roar, unleashing all of his true essence and mysterious pattern demonic body. A terrifying demonic might rippled out. holding the 9-bone demon spirit sword, he met Junior Patriarch Long's attack. Bang, there was an explosion, and the demonic blood light storm swept out in all directions. Qinyu was hit by a layer of blood-colored light storm. He staggered back dozens of steps, and several bloody wounds appeared on his body. But at this moment, he didn't suppress the power of his heart and elementary immortal body. The wound on his chest slowly healed. Eh? Junior Patriarch Long exclaimed softly. His gaze pierced through everything and fell on Qinyu. At this moment, Qinyu gave him an incomparably familiar feeling, as well as a strong desire. Junior Patriarch Long's eyes darkened, and the blood-colored light dimmed. Jin Yudong's sudden change surprised him. He couldn't figure out what was going on. At this moment, rumble, the blood ball in the center of the space trembled violently, and then flew directly toward Qinyu. Junior Patriarch Long was dumbfounded. The ancestral blood had chosen Qinyu. No, the ancestral blood is mine. Junior Patriarch Long roared, his killing intent surging. Who the hell are you? He was sure that the person in front of him was not Jin Yudong, and the fact that he could make the ancestral blood approach him was unbelievable. Boom, 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 around Junior Patriarch Long, a sea of blood rose into the sky, and hundreds of blood-colored dragon shadows rushed out, roaring as they charged toward Qinyu. This time, he went all out and used a powerful combat skill. He had to kill Qinyu. Whoosh, Qinyu opened his palm, and a ball of blood-colored flame appeared. Then, he held the sword with both hands, and the blood-colored flame immediately spread all over the demonic sword. Slash! 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 Qinyu's arms danced wildly, and sword auras swept out. Enormous black and red sword auras flew out, clashing with the hundreds of blood-colored dragon shadows. But Junior Patriarch Long still had the upper hand. His opponent was a descendant of the Devouring Blood tribe, and a half-step star condensation king. I don't care who you are, you must die today. Junior Patriarch Long shouted coldly. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood-colored light that fell from the sky toward Qinyu like a blood-colored waterfall. You're the one who will die today. Qinyu roared. Thump thump. Thump thump thump, his mysterious heart activated the explosive power technique, and a vigorous life force instantly flowed through his body, completely healing Qinyu's injuries. This aura. Who are you? Junior Patriarch Long's expression changed dramatically, and fear filled his face. He sensed the same bloodline from Qinyu, and Qinyu's bloodline seemed to be stronger, causing the bloodline in Junior Patriarch Long's body to tremble slightly. Yangming sword finger, Xiaoyang sword finger. Qinyu flicked 2 fingers in a row, and 2 beams of blood-colored flame shot out one after the other, colliding with the blood-colored light released by Junior Patriarch Long. Demon descends to the 6th heaven. After the first attack, Qinyu followed up with the second attack. Rumble, the shocking demonic intent condensed into a giant demonic foot that hung above Junior Patriarch Long's head, emitting an extremely heavy demonic aura. As Qinyu's foot landed, the giant demonic foot also stomped toward Junior Patriarch Long. Bang, the earth trembled, and violent demonic chi surged in all directions. Junior Patriarch Long was sent flying more than 10 zhang away, and he roared, "You're Qinyu." At that moment, Junior Patriarch Long finally figured out Qinyu's true identity. But Qinyu had no time to waste on him. At this moment, between the two of them, it was either you die or I die. To survive, he had to kill Junior Patriarch Long. Second heaven trampling. Qinyu took another step, and the demonic intent in the entire blood crystal space instantly condensed into a giant demonic foot again, and its demonic aura was even stronger. During the 3 years of seclusion in the Qingyun secret realm, Qinyu had comprehended the second stage of the demon descends to the 6th heaven, the second heaven trampling. Bang, the giant demonic foot landed again, blasting Junior Patriarch Long 100 zhang away, and the blood-colored color on his body dimmed. Damn it, how dare you run into the blood race? Junior Patriarch Long roared in anger. Qinyu had infiltrated the blood race and even deceived him. Junior Patriarch Long felt like he had been played. And now, Qinyu wanted to snatch the progenitor's blood that was supposed to belong to him. Junior Patriarch Long would not give up. He activated the bloodline in his body, and his body expanded by 10 times. Like a blood-colored dragon, he charged toward Qinyu. Qinyu's eyes darkened slightly. A half-step king of the Devouring Blood clan was indeed extraordinary. His ability to survive was far better than any enemy Xianxia had ever encountered. But then, something unexpected happened. When Junior Patriarch Long, who had activated the bloodline of the Devouring Blood clan, got close to Xianxia, the bloodline power he had activated trembled and became disordered. Instantly, Junior Patriarch Long's body returned to normal, and he looked dumbfounded. The mysterious heart and the explosive technique also has a strong restraining effect on the bloodline of the Devouring Blood clan. Xianxia's face lit up with joy. There was no time to lose. He waved his hand, and the heaven-burning demonic halberd appeared. A violent black flame power instantly filled the entire space. Slash! Using his fastest speed, Xianxia slashed out, and 100-meter-long black golden flame shadow slashed down. No! Magical artifact! Junior Patriarch Long screamed. His bloodline secret technique suddenly failed. Caught off guard, he was hit by the power of Xianxia's magical artifact. And Xianxia was still in the state of the blood-changed demonic body and the explosive heart. The power of the halberd was infinitely close to that of a king's attack. Bang! Junior Patriarch Long was hit head-on, and his body was broken in two. The blood-red light around him dimmed, and a few streaks of blood flowed out of the blood-red crystal bead on his head. When the storm dissipated, Junior Patriarch Long, who had lost his tail, fled into the distance like a loach. "Where do you think you're going?" Xianxia bellowed and instantly rushed out. He activated the bloodline of the silent night-winged wolf, and he quickly approached Junior Patriarch Long like a bolt of black lightning. "No. Xianxia, spare my life. I won't expose your identity." Seeing Xianxia approaching, Junior Patriarch Long begged for mercy. "Die." Xianxia's killing intent was firm. He infused the last of his true essence into the heaven-burning demonic halberd and slashed down. Rumble! The enormous black and golden flame fell with a loud rumble, setting off a storm of black flames that covered half of the blood crystal space. 2 breaths later, the storm dissipated, and the space became quiet. Under the suction of Xianxia's mysterious heart, a stream of blood-red crystal flowed into the heart. Obviously, this stream of blood-red crystal was the power of Junior Patriarch Long's bloodline. After killing Junior Patriarch Long, Xianxia's aura instantly weakened. Junior Patriarch Long was completely different from the half-step kings he had encountered before. As a descendant of the Devouring Blood clan, his survivability was incomparably strong, far surpassing that of all the enemies Xianxia had encountered before. Junior Patriarch Long had been through a great battle and was injured. Even so, he was not killed by the heaven-burning demon halberd head-on. If not for the mysterious heart's suppressive ability against the Blood clan, it was unknown whether he could have killed Junior Patriarch Long. Xianxia's consciousness sank into the mysterious heart's internal space. There was no power of Junior Patriarch Long's bloodline here, which was also within Xianxia's expectations. When he absorbed the bloodline power of the Devouring Blood clan's descendant or the progenitor's bloodline, the bloodline power would enter the boundless, desolate space after entering the mysterious heart. Before, this space had been pitch black, desolate, and deathly silent. But now, the entire space was covered in a layer of pale red radiance that flickered rhythmically, as if it were breathing or a pulsating pulse. Although Xianxia did not directly reap any benefits, he could feel that the mysterious heart was gradually transforming. For example, after the mysterious heart had absorbed the power of the Blood clan's sacred object, Xianxia could activate 2 bloodline powers at the same time, greatly increasing his battle prowess. Whoosh! The huge blood-colored crystal ball in the center of the space flew toward Xianxia, emitting a violent blood chi pressure that swept out in all directions like layers of tsunamis. It slammed into the walls of the blood crystal space, causing a series of loud bangs. However, when this rich blood chi attack reached Xianxia, it turned from violent to gentle, and finally turned into a wisp of aura that was absorbed by the mysterious heart. When the huge blood-colored crystal ball floated in front of Xianxia, cracks appeared on the blood crystal ball, which instantly spread to the entire sphere and finally shattered. A drop of crystal red blood transformed into a small snake and darted out from inside. Liquefied blood spirit, this drop of progenitor blood had a spiritual nature. As the mysterious heart violently beat and the powerful suction force, this spiritual progenitor blood scuttled into Xianxia's body. The drop of blood entered the mysterious heart space. It turned back into a drop of blood and fell into the nothingness. It was as if it had merged with the entire space, stirring up a layer of red watery ripples that spread into the boundless distance. Meanwhile, as his heart beat, there seemed to be a warm stream of air spreading from his heart to Qianyu's entire body. At this moment, Qianyu's body was undergoing a subtle transformation. His entire body was numb, and his injuries healed in an instant. His essence, qi, and spirit were also gradually rising. But after 10 breaths of time, this change stopped. Qianyu had a strange feeling. His body seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Once he broke through, there would be a qualitative change. My cultivation base has also improved. Qianyu sensed his true essence see, and shock appeared on his face. Most blood tribe beings could increase their cultivation base by devouring the blood of experts. Qianyu didn't know any secret arts in this area, so he shouldn't have been able to do this. Perhaps because this drop of progenitor blood was relatively recent, it was more active, and it contained the essence of heaven and earth yuan qi. Imperceptibly, it pushed Qianyu's cultivation base forward. After receiving the reward of the blood-sucking trial, Qianyu's gaze landed on the broken blood crystal ball. This should be a blood essence crystal, but its quality is higher than the one I obtained before. Qianyu determined the value of this broken blood crystal ball. Blood essence crystals were crystallized blood, and there might be other substances mixed within. But no matter what, these things were extremely precious to the blood tribe. Not only could they be used for cultivation, but they could also be merged into artifact forging. They could even be dissolved and refined into blood brew. Just as Qianyu was collecting these high-quality blood essence crystals, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something else mixed in the middle of one of the large blood essence crystals. What is this? Qianyu picked up this blood essence crystal and scanned it with his spiritual awareness. It was a dark red viscous substance that emitted a faint fragrance of blood. With just a breath, Qianyu felt the blood in his body surge, and he felt much more energetic. Could this be Blood King marrow? Qianyu didn't dare to be sure. After all, Blood King marrow was extremely precious, and it was difficult to obtain even in the blood tribe. Qianyu had never seen a real Blood King marrow before, but he had some understanding of it. According to his judgment, the dark red viscous substance within this blood essence crystal was very likely the extremely precious Blood King marrow. Qianyu immediately observed the other blood essence crystals and discovered many such substances. If this really is Blood King marrow, then the formula that the Scarlet Flame King gave me is settled. Previously, when Qianyu had obtained the Heavenly Moon blood essence formula from the Scarlet Flame King, he had thought that it would be too difficult to gather this formula. Coupled with the fact that he was busy, he didn't bother. He didn't expect to obtain something suspected to be Blood King marrow in the final stage of the blood-sucking trial. The blood-sucking trial this time around has far exceeded my expectations. Qianyu sighed. He had originally planned to help Wei Xiaozu win and fight for some benefits for himself. Who would have thought that he would enter the third stage by accident? Faced with the choice of life and death, Qianyu would definitely choose survival. It was worth exposing his identity and killing Long Xiaozu. The progenitor's blood fell into his hands. Unexpectedly, there was also Blood King marrow in the container that contained the progenitor's blood. This blood-sucking trial could be said to be very fruitful. But the most important thing was, what should he do next? The crime of killing a descendant of the blood-sucking clan was enough to sentence him to death. Do I have no choice but to leave the blood tribe? Qianyu murmured. He had an azure cloud token in his hand, which could open a spatial tunnel to leave this place and head for the azure cloud secret realm. The moment Qianyu obtained the progenitor's blood, everyone in the blood-sucking secret realm was teleported away. One figure after another was teleported out of the large square. Who won? Young Patriarch Gu looked dejected. He had failed in the first stage, and he had later found Venerable Bloodscale's corpse. It was hard to imagine that Venerable Bloodscale had been killed by another young Patriarch's follower at the beginning of the trial. Fu Xueme was probably the only one who could have done it. No one else could have done it. That was why young Patriarch Gu did not want Long Xiaozu to win. He looked around and saw young Patriarch Wei. Since the young Patriarch had been teleported out with him, it was obvious that Long Xiaozu had won and successfully entered the third stage. Judging from the expression on the young Patriarch's face, he was sure that he had lost to Long Xiaozu. This made young Patriarch Gu even more resentful. Young Patriarch Wei also looked around and did not see Qinyu. Looks like Long Xiaozu killed him. Young Patriarch Wei sighed. If he had been in the same situation in the third stage, he would have also killed his enemy's follower. Although he had an inexplicable good impression of Qinyu, the good impression had vanished with Qinyu's death. Long Xiaozu was just a follower. The blood-devouring trial is over? I wonder which junior patriarch won. The people in the Zhou ring looked up at the sky above the square, their gazes landing on young patriarchs Wei, Gu, and the others. Where's Jin Yudong? Supremacy Ice-like's eyes flashed with blood-red light. He had already made preparations to capture Qinyu the moment he was teleported out of the teleportation portal. But Qinyu had not appeared. Did he die in there? Supremacy Ice-like was somewhat disappointed. Not being able to capture Qinyu with his own hands filled him with resentment that he could not vent. Moreover, he could not obtain the astronomical bounty either. Looks like the fight between the three junior patriarchs is over. Young Patriarch Long has won. Many of the upper echelons of the Blood Tribe had come to a conclusion. The descendants of the Blood Tribe had extraordinary status in the Blood Tribe. Many of the upper echelons present were more or less related to them. Therefore, the blood-devouring trial affected the Blood Tribe in the Blood Sea realm to a certain extent. It was obvious that with young Patriarch Long's victory, the Blood Tribe that had secretly supported him would rise with him in the future and surpass the other Blood Tribe members. At this moment, buzz, a thick blood chi burst out from the hole in the center of the square like a pillar of light, shooting into the sky and stirring up the blood-colored wind and clouds. There was a strong spatial fluctuation within the blood-colored light pillar. It was clearly a teleportation light. Young Patriarch Long is coming out. Young Patriarch Long's foundation and the strength of his team are the strongest among the three junior patriarchs. He deserves his victory. As the discussion went on, a figure appeared in the blood-colored light pillar. Welcome, young Patriarch Long. Many of the upper echelons of the Blood Tribe who were close to young Patriarch Long slowly approached and congratulated him. At this moment, the blood-colored light dissipated and a figure appeared. Who are you? The person who had congratulated young Patriarch Long exclaimed. This person wasn't young Patriarch Long. I remember this person is young Patriarch Wei's follower. Why didn't he teleport out with young Patriarch Wei and Fu Xuemei? Where's young Patriarch Long? There was a commotion in the surroundings. Jin Yudong? Young Patriarch Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. Jin Yudong wasn't killed by young Patriarch Long. What was going on? Ha ha ha, he's out. Not far away, Supremacy Ice-like laughed loudly and soared into the sky, emitting an extremely cold intent. He had thought that Qinyu had died in the trial. He didn't expect Qinyu to still be alive, just that he had come out a little late. Supremacy Ice-like, what are you doing? One of the upper echelons noticed Supremacy Ice-like's strange behavior and immediately asked. Supremacy Ice-like didn't answer and went straight for Qinyu. He raised his palm and the red and blue light on it fluctuated, emitting a cold intent that plunged the surroundings into winter. Elder Zhong, stop! Young Patriarch Wei shouted. He didn't know what was going on with Supremacy Ice-like, but he suddenly attacked his follower. Jin Yudong, your true identity is Qinyu, right? You can hide it from others, but you can't hide it from me. Supremacy Ice-like burst into laughter. He was less than 10 feet away from Qinyu and a chilling force froze Qinyu, causing a layer of frost to form on his body. What? He's Qinyu. Qinyu. Those two names were like a bomb that shocked everyone. Although it was hard to believe, if Jin Yudong was really Qinyu, he would receive a sky-high reward once he was captured. Qinyu looked at Supremacy Ice-like and was a little surprised. He didn't expect that his true identity would be discovered by the other party. Qinyu, surrender. Supremacy Ice-like sneered and the aura of a half-step star condensation realm pressed down like a tsunami. Qinyu, surrender without putting up a fight. Supremacy Ice-like grinned hideously, the pressure of a half-step star condensation realm crushing over like a tsunami. The entire plaza was instantly covered in a layer of frost, even the blood mist in the air froze. At this moment, young Ancestor Wei did not stop anymore. Once he stopped and it was proven that Jin Yudong was Qinyu, then young Ancestor Wei would also be affected because of this. Although the rest of the upper echelons were shocked, seeing Supremacy Ice-like make a move so decisively, most of them already believed that Jin Yudong was Qinyu. They just found it a pity that the heavenly bounty was about to be obtained by Supremacy Ice-like. Looking at Qinyu in the cold winter, he was about to be frozen into an ice sculpture. Right at this time, Qinyu finally spoke, "Supremacy Ice-like, you're insolent, to actually dare make a move against me." This cold shout was full of momentum, forming a sound wave that surged in all directions, shattering quite a bit of frozen ice. Even Supremacy Ice-like's expression was taken aback. At death's door, Qinyu actually still did not admit it, although he was certain that Jin Yudong was Qinyu, he did not have decisive evidence and was not 100% sure. At this moment, with Qinyu saying this, he had some hesitation instead. But since he had already made a move, he could not shrink back. Otherwise, wouldn't he be a joke to the surrounding people? This elder will capture you, the infiltrator, today. What else do you have to say? Supremacy Ice-like roared, forming a cold ice blizzard that swept out. Swoosh, he came to Qinyu's side and waved his hand. The red and blue light rushed out and drew a circle around Qinyu's body. Then, the circle quickly rose and turned into ice. In an instant, Qinyu was trapped inside a cylindrical ice prison. Supremacy Ice-like strength was not weak and had hopes of advancing to king. An ice prison casually created was extremely difficult for ordinary peak late-stage Void Sea realms to break through. Ha ha ha, Elder Zhong, do you know the consequences of making a move against me? Qinyu laughed loudly and glared at Supremacy Ice-like, a majestic aura erupting out. Everyone in the surroundings looked over, unable to understand what was happening. Supremacy Ice-like claimed that Jin Yudong was Qinyu. Naturally, he had clues and evidence, but Jin Yudong's performance was a little too calm. Why don't you tell me, what kind of consequences will I face? Supremacy Ice-like revealed a playful expression. He admired Qinyu's acting skills. He could still pretend to be calm at a time like this. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if Jin Yudong wasn't Qinyu, as a vampire elder, he would at most receive a light punishment. What serious consequences would there be? Slandering me and imprisoning me is a crime worthy of death. Qinyu's expression was dignified as he said resolutely. This junior ancestor, everyone was shocked by his words, including young Ancestor Gu and young Ancestor Wei. Their eyes narrowed, and their faces darkened. How noble was the status of a junior ancestor? Yet, Qinyu dared to call himself that? The junior patriarch? Ha ha ha, first pretending to be a blood clan, and now he wants to pretend to be a descendant of the devouring blood clan? Supremacy Ice-like laughed out loud. He had suspected that Jin Yudong had some trump card, but he didn't expect Jin Yudong to pretend to be a junior patriarch. How foolish. Humph, don't you dare tarnish the identity of the blood clan's junior patriarch. A furious roar came from the peak of the mountain. Heaven and earth seemed to tremble as a supreme pressure spread out. It was obvious that this was a king of the blood clan. Qinyu's action of calling himself a junior patriarch angered the king of the blood clan. However, at the next moment, dong dong. Dong dong dong, Qinyu's mysterious heart entered the berserk technique, and a surge of vitality, accompanied by a strange heat current, spread throughout his body. Ordinary people might not feel anything, but the bloodline of all the blood clan members present trembled at this moment. An instinctive fear and respect that came from the depths of their bloodline surfaced in their hearts. This aura, impossible, the aura of a descendant of the devouring blood clan. Exclamations sounded everywhere. Even young Patriarch Wei and young Patriarch Gu in the sky widened their eyes. The two of them could sense a strong bloodline aura from Qinyu's body. In fact, their bloodlines were trembling slightly against the bloodline aura released by Qinyu. They were at a disadvantage. At this moment, the noisy surroundings fell silent. Everyone stared at Qinyu with shock, surprise, and fear in their eyes. The one who was the most frightened was Supremacy Ice-like. No, this can't be real. Supremacy Ice-like's body stiffened and he took 2 steps back helplessly. Wasn't Jin Yudong's true identity Qinyu? As a human, Qinyu definitely did not possess the bloodline of a descendant of the devouring blood clan. Qinyu's lips curled into a faint smile. The reason why he did not return to the Qingyun mystic realm was naturally because he had a way to get out of this predicament. That was to become the young patriarch of the blood clan. As a young patriarch, it was not a crime to kill another young patriarch during the trial. Jin Yudong, why do you possess the bloodline of a descendant of the devouring blood clan? A deep voice sounded. The person who spoke was the king of the blood clan who had berated Qinyu earlier. However, his tone was much gentler now. Swoosh, a huge purple figure appeared in the sky. It was a huge purple wolf with purple crystal fur. It was gorgeous and beautiful, and its eyes shone with purple radiance. Supremacy Ice-like immediately stared at Jin Yudong in confusion. Even if Jin Yudong was not Qinyu, he was just an ordinary blood clan member. As an elder, it was fine even if he wrongly accused Jin Yudong. But why did Jin Yudong possess the bloodline of a descendant of the devouring blood clan? Because I was the final winner of the blood-sucking trial and obtained the progenitor's blood. Qinyu gave a simple and direct answer. He was not worried about anything. He had been in the blood clan for a long time and knew some basic things. There were countless branches of the blood clan, and the devouring blood clan was the royal clan. However, all members of the blood clan originated from the royal clan. Therefore, it was possible for an ordinary blood clan member to transform into a descendant of the devouring blood clan if they had enough luck. However, the probability was too low. There were no more than 20 such cases in the history of the blood clan. The blood clan had been the overlord of the main world during their golden age. Their race was huge and had existed for a long time. What? He's the winner of the blood-sucking trial? Where's young Patriarch Long? The words drew everyone's attention back to the blood-sucking trial. Young Patriarch Long had yet to show up. Young Patriarch Long lost to that kid? Young Master Wei sucked in a breath of cold air in disbelief. Only they knew that Qinyu and young Patriarch Long had entered the third trial. However, they were certain that Qinyu had been killed and young Patriarch Long had won. However, the result was that Qinyu had emerged victorious. Young Patriarch Long had yet to show up. They were afraid that he was already dead. This outcome was simply inconceivable, and it was difficult for them to accept. Ice Stone Venerable, didn't you suspect my identity? Do you still think that my true identity is Qinyu? Qinyu looked at Ice Stone Venerable and asked with a cold smile. Ice Stone Venerable shuddered. Although he did not know how Qinyu had won the blood-sucking trial, he did not have time to think about it. No, this subordinate doesn't dare. Ice Stone Venerable shook his head immediately. The status of the young patriarch was much higher than a half-step star condensation realm elder like him. You still want to capture this young patriarch? Qinyu continued to ask. No, this subordinate deserves to die. Please forgive me, young patriarch. Ice Stone Venerable knelt down directly. A dignified half-step king was kneeling in front of Qinyu and begging for mercy with a panicked expression. At the same time, the ice prison that trapped Qinyu instantly disappeared without a trace. Humiliating young patriarch and imprisoning young patriarch, as an elder, you should know what the consequences are for doing this. Qinyu had a cold look. At this moment, he suspected that the one who purposely spread rumors against him previously was Ice Stone Venerable. Ice Stone Venerable had taken a liking to Qinyu's blood brew before. Their relationship should be considered pretty good. Earlier on, Ice Stone Venerable suddenly pointed out Qinyu's true identity and wanted to capture him. This made him understand that Ice Stone Venerable was secretly investigating him and wanted to deal with him. Since that was the case, there was no need to be courteous towards Ice Stone Venerable. Young Patriarch, please have mercy. This subordinate was just muddle-headed for a moment. It's all my subordinates. He investigated you privately and said that your conduct was all right and there's a high chance that you were replaced by Qinyu. That's why I attacked young Patriarch. Ice Stone Venerable shuddered and immediately pulled Steward Wang out to convict him. Master. Steward Wang's face at the back was already deathly pale. He had long expected that if anything were to happen, he would definitely be implicated. However, he did not expect that Ice Stone Venerable would push all the blame onto him. Dog slave, how dare you malign young patriarch? This elder shall execute you right now. Ice Stone Venerable had a crazed and ferocious expression as he slapped out with his palm, forming a blood-blue ice storm that surged out. Rumble, that torrential ice storm crushed through Steward Wang's body, turning him into an ice sculpture that was ripped into countless ice shards, leaving no bones behind. For the sake of his little life, Ice Stone Venerable killed the butler that had followed him for hundreds of years on the spot. Ice Stone Venerable, don't think that you can just find a random scapegoat. Qinyu's expression was cold and his attitude was unyielding. If it was any other matter, Ice Stone Venerable's actions might be able to clear his name and he would at most be punished lightly. However, Qinyu's current identity was different. He was a descendant of the devouring blood race and he was the young patriarch. No, young patriarch, you, please have mercy and spare this subordinate on account of our past relationship. Ice Stone Venerable revealed a look of despair. Kill. Qinyu was unmoved and lightly spat out a word. He had just become the young patriarch and had to establish his might to instill fear in others. Furthermore, Ice Stone Venerable definitely did an in-depth investigation on Qinyu and knew too much. Only by getting rid of him would he be able to prevent any future troubles. In the sky, that gigantic purple wolf suddenly spoke. Ice Stone Venerable, you have offended your superiors, slandered young patriarch and imprisoned him. Your crime should be executed. Previously, he had also reprimanded Qinyu. As a king, although he did not fear Qinyu, he still did not wish for a young patriarch to bear a grudge against him because of this. Hence, at this moment, he was the first to stand out and support Qinyu's decision. Swoosh! 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 Instantly, 3 great half-step kings rushed out from the surroundings. They were all enforcement elders. The 3 great enforcement elders instantly captured Icing Burst supremacy and restrained him. Congratulations, young patriarch, you for obtaining victory in the blood-sucking trial. The 3 enforcement elders bowed slightly and retreated with Ice Stone Venerable. The blood-devouring trial was over, but the result was unexpected. A follower had defeated the strongest young patriarch, Long, and changed his fate to become the young patriarch. The young patriarch's strongest follower, the dark-skinned middle-aged man, was dumbfounded. His eyes were filled with confusion and disappointment. In the past, he and Qinyu had both been followers of the Wei family's young ancestor, and he had been very disdainful of Qinyu. But in the blink of an eye, Qinyu had become the young ancestor that he could only look up to. Why can't such a good thing happen to me? He roared in his heart. He didn't even dare to look at Qinyu, fearing that he would bear a grudge against him. Even the half-step star condensation supremacy, Ice-like, had been sentenced to death for offending Qinyu. If Qinyu wanted to kill him, it would be a piece of cake. Young Patriarch Gu also stared at Qinyu. He had previously believed that no one but Fu Xuemei could kill Venerable Bloodscale in the first trial. But now, he felt that Qinyu was more suspicious than Fu Xuemei. Young Patriarch Gu had always believed that if Venerable Bloodscale hadn't died in the first trial, he would have had a high chance of winning the blood-devouring trial. But now, Qinyu was likely the one who had killed Venerable Bloodscale and obtained the progenitor's blood, making him the biggest winner. This made young Patriarch Gu feel extremely unbalanced. Swoosh! Swoosh! The upper echelons of the blood race approached Qinyu. Congratulations, young Patriarch Yu. Young Patriarch Yu defeated young Patriarch Long in this trial. Your future achievements will be extraordinary. Many upper echelons came to congratulate him. Although Qinyu was the new young patriarch, he had shown great potential. Moreover, Qinyu didn't have any supporters at the moment. If they could form a good relationship with the new young patriarch, it would be like sending charcoal in snowy weather. They would be able to receive more rewards when Qinyu soared in the future. Qinyu had a faint smile on his face as he dealt with the flattery of the upper echelons. Killing a young patriarch was a crime punishable by death. But Qinyu had become the young patriarch. This wasn't a crime, but an achievement. Why do I feel like the blood race suits me better? He laughed in his heart. With his current status, he was a high and mighty existence in the blood race that no one dared to provoke. Compared to his status as a traitor of the great cosmos realm, this treatment was like the difference between heaven and earth. However, Qinyu would not forget his true identity and mission. Although he was doing quite well in the blood race, he was ultimately not a blood race being. Sooner or later, he would be exposed, and the entire blood race would not let him off. Junior Patriarch Yu, I'm an elder in charge of the various affairs of the first ring. Now that your status is different, you can move directly into the first ring. An old demon clan man with a turtle shell on his back followed Qinyu and laughed in a low voice. Where is my immortal's cave? Qinyu asked calmly. In the core region of the first ring, young ancestor, you can choose any cave abode you like. You can even remodel it. The turtle-shelled old man laughed. As for the new cave abode, Qinyu was not in a hurry to choose. He first needed to observe the terrain of the first ring and choose the most advantageous location for himself. After all, he had infiltrated the blood race with a purpose. This junior patriarch will move to the first ring in 3 days. At that time, I'll ask the elder. Qinyu gave his reply. No problem, young ancestor can move here whenever you're free. Amidst the laughter of some of the higher-ups, Qinyu left and returned to the second ring. Since the blood-sucking trial was held in the first ring, the blood race in the second ring could not enter the first ring at will. Therefore, the results of the trial hadn't spread in the second ring yet. First, Qinyu found the cow-horned foreign being, Tong Guang, who had been fawning on him. Brother Jin, you're back? Tong Guang was overjoyed when he saw Qinyu. Things were different now. Qinyu was now the Wei Junior Patriarch's follower, but he had personally come to visit. How did the blood-sucking trial go? Tong Guang carefully observed Qinyu's expression and found that he was in a good mood. Could it be that the Wei Junior Patriarch had defeated the other 2 juniors and won the blood-sucking trial? If that was the case, Qinyu would prosper in the future. Fortunately, he had maintained a good relationship with Qinyu. There was an accident during the blood-sucking trial, and I was the final victor. Qinyu grinned and spoke truthfully. Tong Guang was dumbfounded. He stared at Qinyu for a few breaths of time and laughed dryly. Brother Jin sure knows how to joke, ha ha ha. He thought that Qinyu was joking, but inwardly, he didn't find the joke funny at all. Still, he played along and pretended to be amused. I'll be entering the first ring soon, so I wanted to ask Brother Tong what you know about it. Qinyu didn't elaborate on that question, or else he would be showing off. The first ring. Tong Guang glanced at Qinyu enviously. In his opinion, the Wei Junior Patriarch had definitely won the blood-sucking trial, so Qinyu was in a good mood. And the Wei Junior Patriarch was really generous, using his authority to let Qinyu move to the first ring. Next, Tong Guang gave a general explanation of his understanding of the first ring. The first ring was even larger than the second ring. The people who lived there were all the upper echelons of the Blood Sea realm, and there were some restricted areas that were not accessible during normal times. At the core of the first ring lived the most powerful blood race powerhouse of the Blood Sea realm. After some understanding, Qinyu learned that matters related to the war mainly revolved around the Hall of Annihilation. It encompassed an area of 50 kilometers and was classified as a military secret. If I want to steal relevant information, I can only start from here. Qinyu thought. Apart from that, if he wanted to understand the connection between the mysterious heart and the blood race, he could only go to Sacred Blood Island. Sacred Blood Island was located at the core of the first ring, and was the most secretive place in the entire Blood Sea realm. Tong Guang didn't know much about this place. After getting some information, Qinyu took his leave. After returning to his cave abode in the second ring, he tidied up a little and prepared to head to the first ring for an on-site inspection. He hadn't gone far when Qinyu suddenly remembered that he had handed over a bottle of blood brew before participating in the trial. He didn't know how many battle credits he could exchange it for. Therefore, he changed his route slightly and headed for the blood cellar. When Qinyu arrived, the attendant immediately recognized him. Master Jin, please come in. Master Jing has been waiting for you here for a long time. Master Jing has been waiting for me? Qinyu was slightly puzzled. He didn't know this so-called Master Jing. There were many rooms and pavilions of various sizes inside the blood cellar. It was extremely quiet here, and everything was running in an orderly manner. This way, please. The attendant led Qinyu through a long distance and arrived before a rather spacious and gorgeous palace. Many blood race members had already gathered inside, and they were all clustered around an elegant woman in a red dress. Master Jing, please appraise my blood brew. A blood race member took out a jade bottle and handed it over. The dignified and elegant woman dipped a drop into the bottle and tasted it. Her expression was cold. Jin Yuan, your blood brew technique hasn't improved at all. You don't have to give me this kind of thing in the future. The blood race member was berated, but he still nodded respectfully. Yes, yes. Who is this Master Xiang? What business do you have with me? Xianxia transmitted his voice to the attendant. This Master Xiang is a Grandmaster blood brewer from the Blood Ocean realm. Her blood brew can be exchanged for 500 battle credits for 50 grams. Many of the upper echelons of the first ring have a special liking for her blood brew and Master Xiang herself. The attendant gave a simple explanation and immediately called out in a low voice, Master Xiang, Jin Yudong is here. In front of a Grandmaster blood brewer, the other blood brewers were not even considered masters. Oh? Jin Yudong is here? Master Xiang raised her head. The crowd around her immediately parted, allowing Master Xiang's gaze to land on Xianxia. At the same time, the other blood brewers also looked at Xianxia, sizing him up. They all knew that Master Xiang had stayed here for so long because she was waiting for someone. You're Jin Yudong? Master Xiang's beautiful eyes carefully sized up Xianxia. She had originally thought that only an extremely old blood brewer could brew such a high level of blood brew. Moreover, he had gone to participate in the blood-sucking trial. Among the younger generation of blood race, there was probably no one with such cultivation and profound blood brew techniques. That was why Master Xiang was surprised to see Xianxia and suspected Xianxia's identity. That's right. May I know why you're looking for me, Master Xiang? Xianxia asked with a faint smile. I've tasted your blood brew and feel that you're a talent that has the potential to become a Grandmaster blood brewer. I'll give you a chance to work for me from now on. I can guarantee that you'll become a Grandmaster blood brewer within 20 years. Master Xiang's words were calm and confident. The surrounding blood brewers widened their eyes in disbelief upon hearing those words. If they worked for Master Xiang, they would be able to see her every day. Furthermore, it was a chance for them to become a Grandmaster blood brewer. The blood brewers were tempted. At this moment, they were looking at Xianxia with eyes filled with jealousy and indignation. Why couldn't such a good thing fall into their hands? I don't need this chance. Give it to the other blood brewers. Xianxia smiled and rejected the offer. Blood brewers had a noble status in the blood race, and this was the path that Xianxia had wanted to take. However, he was now the junior ancestor, which was much more prestigious than a blood brewer. For example, he could choose any cave abode in the first ring without paying any contribution points. You rejected the offer? Master Xiang was slightly stunned. She frowned and asked in a deep voice. She wondered if she had heard wrongly, or if Xianxia hadn't heard her clearly. Otherwise, why would she have heard a rejection? You don't know what's good for you. Master Xiang thinks so highly of you, yet you rejected him. What a fool. Many blood brewers mocked with disdain. However, they were secretly happy to see this happen. Since Xianxia had rejected Master Xiang's offer, they might be chosen by Master Xiang. I don't want to be a blood brewer anymore, and I won't make blood brew in the future. Xianxia added. He was already the junior ancestor of the blood race, so why would he still be a blood brewer? However, Master Xiang found it hard to remain calm after hearing those words. Xianxia was an expert in blood brewing, but he was saying that he would never make blood brew in the future. It was as if being a blood brewer was a worthless occupation. What if I insist on you working for me? Master Xiang stood up and exuded the aura of a superior. She was like a peerless queen that no one dared to look at. The blood brewers dispersed in the hall. They could tell that Master Xiang was enraged. Under such circumstances, it was best not to get too close, or they would be caught in the crossfire. Master Xiang slowly walked out. She was tall and beautiful, and her every movement gave off a dignified and noble aura. What if I insist on you working for me? As Master Xiang approached Xianxia, his aura grew even stronger. He then repeated this sentence once more. This kid is really lucky to have caught Master Xiang's eye. This is a good chance to learn the art of blood brewing and get close to Master Xiang. Why don't you agree? You won't have a good time if you piss off Master Xiang. The blood brewers sighed in their hearts. You don't have the ability. Xianxia sneered. As the junior ancestor, how could he be the assistant of a blood brewer? However, the news of Xianxia becoming the junior ancestor hadn't spread in the second ring yet, so most people didn't know about it. Therefore, after hearing Xianxia's words, everyone looked at him as if he was an idiot. There were very few blood brewers in the Blood Ocean realm, and they had a high status. Master Zhang's connections were also extraordinary. Don't think that you're great just because you're the junior ancestor's follower. If I make a move, I can convince the junior ancestor to give up on you. When that time comes, you won't be able to survive here without a backer. Master Zheng smirked and said arrogantly. She was really angry at this moment. He had personally invited her, but she had actually rejected him. One must know how many blood brewer masters had fought to stay by her side. Not only did Xianxia not know what was good for him, but he even said that she didn't have the ability. This triggered Master Zheng's competitive spirit. She decided that she would make Xianxia submit to her today. However, at this moment. Impudent! Xianxia bellowed. His voice was like a bolt of lightning that suddenly exploded. The bodies of all the blood brewers in the hall trembled in fear. After all, no one had expected someone to shout like that in front of Master Zheng. Even Master Zheng was stunned by Qianyu's shout. His aura immediately weakened. When she came back to her senses, she was even more furious. How dare Qianyu say that she was impudent? However, before Master Zheng could speak, Qianyu said, "How audacious! How dare you insult this young ancestor?" After a moment of silence in the hall, a burst of laughter suddenly broke out. "Ha ha ha, this junior ancestor? He said he's the young patriarch? Is there something wrong with this kid's head?" Everyone burst into laughter. Everyone present knew how many young ancestors there were in the Blood Sea realm. Their appearances and names were clear as day. Hee hee, Jin Yudong, could it be that you've become stupid after participating in the blood-sucking trial? How could you say such crazy things? Are you going to say that you won the blood-devouring trial, awakened the bloodline of the blood-devouring race, and became the new junior patriarch? Master Zheng also let out a charming smile. Regardless of whether Qianyu was a fool or not, Qianyu's actions and words just now had made her very unhappy. This matter definitely couldn't end like this. Qianyu was slightly taken aback. This woman clearly did not know what had happened in the blood-sucking trial, but her guess was so accurate. Suddenly, a voice came from outside the hall. "What's making you laugh so happily?" A dignified aura spread out, causing everyone to tremble uncontrollably and their blood to freeze. The laughter in the hall instantly stopped, and the expressions of the blood brewer masters changed slightly. "Lord Beast Blood King. Greetings, Beast Blood King." The blood brewer masters present immediately knelt down and paid their respects. One should know that they were all respected blood brewer masters of the Blood Sea realm, but they were all kneeling down at this moment. It was obvious that the identity of the newcomer was extraordinary. However, Qianyu felt that the aura was somewhat familiar. In the next instant, a giant purple wolf flew over. Its eyes were like purple crystals, emitting a brilliant purple glow. This giant purple wolf was the Star Condensation King that had interacted with Qianyu during the blood-sucking trial. "Father, why are you here?" Master Zheng immediately flew over. "You didn't even come to the blood-sucking trial. I heard that you were here, so I came to take a look and observe the situation in the blood cellar." The giant purple wolf's stern expression softened slightly as it spoke slowly. "Father, something interesting happened here just now. Let me tell you about it." Master Zheng's face was full of smiles as he shot a glance at Qianyu. "Sure." The giant purple wolf replied. Before it entered the hall, it had heard a burst of laughter in the hall. It assumed that something interesting had happened. However, after sweeping a glance across the hall, its gaze immediately stopped on Qianyu. "Young ancestor Yu, why are you here?" the giant purple wolf asked. This was the core hall of the blood cellar, where the blood brewer masters usually gathered. However, the giant purple wolf's words caused everyone in the hall to widen their eyes and stiffen on the spot. Even Master Zheng's expression stiffened. He glanced at Qianyu and said awkwardly, "Father, what are you talking about? Who is young ancestor Yu?" At this moment, Master Zheng suddenly had a bad feeling. He recalled Qianyu's words. "This is young ancestor Yu. He participated in the blood-devouring trial and obtained the final victory. He successfully awakened the descendant bloodline of the blood-devouring clan and became the biggest winner of this trial." The giant purple wolf smiled faintly. Even with his status as a king, he had to lower his status in front of the young ancestor. In the past, all the young ancestors who won the blood-devouring trial would break through to the Star Condensation King realm without exception. In his eyes, Xianxia would become a king sooner or later. At that time even ordinary kings would have to be respectful before him. As the giant purple wolf spoke, the hall suddenly fell silent and a chill filled the air. All the blood brewer masters felt a chill down their spines. They had mocked Xianxia just now. The consequences of insulting the young ancestor were unimaginable. Master Zhang's face alternated between red and white as he felt extremely awkward. He had just been talking nonsense, but it had all come true. After the giant purple wolf finished speaking, he felt that something was wrong with the atmosphere. With his experience, he could guess what had happened. Xiaojing, what happened here? The giant purple wolf's expression turned dignified as he questioned Master Zheng, Xiaojing. Feeling his father's anger, the domineering Master Zheng was like a mouse that had seen a cat, not daring to speak. The other blood brewer masters in the hall suddenly trembled. If the Blood Beast King knew about what had happened, they would also be finished. Lord Blood Beast King, it's actually nothing much. Just now, Master Zheng said that she wanted to follow this young ancestor. She wanted to go through fire and water for this young ancestor. However, this young ancestor considered Master Zheng's noble status as the daughter of Lord Blood Beast King. How could she do such a thing? So, I refused. Xianxia said with a playful smile. Just now, Master Zheng had asked Xianxia to follow her. At this moment, Xianxia said that it was Master Zheng who wanted to follow him. When Master Zheng heard this, her face turned red, but she did not refute it. After all, her behavior just now was really shameful, and she had even offended Xianxia. At this moment, not only did Xianxia not kick her when she was down, but he even gave her a way out. Naturally, she did not have the face to refute. Young ancestor has an extraordinary bearing. Xiaojing is willing to follow you. Master Zheng said with the demeanor of a little girl. Xianxia was taken aback. Master Zheng was actually so cooperative. The reason why he spoke up was because of the relationship between Master Zheng and the Blood Beast King. If he made things difficult for Master Zheng, it would definitely put the Blood Beast King in a difficult position. As the young ancestor, Xianxia had the weakest foundation among all the young ancestors. The Blood Beast King had a high status among the upper echelons of the Blood Clan. It would be beneficial for him to befriend him. I've let young ancestor see a joke. My daughter likes to joke around. The Blood Beast King said calmly. This young ancestor still has matters to attend to. Farewell. After leaving these words behind, Xianxia left the place. All of you, leave. The Blood Brewer King shouted coldly, and all the blood brewers dispersed, leaving only the Blood Beast King and Master Zheng. Xiaojing, what happened just now? The Blood Beast King asked coldly. Therefore, Xiaojing told him everything that had happened just now. Fortunately, young ancestor, you did not pursue the matter. Otherwise, even I would not be able to protect you. The Blood Beast King sighed. His daughter was good at everything, but she was too arrogant and domineering. There were countless men who pursued her in the Blood Clan, but she did not like any of them. Father, tell me about the blood-sucking trial, Yi Zichen said. Xiaojing said softly. Thereupon, the Beast Blood King recounted the events of the blood-sucking trial in detail. However, after he was done, he noticed that there was something wrong with his daughter's expression. Father, I want to become young ancestor Yu's follower. Xiaojing lowered her head shyly. Have you fallen in love with young ancestor Yu? The Blood Beast King was dumbfounded. His daughter's standards were extremely high, and she looked down on everyone. Could it be that his daughter, who had never been taken advantage of since young, had fallen in the hands of another man and been conquered by him? However, it would be a good thing if Xiaojing could get together with young ancestor Yu. Young ancestor Yu did not pursue the matter and made up a lie. I think he might be interested in you, the Blood Beast King speculated. After leaving the blood cellar, Xianxia didn't think too much about it. He soon arrived at the first ring. This time, he was going to inspect the area and choose a cultivation abode. After a long while, he decided on a residence behind the Annihilation Universe Palace. It was very close to the first ring's core, and the origin energy here was extremely dense. 3 days later, news of the birth of a new junior ancestor spread throughout the second and third rings. Tong Guang was stunned for a moment when he learned of this. When Xianxia had told him the truth, he had thought that Xianxia was joking. Fortunately, Qinyu was magnanimous and didn't hold it against him. Qinyu's deeds were simply an inspirational story of a nameless junior rising to prominence. He was the idol of many blood clan members in the outer ring. Qinyu had no idea about any of this. After entering the first ring, he began collecting the materials for the Sky Moon blood essence. As the junior ancestor, he had great authority and abundant cultivation resources. He could directly obtain some of the ordinary materials. Some of the more precious materials could be exchanged for at half a month. In less than half a month, Qinyu had gathered all the materials. On this day, he closed his residence and took out the moon spirit ore, blood king marrow, and other precious materials to concoct the Sky Moon blood essence. The process of making the heavenly moon blood marrow was extremely complicated. Qinyu didn't dare to be distracted. If the concoction failed, even Qinyu would feel heartache over the loss. That was why he opened the cave abode's array formation. He didn't want to be disturbed. 3 days later, Qinyu threw the moon spirit mineral and the blood king marrow into a large cauldron. Boom, he waved his hand and the blood glass flame surged out and coiled under the large cauldron, releasing a scorching heat. The last step is to use the true fire spirit flame to refine for 49 days. Qinyu closed the ancient cauldron. The blood glass flame had a flame spirit, so he could let it refine itself. Qinyu came to the side and used the Sky Demon's secret pattern record to cultivate in seclusion. He found that if he mainly cultivated the secret pattern fiend body, his progress would be the same, but the speed of the cultivation technique would be much slower. It seems that as my cultivation level increases, the Sky Demon's secret pattern record is lacking. In fact, at the late stage of the Void Sea realm, cultivation would slow down, and every advancement would be extremely difficult. If he had a better cultivation technique, he could make up for this shortcoming. Qinyu did have a better choice at the moment, and that was the 6th primordial return to heaven art. This was a powerful cultivation technique left behind by Emperor Lord Mystic Nether. Even in the Blood Sea realm, it would be difficult to find a cultivation technique that surpassed the 6th primordial return to heaven art. However, the Sky Demon's secret pattern record that Qinyu cultivated combined the Fiend Dao and the Body Dao. If he directly changed to the 6th primordial return to heaven art, it would definitely not be compatible with the Sky Demon's secret pattern record. In other words, if Qinyu changed to the 6th primordial return to heaven art, his cultivation would progress faster, but the Body Dao would be more difficult. Because of this, Qinyu didn't immediately change his cultivation technique. Just as Qinyu was thinking, a call came from outside the cave abode. "Young ancestor Yu, I'm Xianxia. Why is that woman looking for me?" Confused, Qinyu did not bother to deal with it. He needed 49 days to refine the Sky Moon blood marrow. He didn't want others to know about this treasure. Outside the cave, Xianxia shouted a few times, but the spirit formation outside Qinyu's cave didn't change at all. "In the past, no man has ever dared to disregard me like this," Xianxia said calmly. If it was in the past, it would be the other blood tribe men who would fight to be the first to visit her, and she would be the one to reject them. However, Xianxia was not unhappy with Qinyu's disregard. Instead, she smiled and said, "He's too different." Xianxia didn't stay for long and quickly left. But after that, she would come here every few days. In the cave abode, Qinyu was speechless. Could it be that this woman still bears a grudge against me for suffering a loss in my hands? Qinyu felt that this woman was too petty and vengeful. However, now that he was the young patriarch, no one dared to barge into his cave abode. He could even stay in seclusion for a few years without coming out. Furthermore, he wasn't afraid of her. If it weren't for the fact that her father was a king of the kindred, Qinyu wouldn't have let her off so easily back in the blood cellar. 5 more days. Qinyu looked expectantly at the ancient cauldron in the center of the hall. The heavenly moon blood marrow was a formula that the Scarlet Flame King had obtained from somewhere. This blood marrow had shocking effects. Not only could it improve one's physique and increase one's vitality, but its main effect was to greatly increase one's spiritual physique. There was also an explanation at the back. If the quality of the materials was excellent or the user had a special physique, the heavenly moon blood marrow would produce other special effects. Qinyu's spiritual physique had already reached the standard of a high-grade spiritual physique. If it was greatly improved, his cultivation talent would be enough to be ranked amongst the geniuses of the great cosmos realm. In the early stages of cultivation, those with poor spiritual physique might be able to catch up to those with good talent through opportunities and hard work. However, the gap would only grow larger in the later stages. Even if Xianxia had many opportunities, he wouldn't have his current achievements if his cultivation talent hadn't improved. Master, time's up. The flame spirit shouted 5 days later, and the flames under the cauldron instantly weakened. It had been working day and night for the past 49 days, and it was exhausted. Now, it could finally be free. However, at the same time, the flame spirit was also looking forward to the heavenly moon blood marrow. Xianxia waved his hand and opened the lid of the cauldron. Within the ancient cauldron, a silver-red liquid floated out, emitting a strange fragrance. Even the flame spirit of the blood-glazed flame trembled at this moment, and a desire appeared in its heart. Master, quickly consume this treasure, or it will attract the attention of others. The flame spirit immediately said. It had already submitted to Xianxia, but it still felt greedy. The heavenly moon blood marrow was a treasure of the blood path to a certain extent. This was the territory of the blood race, and there might be other powerful figures of the blood race who could smell it. All right. At this moment, Xianxia finally felt the preciousness of the heavenly moon blood marrow. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that its effect was equivalent to participating in a feast of the god of cookery. Of course, it was definitely not as good as a top-class seat, and could only be considered as a middle-class seat at most. However, it was still very shocking. Xianxia opened his mouth and sucked, and the silver-red liquid entered his mouth. The moment he swallowed it, Xianxia felt as if the heavenly moon blood marrow had fused into his body, and he couldn't sense its existence at all. He could only feel the transformation of his body. Xianxia felt as if his flesh, bones, and organs were all being cleansed and purified. He quietly sat down cross-legged, feeling the magical effects of the heavenly moon blood marrow. Xianxia felt as if every cell in his body was cheering and jumping with joy. He immediately activated his cultivation technique and cultivated the mysterious pattern demon body, and found that his progress was far faster than usual. At the same time, outside the cave abode. Eh? What was that smell just now? It was so fragrant and enchanting. Xianxia opened her eyes. As a blood brewer, she was extremely sensitive to the smell of blood. She determined that the fragrance of the blood came from Xianxia's cave abode. Could it be that he is making blood brew? How could there be such an alluring fragrance? He is too mysterious. Xianxia's eyes revealed an infatuated look. In a cave abode not far from Xianxia's cave abode. Swoosh, a blood-colored head silently appeared at the top of the palace. The entire world seemed to have frozen, and it was extremely silent. What was that aura just now? It actually caused this king's bloodline to heat up. He murmured and leaped out, disappearing into the moonlight. A day later. The aura on Xianxia's body was getting stronger and stronger. His mysterious pattern demon body had made great progress. His state of existence was very close to the peak late-stage Void Sea realm. Under such circumstances, the cultivation of the mysterious pattern demon body would be even smoother. Xianxia felt that the heavenly moon blood marrow's effect was almost completely absorbed. He was looking forward to seeing how much his spirit body had improved. However, at this moment. Buzz, a faint blood-colored light appeared on his body, giving off a deep and blurry blood-red light. Xianxia found that it was not only the surface of his body that was like that, but the bones and tendons in his body were also the same. It was extremely strange. What's going on? There's no explanation on the recipe? Xianxia was slightly surprised. Master, there's been a change in your spiritual aptitude. Yan Ling yelled from the side. My spirit body has changed? Surprise appeared on Xianxia's face. Spirit body aptitudes were divided into different grades. Usually, the best spirit body was the supreme grade spirit body. However, apart from supreme grade spirit bodies, there were also some legendary spirit bodies and abnormal spirit bodies. Xianxia had met some geniuses with abnormal spirit bodies before. However, those geniuses' variant spirit body aptitude were innate, while Xianxia's variant spirit body aptitude was acquired. Don't worry, Master. Most spirit body changes are due to special natural treasures. these changes are mostly good. Only a few of them have little or no benefits. Flame Spirit said. After hearing that, Jinyu knew that it was useless for him to worry. Fortunately, the phenomenon soon ended and everything returned to normal. I wonder what level my spirit body has reached and what kind of change has happened. Jinyu couldn't wait to find out. He immediately took out a crystal ball from his storage space. This ball was used to test the spirit body's aptitude. There were 12 round bumps on the crystal ball. Jinyu held the crystal ball in his hand. Soon, the crystal ball lit up on its own, releasing a faint red halo that became more and more intense. The bumps on the crystal ball lit up one after another until the last one. All lit up, supreme-grade spirit body. Jinyu's breathing quickened. However, the last bump on the crystal ball was a little dimmer. It could only be said that Jinyu's spirit body had barely reached the standard of supreme-grade spirit body. Supreme-grade spirit body. In this way, my spirit body's aptitude has reached the standard of the top geniuses in the great cosmos realm. Jinyu's face was filled with joy. Although the last bump on the crystal ball didn't completely light up, which made Jinyu a little disappointed. However, his spirit body seemed to have changed. He just didn't know what it was like. In order to get a result, Jinyu tried to cultivate in seclusion. As expected, after his spirit body's aptitude improved, his body's compatibility with the world's essence qi increased greatly. His cultivation speed increased a lot, which made Jinyu feel carefree. However, he didn't get any conclusion about the change. I can only read the relevant ancient books to find out. Jinyu stood up. As soon as he walked out of the cave abode, he stopped in his tracks. Young ancestor you're finally out. Xing Shoujing smiled. Jinyu felt that the woman's behavior and attitude were exactly the same as before, except that there was a little more smile on her face. What's the matter? Jinyu asked expressionlessly. Although he had been in the cave abode for the past few days, he knew that Master Xing often came out of his cave abode. Last time, I offended you greatly. Father ordered me to become your follower as an apology. Xing Shoujing showed a rare weakness. What? Jinyu was stunned. He had thought that the woman was here to cause trouble. That's not right. With her personality, how could she be willing to be my follower and obey my orders? Could it be that there's some sort of conspiracy behind this? Jinyu felt that something was wrong. However, since the other party had taken the initiative to come to him, he wanted to see what this Master Xing was up to. Okay, from today onwards, you're my attendant. Jinyu said coldly with a cold and dignified face. Alright, from today onwards, you will be my follower. Jinyu decided to take her as his follower. As the young patriarch, there was no way he would be afraid of this woman. Yes, young patriarch. Xing Shoujing's face lit up, giving Jinyu the impression that it was real. Jinyu even saw a hint of shyness and anticipation on her face, which shocked him and made him wonder if his eyes were playing tricks on him. I'm going to look through some ancient books of the blood tribe to find out some information. Jinyu said coldly. With that, he flew forward. Young patriarch, you can stay on this sacred blood island for a day every month. If you need to find out something important, you can go there directly. Xing Shoujing suggested. That's right. I'm the young patriarch now, so I can enter the sacred blood island for a day every month. Jinyu seemed to have come to a sudden realization, but he was just pretending to understand. After becoming the young patriarch, he had been collecting materials to concoct the heavenly moon blood marrow. Otherwise, Jinyu would have been able to understand the basic information in such a long time. Sacred Blood Island. Jinyu had been curious about this place for a long time. He wanted to know what was hidden in this core secret place. From Xing Shoujing's words, could it be a place to store books? No, even the young patriarch can only enter once a month, and only for a day. The Sacred Blood Island must be something special. Jinyu inwardly guessed. In the end, he and Xing Shoujing headed to the Sacred Blood Island. The Sacred Blood Island was located behind Jinyu's cave abode. It was the core area of the first ring. When Jinyu arrived at the core area, he found that it was a blood-red ocean with islands of various sizes floating on it. The Sacred Blood Island was at the edge of the ocean, and the island was relatively large. Arriving here, there was almost no one in the surrounding sky, so anyone who entered this area would be noticed by the many guards stationed here. When the two arrived at the sacred blood island, the 4 guards at the entrance bowed slightly. "Greetings, young patriarch. Every month, young patriarch, you can stay on Blood Saint Island for 1 day. The rest of you can stay for 2 hours. That will cost you 50 battle points." The leader explained the rules according to his duties. It had to be known that moving from the 3rd ring to the 2nd ring required 2,000 battle points. On the other hand, entering the Blood Saint Island for 2 hours would cost 50 war merit points. Ordinary people might not have the right to enter. In reality, that was indeed the case. Sacred Blood Island had a rule that only blood breeds who lived in the 1st ring could enter. "Young patriarch, it just so happens that I need to browse through some ancient texts as well, so I'll accompany you," Xianxia said with a smile as she handed over the points. As a Grandmaster blood brewer, she did not lack battle merit. Blood Saint Island was very big, and the scenery was unique. It could be considered a paradise. However, the smell of blood was too strong, and everything was red. Xianxia did not like it. Compared to the Blood Treasury Hall, the Blood Sacred Island has some extremely rare ancient books, including the original editions of some famous books. Many of them are even incomplete copies. Xianxia briefly explained some things along the way. She seemed to be taking the initiative to talk to Xianxia. Soon, the two of them arrived at a huge palace. It was filled with books, but compared to the entire palace, the number of books seemed to be too small. As Xianxia scanned through the books, he discovered that the names of many of the books were extremely strange. Apart from that, there were some animal skins, jade scrolls, and stone slabs with words engraved on them, emitting an ancient aura. Soon, Xianxia found an ancient book that recorded spirit bodies. It recorded many strange spirit bodies that had appeared in various realms. Many of them were unimaginable, and people doubted whether they were real or fake. Among the blood breeds, the water spirit body and blood spirit body are more common. Their specific effects are similar. You can try them yourself. When Xianxia saw the content about the blood breeds, he could not help but pay more attention. "Do I need to try them?" Xianxia tried them according to the method recorded in the book. At a certain moment, boom, the surface of Xianxia's body shone with a blood-red light. His entire body became blood-red like a crystal. At the same time, the heaven and earth essence qi was rapidly absorbed and entered Xianxia's body. The speed of absorbing the heaven and earth essence qi seems to be faster than before. A glint flashed across Xianxia's eyes. He had already tested his spirit body aptitude and it had reached the standard of supreme grade spirit body. The leap in his spirit body aptitude made Xianxia feel that his cultivation speed had greatly increased. And now, he felt that his spirit body aptitude seemed to have changed again. Xianxia took out the crystal ball again. Buzz, there was a blood-red halo on it, and the 12 bumps all shone with a bright red light. They're all lit up. Xianxia remembered that the 12th round bump was slightly dim during the previous test. But this time, the test had changed. This meant that his spirit body aptitude had changed. On the other hand, the 12 round bumps all lit up, proving that Xianxia's spirit body aptitude had reached the standard of supreme grade spirit body. But there was another situation, and that was that it exceeded supreme grade spirit body. Looks like my variant spirit body is the blood spirit body. Burning the blood in my body can increase my spirit body aptitude and speed up my cultivation. It can also be used to break through bottlenecks. Xianxia concluded. Young patriarch, you have a blood spirit body? Not far away, Xianxia looked over with a surprised expression. Among the kindred, the blood spirit body was the best spirit body. Even among the large kindred, the chances of a blood spirit body appearing was extremely low. At this moment, another voice sounded. Isn't that young patriarch you? I didn't expect young patriarch you to have a blood spirit body. No wonder he could defeat young patriarch Long and win the blood-sucking trial. Outside the hall, a handsome man with fair skin flew in with a faint smile on his face. Young patriarch Wei. Xianxia's eyes narrowed slightly. The smile on the young patriarch's face was cold, letting Xianxia know that their relationship was no longer the same. You're wrong, young patriarch Wei. The blood-sucking trial gave me the blood spirit body. All in all, I have to thank young Patriarch Wei for letting me participate in the blood-sucking trial. Qinyu shook his head with a smile. The kindred placed great importance on the blood spirit body. If Jin Yudong had had one before, he wouldn't have been a nobody. Therefore, Qinyu pushed everything to the blood-sucking trial. Young Patriarch Wei's eyes narrowed with a cold glint. Qinyu used to be his follower and had won the blood-sucking trial in the end. Both of them were young patriarchs now, but young Patriarch Wei was unreasonably inferior in comparison. You used to be my follower too. What are you so proud of? Young Patriarch Wei gritted his teeth. Now, he felt that it was Qinyu who had snatched away the fruit of his victory and used him as a stepping stone to reach greater heights. Young Patriarch Yu, it seems like you've gained a lot from the blood-sucking trial. This young ancestor is very curious. What level has young ancestor Wei's strength reached? You should be stronger than you were during the blood-sucking trial. I like to fight. Why don't you teach me a thing or two, young Patriarch Yu? Young Patriarch Wei's lips curled in provocation. During the blood-sucking trial, Qinyu had become a young patriarch and was even more famous than young Patriarch Wei. That made young Patriarch Wei jealous and resentful of Qinyu. Now that he knew that Qinyu had a blood spirit body, his jealousy rose once more. In order to prove himself, young ancestor Wei had long planned to do so and had been cultivating in seclusion recently. Only by defeating Qinyu would he be able to undo the knot in his heart. Only then would the knot in his heart be untied. He wanted everyone to know that even though Qinyu had become the junior patriarch, he still couldn't compare to him. Young Patriarch Wei, there's no need for us to cross swords. Qinyu said in a low voice. If it had been an open duel, Qinyu might not have been able to defeat young Patriarch Wei. His opponent was a half-step star condensation cultivator, on par with young Patriarch Long. Qinyu had used all his cards to kill young Patriarch Long. But in a fair duel, Qinyu couldn't reveal his identity and couldn't use many cards. How could he fight? Seeing that Qinyu was afraid, young Patriarch Wei was even more disdainful. He felt that Qinyu had won through trickery. It's just a spar. It might even deepen our friendship. Young Patriarch Wei had an arrogant expression. Young Patriarch Wei, if you suppress your cultivation to the late-stage Void Sea realm, this spar will be fair to my master. Jing Shoujing walked over. Young Patriarch Wei glanced at Jing Shoujing and didn't take her words seriously. He had seen Qinyu's strength. If he suppressed his cultivation to the late-stage Void Sea realm, he wouldn't have much chance of winning. Don't be so humble, young Patriarch Yu. You're someone who defeated young Patriarch Long. Do you really despise sparring with me? Young Patriarch Wei was overbearing. Qinyu's expression sank. If they were in the great cosmos realm, he wouldn't hesitate and would make the young patriarch regret it. I'll be waiting for you at the Storm Martial Arena in 3 months. The Wei family's young ancestor chuckled and ignored Qinyu after saying those words. He was so confident after seeing Qinyu reject him several times. That was why he was so domineering. In the blood race, patience and weakness would only make the enemy more arrogant. At this moment, Qinyu had truly experienced this. However, he hadn't accepted young Patriarch Wei's challenge. It wouldn't be a big deal even if he didn't go. Qinyu continued flipping through the ancient books. He also discovered some information related to the origin world here, which was exactly what Qinyu needed. He knew too little about the origin world. After a while, Qinyu finished reading all the contents. He was stunned because he felt that the description of the origin world was a bit exaggerated. It said that the origin world was incomparably vast. Even a star condensation monarch wouldn't be able to travel the entire world in their lifetime. It said that there were many races in the origin world, and there were many conflicts. If a war broke out, there would be several realms that would become barren. It said that the human race only occupied a small area in the origin world and survived under the many powerful races. It said that the origin world had giant dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long, devils of legends, and many mythical races from ancient times. There were also some descendants of gods and devils who reached the star condensation realm when they reached adulthood, too exaggerated. It also said that in ancient times, the origin world once gave birth to a primal chaos god fiend. His appearance caused the myriad races of the origin world to tremble in fear. A chaotic god fiend is so powerful? Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. The mysterious heart in his body was beating faster. Yu couldn't help but yearn to see for himself what the legendary godfiends were like. He continued reading the ancient books. The ancestor of the Blood clan is actually related to a chaotic god-fiend. Yu was slightly surprised. He once again felt the extraordinariness of the Blood clan. The undead Blood clan was indeed the nemesis of all flesh and blood beings. They actually had such a mysterious origin. Of course, the Blood clan's power was rooted in the main world. The Blood clan's power in the Blood Sea realm was just some scattered Blood clan members in the smaller realms and some subordinates sent by the main world. The great cosmos realm would have no power to resist the Blood clan's power in the main world. My mysterious heart is clearly related to the ancestor of the Blood clan, and the ancestor of the Blood clan is closely related to the chaotic god-fiend in the main world. Maybe my mysterious heart is related to that chaotic god-fiend, Yu dared to imagine, and his heartbeat sped up again. Without concrete evidence, he could only make wild guesses. All in all, Yu had gained a lot from this trip to the Blood clan. The origin of the Blood clan was mysterious, and his mysterious heart was closely related to them. It must have a powerful background. Maybe I can find out everything by going to the territory of the Blood clan in the main world. A new clue appeared in Yu's mind. Hee, young ancestor you can only stay on Sacred Blood Island for 1 day a month. Isn't it a waste to use it to read useless information? Young ancestor Wei walked over and saw the ancient book Yu was reading. He smiled disdainfully. Previously, Yu's refusal to accept his challenge had boosted the young ancestor Wei's confidence, causing him to grow even more arrogant. He was even more certain that Yu had defeated young ancestor Long by chance. After all, young ancestor Long had self-destructed in the second round and fought with him. He was not in his peak state. I think you might as well choose a core cultivation method or battle skill of the blood race and cultivate it for 3 months. I won't go easy on you in the competition 3 months later. On the surface, young ancestor Wei seemed to be warning Yu, but in reality, he was saying that his cultivation method and combat skills were much higher than Yu's. As a young patriarch, the cultivation method and battle skill that young patriarch Wei cultivated were all chosen on Sacred Blood Island. With Yu's previous status, he could only use his battle merit to exchange for cultivation techniques and battle skills in the ordinary Blood Treasury Hall. Comparatively speaking, the Sacred Blood Island's cultivation methods and battle skills were more core and more powerful. Don't worry about it, Yu said indifferently. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need for him to say anything nice. Young ancestor you, don't forget about the competition in 3 months. With a cold harumph, the Wei Junior Patriarch left. He knew that Yu hadn't accepted his challenge, so he tried to provoke Yu several times. Young ancestor, just ignore him if you don't want to fight. You didn't accept his challenge anyway. Xianxia glared at the Wei Junior Patriarch. Yu didn't say much. The Wei Junior Patriarch was now an enemy, and he also felt that there was something wrong with Xianxia. However, from the Wei Junior Patriarch's words, Yu learned that there were cultivation methods and battle skills here. They must be core cultivation methods of the blood race that weren't taught to outsiders. I haven't found a suitable body tempering cultivation method yet, but I can take a look. Yu made up his mind. But the Wei Junior Patriarch is right about one thing. The cultivation methods and battle skills you've cultivated before are indeed a level lower than the ones on Sacred Blood Island. After all, the St. Blood Island even has the legendary 6 Revolution Star cultivation method. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. Xianxia continued. There's a 6 Revolution Stellar cultivation method? Yu was shocked. As expected of the blood race to have such a cultivation method. If it was released in the outside world, it would definitely cause a bloodbath and many major forces would fight over it. The 6 Revolution Stellar cultivation method was so powerful that some cultivators would be willing to abandon their original path if they had such a cultivation method. This young ancestor is a little interested in the so-called 6 Revolution Star cultivation technique. Yu said with a smile. The palace on the other side has the core cultivation methods and battle skills of the blood race, but you can't read the 6 Revolution Stellar cultivation method at will. You can either make outstanding contributions to the blood race or spend 100,000 merit points to exchange for it. Xianxia left the palace with Qinyu and went to a huge palace on the other side. This palace had the core cultivation methods and battle skills of the blood race, and there were more kindred here than in the previous palace. 100,000 merit points? Qinyu couldn't help but be shocked. He could feel the value of the 6th Revolution stellar cultivation method. Ordinary kindred needed 2,000 merit points to enter the second ring from the third ring, which was enough for them to spend several years or even more than a decade. Even an elder of the blood race would have to accumulate 100,000 merit points for more than a decade. I heard that the latter half of the 6th Revolution stellar cultivation method that requires 100,000 battle merit points to be exchanged for seems to be incomplete. Xianxia felt that Qinyu was interested in this, so she told him everything she knew. The blood race's cultivation method might not be suitable for me, and 100,000 merit points is too much. Maybe that cultivation method is far inferior to the 6th Revolution heavenly art. Qinyu gave up on the idea. The 6th Revolution cultivation method was hard to come by. Since he already had one, there was no need to ask for more. After strolling around the shop for a while, Qinyu left. What's that tower? When he walked out of the door, Qinyu saw a 9-story tower in the distance. It was shrouded in a blood-colored radiance, and its aura was astonishing. Moreover, Qinyu's mysterious heart emitted a faint desire. That's the sacred blood tower. The holy relic of the undead kindred is stored there. Xianxia said with a sincere expression. Holy relic. Realization dawned on Qinyu as he recalled the silver cup he saw on the battlefield previously. This holy relic of the kindred is very useful to me. Qinyu thought. Last time, his mysterious heart had absorbed part of the holy relic's power, and its power had increased, allowing him to use the power of 2 bloodlines at the same time. Although Qinyu longed for the holy relic, the sacred blood tower would definitely be heavily guarded. After staying on the sacred blood island for a while, Qinyu prepared to return to his cave abode. Young ancestor, why don't we go to the second ring? I heard from my father that the kindred caught a spy. I heard that this spy snuck into the Annihilation Universe Palace and stole confidential military information. He was caught on the spot. Xianxia suggested, looking very interested. A spy? Qinyu was slightly stunned. Before sneaking into the kindred, the Burning Sword Monarch had told him that the Great Cosmos Realm had arranged many spies to hide among the demons and kindred during the war. Let's go take a look. It was impossible for Qinyu not to be concerned about the spies from the Great Cosmos Realm. Moreover, the spy had snuck into the Annihilation Universe Palace and might have stolen some confidential information. If he could obtain information from the spy, there was no need for Qinyu to take the risk and stay here. Before long, the two left the first ring and arrived at a plaza in the second ring. There was a huge blood-colored stone pillar here, and a naked man with disheveled hair and a dirty face was tied to it. His body was covered in scars, and it was obvious that he had gone through torture. Truly reckless, daring to sneak into the undead kindred. In terms of sneaking ability, if the undead kindred claims to be second, who would dare claim to be first? Foolish human. Many onlookers had gathered around, and there was no lack of elders in the first ring. There were even star condensation kings. Xiaojing, young ancestor you're here too. The purple wolf beast king flew over. This person is truly foolish to sneak into the undead kindred. Lord Beast King, this young ancestor will take his leave. Qinyu casually commented before returning to the first ring. The Beast King glanced at Qinyu indifferently before chatting with Xianxia. It's a trap. Qinyu's expression was solemn. His mysterious heart had clearly sensed the aura of the kindred within the body of the man tied to the stone pillar. It was obvious that the kindred had deliberately released this information. If there were other spies, they would definitely come to take a look. If they took the initiative to communicate with the prisoner, their whereabouts would be immediately exposed and they would most likely be caught by the higher-ups of the kindred. After returning to the cave abode, Qinyu made a decision, and that was to change his cultivation technique to the 6 Heavenly Origins art. The 6 Heavenly Origins art was a 6 Revolution star cultivation technique that corresponded to the star condensation king level. However, the first few levels were the basics and could only be cultivated by Void Sea Realm experts. Its main purpose was to lay a solid foundation for the 6 Revolution star cultivation. After all, an ordinary star condensation realm expert could only condense 3 Essence Force stars. Condensing 6 Essence Force stars was naturally not an easy task. The reason why he chose to change his cultivation technique was because, at his level, he had seen too many powerful cultivation techniques. Qianyu's horizons had broadened, and the demonic secret pattern record was getting lower and lower in his eyes. Secondly, it was because of his cultivation speed. Even if Qianyu's spirit physique had improved, his cultivation speed was too slow if he cultivated too ordinary a cultivation technique. Right now, Qianyu urgently needed to increase his strength. For example, if Qianyu was strong enough to defeat young Ancestor Wei's provocation, he could have easily defeated him without exposing his identity. Right now, he was still a lurker. Although he seemed safe, danger could come at any time. Qianyu's consciousness came to his mind, where 6 shining stars were floating. He touched the first star, and the information inside was like a vast ocean, drowning Qianyu. A small part of the content was the basics of the 6 Heavenly Origins art, which could be cultivated by Void Sea Realm experts. The rest of the content corresponded to the star condensation realm. The first step is to convert the Devil Pattern Primordial Essence into returning True Essence. This step was not too difficult, but it would take a long time. The pitch-black Primordial Essence Sea suddenly stirred, forming a huge whirlpool that covered the entire Black Sea. At a certain moment, a ball of white light appeared in the center of the whirlpool. The Primordial Essence conversion had begun. Qianyu discovered that 3 portions of Devil Pattern Primordial Essence could only be converted into 2 portions of returning True Essence. This meant that in terms of primordial essence quality, the returning true essence far surpassed the Devil Pattern Primordial Essence. In other words, if Qianyu completely converted the Devil Pattern Primordial Essence into returning true essence, his strength would increase by a level. Qianyu sat cross-legged in a spacious secret chamber. His body was pitch black, and demonic qi surged around him, forming a sinister demonic dragon that coiled around his body. There was a huge vortex above Qianyu's head, slowly absorbing the black demonic qi around him. At the center of the vortex was a ball of dazzling white light that flickered. The transformation of inner essence is rather difficult. I won't be able to complete it in a short time. Qianyu speculated. The process of transforming inner essence was rather dull and slow, but the gains were not small. Qianyu's cultivation foundation would become more stable, and the converted inner essence would become stronger. His strength would also increase. Of course, Qianyu didn't spend all his time on cultivation arts. He was now living in the first ring, and as the junior patriarch, he was already a core member of the Blood Sea realm. He could enter Sacred Blood Island for a day every month, and he could even enter the military secret of Annihilation Universe Palace. The higher-ups of Annihilation Universe Palace won't give me classified military information for no reason. Qianyu had been thinking of ways to steal classified information and complete his undercover mission. For now, he had more or less achieved his goal. Although he still didn't know the origin of the mysterious heart, nor did he know the exact relationship between it and the blood race. There was only one clue at the moment, and that was the blood race forces in the main world. Apart from that, there were no other clues. After 10 days of seclusion, Qianyu left his cave residence and strolled around Annihilation Universe Palace. Now that Jing Xiujing had moved near Qianyu, she rushed over at the first opportunity to follow Qianyu. Isn't this girl too diligent? Does she really have no other goal? Qianyu occasionally sized up Jing Xiujing, somewhat puzzled. He had thought that Jing Xiujing would reveal her true goal as time went on, but Qianyu still hadn't noticed anything. You're the first to follow me. What do you want? Tell me. Qianyu asked directly, waiting to see how the girl would answer. Jing Xiujing glanced at Qianyu and slightly lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed red as she said, Xiujing only hopes that I can always be by young ancestor's side. Looking at Jing Xiujing's appearance, Qianyu couldn't help but widen his eyes. If what she said is true, could it be that this woman has fallen for me? Qianyu found it hard to believe. Back in the blood cellar, when Qianyu first met Jing Xiujing, she had been so arrogant, domineering. In the end, she was silently crushed and humiliated by Qianyu. Qinyu originally thought that Jing Xiujing would hold a grudge against him. In the end, she actually fell in love with him. Could it be that this woman had masochistic tendencies? Otherwise, Qinyu would not know how to explain the cause and effect. There were many strange things in the world. Even if Jing Xiujing had masochistic tendencies, Qinyu didn't find it strange. I've long felt that there was something wrong with this woman. Fortunately, I found out so early. It seems that I have to be wary of this woman from now on. Qinyu shook his head. In fact, if it were any other love expert, they would have long sensed Jing Xiujing's feelings. If Jing Xiujing really liked Qinyu, then she would definitely pay attention to his every move and word. Moreover, Jing Xiujing was his follower, so the possibility of Qinyu's identity being exposed was greatly increased. What about the captured spy? What happened to him? Qinyu changed the topic. There was no possibility between him and Jing Xiujing. The blood kindred were bloodthirsty and bloodthirsty. Once Qinyu's identity was exposed, Jing Xiujing would definitely attack Qinyu. Moreover, Qinyu had no interest in the blood kindred at all. Young patriarch, I later learned from my father that the captured spy was actually a vampire in disguise. His goal was to lure out the other spies. Jing Xiujing said apologetically. In fact, she had long known about this, but she hadn't revealed it to Qinyu due to her father's instructions. But things were different now. The blood kindred's plan had been completed. Many spies had been lured out, and the fake ones were announced to have been executed. Did you obtain any other clues, such as information about the other spies? Qinyu asked, chuckling inwardly. He had long known that the human tied to the bronze pillar was actually a blood kindred in disguise to lure out the other spies. If not for the mysterious heart, the blood kindred's nemesis, Qinyu would have fallen into their trap. A total of 10 spies have been investigated, and all of them have been turned into dried corpses. Jing Xiujing revealed a proud and complacent expression. Finding the human spies and executing them in public was naturally something to brag about. At the same time, it could also boost morale. Moreover, her father, the Beast Blood King, was one of the participants in this plan. Qinyu's expression changed slightly. 10 humans who had risked their lives to sneak in were all dead. Lord Beast Blood King, could it be a high-ranking member of the Annihilation Universe Palace? Qinyu inquired. From Jing Xiujing's description, Qinyu felt that the Beast Blood King's status wasn't ordinary. His actions seemed to be something the Universe Annihilation Palace should do. That's right, my father is a high-ranking member of the Universe Annihilation Palace. The corner of Jing Xiujing's mouth rose. Qinyu's eyes flickered. He had been thinking about how to steal confidential information. But now, a plan appeared in his mind. I've just become a young ancestor, so my cultivation base is probably the lowest among all the young ancestors. I'm going to the battlefield to temper myself in a while. Qinyu looked like he was a loner. Young ancestor, the battlefield is filled with unfathomable dangers. The great cosmos realm is at war with us now. Once your identity as a young ancestor is exposed, you'll become a key target of the great cosmos realm. Jing Xiujing immediately dissuaded him. Very few young ancestors went to the battlefield, unless they had a solid foundation, many followers, and many experts to protect them. There's no need to say more. I've made up my mind. Qinyu said resolutely. Jing Xiujing didn't say anything else. She merely gazed at Qinyu in silence. His fearlessness and courageous spirit shook Jing Xiujing's heart. He seems to have taken the bait. Qinyu said inwardly. Next, Qinyu suggested the two take a stroll around, to which Jing Xiujing readily agreed. As the two strolled around the first ring, many people saw them with envy. As the young ancestor, Qinyu was the most outstanding genius of the blood race. Jing Xiujing, on the other hand, was a grandmaster blood brewer. She had many suitors and was extremely popular. Many of the blood race felt that the two of them were a match made in heaven, but most of them were envious. After a long while, Qinyu returned to his cave residence. Hee, this girl is about to be conquered by me. Qinyu was inwardly pleased with himself. However, intentionally getting close to Jing Xiujing made Qinyu feel uneasy. Perhaps it was because Qinyu was always thinking about what kind of bloody blood race looked like under Jing Xiujing's mask. Once I get the important information, I'll leave the blood race. Qinyu had already started planning. He entered the secret cultivation room and started cultivating the 6 energies heavenly reverting art. Occasionally, he would pause to cultivate the 1,000 transformations art. His plan required him to intentionally get close to Xianxia. Qinyu had never been so close to a blood race member since he infiltrated the blood race. To prevent himself from being seen through, he needed to study the 1,000 transformations art. In the center of a sea of blood, there was a cluster of buildings. There was a giant pool of blood, and a blood-colored heart floated within it. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh whoosh, the blood-colored heart contracted slightly, and a boundless blood-colored mist gushed out, like the shadow of a ferocious blood-red dragon dancing in the air. Suddenly, the sky in the distance distorted. A figure walked out, wearing a black robe and holding a wooden staff. His eyes were dark red and deep. "Prophet me, why have you come?" A rumbling sound came from within the blood-colored heart. "Greetings, Empyrean Lord Heartless." Prophet me bowed slightly and said sternly, "I suddenly had an ominous premonition, so I performed a divination. What happened?" The blood-colored heart, Empyrean Lord Heartless, was moved and asked. "The blood race is in danger." Prophet me frowned as if he was considering his words. Finally, he slowly said 5 words. Empyrean Lord Heartless' giant body paused slightly. The blood-colored mist around him spread out, and a terrifying oppressive aura enveloped the world. "What danger?" Empyrean Lord Heartless' voice was slightly gloomy. Currently, the Blue Nether Realm and Blood Sea Realm were at war with the Great Cosmos Realm. The danger to the blood race should be related to the war situation. However, the blood race and the foreign races had a huge advantage, and it was only a matter of time before they destroyed the Great Cosmos Realm. Why would the blood race be in danger? I have only divined that the danger comes from one person. Prophet me sighed. Who? Chen. You. Prophet me enunciated every word. Empyrean Lord Heartless' breathing quickened at the mention of this name, and a huge blood-colored mist gushed out of his body and tumbled violently. In order to capture Qinyu, the blood race had mobilized several half-step kings, and even star condensation kings were alarmed. However, there was no result, especially recently. Qinyu seemed to have vanished into thin air, and the blood race had lost all traces. This made Empyrean Lord Heartless furious. In order to capture a Void Sea Realm youth, the blood race had suffered heavy losses, but they had not succeeded. If the Great Cosmos Realm were to know of this, they would probably laugh their heads off. Increase the reward for capturing Qinyu by 50%. Empyrean Lord Heartless roared, and the entire blood sea tumbled and the waves were shocking. At the same time, this order was sent out, alarming the blood sea realm. Heavens, increase the reward for capturing Qinyu by 50%. Qinyu, is it? I, Venerable Iron Cage, will go to the battlefield tomorrow. If I meet you, I will definitely take your head. Increase the reward by 50%, and even a star condensation king will be moved. I'm afraid we won't have a chance. The Blood Sea Realm was completely shaken. Prophet me, isn't it too exaggerated that a mere Qinyu will bring danger to the blood race? Empyrean Lord Heartless asked. Prophet me also felt that it was a bit exaggerated, but he had spent a large amount of Yuan Qi and Divine twice, and the result was still the same. The guidance of fate will not be wrong. Prophet me said with an unfathomable expression. Man can conquer nature. Prophet me doesn't need to worry too much. Moreover, the powerhouses of the origin world are about to send over another powerful relic, which is enough to heavily injure the Great Cosmos Realm and affect the entire war. Empyrean Lord Heartless said with incomparable majesty. Prophet me's expression changed. It seemed that the powerhouses of the origin world were paying more attention to the Great Cosmos Realm. Inside the cave abode, Qinyu was cultivating the heavenly energy transformation art in seclusion. At this moment, a huge sea of true essence stirred. There was a huge white ball of light in the center, surrounded by pitch-black waves of true essence. A month has passed, and the true essence has already been converted to 2/5. Qinyu was satisfied. In this way, he would be able to completely complete the transformation in less than 3 months and start cultivating the heavenly energy transformation art. Whoosh whoosh, Qinyu stretched out both his arms, and one of his arms was wrapped in black true essence runes. The other arm was wrapped in a layer of dazzling white flowing light. one black and one white, forming a sharp contrast. Although the arm that was condensed with true essence exuded a terrifying aura, the arm that was condensed with true essence gave off an extremely ancient and mysterious feeling. Boom! Boom! Qinyu punched out with both arms at the same time, forming a black and white fist light that finally collided. The black and white intertwined and tore apart. After 2 breaths, the black light was swallowed by the white light, forming a white ball of light that slowly dissipated. In terms of the quality of true essence, the true essence is far superior to the true essence. But if I add in the arcane demonic body and the true essence, it will be different. Once again, Qinyu condensed his devil pattern true origin and heaven returning true origin. This time, he used the arcane demonic body and the true essence. Just as Qinyu had expected, the battle technique powered by the devil pattern quintessence had the upper hand, destroying the attack released by the heaven returning quintessence. After all, the arcane demonic body, the true essence, and the true essence could only exert the greatest power when they were connected. Although the true essence could be combined with the two, the final effect was not obvious. However, the true essence and the arcane demonic body don't conflict with each other at all. This is beyond my expectations, Qinyu thought. Then, he tried something else. Demonic intent, Qinyu released. A powerful demonic mined energy from his body and communicated with heaven and earth, forming a dark domain filled with demonic qi. Merge the demonic state into the origin qi. The heaven-returning true origin on Qinyu's arm started to glow with a black light. It looked like a black demonic silk that was swimming on the surface of the heaven-returning true origin. Secret pattern demonic body. Demonic destruction claw, Qinyu attacked again. In the void, a dazzling white claw light dragged strands of black gossamer threads as it tore through the air, creating a shocking explosion. Boom! The claw smashed into the wall of the secret chamber and instantly dug out a huge hole. Cracks spread out in all directions like a spiderweb. Its power has increased by quite a bit. It seems to be stronger than the combination of demon pattern true essence, secret pattern demon body, and demon annihilation claw. Qinyu was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought that just by fusing the devil intent, the origin returning true essence would be able to work so closely with the mysterious pattern devil body and the devil destruction claw, resulting in such a huge qualitative change. Perhaps I've underestimated the sixfold heavenly origin art. As a 6-revolution star cultivation technique, the 6 primordial heavenly reverting arts grade was much higher than the record of heavenly demon secret patterns. This made Qinyu look forward to the new cultivation technique even more. Young ancestor Yu. Xianxia's voice came from outside. This girl is too diligent. Didn't we just go on a date 3 days ago? Qinyu was speechless. After a while, he left the cave abode and looked at Xianxia tenderly with a smile on his face. Young ancestor Yu, you're finally out. I've been waiting for a long time. Xianxia said shyly with the posture of a shy girl. It had to be said that Xianxia's beauty was unparalleled and her body was curvaceous. Her current posture made people want to hug her and dote on her. But every time he thought about the fact that she was a blood clan, Qinyu couldn't help but have goosebumps all over his body. Young ancestor Yu, do you like my original appearance? Xianxia asked when she saw that Qinyu's expression wasn't right. No, I like your current appearance. Qinyu immediately rejected. If Xianxia went on a date with him in her original appearance, Qinyu was afraid that he wouldn't be able to endure it. For the great cosmos realm, for the human race, he was even willing to sacrifice his body. Qinyu suddenly felt that he was a bit more noble. On this day, during their date, Qinyu once again mentioned his determination to go to the battlefield to temper himself. Moreover, Qinyu and Xianxia went to the Great Cosmos Annihilation Palace and obtained some information about the battlefield. This information was something that Qinyu could obtain with his status as a young ancestor. The two sides are already at war, Qinyu browsed through the information. The Great Cosmos Realm's 4 domains were engaged in fierce battles with the Blood Clan and foreign races. 3 of the domains were at a disadvantage. Only the northern domain had repelled the enemy and killed their way out of the Great Cosmos Realm to fight against the enemy. In short, the Great Cosmos Realm was at a disadvantage. Once the Great Cosmos Realm fell, the entire realm would be occupied by the enemy. All humans and demons would have to submit or die. Not only that, but even the realms controlled by the great cosmos realm would fall into the enemy's hands. The wealth of a single realm was astonishing, and if the great cosmos realm fell, it would gain the benefits of dozens or even hundreds of other realms. This was precisely why the races would go to war, disregarding death and sacrifice. Everything was for the sake of profit. Young ancestor you, we already have the absolute advantage. The great cosmos realm will fall and become ours. Once the blood clan grows stronger, we will devour the foreign races and continue to expand, allowing the blood clan to return to its former peak. Xianxia smiled. Qinyu couldn't help but be alarmed. The blood clan's ambitions were indeed great. Young ancestor, why don't you wait until the great cosmos realm is on the verge of destruction before going to the battlefield? It will be much safer then. Xianxia suggested. Immediately, Qinyu displayed a resolute and unwavering expression. That day's date ended hastily. Xianxia was somewhat reluctant and dissatisfied, but there was nothing she could do. Another month passed. Qinyu's true yuan conversion rate had reached 4/5, and the amount of true yuan in his demonic patterns was decreasing. On this day, during his date with Xianxia, Xiujing, I've decided to go to the battlefield in a month's time. I want to contribute and consolidate my forces, surpassing all the other young ancestors. Qinyu was full of ambition. I believe that young ancestor will succeed. Xianxia revealed a look of worship. However, the battlefield is dangerous, and it won't be easy to contribute. Xiujing, can you borrow some confidential military information from your father? This way, my safety will be guaranteed, and it will be easier for me to contribute. Qinyu's eyes suddenly turned gentle, and he gazed at Xianxia with a trace of expectation. He had purposely gotten close to Xianxia during their date, just for this moment. Through Xianxia, he would obtain even more confidential military information from the Blood Beast King of the Annihilation Universe Palace. This girl has already fallen for me. She shouldn't refuse to do such a small thing for her sweetheart. Qinyu inwardly said. In truth, he was somewhat apprehensive and didn't have much confidence. Xianxia fell into hesitation. Qinyu had said borrow, but it was clearly steal. She was still somewhat afraid of her father, a king. I'll give it a try, Xianxia gave her answer. In her opinion, as a young ancestor, Qinyu would definitely become a king in the future. At that time, she would be able to obtain the confidential information directly. Besides, he wasn't doing anything bad. He was doing this to help young ancestor Yu. Everything was for the sake of the vampire race. After parting, Xianxia went to her father's residence. Once Xianxia succeeds, I can easily obtain the confidential military information and leave the blood race. Qinyu was in a good mood after returning to his residence. Next, he began to make preparations for his return to the great cosmos realm. 3 days later. The news of the arrival of a new blood race holy relic shook the core region of the Blood Sea realm. The new holy relic was stored in the Sacred Blood Tower on Sacred Blood Island. There were many traps there, and 3 kings were guarding it. As the young ancestor, Qinyu naturally knew about this. Another holy relic of the blood race, and it's even more powerful than the silver cup from before. It has the power to heavily injure the great cosmos realm and influence the outcome of the battle. Qinyu couldn't help but worry. He felt that he should return to the great cosmos realm as soon as possible and inform the higher-ups of this matter so that they wouldn't be caught off guard. As long as he obtained the information from Xianxia, Qinyu would immediately set off. However, Xianxia hadn't arrived yet. On this day, the Wei clan's young ancestor came looking for him. Young ancestor you and I will fight in 2 days. You'd better not forget things. The Wei clan's young ancestor roared outside Qinyu's residence with a mocking tone. Qinyu didn't give any response when the deadline of 3 months arrived. This made the Wei clan's young ancestor feel that Qinyu was afraid of him. Thus, he became even more confident and took the initiative to provoke him. He brought 5 new followers with him, and his voice was extremely loud. Many of the higher-ups heard the young ancestor's words. Before long, there were dozens of onlookers. The 2 young ancestors are actually going to fight. The newly promoted young ancestor Yu used to be the Wei clan's young ancestor's follower, But he surpassed his master in the blood-sucking trials and obtained the final victory. Their battle is inevitable. I just don't know who will win. After waiting for a long time, Xianxu's residence's barrier was still closed. There was no response from inside. Young ancestor Yu, I've already given you 3 months, but you're still choosing to be a coward. You've truly disappointed me. The Wei clan's young ancestor began to curse Xianxu. However, there seemed to be no one inside Xianxu's residence. There wasn't a single sound coming from it. Young ancestor Yu, you've truly disappointed me. A vampire like you isn't worthy of being called a young ancestor. The Wei clan's young ancestor snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. He couldn't imagine that Xianxu wouldn't react to his insults. Xianxu naturally didn't feel anything. He wasn't a vampire at all, and he didn't want to be a young ancestor either. The others couldn't help but sigh. Young ancestor Yu was too cowardly. At this time, Jing Shoujing flew over, attracting many onlookers. Young ancestor Yu, it's me, Shoujing. Jing Shoujing's sweet voice sounded. At the same time, she looked around, not understanding why so many people had gathered outside Xianxu's residence. Come in. A gap appeared in the barrier, and Jing Shoujing smoothly entered before the barrier closed. The surrounding onlookers were stunned. They really thought that Xianxu wasn't in the residence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have reacted to the other young ancestor's provocation. The Wei clan's young ancestor's face turned ashen as he gnashed his teeth. Inside the residence. Young ancestor Yu, I got it. Jing Shoujing flew toward Xianxu with an excited expression. Xianxu was just as excited as she was. He could finally return to the great cosmos realm. End of chapter 880. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.